Dongfang Yuan, the worthless prince of the Tianyan dynasty, finds himself in a life-and-death crisis from the very beginning, with his father deceased, his brothers seizing the throne, and the dynasty in chaos. However, Dongfang Yuan is a cultivator devoid of any talent, utterly incapable of resolving his current predicament, when suddenly the system arrives. As long as he begets offspring, develops the dynasty, expands its territory, and accrues prestige, he can continuously receive rewards and cultivation resources. Thus, Dongfang Yuan awakens completely. The Nine Nether Empress gives birth to a prince. You receive the Nine Nether mysterious, heavenly, immortal technique. You are diligently developing the dynasty. The prestige of the Tianyan dynasty has surpassed 10,000. You obtain the divine beast mount, the white tiger, the imperial weapon, the chaos bell, and a prestige achievement gift package. You establish the ancient empress as your consort and beget offspring. Years later, the master of the Tianyan divine dynasty and ruler of the Star Sea, Dongfang Yuan, stands proudly at the pinnacle of the universe, humbly stating, "All my accomplishments in this life are solely due to my own diligent efforts." Chapter 1 System, the repository of consciousness. Have I truly crossed over? To the Tianji realm, Xian Prefecture, Northern Region, the Tianyan dynasty, the worthless prince Dongfang Yuan, who spends his days training hawks and walking dogs, indulging in music and nightly revelries? At this moment, Dongfang Yuan awakens from his slumber, surveying his surroundings, finding himself in a magnificently adorned palace. Beside the bed, there are several women's undergarments. From the memories flooding into his mind, Dongfang Yuan comprehends the situation entirely. He has traversed into a fantastical world. Moreover, he has directly inhabited the body of the prince of the Tianyan dynasty, the top force in the northern region. Yet, this prince's current circumstances are quite dire. Just half a day prior, news arrived from the battlefield at the border that the emperor of the Tianyan dynasty, the original host's father, had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by three powerful beings at the law manifestation level from the northern region. Along with the 100,000 elite troops of the Tianyan dynasty, they all perished in battle. Upon the return of this news to the court, his brother, the second Prince Dongfang Xian, immediately turned against him. Dongfang Yuan's mother had perished due to an assassination during his birth. Thus he was cherished by the Tianyan Emperor, who disregarded all dissent to appoint him as the crown prince. However, Dongfang Yuan is a veritable cultivation waste, unconcerned with training and enamored with women. Consequently, the original host fell victim to the second prince's beauty trap and was poisoned, ultimately meeting his demise in bed. Indeed, nothing is more ruthless than the imperial family. Dongfang Xin, your methods are rather insidious. To think you could have someone poison me is quite ruthless. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan regained his senses, recalling the taste from his memories, and felt a chill running through his legs. He slowly rose to his feet and examined his body. Alas, he was at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Compared to his younger brother who aspired to ascend the throne, the disparity was indeed vast. Dongfang Xin had exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation since childhood, possessing the legendary Supreme Bone. He was renowned throughout the northern region as a prodigy, having joined the dominant power of the north, the Fenyun sect, where he garnered the attention of a high-ranking expert who took him as a disciple. This won't do. Now that our father has passed, the court is in chaos. How can my feeble body, incapable of even tying a chicken, contend with Dongfang Xin? Dongfang Yuan felt overwhelmed. Some individuals from neighboring realms start their journeys invincible, effortlessly conquering all. Yet here he was, beset by crises and internal strife. Just as despair clouded Dongfang Yuan's face. Ding! Suddenly, a melodious sound echoed in his mind. What is this sound? Dongfang Yuan abruptly lifted his head, his expression one of disbelief. Detected host's low spirits. Activation conditions met. System is activating, please wait. 1%, 9%, 57%, 95%, 100%. System activation successful. A cold, mechanical voice resonated thoroughly within Dongfang Yuan's mind. This is the system. System. Dongfang Yuan inquired tentatively. I am here. Immediately, a voice filled with mechanical overtones responded to him. Damn it. No doubt about it. He had indeed not misheard earlier. Dongfang Yuan was filled with excitement. System, what functions do you possess? Dongfang Yuan asked with great curiosity. One must understand that the likes of those in the neighboring sects, such as Master Zhou, the Divine King, and the Divine Emperor, achieve their ascendancy solely through the system. This is a superlative support. Whether he could soar to great heights in the future depended on how tightly he clung to it. Ding. The system comprises two functions. The first is to develop the Tianyan dynasty. The stronger the dynasty, the broader its territory, and the higher its prestige, the more substantial rewards can be obtained. Develop the dynasty. It seems I must inevitably inherit the throne. Dongfang Yuan mused, stroking his chin. However, with the system now at his side, he no longer feared his brother. With the system backing him, he had to pry out his brother's supreme bone. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the meticulous poison he had concocted for himself. The second function entails the host uniting with a beloved. As long as the consort successfully bears offspring, rewards can be obtained. The better the qualifications or constitution of the offspring, the more abundant the rewards received. A particularly crucial point is that the destiny and fortune value of the mother must be at least 80 or above, with the minimum standard for constitution being the holy body and for qualifications being extraordinary. The higher the standards for both, the stronger the offspring will be. Wu cao 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 cao. The minimum standard for constitution is the holy body, and the minimum standard for qualifications is extraordinary. System, are you not joking with me? Can I actually find such conditions? Dongfang Yuan harbored some doubts about life. It is important to know that the value of the holy body and extraordinary is already exceedingly high. The levels of constitution in this world are mortal body, spirit body, king body, emperor body, holy body, divine body, immortal body. The levels of qualifications are inferior, average, superior, extraordinary, ascendant, infinite. To meet these two conditions at once, along with a fortune value above 80, one would be hard-pressed to find even a single individual in the entire northern region. Even his brother, who possesses the supreme bone, is merely at the emperor body level, with qualifications that are only superior, still a step short. As for the prodigies of the holy body level, there are likely only a few among the countless beings in the entire northern region. The holy body, as the name suggests, is destined to break through to the saint realm upon reaching great mastery in cultivation. Moreover, its combat power is unparalleled, earning it the title of invincible within the same realm. Such extraordinary talents are often regarded as treasures held by the most elite forces in the entire Xuanzhou. According to Dongfang Yuan's knowledge, there are no more than 10 publicly acknowledged holy bodies in all of Xuanzhou. How am I supposed to find such requirements and conditions? This is a question for the host. The system does not provide matchmaking, and the host is requested to seek it out themselves. Dongfang Yuan felt a pang of bitterness within. Just then, he recalled something. By the way, system, where's my new starter package? You can't just withhold it. What others have, I must also possess. Otherwise, with my current strength, let alone taking a concubine, I would likely be eliminated by my brother the moment I step beyond the palace gates. Dongfang Yuan relentlessly insisted. He was not exaggerating in the slightest. With his current useless body of mine, I would probably surrender and raise a white flag at the mere impact of Dongfang Xin's supreme bone. Chapter 2. The Quest for Power System. Ding. A new player's gift pack has been sent. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a Tianyan Realm Cultivation Card X1. For Zhan Shunwei at the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang Realm. Unlimited level aptitude. Hongming Chaos Divine Art Upper X1. In an instant, 4 figures materialized beside Dongfang Yuan. Clad in golden armor and wielding the dragon-slaying golden sword, they emanated an unparalleled aura of power. We pay our respects to our master. The 4 knelt in unison, bowing deeply to Dongfang Yuan. There's no need for such formalities. Dongfang Yuan's heart surged with excitement. With these 4 Zhan Shunwei at his side, he felt invincible against Dongfang Xin. No matter how gifted with the supreme bone one might be, it ultimately served as a mere garment for himself. At the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm, such prowess was regarded as monumental across the entire northern domain. In the Tianyan dynasty, aside from his father, only the influential left minister in the court possessed such strength. The Tianyan dynasty stood as a top-tier power in the northern domain. with only 2 individuals at the pinnacle of the Fa Xiong realm. Now, with 4 at his side, Dongfang Yuan could be said to possess the capital to dominate. System. Activate the Tianyan Realm Cultivation card. Dongfang Yuan commanded eagerly. Tianyan Realm Cultivation card is now in use. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped Dongfang Yuan, and his cultivation aura surged at an astonishing rate. From the peak of the Xiantian realm to the Tianxian realm, then to the Xiaoyao realm, the Fa Xiong realm, and finally reaching the Tianyan realm. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation stabilized at the first level of the Tianyan realm. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, his consciousness expanding to envelop the entire imperial palace in an instant. Dongfang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with his newfound strength. He then restrained his aura, choosing not to release his overwhelming presence recklessly. A Tianyan realm expert was a rarity in the northern domain, typically found only among the dominant forces like the Fengyan sect, or within some of the most powerful elite factions, where only 1 or 2 would exist. With his ascension to the Tianyan realm, he no longer regarded Dongfang Yuan as a threat. In the following moments, he took his time emerging from his palace, choosing instead to cultivate the Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art under the guardianship of the 4 Zhanshin Wei. In the West Palace, within a resplendent hall, the second prince, Dongfang Yuan, stood surrounded by several figures. "Are you certain he is truly dead?" Dongfang Yuan inquired of a strikingly beautiful woman before him. If Dongfang Yuan were present, he would instantly recognize her as the one who had poisoned him. Replying to the second prince, "It is absolutely true. I returned only after confirming he was devoid of life. He cannot possibly survive." The woman replied, "Good, well done. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, you may take your leave and rest well," Dongfang Yuan said, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at an elder beside him. The elder understood the unspoken message. "Yes, I take my leave." Suddenly, as the woman turned to depart, the elder unleashed a torrent of flames towards her. The overwhelming might of the peak Xiaoyao realm was far beyond her capability to withstand. A scream escaped her lips before she was instantly consumed by the flames, leaving no trace behind. "Foolishness! How could I allow you, a potential threat, to live?" Women are truly all brawn and no brains," Dongfang Yuan scoffed, turning to exit the hall while muttering, "Father is truly foolish, bestowing the title of crown prince upon Dongfang Yuan. Now that he is dead, how could that useless wretch possibly seek vengeance on my behalf? Father, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Dongfang Yuan is unworthy of the throne. Only I can save the Tianyan dynasty from impending peril." Upon stepping outside the hall, he gazed at the sky and sighed. "Your Highness, since the crown prince is deceased, it is time to summon all officials, allowing your Highness to ascend to the throne and seek vengeance against the Taming dynasty." Another elder, clad in official robes, spoke up. This man, named Zhang Lin, served as the Grand Tutor of the Tianyan dynasty, holding a first-rank position with cultivation strength at the mid-Fa Xiong realm. The elder who had attacked earlier was General Tai Han, of the second rank. Both were officials of the Tianyan dynasty and clearly aligned with Dongfang Yuan. "Very well. Grand Tutor, I leave the arrangements to you. Summon the civil and military officials to prepare for the enthronement ceremony." A glimmer of ambition flashed in Dongfang Yuan's eyes. "Yes, Your Highness." Zhang Lin bowed in affirmation. In the Crown Prince's palace, Dongfang Yuan's aptitude had reached the highest level of unlimited potential. After diligently practicing the Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art, it wasn't long before he mastered it. He felt an extraordinary transformation in his combat prowess. This divine art was indeed exceptional. Although he had only learned the upper portion, his current strength at the first level of the Tianyan realm was already comparable to the 7th level of the Tianyan realm. If he possessed the complete cultivation method, his power would surely ascend even further. Dongfang Yuan slowly rose, concluding his training. Ding! Detected that the Taming dynasty has a destined daughter, Xiao Qingli, with a fate value of 95, possessing the 9 nether divine body, a talent of the highest order. Reincarnated from the 9 nether empress, and has awakened. It is suggested to cultivate a relationship. Detected that the Hahuan sect has a destined daughter, Han Wanxiang, with a fate value of 85, possessing the Hahuan sacred body, an extraordinary talent and natural allure. Cultivating together with her will lead to a significant breakthrough in your cultivation. Suggested to cultivate a relationship. As Dongfang Yuan concluded his training, 2 notifications resonated in his mind. two destined daughters. One even a reincarnation of the Empress of the Nine Nether, possessing the Nine Nether divine body. How astonishing! Dongfang Yuan felt a mix of emotions. The reason was clear. His father had been slain due to a scheme orchestrated by the Emperor of the Taming dynasty, who had allied with two other forces to ambush him at the border. It was evident that Dongfang Yuan's first act upon ascending the throne would be to wage war against the Taming dynasty to avenge his father. Now, unexpectedly, the third princess of the Taming dynasty, Xiao Qingli, was a destined daughter. Destroying the Taming dynasty and taking Xiao Qingli as a concubine would surely incite her hatred toward him. It could only be seen as fate. Let her harbor her resentment. Nine Nether Empress, prepare to accept your fate. Dongfang Yuan chuckled inwardly. With the system in hand, he was unperturbed about his cultivation pace being slower than Xiao Qingli's. No matter how much she despised him, he believed that even an empress could grow fond of him over time. As for the Huan sect's daughter, he had no intention of investing too much thought at present. Huan Zong is indeed the dominant force in the northern domain, a power that the Tianyan Empire currently cannot contend with. Previously, they proceeded step by step, first targeting the Dongfang Empire. However, with the system at his disposal, Dongfang Yuan is confident that it won't be long before Han Wanxiang falls into his grasp. The Huan's sacred body, endowed with an innate charm, is truly remarkable. Chapter 3. The Realm of the Celestial Sovereign System. What is the current prestige value of our Tianyan Empire? Prestige value of Tianyan Empire. 1200. Special reminder. The host can only enhance the Empire's prestige value after ascending to the throne. For every increase of 100 in prestige value, the host will receive a reward. Additionally, there are achievements associated with the prestige value. Upon reaching prestige values of 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and so forth, the host will receive a substantial achievement gift pack from the system, containing generous rewards. Upon hearing the system's response in his mind, Dongfang Yuan nodded slightly. It appears the immediate priority is to inherit the throne before addressing other matters. As Dongfang Yuan contemplated this, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance. 4 god-slaying guards sensed the presence of intruders and were about to take action. But Dongfang Yuan gestured for them to hold back. From this day forth, the Tianyan Empire would completely belong to the second prince. After enduring for so long, they finally had their moment to shine. To be honest, I still find it perplexing how His Majesty would appoint Dongfang Yuan as the crown prince, given that he is but a frivolous waste of space, unworthy of comparison to the second prince, who is so extraordinarily gifted. What need is there to dwell on that? The prince has already summoned the court's officials to the Grand Hall to prepare for his ascension. We merely need to bring Dongfang Yuan's corpse to fulfill the task assigned to us by the prince. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation is remarkably high. From a distance, he overheard the hushed conversation of 2 men as their footsteps gradually approached. Without even knocking, they knew Dongfang Yuan was dead and simply pushed the door open. Creak! As the door opened, 2 middle-aged men stepped inside. Their originally calm expressions turned to bewilderment upon seeing Dongfang Yuan, who was fixated on them. Dongfang Yuan. Oh no, Your Highness. What are you doing? The faces of the 2 middle-aged men changed dramatically. Clad in armor, they were now taken aback by the sight of Dongfang Yuan and the 4 god-slaying guards in the room, their minds in disarray, unsure of what to say. How could this be? How could Dongfang Yuan still be alive? Is it possible that the second prince received misleading intelligence? Such questions swirled in their minds as they stood frozen, unable to explain themselves. Lin Xiaowei, what brings you two to my princely palace uninvited? Dongfang Yuan asked with a playful smile. Vouvet. The 2 officers found themselves a loss for words. I just overheard you discussing how the second prince is gathering officials for his ascension to the throne. Is that correct? Given my continued existence, he shall inevitably be disappointed. Dongfang Yuan gazed at them, his expression calm and unperturbed. Upon hearing this, the 2 officers were taken aback. One of them gasped in disbelief. Did you think sending a woman would be enough to eliminate me? How underestimated I must be. Although Dongfang Yuan said this, he was aware that he was now a different person from the original Dongfang Yuan. Had it been the previous host, he would have indeed been easily dispatched by a mere woman. The 2 officers trembled upon hearing this, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual understanding. Whoosh! In an instant, the 2 figures darted forward, revealing daggers in hand, their cultivation emanating the aura of the dragon-soaring realm, creating an invisible pressure to obstruct Dongfang Yuan's escape. Dongfang Yuan, since it has come to this, allow us to escort you on your final journey. The two officers declared. The second prince's grand ambitions cannot be thwarted by a mere waste. With no further reservations, they launched a coordinated attack on Dongfang Yuan. Seeing them charge at him, Dongfang Yuan stood his ground, neither dodging nor avoiding, maintaining an expression of serene composure throughout. Boom! Just as their weapons were about to pierce Dongfang Yuan's body, a streak of sword light swept across, accompanied by a fierce wind that sent both men crashing to the ground, grievously injured and their meridians shattered. A god-slaying guard had made their move, without even unsheathing his sword, merely merging his fingers to effortlessly unleash a wave of sword energy. The guard had rendered both men severely injured and incapacitated. How could this be? How is there such a powerful ally by your side? The two injured officers lay on the ground, spitting blood, their eyes filled with trepidation and fear. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly, then released a hint of the celestial sovereign's aura, confining its range to his chamber. A celestial sovereign. The two officers, now crippled on the floor, exclaimed in sheer horror. Their expressions were akin to those who had seen a ghost, filled with dread. To them, it seemed like a dream. A notoriously known waste of a prince had achieved the cultivation of a celestial sovereign. This was the realm of the celestial sovereign, the pinnacle of power in the northern domain. The entire Tianyan Empire could not find a single celestial sovereign, and yet this wasteful prince, who spent his days indulging in pleasure, had somehow reached this level. How could this possibly be? As the terror in their eyes grew, the pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan crushed down upon them. Boom! In an instant, the two officers were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the celestial sovereign, dissolving into clouds of blood mist that vanished into the air. After dispatching these insignificant men, a wicked smile spread across Dongfang Yuan's face as he remarked, "The court officials. At the coronation ceremony, I wonder what expressions they will wear upon seeing me. Let us proceed to the grand hall." Yes, the four god-slaying guards responded. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince is dead? Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Tianyan Empire, civil and military officials had been summoned. There were murmurs of discussion among them, while two elderly men stood in the front row, exuding the aura of the Fa Xiang realm. One was the national master Wang Yueshing, at the late stage of the Fa Xiang realm, the third strongest in the Tianyan Empire. The other was the left prime minister Zhuo Xuanqi, at the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm, undoubtedly the most powerful individual in the empire. However, at this moment, all were clad in white mourning attire, their expression solemn due to the death of the Tianyan emperor. The grand tutor, Zhang Lin, stood silently behind the national master, gazing towards the hall's entrance in contemplation. Top! Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed, drawing the attention of all the officials present. In walked the second prince, Dongfang Yuan, dressed in mourning garb, and he ascended to the dragon throne at the highest point of the hall. Some officials were taken aback to see Dongfang Yuan seated upon the imperial throne, their expressions filled with confusion, yet they hesitated to voice their thoughts. The left prime minister cast a deep glance at Dongfang Yuan, then surveyed the national master and the grand tutor before falling silent, waiting to see how Dongfang Yuan would address the assembly. In the grand realm of Taming, the conspiratorial collusion of Xue Yinglu and Xie Yudian has led to the heinous demise of my esteemed father, the emperor, and the utter annihilation of the valiant forces of Tianyan. Recently, Xue Yinglu even dispatched assassins to infiltrate the prince's palace, where they treacherously attempted to take my elder brother's life. By the time the plot was uncovered, my brother had already succumbed to the poison, and I am overwhelmed with sorrow. They first murdered my father, then my brother. This enmity shall not go unavenged, as Tianyan shall stand resolute against them. Yet, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. Should Tianyan descend into chaos, it would merely serve their malevolent designs. Therefore I, Dongfang Yuan, hereby declare that from this day forth, I will ascend to the throne of Tianyan. I wonder if any among you dissent? Seated upon the dragon throne, Dongfang Yuan's visage was marked by profound grief as he spoke. What? The crown prince is dead. A myriad of officials gasped in shock upon hearing this news. The left chancellor and the general Tai, Po Yun, exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they regarded Dongfang Yuan. They understood all too well that Shuang Lu had no motive to assassinate the crown prince. In fact, they would have preferred him to ascend the throne. The announcement of his death only led the astute to surmise the true perpetrator. Yet, the palace was heavily guarded, with the imperial guard standing watch. How could Shuang Lu's assassin have stealthily infiltrated the crown princess residence? An official voiced his inner doubts. The commander of the imperial guard, Huang Liquan, stepped forward to clarify. The intruder was a formidable assassin of the Fa Xiong realm. Our guards were no match for such power. Fortunately, the Grand Tutor arrived in time to repel the assailant. What? Shuang Lu deployed a Fa Xiong-level assassin? Many officials were taken aback, for Shuang Lu was a premier force of assassins, their ranks classified as bronze, silver, gold, and ace. A bronze assassin possesses at least the strength of the Tianxian realm, while a silver assassin is at least at the pinnacle of the Yulong realm. The gold standard demands a minimum of the Tianren realm's peak, with most gold assassins being of the Fa Xiong realm. The ace class is limited to only 2 members, the leader and the deputy leader of Shuang Lu. With merely a handful of gold assassins, each notorious in the northern domain, the audacity of one infiltrating the Tianyan palace to assassinate the crown prince was indeed astonishing. To employ a gold assassin for a mere crown prince deemed worthless was utterly absurd. Alas, although I managed to repel him, it was too late. The young crown prince is lost, lamented the Grand Tutor Zhonglin, his face reflecting sorrow. The demise of both the emperor and the crown prince is a profound insult to our Tianyan. Now, we must beseech the second prince to inherit the throne, restore order, and lead an army against the Meng to avenge our sovereign. Taihan immediately chimed in with solemnity. You speak wisely. Only the second prince can stabilize the empire's future. The second prince is a prodigious talent of our Tianyan, trained by the supreme force Feng Yunzong. Under his leadership, I believe we shall surely conquer the Meng and exact vengeance for both the emperor and the crown prince. We implore the second prince to ascend the throne and take command. In unison, many officials echoed the sentiment, bowing deeply to Dongfang Yuan. Those still in a daze quickly joined in, beseeching the second prince. The left chancellor, the national teacher, and General Taif Piyun, standing as the 3 high officials, remained upright, the only ones not bowing. Observing the officials' fervor, Dongfang Yuan feigned a sigh, saying, Very well, since there are no objections. I shall accept the throne of Tianyan. He then produced the founding jade seal of Tianyan, raising it before him. Hold on. Is it not premature to proclaim, Long live the emperor at this moment? Just as the civil and military officials were about to pay their respects to Dongfang Yuan, a voice that he recognized all too well rang out from outside the hall. The officials, momentarily bewildered, turned to see their expressions shift dramatically. Dongfang Yuan entered the grand hall with a solemn demeanor, flanked by 4 Zhan Shenwei. The left chancellor and Tai Piyun exchanged glances, both sensing the growing intrigue. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuan's eyes widened in shock and embarrassment upon seeing Dongfang Yuan alive and present. The Grand Tutor and Taihan's faces darkened as they realized Dongfang Yuan had survived, their expressions shifting instantaneously. Damn, this wretched woman dares to toy with me. An overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within Dongfang Yuan. He yearned to drag her from the depths of hell and deliver a few resounding slaps. He had confidently declared Dongfang Yuan dead, yet here he stood, very much alive. Confusion mingled with fury as Dongfang Yuan pondered how his 2 men, sent to retrieve Dongfang Yuan's remains, could have allowed him to return. What was the meaning of this? Had those 2 betrayed him? Crown Prince, you are alive? The second prince, the Grand Tutor, what is the meaning of this? Did you not assert that the Crown Prince had been slain by Shuang Lu's assassin? What is the truth of this matter? An official voiced his bewilderment. The second prince and others claimed the Crown Prince was dead, yet here he stands before us. The truth is indeed perplexing. Ah, dear brother, you must have wished for my demise. Dongfang Yuan's gaze locked on Dongfang Yuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, Bold scoundrel, how dare you impersonate my brother? Shuang Lu truly knows no bounds. Seize this rogue at once and execute him. He shall not be permitted to act insolently in this hall. Dongfang Yuan, unwilling to hesitate further, resolved to act decisively. Yes, Taihan responded immediately, fixing his gaze upon Dongfang Yuan, ready to strike. Hold, second prince. How can you be so certain this man is an impostor? A robust, middle-aged man interjected. Known as Bei Tian, titled Tianyan Yuan. He was the sworn brother of the Tianyan Emperor and the only foreign prince in the realm. His intervention halted Tai Han's advance. Internally, Dongfang Yuan seethed with anger. How dare Tianyan Yuan publicly question him? He would remember this slight. Tianyan Yuan, I have just stated that my elder brother has been slain by the assassins of Shuiying Liu. This matter has been witnessed by Taifu and Commander Huang. Thus there is no need for further elaboration on this point, declared Dongfang Yuan with unwavering conviction. Indeed, I have personally seen the body of His Highness the Crown Prince. This individual must undoubtedly be an impostor sent by Shuiying Liu. Taifu immediately voiced his agreement. What a wretched old dog, trailing behind Dongfang Yuan, has certainly learned to protect his master, spat Dongfang Yuan in contempt. Insolence. Taifu was incensed by the insult. However, Dongfang Yuan paid him no mind and instead turned his gaze towards Dongfang Yuan, or rather, the jade seal in his grasp. With a mere thought, Dongfang Yuan caused the jade seal held by Dongfang Yuan to vanish in an instant, only to reappear inexplicably in his own hand moments later. What? How could this be possible? Scoundrel, if you dare to harm my jade seal, I will ensure your dismemberment. Dongfang Yuan's countenance turned pale with horror upon witnessing the jade seal suddenly in Dongfang Yuan's possession, quickly transforming into fury as he bellowed in warning. The formidable figures present, including Zhuxiang, Taifu, and the National Master, stared in disbelief as the jade seal now resided in Dongfang Yuan's hand, their pupils constricted in shock. So swift. How did he accomplish this? How could a mere cultivation failure snatch the jade seal before our very eyes? Even Zhuxiang failed to react in time. He fixed his gaze on Dongfang Yuan, opting for silence as he observed. Throughout history, the imperial family has been merciless, with fratricide being a frequent occurrence. Yet, as a subordinate, choosing the wrong side could lead to eternal damnation. However, Dongfang Yuan disregarded Dongfang Yuan and instead wore a playful smile. He then proceeded to draw forth a drop of blood from his fingertip, allowing it to fall upon the jade seal. The blood merged with the seal, causing it to radiate a brilliant golden light that illuminated the entire hall. The Tianyan jade seal, passed down through the ages, primarily symbolizes royal authority. Any individual possessing royal blood who comes into contact with the seal's blood will cause it to emit a golden glow. The more pure the bloodline, the more resplendent the light. So, do you still wish to claim that I am an impostor, my dear brother? A mischievous smile graced Dongfang Yuan's face as he regarded Dongfang Yuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan's expression darkened to an extreme, his face a mask of fury and malice. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Even the most oblivious of officials now comprehended the truth. The individual before them was undoubtedly the crown prince of the Tianyan dynasty. This clearly disproved the claims of Taifu, the commander of the imperial guard, and the second prince regarding the crown prince's demise, which they had purported to have witnessed. Yet, many in the hall remained perplexed. Why did the crown prince seem like a different person today? Not only was his manner of speaking altered, but his demeanor, gaze, and aura had undergone a profound transformation. Even Zhuxiang sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan. Was this merely an illusion? Zhuxiang questioned himself, uncertain. This was simply too absurd. He was at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, the foremost authority in the Tianyan dynasty. In contrast, Crown Prince Dongfang Yuan was merely a young individual lacking aptitude, with cultivation limited to the innate realm. Such a person could easily be crushed with a mere flick of a finger. How could he possibly feel threatened? Zhuxiang dismissed the notion as a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, confronted with Dongfang Yuan's inquiry, Dongfang Yuan appeared distressed, momentarily at a loss for words. Your Highness, even if you are alive, you cannot ascend to the throne. It is well known that the second prince possesses extraordinary talent and qualifications that stand out throughout the northern region, with a master at the Tianzun realm. He possesses the innate bones of a supreme being and is destined to break through to the Tianzun realm, becoming a formidable force. What the Tianyan dynasty requires now is a leader of such exceptional talent as the second prince. One who can lead us further and possess the strength to avenge his majesty. Therefore, I implore you, Your Highness, for the greater good of the Tianyan dynasty, to relinquish your claim to the throne. At this moment, no one anticipated that the national master would suddenly turn to Dongfang Yuan and speak. "Oh, are you suggesting that my position as crown prince is merely an illusion? If I refuse, what then will you do?" Dongfang Yuan replied with keen interest. "Your Highness, has the situation escalated to this point that you still cling to your obstinacy?" The national master remarked mildly. At this moment, the national master, Taifu, and the commander of the Imperial Guard stood firmly beside Dongfang Yuan. Many officials, regardless of their inclinations, secretly wished for Dongfang Yuan to ascend. After all, Dongfang Yuan had achieved nothing and lacked talent in cultivation. Such a person would only bring ruin to the Tianyan dynasty. Summon someone. The crown prince is unwell. Take him away to recuperate. As for the throne, let the second prince ascend. We, the officials, have no objections. The national master, seeing Dongfang Yuan's refusal to yield, proclaimed. Subsequently, Tai Han stepped forward, intending to subdue Dongfang Yuan. However, just as he approached, a Zhan Shunwei suddenly struck, cleaving him in two, blood splattering everywhere. What? The law manifestation realm. The officials were all taken aback, and Dongfang Yuan and the national master exchanged incredulous glances. This individual is indeed exuding the aura of the law manifestation realm. How can the crown prince have a powerful ally of this caliber? This is impossible. Yet, before they could grasp the situation, Zhuixiang delivered a shocking revelation. You are at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. Zhuixiang, sensing the energy emanating from the Zhan Shunwei, recognized it as equal to his own, truly at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, and even more potent than himself. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Pinnacle of the law manifestation realm." Upon hearing this, many officials wore expressions of utter disbelief and trepidation. The national master and Dongfang Yuan also appeared somewhat pale. Why would a pinnacle law manifestation realm expert be at Dongfang Yuan's side? This is a figure of immense power, among the elite in the northern region, yet they are guarding Dongfang Yuan. As everyone struggled to comprehend, Dongfang Yuan smiled slightly and said, "I neglected to introduce them. These four are my Zhan Shunwei. Their strength is comparable to Zhuixiang, merely at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. I wonder if, with their aid, I shall be able to ascend to the throne today." Dongfang's smile was both enchanting and laced with a hint of fearsome intensity. 4 peak level Fa Xiang realm experts. Before they could fully grasp the shock of this revelation, the cultivation auras of the other 3 Zhan Shunwei began to emanate. The overwhelming presence of 4 peak Fa Xiang realm powerhouses filled the grand hall, causing everyone present, including Zhuixiang, to break into a profuse sweat under the immense pressure. Thud! Some of the weaker cultivators could not withstand the force and crumpled to their knees on the ground. Dongfang Yuan was so shaken that he could hardly speak. He felt his spine slightly bend under the weight of the tremendous pressure, gritting his teeth and trembling in resistance, his face flushed. Dongfang Yuan slowly approached the national master, holding the imperial seal, and looked him in the eye, asking, "Do I deserve to sit on this throne?" The national master was also bearing the immense pressure from the 4 men, fully aware that he had provoked Dongfang Yuan beyond redemption. The presence of 4 peak Fa Xiang realm experts was akin to a thunderclap, driving him into a corner. With nothing left to lose, he decided to gamble. Suddenly, the national master raised his head sharply, and his aura erupted. Zhuixiang and Wang Tianyu, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions and shouted, "Prince, be careful." At the same time, the national master lunged forward, attempting to grasp Dongfang Yuan. It was too late. The national master smirked coldly, surprised that Dongfang Yuan dared to approach him so carelessly. Just as the national master's hand reached for his neck, a calm smile appeared on Dongfang Yuan's face. Then, a scene that left everyone in the hall utterly astonished unfolded. Dongfang Yuan caught the national master's hand effortlessly, neutralizing his power, and with a swift motion, he seized the national master's neck, lifting him as one would a chick. The officials in the hall were left in shock. Dongfang Yuan, the Grand Tutor, and Huang Quan were completely petrified. What on earth? Did I just witness the prince subduing the national master in an instant? Surely I must be dreaming. Many could hardly believe their eyes. The psychological impact of this moment was overwhelming. A seemingly talentless waste of a prince, with a single move, had subdued a late-stage Fa Xiang realm expert. This was profoundly life-altering. Even the Rei's national master was now filled with panic and confusion, fear and doubt flooding his mind. Only he understood the sheer strength of the power binding him. It was an absolute force that rendered any thought of resistance inconceivable. He was so terrified that he could not even muster a plea for mercy. To attack a sovereign was a crime punishable by death. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan's smile vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor, radiating an imperious aura. Then, with a surge of strength, he channeled his Tian Zun realm power into the National Master's body. In an instant, the National Master's soul could not withstand the force and exploded, his corporeal form collapsing lifelessly. Bang! Dongfang Yuan released his grip, and the National Master's body fell at his feet. Zhuxiang and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. Dongfang Yuan's serious gaze swept over Dongfang Xian as he declared, Dongfang Xian, Huang Liquan, and Zhang Lin conspired to harm this emperor, a grievous offense. I hereby decree that these three shall be executed in this hall to serve as a warning. Yes, the Zhan Shunwei responded immediately. Please spare us, your highness. We shall not dare again. We understand our wrongs. We implore you to forgive us. The Grand Tutor and Huang Liquan wept and begged for mercy, but their pleas were cut short as the Zhan Shunwei swiftly executed them. Another approached Dongfang Xian. No, brother, you cannot kill me. We are blood. You cannot do this. Seeing his subordinates all slain, Dongfang Xian was overwhelmed with fear. We share the same father, but we are not that close. Dongfang Yuan replied coldly. Blood is thicker than water. Don't come any closer. My master is the third elder of Fengyan sect. If you dare to kill me, he thud. Dongfang Xian's final words were silenced as the Zhan Shunwei's sword struck. With a sickening sound, his head was severed. Moreover, a small piece of the supreme bone on Dongfang Xian was forcibly extracted by the Zhan Shunwei. Blood from the multiple corpses pooled on the floor, saturating the air with a thick, iron scent. Thus, Dongfang Yuan, holding the imperial seal, ascended to the highest dragon throne. Long live the emperor! Zhuxiang was the first to react, immediately kneeling to express his loyalty. The other officials, recovering from their shock, also knelt to pay their respects. Long live the emperor! Chapter 7. Xiao Qingli after Dongfang Yuan ascended to the throne. He received news that the emperor of the Tianyan Empire was leading powerful forces to attack the Tianyan Empire. In the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan promptly issued orders. Zhuxiang, you and Grand Marshal Tai Puyun shall personally lead 500,000 troops to the battlefield against the Tianyan Empire. Additionally, I will assign you 3 Zhan Shunwei. I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. Upon hearing this, Zhuxiang was filled with excitement. Rest assured, your majesty. With the assistance of your 3 Zhan Shunwei, I will behead that Xiao Tianding and present his head to you. Very well, I shall await your good news. Zhuxiang and Tai Puyun left the Grand Hall, invigorated. Wang Tianyu, there are several first-rate forces in the southern territory of the Tianyan Empire, seeking to take advantage of the chaos within the empire. Now that I have ascended, I will not grant them the opportunity. I will assign a Zhan Shunwei to assist you in reclaiming their territories. If they refuse to submit to the Tianyan Empire, then we shall show no mercy. From this moment forth, any force that dares to obstruct the expansion of the Tianyan Empire shall face death. Dongfang Yuan reiterated. He had not forgotten that to receive rewards from the system, expanding the empire's prestige was essential. Yes, Wang Tianyu did not waste words. With the emperor sending a Zhan Shunwei to assist him, he had no reason to doubt his success. The strongest among the first-rate forces was merely at the mid-level of the Fa Xiong realm, and with peak Fa Xiong realm experts at his side, victory was assured. 3 days later, ding! Congratulations, host. The prestige of the Tianyan Empire has increased by 120, bringing the current prestige to 1320. The reward package has been sent. In his chamber, Dongfang Yuan suddenly received this notification from the system regarding the increase. Calculating the time, it appeared Wang Tianyu had successfully resolved the situation. Hence the rise in prestige. System, open the reward package. Without hesitation, Dongfang Yuan opened the reward package. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Grade 5 Enlightenment Pill X1, a Semi-Holy Level Protective Formation X1, and the War God Vaping X1. War God Vaping. Dongfang Yuan felt a surge of bewilderment. Just as he pondered whether the War God Vaping was indeed the figure he envisioned in his mind, the rewards were promptly bestowed upon him. Whoosh! In an instant, a pill appeared in Dongfang Yuan's hand, accompanied by a miniature protective formation resting in his palm. Furthermore, a figure clad in silver-white armor, wielding a demon-slaying sword materialized before him. With sharp brows and a noble countenance, his piercing eyes radiated a chilling aura of superiority. Goodness, it is truly General Faping. Dongfang Yuan was taken aback, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpected summoning of General Faping by the system. Faping at your service. Faping, summoned by the system, exhibited complete loyalty to Dongfang Yuan and immediately bowed before him. There is no need for excessive formalities, General. Please rise. Dongfang Yuan promptly gestured. System. Display Faping's information panel. Name. Faping. Treasures. Celestial silver armor. Demon-slaying sword. Talent. Boundless. Physique. Indomitable divine body. Destiny luck value. 98. Cultivation realm. 9 heavens a celestial sovereign. Upon comprehending Faping's information, Dongfang Yuan was utterly elated, unable to suppress the exuberant smile that spread across his face, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The 9 heavens of celestial sovereign, merely a step away from semi-holy. Moreover, with such formidable talent, Faping's combat prowess at the same realm would undoubtedly be astounding. With him by his side, the forces capable of resisting the advance of the Tianyan dynasty in the northern region had significantly diminished. Dongfang Yuan felt a surge of excitement, and then turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. Grade 5 Enlightenment Pill. Consuming it at the peak of the Dharma phase can allow one to break through to the celestial sovereign realm with no side effects. Semi-holy level Protective Formation can withstand attacks from semi-holy level and below. After understanding these 2 items, Dongfang Yuan felt immensely satisfied. The Protective Formation, common among major dominating forces, now belonged to the Tianyan dynasty, and with Faping at the 9 heavens of celestial sovereign, their ascension to a dominating force was no longer far-fetched. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yuan devised a new plan. He arranged the protective formation within the Tianyan Imperial Palace and conferred the title of National Protector General upon Faping, appointing him to guard the Tianyan Imperial Palace. As for himself, leveraging his cultivation at the celestial sovereign realm, he departed from the Tianyan dynasty under the cover of night, heading towards the Dreaming Emperor dynasty. Within the palace of the Dreaming Emperor dynasty, in the chamber of the 3rd princess, Princess Xiao Qingli sat gracefully in a resplendent blue gown. Her ethereal beauty was captivating, with flawless skin and a figure of exquisite curves that exuded unparalleled allure. Yet at this moment, an icy aura surrounded Xiao Qingli, akin to a snow-capped beauty, deterring any approach. Within her beautiful eyes flickered a hint of coldness. Unexpectedly, upon the awakening of my memories, I am immediately confronted with such events. Dreaming Emperor Dynasty. You truly are audacious. A glimmer of pure murderous intent and fury shone in Xiao Qingli's eyes. As the 3rd princess of the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty, she had only just realized her identity after the complete restoration of her memories. Chapter 8. Empress of the 9 Hells. Her name is Xiao Qingli, titled Empress of the 9 Hells, the sovereign of the Sea of 9 Hells, and once the master of a sacred river, undeniably a peerless empress. However, due to a catastrophic event, she nearly perished, and in a moment of desperation, she expended all her soul power to transport a fragment of her primary soul along with her entire memory to this world, successfully taking over the body of a newborn girl who shared her name in the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty. She was reborn. Yet, due to the severe injuries to her soul, her memories only awakened after 20 years, leading her to believe she was merely Xiao Qingli. At this moment, when she thought of the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty, it was filled with overwhelming hatred, desiring nothing more than to see the emperor of the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty meet a gruesome end. It turned out that she had recently learned that the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty had successfully enlisted the Blood Shadow Pavilion to conspire and ambush the Tianyan Emperor, using her, Xiao Qingli, as bait. The emperor of the Dreaming Emperor Dynasty promised the Blood Shadow Pavilion that if they successfully killed the Tianyan Emperor, Xiao Qingli would be handed over to them to unite with the pavilion's young master, Guan Xingyu. Young master Guan Xingyu had become notorious throughout the northern region, infamous for his depravity and insatiable desires, with liaisons with 10 women merely a daily occurrence. Handing Xiao Qingli over to him was akin to delivering a lamb to a lion's den. Xiao Tianding could not possibly be ignorant of this. Xiao Tianding, Xiao Junshin. Once this empress regains her power in 10 years, I will make you both pay dearly. Xiao Qingli's eyes now brimmed with murderous intent. The name Xiao Junshin referred to the younger brother of the emperor, Xiao Tianding, equally a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Dharma phase. The immediate priority was to vacate this troublesome place. Xiao Tianding was currently leading troops to assault Tianyan and had no time to spare for her. This was the perfect opportunity. Xiao Qingli resolved that her current cultivation was insufficient and she would first retreat, armed with her innate talent and the memories of her past life as an empress. She was confident that she would break through to the celestial sovereign realm in no time. At that point, it would be time to settle scores with Xiao Tianding and others. Rising from her bed, Xiao Qingli swiftly gathered her belongings. As she approached the door, a thought struck her. With the old thief absent and Xiao Junshin currently unguarded against me, why not seize the opportunity to plunder before I leave? With this resolution, Xiao Qingli steeled her resolve and made her way to the treasury of the Dreaming Emperor dynasty. Having once been the empress of the Nine Hells, she had little regard for the treasures within the Dreaming Emperor dynasty's treasury. Yet that was in the past. Now, with her cultivation at merely the pinnacle of the Earth Profound realm, she was too weak to be of any use. The items within the treasury were still of great significance to her. Meanwhile, as Xiao Qingli stealthily infiltrated the treasury to gather resources from the Dreaming Emperor dynasty, Dongfang Yuan had arrived at the palace of the Dreaming Emperor dynasty, appearing directly above its grand expanse. His figure was unmasked, donning a dragon robe that billowed in the wind, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the Dreaming Emperor Palace. Xiao Tianding could never have anticipated that. While leading his forces to conquer the Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan intended to steal from him. Insolence! How dare you trespass into the palace of my Dreaming Emperor dynasty? Do you seek to court death? The moment Dongfang Yuan's figure appeared within the palace, it immediately alerted the powerful guardians of the Dreaming Emperor dynasty. A multitude of armored guards emerged, surrounding Dongfang Yuan in a tight formation. Additionally, 7 or 8 formidable figures at the Dharma phase ascended from various locations within the palace. Standing in the void, their auras locking onto Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan cast his gaze forward and quickly discerned 2 figures at the forefront. A robust, middle-aged man clad in a python robe, exuding the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm, appeared to be none other than Chun Wang Xiao Junshin. Beside him stood an elderly figure in a simple robe, equally possessing the peak prowess of the Fa Xiang realm. Dongfang Yuan held a suspicion that this elder was not affiliated with the Demeng Huang Chao. Who are you? Daring to intrude upon the imperial palace of my Demeng Huang Chao in broad daylight? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you shall not leave today. Xiao Junshin bellowed from the center of the firmament, directing his inquiry at Dongfang Yuan. My intention today was never to depart, and my purpose is quite straightforward, to annihilate your Demeng Huang Chao. Dongfang Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance, seeking death. Upon perceiving Dongfang Yuan's provocative words, Xiao Junshin immediately launched an attack, his palm striking forth to unleash a colossal imprint, reminiscent of a cloud, hurtling towards Dongfang Yuan. Yet in the next moment, that immense palm print was effortlessly dispelled by a mere flick of Dongfang Yuan's hand, dissipating into nothingness. What? How can someone so young possess such strength? The dragon robe? Who on earth are you? Witnessing his offensive so easily thwarted, Xiao Junshin was left in utter disbelief, while the elder beside him furrowed his brow, equally astonished. As Xiao Junshin began to regard Dongfang Yuan with newfound seriousness, he recognized the dragon robe adorning him, a garment reserved for those of extraordinary status, leading to a surge of confusion regarding Dongfang Yuan's identity. I am Tianyan Huangjun, Dongfang Yuan, he stated with an indifferent tone. The worthless prince of the Tianyan Huangchao, Dongfang Yuan. Impossible. Xiao Junshin was struck with shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. Ah, truly wise individuals often rise with unexpected brilliance. It is unwise to flaunt one's potential before it is fully realized. Dongfang Yuan remarked casually, advancing steadily forward. Have you been pretending all along? Xiao Junshin's mind raced with terror, a shiver running down his spine. To have mastered the art of patience and restraint at such a young age, bearing the title of a worthless prince while enduring the scorn of others, Dongfang Yuan was indeed the most prodigious talent of the Tianyan Huangchao. The elder's expression mirrored his shock, his pupils narrowing sharply. Could it be that the Dongfang Yuan of the Tianyan Empire was truly this monstrous, surpassing even his brother with the supreme bone? These doubts flooded the elder's mind, fixing his gaze intently upon Dongfang Yuan. Attack! All of you kill him! Realizing Dongfang Yuan's gaze was upon him, Xiao Jun Chun abruptly commanded, summoning thousands of elite guards to assail Dongfang Yuan. Kill! Additionally, 5 other Fa Xiang realm experts joined the fray, all powerful defenders of the imperial palace. They each conjured formidable forces, surging towards Dongfang Yuan with lethal intent. The air erupted with resounding booms as immense blades, stretching for thousands of meters, descended like thunder, while countless meteor-like flames ignited the sky, turning it a fierce crimson as they rained down like meteorites. Toxic clouds coalesced above, forming a dense mist that enveloped the surroundings. Various divine techniques emerged in a cacophony of power as the Fa Xiang realm experts unleashed their might upon Dongfang Yuan. As Dongfang Yuan surveyed the onslaught converging upon him, his expression remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. You've gathered quite the crowd for me. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Chapter 9. The might of Dongfang Yuan at that moment, as all attention focused on him. Dongfang Yuan made his move. He raised his right hand slowly, unleashing an unparalleled pressure of the Tianzun realm that swept forth like a tsunami, erupting in all directions with overwhelming force. Dongfang Yuan held nothing back, his Tianzun power radiating like holy light, enveloping all of Demeng Huang Chao's members in an instant. Consequently, the assault from the Fa Xiang realm were utterly crushed under Dongfang Yuan's oppressive might. The sounds of devastation echoed as the elite guards of Demeng Huang Chao and the Fa Xiang realm experts found their faces contorted in horror, succumbing to the overwhelming force. Unable to withstand such immense power, both their souls and bodies erupted in the firmament, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Now, the only survivors in the vast expanse, aside from Dongfang Yuan, were Xiao Junshun and the elder at the peak of the Fa Xiang realm. Xiao Junshun stood frozen in shock, his expression petrified, as disbelief and terror washed over him. All perished. His comrade from the Demeng Huang Chao had been annihilated by Dongfang Yuan's oppressive force. The most crucial aspect, the realm of this young man. Tianzun. A Tianzun in his 20s? What kind of absurdity is this? Never in the annals of history in the northern region had such a prodigy emerged. As Xiao Junshun grappled with his astonishment, Dongfang Yuan approached leisurely. Regaining his composure, Xiao Junshun stammered in panic, Dongfang Yuan, you cannot kill me. My Demeng Huang Chao has allied with Fun Tiandao. Should you dare to harm me, my royal brother will not spare you. Fun Tiandao was also among the top-tier powers of the northern region, its influence and heritage surpassing that of Demeng Huang Chao. With both Fun Tiandao and Xue Yinglu boasting Tianzun guardians, Fun Tiandao was undoubtedly a formidable presence among the elite forces of the northern region. Oh, Fun Tiandao, it seems you are affiliated with them. Dongfang Yuan halted his steps, casting a glance at the elder nearby. The elder, trembling yet gaining clarity, misinterpreted Dongfang Yuan's pause as fear of Fun Tiandao. Indeed, I am the third elder of Fun Tiandao, Sai Linmu, the elder declared, introducing himself. Dongfang Yuan nodded, a smile forming as he inquired. So, your Fun Tiandao is allied with the Meng Huang Chao? Indeed, we share a bond of mutual benefit and adversity, standing together in fortune and misfortune. On behalf of Fun Tiandao, I implore you to overlook this incident. If you depart now, I shall not pursue the matter. Sai Linmu engaged in a game of words with Dongfang Yuan. His lack of pursuit did not imply that Fun Tiandao would not hold him accountable. At present, he merely sought to preserve his life. From the face of a Tianzun, he dared not act with arrogance. However, to his surprise, Dongfang Yuan's power began to rise after hearing the response. If he is indeed an ally, then matters become much simpler. You, the Burning Heaven Island, shall meet the same fate as the Demeng dynasty. What? Sai Limu had yet to react when Dongfang Yuan unleashed a powerful palm strike, turning Sai Limu's body into a spectacular explosion, akin to fireworks. Crimson sparks, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood, erupted in the bright sky, creating a captivating scene. At this moment, Xiao Junshun was utterly horrified and without hesitation. He bit his tongue and employed a secret method to escape. Yet in the next instant, Dongfang Yuan extended his hand, and an invisible force gripped his throat, lifting him high into the air, his legs hanging straight as he hovered in the void. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Junshan's face flushed crimson, feeling as if his very soul were suffocating. Dongfang Yuan's power was far too domineering for him to withstand. Despite his desperate struggles, they bore no fruit. Ultimately, with a decisive force, Dongfang Yuan snapped Xiao Junshan's neck, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. After slaying these individuals, Dongfang Yuan spread his soul outward, soon enveloping the entire palace. Utilizing his celestial perception, he sought the whereabouts of the third princess, Xiao Qingli. However, he found it peculiar that Xiao Qingli was not in her chamber. Thus, he extended his soul's awareness throughout every corner of the palace. Finally, deep within the palace's treasury, Dongfang Yuan sensed Xiao Qingli's presence. Found you. A smile crept onto Dongfang Yuan's face. He pointed towards the treasury, and a force isolated it from the outside world, ensuring that even if the heavens were to collapse, those inside the treasury would feel no disturbance. Once the treasury was sealed off, Dongfang Yuan's presence became unrestrained. A terrifying pressure emanating from his celestial realm flooded every corner of the Tianyan imperial city, leading to a ruthless massacre of the officials and soldiers of the Tianyan dynasty. Chapter 10. Slaughter. A celestial realm powerhouse. How could our Tianyan dynasty attract such a formidable foe? The palace. It's the palace. The palace has collapsed. It is the god of death. The god of death is here. Run. Run. In an instant, all officials related to the Tianyan dynasty, along with their families, and the soldiers were brutally slaughtered. Dongfang Yuan manifested his celestial avatar, a towering figure 1,000 meters high, standing within the Tianyan palace, reducing it to rubble. He locked onto the officials within the city, unleashing a torrent of attacks akin to divine retribution that obliterated entire estates. The remaining 200,000 soldiers stationed in the city were utterly crushed by Dongfang Yuan's power, their bodies left in a grotesque state. Within the brief span of less than half a stick of incense, all officials and soldiers left behind in the Tianyan dynasty perished, with Dongfang Yuan leaving no survivors. The streets flowed with rivers of blood, and a thin mist of blood hung in the air, saturating even the air they breathed with an intense odor of carnage. Ordinary citizens, filled with terror, rushed into their homes, hoping to avoid being caught in the crossfire of divine conflict. Many were of weaker cultivation. Unable to withstand the wrath of a celestial realm giant, they could only cower in the shadows, praying for their safety. Though Dongfang Yuan was decisive and ruthless, he refrained from wanton slaughter of the innocent. Those who hid within their residences generally suffered no harm. Meanwhile, within the Tianyan treasury, Xiao Qingli was relentless. She had already secured over a dozen storage bags at her waist, filled with the treasures and resources of the Tianyan dynasty. The shells that once brimmed with riches now had 2/3 of their contents stripped away, as Xiao Qingli continued to stuff the remaining valuables into her spatial ring. How dare they use me as a bargaining chip, a mere avatar realm cultivator, utterly ignorant of the vastness of the world. Once I have pillaged all the resources of your Tianyan dynasty and dedicated myself to years of cultivation, the day I return will mark the demise of both the Tianyan dynasty and the Blood Shadow Pavilion. As she relentlessly gathered resources, her face bore a fierce determination. Within less than a tea's time, her spatial ring was completely filled. Looking back, she saw that the treasury was now nearly empty, with only 3 shelves left holding some ordinary spirit stones, elixirs, and spirit artifacts. All the precious spiritual materials had been claimed by Xiao Qingli. Almost there. These resources will sustain me for a decade. I can hardly wait to see the expression on that old thief's face when he returns to find his treasury emptied. The thought of Xiao Tianyang's furious, gritted teeth expression upon his return filled her heart with a morbid delight. After tidying up her haul, she headed towards the treasury's exit. As she opened the door, Xiao Qingli, laden with storage bags, stepped out cautiously. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, she was rendered utterly speechless. This Xiao Qingli stood frozen in disbelief. Could this truly be the palace? The once grand treasury now lay in ruins, with debris and devastation surrounding her, an utter contrast to the scene she encountered before entering. Standing amidst the wreckage, she frowned in confusion. What on earth has happened? I was only gone for less than half an hour. How could the Tianyan palace have transformed into this? Just as Xiao Qingli grappled with her bewilderment, a figure slowly approached from the side. Who? Xiao Qingli immediately became alert, turning sharply to face the newcomer. Dongfang Yuan halted before her, and one could not deny that he, once a figure of immense stature in the world, exuded an aura that surpassed countless women, not to mention his striking appearance. Upon seeing Xiao Qingli, Dongfang Yuan felt her distinct aura, a compelling attraction that stirred within him, and he silently mused. Xiao Qingli's beauty was unparalleled, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the Taming dynasty. Otherwise, how could the heir of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Guan Xingyu, be so infatuated with her? I am Dongfang Yuan, he replied with a slight smile after Xiao Qingli's wary inquiry. Dongfang Yuan? The crown prince of the Tianyan dynasty? How did you come to be here? Xiao Qingli's brows furrowed deeply. She had certainly heard of Dongfang Yuan, but she could not fathom how the crown prince of the Tianyan dynasty found himself within the Taming palace. What is the nature of the current situation before us? Allow me to clarify. I am now the sovereign of Tianyan, and the title of crown prince has long since passed. As for my unexpected presence here, there are two reasons. The first is to annihilate the dreaming dynasty, and the second is for you. Dongfang Yuan's tone exuded confidence as he spoke leisurely. Annihilate the dreaming dynasty, relying solely on you? Despite her confusion regarding the unfolding events, Xiao Qingli could not believe that merely Dongfang Yuan could bring down the dreaming dynasty. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a palpable aura of the celestial sovereign emanated from Dongfang Yuan, causing her visage to change dramatically. You are a celestial sovereign. The aura was undeniable, leaving no room for disbelief. However, she remained astounded, even questioning whether Dongfang Yuan had been possessed by someone else. After all, a celestial sovereign in their early 20s was an astonishing anomaly in the northern domain. With my celestial sovereign cultivation, extinguishing a dreaming dynasty should not pose a challenge, Dongfang Yuan remarked, spreading his arms with an indifferent smile. Then why seek me? I am also of the dreaming dynasty. Will you not slay me? Xiao Qingli's brow furrowed, sensing that Dongfang Yuan might possess knowledge beyond her understanding. Yet she hesitated to conclude. Chapter 11. Controlling the Nine Nether Empress. I seek you, of course, to bear my child, my beloved concubine, Dongfang Yuan said with a serious smile. Yet Xiao Qingli's expression darkened instantly, her countenance turning black as a storm cloud, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. My dear concubine, such a temper is ill-advised. Be wary of disrupting the balance of yin and yang. Dongfang Yuan teased nonchalantly upon witnessing her reaction. Scoundrel! Xiao Qingli's heart seethed with rage, her expression a tempest of fury. Once the revered Nine Nether Empress, she had stood atop the world, and now, being toyed with by Dongfang Yuan was an affront she could not bear. Nine Nether flash. Realizing she was no match for a celestial sovereign, she seized the moment while Dongfang Yuan blinked, executing her unique technique. Her figure transformed into 9 illusions, darting in different directions with blinding speed, covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Truly, as the former Nine Nether Empress, her speed at the peak of the earthly realm was unmatched in the entire northern domain. As Xiao Qingli attempted to escape, Dongfang Yuan remained unperturbed, marveling at her speed. Yet he slowly extended his palm, flipping it over as a powerful suction force erupted, resembling a black hole. In an instant, Xiao Qingli's 9 illusions were drawn back. Break! With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the 8 illusions, leaving only her true self, which he ensnared with an embrace, suppressing her power. Leaning closer to her collarbone, he inhaled lightly, exclaiming, "What a delightful scent! Scoundrel! You, a celestial sovereign, dare to bully a mere earthly realm cultivator? Do you not fear ridicule should word of this spread?" Xiao Qingli's unwillingness radiated anger and despair. Bound by Dongfang Yuan's grip, her strength rendered useless, she lamented her fate, questioning the heavens for allowing her to encounter such a predicament so soon after awakening her memories. Ridicule? Ha! I'm a sovereign of Tianyan. Who would dare mock me? I would extinguish them, Dongfang Yuan declared. As for you, my beloved concubine, you are no mere cultivator, the reincarnation of the former empress. You once stood at the pinnacle of the world. Such a woman is worthy of being the mother of my child. He cupped her chin, leaning close to whisper in her ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli trembled, astonished. You have discerned my origins, she thought, shocked to find someone in this small northern domain capable of uncovering her past as the empress. This revelation left her shaken, recognizing Dongfang Yuan's extraordinary nature. Since you are aware of my identity, let us negotiate. If you release me, I can bestow upon you the imperial elixirs, imperial weapons, and supreme imperial scriptures, all in exchange for my freedom. After regaining her composure, her expression hardened, exuding the regal demeanor of a proud swan, embodying the dignity of her former self as empress. Yet, Dongfang Yuan shook his head. Regrettably, I have no interest in imperial scriptures. My true interest lies in you. Xiao Qingli's fury intensified, nearly overwhelming her. Dongfang Yuan, you must understand the consequences of angering an empress, she warned, unable to restrain her indignation. Do not forget, even if you were once an empress, you must obediently bear my child. As he spoke, his large, rough hand struck her leg with force. The sound echoed through the ruins. Dongfang Yuan, do not give me the opportunity. Otherwise, I shall surely kill you. Xiao Qingli's cheeks flushed, whether from rage or embarrassment, she could not tell. Dongfang Yuan, however, dismissed her threats. Though Xiao Qingli was the reincarnation of an empress, her rapid cultivation could not surpass his. Presently, he stood as a celestial sovereign of the first layer. Yet his true combat power could rival that of a celestial sovereign of the seventh layer. Such a leap in talent was unprecedented. As for her current animosity, Dongfang Yuan paid it no heed. Their relationship had yet to develop, and thus lacked any emotional bond. Given time to coexist, her hatred would naturally transform into affection. Oh, still daring to insult me? It seems I must teach you a lesson, he declared, conjuring a branch in his hand. He flipped Xiao Qingli over, suppressing her, and began to strike her calves with the branch. The sound of the branch slicing through the air and connecting with her skin was incessant. Ah, Dongfang Yuan, you shameless scoundrel. I will. Xiao Qingli was on the verge of tears, her face flushed with anger, gritting her teeth as she glared fiercely at Dongfang Yuan. Although the branch posed no real harm, it ignited a surge of humiliation within her, reaching its peak. Once a female sovereign, she commanded respect from all living beings in the world. Yet, at this moment, she found herself subjected to relentless blows from Dongfang Yuan, wielding a branch, enduring humiliation beyond measure. How could her heart possibly reconcile with such indignity? After receiving a thorough lesson from the branch, Dongfang Yuan's hand grew sore from the exertion, while Xiao Qingli's gaze remained fixed upon him, brimming with intense hatred. However, in contrast to her previous demeanor, she had grown eerily quiet, her eyes still aflame with resentment. Dongfang Yuan harbored no doubts. Should Xiao Qingli find a chance, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Very well, my beloved consort. Since you have no objections, we shall take our leave. Trust me, becoming my woman will be the most splendid event of your life, Dongfang Yuan said, loosening her restraints as he spoke gently. Xiao Qingli stood rigid, her gaze still filled with venomous fury. She did not flee, for she understood the futility of such an attempt. After a moment, she spoke with a tone laced with animosity. Fine, do not let me find the opportunity, or I shall ensure you pay dearly. With that, she crossed her arms defiantly, her expression dark as she turned her face away, ignoring Dongfang Yuan. This display evoked a sense of endearment in Dongfang Yuan. The regal female sovereign, reborn, displayed a petulance reminiscent of a young girl. All right, let us depart, he remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand, and they vanished amidst the ruins of the Taming Empire. 3 days later, news arrived from the border battlefield. The ruler of the Taming Empire, Xiao Tianding, along with his army of over 1 million, met a gruesome fate beneath the iron hooves of the Tianyan Empire. It was said that this battle was led by the foremost power in the Tianyan Empire, the left chancellor, with the Grand Marshal Tai Poyan assisting, pitted against the elite forces of the Taming Empire. Just as the battle reached a pivotal moment, 3 warriors clad in golden armor appeared on the Tianyan side. Armed with dragon-slaying swords, they charged across the battlefield like deities of death, vanquishing all before them. Xiao Tianding, the monarch of the Taming Empire, was pierced thrice by their blades, ultimately meeting his demise as one of them severed his head, leaving him dismembered. 5 days later, a notification resounded in Dongfang Yuan's mind while he was in his chambers. Following the demise of Xiao Tianding and his cohort, the 3 God-slain guards, along with the left chancellor, took full control of the territories once held by the Taming Empire. Consequently, The prestige of the Tianyan Empire surged by 500 points. "Do not touch me, bastard! You wretched turtle! Get away from me!" At that moment, distracted by the system's notification, Dongfang Yuan was kicked away by Xiao Qingli. With a face twisted in disgust, she retreated frantically, wiping her mouth as if to rid herself of a foul taste. Her gaze towards Dongfang Yuan was a tumult of disdain and humiliation. Over the past few days, she had suffered incessantly at his hands. Though only a brief span had passed, to Xiao Qingli, each moment felt like an eternity, each second a torment. "This scoundrel is nothing but a beast." After being kicked away, Dongfang Yuan licked his lips. "My beloved consort, your struggles only heighten my excitement. You fiend, you repulse me. If you dare lay a finger on me again, beware of my self-detonation. I shall take you down with me." Xiao Qingli, cornered, threatened him while leaning against the wall. To her surprise, Dongfang Yuan did not advance upon her. Instead, he took a seat. Without hesitation, he commanded inwardly, "System, open the reward package." Notification: "Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 years of cultivation, 1 heart of Jiuyu, 30 Tian Fa pills, 10 4th-grade enlightenment pills, 5 5th-grade enlightenment pills, 10 shadow guards, and 10 golden armor guards." The system's voice echoed. Subsequently, the 2,000 years of cultivation were directly infused into Dongfang Yuan. His aura gradually intensified, and his cultivation level surged. He progressed from a second heaven of the celestial sovereign realm to the 5th heaven, where his growth finally plateaued. Witnessing this, Xiao Qingli was utterly astonished. She beheld Dongfang Yuan's cultivation leap from the 1st to the 5th heaven of the celestial sovereign realm. The swiftness of his advancement was unparalleled in her experience. Could he be a formidable being? Was his power sealed by some force? Upon unsealing, would his true strength be revealed? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly discern her past as an emperor? His identity was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Qingli scrutinized Dongfang Yuan, her mind racing with speculation. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuan remained oblivious to her thoughts. He felt the surge of power coursing through him. Although his cultivation was at the 5th heaven of the celestial sovereign realm, he sensed that his true combat prowess exceeded the boundaries of that realm. Even General Faping would not stand as his equal now. Having a system is truly advantageous. It feels like riding a rocket, with breakthroughs occurring at lightning speed. Dongfang Yuan mused, content with his progress, and began examining the descriptions of the pills. Tian Fa pill. Consuming it at the Xiaoyao realm allows direct advancement to the law manifestation realm without any side effects. 4th-grade enlightenment pill. Consuming it at the early stages of the law manifestation realm enables a leap to the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, also with no side effects. 5th-grade enlightenment pill. Consuming it at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm allows a breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm, again without side effects. After reviewing the descriptions, he waved his hand, summoning all the pills into his grasp. Xiao Qingli's gaze was drawn to them. Tian Fa pills and enlightenment pills. How is this possible? In such a small place as the North region, alchemists capable of producing pills of 4th grade or higher are exceedingly rare. How could this fellow possess so many Tian Fa pills? Xiao Qingli's expression reflected her astonishment. A spark of curiosity ignited within her. His abilities were so extraordinary that she couldn't help but wonder, could he also be a renowned alchemist? At that moment, Dongfang Yuan surveyed the pills in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. 30 Tian Fa pills could potentially yield 30 law manifestation realm experts for the Tianyan Empire. Additionally, with the 10 4th-grade enlightenment pills and the 6 5th-grade enlightenment pills he had previously acquired, he could cultivate 10 pinnacle law manifestation realm experts and 6 celestial sovereign realm masters for his empire. Dongfang Yuan stored the pills away, and soon after, 10 shadow guards and 10 golden armored guards materialized within the room. We pay our respects to our master. 20 figures knelt on one knee, bowing in homage to Dongfang Yuan. Xiao Qingli was utterly startled by the sudden appearance of 20 individuals, her supple form instinctively pressing against the wall as she fixed her serious gaze upon them. These figures emerged silently, without the slightest sound, and the most alarming aspect was the aura they exuded, all emanating from the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm. This revelation sent a tremor through Xiao Qingli's heart. What other hidden tactics and trump cards did Dongfang Yuan possess? Chapter 13. The Heart of Jiu. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan began to examine the information regarding the Shadow Guards and the Golden Armored Guards. All 20 individuals were of the peak level of the Fa Xiong realm, matching the prowess of the Zhansheng Guards. The Shadow Guards possessed a unique ability to conceal themselves within darkness, slipping into shadows with formidable stealth, making them natural assassins. The Golden Armored Guards, clad in golden armor, were characterized by their extraordinary defensive capabilities. When 10 of them united, they could form the Golden Armor Formation, a setup so formidable that even a powerful being of the second tier of the Tianzun realm would find it challenging to breach. After reviewing this information, Dongfang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. You may withdraw for now. Yes, master. Immediately, the 20 figures vanished from the palace. Xiao Qingli observed everything, her expression still clouded with confusion. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan produced the final reward, the Heart of Jiu. A star-shaped, purple-hued heart of Jiu materialized in his palm. Heart of Jiu, an indispensable treasure for the evolution of the Jiu divine body into an immortal body. For one possessing the Jiu divine body, the Heart of Jiu is priceless, holding absolute allure. Moreover, for those who cultivate the power of Jiu, acquiring the Heart of Jiu will significantly enhance their strength, leading to a qualitative transformation. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Dongfang Yuan realized that the Heart of Jiu held little utility for him. However, the Heart of Jiu, how can this be? You actually possess the Heart of Jiu. Before Dongfang Yuan could respond, Xiao Qingli, her eyes wide with shock, exclaimed upon seeing the Heart of Jiu in his hand. She fixated on the heart, her pupils brimming with an insatiable desire. It was the Heart of Jiu. Even at her peak, acquiring the heart would have been a coveted treasure worth fighting for. In the past, had she possessed a Heart of Jiu, her divine body could have evolved, transforming directly into the Jiu immortal body. With such a transformation, she would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat in that battle. Yet, Xiao Qingli found it perplexing. The Heart of Jiu was an exceedingly rare treasure in her world, one she had sought tirelessly for thousands of years without a trace. How had Dongfang Yuan come by it? Dongfang Yuan smiled. The system was indeed in perfect harmony with his needs, providing him precisely what he lacked. Seeing Xiao Qingli's eyes light up upon glimpsing the Heart of Jiu, he couldn't help but chuckle. Now, I have you completely in my grasp. With a gentle smile, Dongfang Yuan said, Indeed, beloved consort, this is the Heart of Jiu. I know your constitution is the Jiu divine body, and you must greatly require this heart. Thus, I intend to gift it to you as a token of engagement. Xiao Qingli's expression shifted in disbelief. Gift it to me? This scoundrel actually intends to give me the Heart of Jiu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This lecher cannot be so benevolent as to bestow such a treasure upon me. A sense of caution surged within her. She frowned and questioned, What trickery are you plotting? Villain? If you dare to deceive me further, I shall self-destruct and take you down with me. Dongfang Yuan, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, Beloved consort, why do you speak thus? Do I need ulterior motives to give gifts to my own woman? Though the Heart of Jiu is indeed invaluable in my eyes, even its worth pales in comparison to a single strand of your hair. With sincerity etched upon his face, he extended the Heart of Jiu towards Xiao Qingli. As she accepted the Heart of Jiu and confirmed its authenticity, her expression turned to one of stunned disbelief. What was this scoundrel truly up to? He really was gifting her the Heart of Jiu. Could it be that he was sincere in his affections? No way. He was a notorious lecher, a beastly rogue. How could someone like him utter a word of truth? Yet, if he did not harbor genuine feelings for her, why would he offer her the Heart of Jiu? If he intended to blackmail her, she might have been forced to yield in light of its value. But he had not done so. He had simply given it to her. In that moment, Dongfang Yuan's earnestness left Xiao Qingli's heart in disarray. Though she had once been an empress, standing atop the world, she had never truly experienced romantic entanglements. While her guard was typically high, it was built upon the actions of those who sought to harm her. Yet, at this moment, Dongfang Yuan's approach was one of pure sincerity, stirring her heart in ways she had never anticipated. Could this fellow truly be sincere? As Xiao Qingli pondered, Dongfang Yuan noticed her dazed expression and approached her gently. Before she could react, he stood before her, their faces mere inches apart, and she did not retreat in fear. Dongfang Yuan leaned in, and just as Xiao Qingli braced for a kiss, he unexpectedly whispered softly in her ear, "Beloved consort, you may merge with the heart of Jiuyu within this palace. I must attend to some pressing matters." With a subtle smile on his face, he did not touch her but turned and departed. In her place, Xiao Qingli felt her cheeks and earlobes flush a deep crimson, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within her. Once she regained her senses, she shook her head, attempting to dispel her thoughts. "Xiao Qingli, what are you thinking? You are the Jiuyu Empress, a cosmic giant who once commanded a sacred river. How could you be entrapped by such a man?" After she chastised herself, her gaze fell upon the heart of Jiuyu in her hand, and her mental defenses began to waver once more. After leaving the palace, Dongfang Yuan summoned his ministers to convene in the Grand Hall. A gentle smile graced his face, for he understood that he was not far from fully capturing Xiao Qingli's heart. Whether she was an empress or a queen, ultimately, she was still a woman. Faced with her inherent vulnerability against his formidable strength and profound background, combined with her subconscious attraction to power and a touch of sincerity, it was a lethal combination for any woman. Chapter 14. Elevating the Dynasty. Within the Grand Hall of the Tianyan Dynasty. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan sat majestically at the highest point, while all the civil and military officials of the Tianyan Dynasty stood in neat rows below. For members of the Zhan Xinwei stood behind Dongfang Yuan, alongside General Feiping, who occupied a prominent position in the front row, together with the left chancellor. After seizing the territory of the Great Dream Dynasty, they had returned directly to the capital. At this moment, the head of Xiao Tianding was displayed prominently on the table before Dongfang Yuan. The annihilation of the Great Dream Dynasty and the beheading of Xiao Tianding could be seen as a partial retribution for my father's death. However, two forces still remained, Xiaoyu Jian and Shuang Lu, neither of which would escape unscathed. Tianyuan, convey this emperor's decree. Hang Xiao Tianding's head high on the walls of the imperial city, so that those forces may witness the fate of those who dare to offend Tianyan. Dongfang Yuan commanded immediately. "Yes, your majesty." Tianyuan promptly stepped forward and departed the grand hall with the severed head. This battle not only obliterated the Great Dream Dynasty, but also demonstrated the might of the Tianyan Dynasty to many forces in the northern region. Nevertheless, with the current strength of the dynasty, it remained insufficient to eradicate Shui, Lu and dominate the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Thus, I have resolved to enhance the overall strength of the Tianyan Dynasty. Only an indomitable foundation can allow the Tianyan Dynasty to resound across the 5 continents. Dongfang Yuan stated with solemnity. "Your Majesty, how do you intend to strengthen the dynasty?" The left chancellor inquired. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Yuan summoned 3 5th-grade Wudao Dan, 10 4th-grade Wudao Dan, and 30 Tianfa Dan, all contained within 3 transparent vials, suspended in mid-air within the Grand Hall. The fragrant aroma of the pills wafted from the vials, invigorating all the officials present. Grand Marshal Tai Poyan was particularly astonished, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, could these be the legendary Wudao Dan and Tianfa Dan?" Indeed, 30 Tianfa Dan are sufficient to produce 30 Law Manifestation Realm cultivators within our dynasty. The 10 4th-grade Wudao Dan will enable 10 of our Law Manifestation Realm cultivators to break through to the pinnacle of the Law Manifestation Realm. As for the 3 5th-grade Wudao Dan, Left Chancellor and Grand Marshal Tai, each of you and Tianyu Wang shall have one. After reaching the pinnacle of the Law Manifestation Realm, you can directly advance to the Celestial Sovereign level. However, there is a 20% chance of failure with the Wudao Dan, so I hope you will not disappoint me, Dongfang Yuan explained with an indifferent expression. The Left Chancellor and Tai Poyan, along with the others, felt a surge of excitement as their eyes gleamed with fervor. 5th grade Wudao Dan. Even a dominant power like Feng Yun Zone possesses very few of these. Who would have expected that His Majesty would present 3 of them to them? Moreover, there were so many 4th grade Wudao Dan and Tianfa Dan. How did His Majesty acquire them? Could it be that he secretly recruited a top-tier alchemist? However, such questions became secondary, as their greatest joy lay in the fact that these Wudao Dan would be used on them, allowing them to directly break through to the Celestial Sovereign Realm. The Celestial Sovereign Realm. That was the pinnacle they had longed for. Yes, please rest assured, Your Majesty. We shall not fail your expectations. The left chancellor and Tai Poyan exclaimed, their faces radiating exhilaration as they bowed in gratitude. Good. As for the remaining Tianfa Dan and some 4th grade Wudao Dan, Left Chancellor, please take charge of their distribution. Dongfang Yuan instructed once more. I shall obey your command. Your Majesty, we are grateful for your generous grace. Both the Left Chancellor and the entire court performed a deep bow towards Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan then ordered that once the Left Chancellor and others had made all necessary arrangements, they could focus on their breakthroughs. Once they had all successfully advanced, it would be time for the Tianyan dynasty to settle accounts with the forces like Shuang Lu. After the officials had withdrawn, Tian Yuan returned to seek out Dongfang Yuan regarding certain matters. In a secluded chamber, Dongfang Yuan led Tian Yuan inside, with General Faping seated beside him. Tian Yuan, what other matters do you wish to discuss? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, I have something to convey and also wish to remind you. Tian Yuan replied respectfully. A reminder for this emperor? Speak freely, what is it? Dongfang Yuan responded with an unperturbed demeanor. Your Majesty, now that our Tianyan dynasty has obliterated the Great Dream dynasty and displayed formidable strength, it is likely that the dominant powers in the northern region will not regard us lightly. However, should we proceed to annihilate Shuang Lu and Xieyudian, it might draw the attention of those dominant forces. They will not permit the emergence of a power that could threaten their positions. If the Tianyan dynasty attracts their notice, it would not bode well for us. Thus, I wish to advise your Majesty that if we are unable to confront those dominant forces directly, it would be wiser to conserve our strength until we are sufficiently powerful to rise and dominate the northern region. After hearing Tian Yuan's words, Dongfang Yuan had to concede that he had indeed thought this through. He was considering the well-being of the Tianyan dynasty. Tian Yuan, I understand your perspective. However, I can also assure you that sooner or later, our Tianyan dynasty will clash with those dominant forces. At that time, they will either submit or face annihilation. No power can obstruct the pace of our Tianyan dynasty's unification of the northern region. Furthermore, take Fengyun Zong for instance. When Dongfang Xian's master emerges from seclusion and learns of his disciple's death, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. This is inevitable. As for when we truly confront them, I can assure you, the Tianyan dynasty shall not fall. Dongfang Yuan spoke earnestly to Tian Yuan. Seeing that Dongfang Yuan had indeed considered these matters, Tian Yuan maintained a demeanor of confidence. As a sovereign, if he possessed such conviction, what need had he, as a subordinate, to hesitate? I understand, Tian Yuan replied resolutely. The Great Dream dynasty met a devastating end at the hands of the Tianyan dynasty, its palace reduced to ruins by a celestial sovereign expert, and Xiao Tianding's head hung outside the walls of the dying imperial city. These events caused quite a stir throughout the northern region. Chapter 15. The Young Master of Shuang Lu. It was astonishing that such a vast empire as the Great Dream dynasty could be annihilated in such a short time. Moreover, the head of Xiao Tianding now hung on the walls of the Tianyan imperial city, a truly tragic sight. It was rumored that a celestial sovereign expert personally descended upon the Great Dream Palace, slaughtering King Chun and the officials left behind. And even the elder of the Burning Heaven Island met a grim fate at the hands of this celestial sovereign. The fact that the Tianyan dynasty could enlist the aid of a celestial sovereign expert was indeed shocking. However, it must be noted that the Tianyan dynasty's concealment of its power was remarkably profound. It was said that Xiao Tianding was slain by the combined efforts of 3 peak law manifestation realm cultivators from the Tianyan dynasty, with the left chancellor included. The Tianyan dynasty now possessed 4 peak law manifestation realm experts. It was said that the current emperor was Dongfang Yuan, which was rather peculiar. How had Dongfang Xian not seized power from him? This indicated that Dongfang Yuan likely had a peak law manifestation realm expert supporting him from behind. Presently, many forces and martial artists in the northern region were discussing the downfall of the Great Dream dynasty and the hidden strength of the Tianyan dynasty. The external speculation suggested that the celestial sovereign expert who descended upon the Great Dream Palace was brought in at great cost by the Tianyan dynasty. After all, if the Tianyan dynasty possessed a powerful figure of the Tianzhuan realm, the Daming dynasty would naturally not dare to act recklessly, let alone consider invading them. At this moment, in a mysterious location within the Northern Territory, there exists a place reminiscent of an underground world, surrounded by numerous pavilions and several brightly colored palaces. Shadows clad in crimson attire traverse between the pavilions, comprising individuals of all ages and genders. From their attire, it becomes evident that they are all members of Shui Yingluo. This place is indeed the legendary headquarters of Shui Yingluo. As the largest assassin force in the Northern Territory, the location of their headquarters is exceedingly enigmatic. Aside from those within Shui Yingluo, all others who have learned of its whereabouts have met their demise. At this time, within a grand hall, a slender, somewhat pallid young man sits in a chair, exuding an aura of sickness. This individual is none other than Guan Xingyu, the young master of Shui Yingluo. His ashen complexion suggests he is not ailing from severe illness or injury, but rather from excessive strain. Opposite him sit several middle-aged men, among whom the one at the center bears a striking resemblance to Guan Xingyu. He is Guan Zhiyun, the leader of Shui Yingluo. Father, is the intelligence accurate? Is there not a single survivor within the Daming Palace? Does this mean that my Xiao Qingli is also dead? Guan Xingyu inquires urgently. Huachan has confirmed that there are indeed no survivors. When a Tianzuan realm expert intervenes, survival is virtually impossible, Guan Zhiyun responds, slightly furrowing his brow. At this moment, he is perplexed about which Tianzuan expert is aiding the Tianyan dynasty. They have not a single clue regarding this matter. Damn it, how outrageous! Xiao Qingli is my most cherished treasure. I was so close to acquiring her in a few days, yet this calamity has befallen us. How infuriating! Guan Xingyu exclaims, his face contorted with rage. Xingyu, if Xiao Qingli has perished, then so be it. She was merely a vessel for absorbing Yuan. Once Uncle Yu finds you a few suitable alternatives, all will be well, remarks a portly man with an amiable appearance, who is none other than Namanyu, the deputy leader of Shui Yingluo, second only to Guan Zhiyun. Alas, what a pity! Xiao Qingli is renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Daming dynasty. Her Yuan would have been rich and plentiful. Her death is indeed a regrettable loss. Guan Xingyu sighs deeply, his anger subsiding slightly, replaced by a sense of lament. By the way, leader, I have heard that the third elder of Fintian Island also perished within the Daming Palace. The third elder had a profound relationship with the island's master, having grown up as blood brothers. Now that Sai Limu is dead, I have learned that the master of Fintian Island has already placed the blame squarely on the Tianyan dynasty. They have dispatched individuals to collaborate with Xie Yuedian, and I believe further actions will soon follow, Namanyu says, first smiling at Guan Xingyu, then turning to Guan Zhiyun. Guan Zhiyun contemplates. The Daming dynasty has allied with our Shui Yingluo and Xie Yuedian to orchestrate the assassination of the previous emperor of the Tianyan dynasty. We have established a deep-seated enmity with the Tianyan dynasty that cannot be resolved. Even if the worthless Dongfang Yuan ascends to the throne, he will inevitably seek vengeance for his father. Hence, the Tianyan dynasty cannot be allowed to remain. Namanyu concurs, stating, Leader, Xiubai has just recently broken through to the Tianzuan realm. Otherwise, we could have sent him to Tianyan Royal City. If Xie Yuedian and Fintian Island fail, Xiubai's strength will be sufficient to cover for us. Xiubai ranks second among the elite assassins of Shui Yingluo, a veritable king of assassination. Guan Zhiyun ponders briefly before nodding. Very well, let Xiubai proceed. He merely needs to infiltrate the royal palace and eliminate Dongfang Yuan or Zhuoxuanqi. When the Tianyan dynasty descends into chaos, other forces will undoubtedly seize the opportunity for a share of the spoils. Excellent. I shall relay the message to him immediately. Meanwhile, within Xie Yuedian, the main hall hosts a gathering of the master of Xie Yuedian, Jiang Baisheng, and the island master of Fintian Island, Yuan Tianzong. Accompanied by senior members of both factions, they are evidently deliberating strategies to confront the Tianyan dynasty. Brother Jiang, while the depths of the Tianyan dynasty remain unclear, Dongfang Yuan is undoubtedly a fool. Given this situation, I believe we should send a few individuals to infiltrate the Tianyan palace and assassinate Dongfang Yuan. By utilizing his death, we can gauge the veracity of the Tianyan dynasty's facade. If the Tianzuan expert who attacked the Daming Palace was indeed someone they hired at great expense, then we need not hold back any longer. We should rally our forces and eradicate the Tianyan dynasty. As for the resources of the Tianyan dynasty, we shall divide them equally between our two factions. What say you? Proposes Yuan Tianzong, the robust and towering island master of Fintian Island. Though eager for revenge, he remains composed. Regardless, They must ascertain the connection of the Tianzuan expert who struck at the Dongfang dynasty to the Tianyan dynasty, or whether their relationship is merely opportunistic. Listening to Yuan Tianzong's words, Jiang Baixing contemplates carefully before finally nodding. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Brother Yuan. Zhang Bai, you shall personally visit the Dongfang dynasty to investigate the palace's true nature. Zhang Bai, seated beside Jiang Baisheng, is the deputy leader of Xie Yuedian, at the pinnacle of the Faxiang realm, just a half step away from the Tianzuan realm. Good, I shall take my leave at once, Zhang Bai responds promptly. Tian Xiong and Xin Yuan, you two will accompany deputy leader Zhang to the Tianyan dynasty to probe for the truth, Yuan Tianzong instructs. The two he mentions, Lei Tianxiong and Bu Xin Yuan, are the first and second elders of Fintian Island, both at the pinnacle of the Faxiang realm, part of the island's core leadership, with 3 experts at the pinnacle of the Faxiang realm heading to the Tianyan dynasty. Should they confirm the absence of a Tianzuan realm guardian, it would be the moment for their 2 factions to annihilate the Tianyan dynasty. In the private chamber of Dongfang Yuan, he enters to find Xiao Qingli seated serenely upon his dragon bed, her eyes closed. It has been 2 days since she began refining the Jiuyoji Xin, and he anticipates her progress. My beloved, how fares your refinement? Dongfang Yuan approaches her, a gentle smile gracing his face. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Qingli slowly opens her eyes, revealing pupils that have turned violet due to the effects of the Jiuyoji Xin. Her aura has significantly intensified, her cultivation level soaring to the pinnacle of the Tianshuan realm, an entire realm higher. At this moment, Xiao Qingli opened her eyes and gazed at the approaching Dongfang Yuan, her expression somewhat complex. Thank you, beloved consort. I have long stated that even the Jiuyo heart, no matter how magnificent, cannot compare to a single strand of your dark hair. Moreover, between you and me, is there really a need for gratitude? Dongfang Yuan directly sat beside Xiao Qingli, drawing close to her. Noticing that she no longer held any aversion towards him, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, holding her tightly. A man's demeanor can be both generous and domineering, depending on the circumstance. Although Xiao Qingli slightly furrowed her brow in unfamiliarity with his embrace, she did not voice any objections. Why are you so kind to me? The Jiuyo heart is a treasure of unparalleled worth. Though I was once the empress, I am now merely a minor warrior. You have no reason to treat me this way, Xiao Qingli inquired with a somewhat aloof expression. Over the past few days, she had sorted through her chaotic feelings. If Dongfang Yuan were to gift her the Jiuyo heart merely to possess her, the price would indeed be excessively high. Seeing her contemplation, a faint smile graced Dongfang Yuan's face as he replied, Beloved consort, would you prefer to hear the truth or a fabrication? Xiao Qingli, puzzled, asked, What distinguishes the truth from a fabrication? The fabrication is that we are a match made in heaven. A perfect pair, Dongfang Yuan chuckled. And the truth? Xiao Qingli pressed. Dongfang Yuan's smile gradually faded, his expression shifting to earnestness as he gazed deeply into her eyes. Beloved consort, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. My feelings run deep and are impossible to extricate myself from. I wish to keep you by my side, not only as the mother of my future children, but also as a partner to assist in my grand endeavors. Gifting you the Jiuyo heart, as I mentioned before, holds no value compared to your every glance and smile in my eyes. Most importantly, I desire for you to fall in love with me. After all, while I could forcefully claim you, I disdain such methods. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. If I were to admit to having ulterior motives, it would merely be a desire for your heart. My love for you is akin to a gentle breeze nourishing the rain, ceaseless and enduring. Beloved consort, do you comprehend my intentions? Dongfang Yuan's sudden and heartfelt confession, coupled with his deeply affectionate demeanor, struck a profound chord within Xiao Qingli. Witnessing his earnest feelings, she fell into a contemplative silence. Very well. You wish for me to willingly become your woman, do you? After a moment's reflection, Xiao Qingli finally spoke. That is my utmost desire, Dongfang Yuan replied earnestly. In that case, I can acquiesce to you. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. Only upon fulfilling these 3 conditions will I permit you to touch me, Xiao Qingli stated with a serious demeanor after careful consideration. Very well, speak your terms. Dongfang Yuan replied with a calm smile. The first condition is that the young master of the Blood Shadow Pavilion harbors ill intentions towards me. I require you to destroy the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Xiao Qingli proposed. Not a problem, beloved consort. Even without your request, I would have annihilated the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Their collusion with the Shiyue Palace and their involvement in my father's demise places them firmly on my list of targets. Dongfang Yuan readily agreed to the first condition. The second condition involves the refinement of a medicinal pill. I have located numerous materials within the treasury of the Tianyan Empire, but I am currently missing two key ingredients, the Tianyan 9-leaf grass and the Yeyue crystal. I need your assistance in acquiring these items, Xiao Qingli articulated. Dongfang Yuan pondered for a moment regarding her second condition. The Tianyan 9-leaf grass and Yue crystal were indeed rare spiritual items in the northern region. Yet they were not entirely extinct. As long as they still existed, he would find a way to obtain them. Very well, I shall fulfill this second condition as well. Dongfang Yuan responded promptly. Having heard this, Xiao Qingli's face flushed slightly, and after a moment of forced composure, she articulated her final condition. As for the third condition, regardless of how many concubines you choose to take in the future, I shall not interfere or impose any restrictions upon you. My only stipulation is that I must be the foremost among them. Dongfang Yuan was taken aback by her third condition, momentarily unable to believe his ears. However, after a few seconds, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall agree to all three of your conditions. Beloved consort, once the first two conditions are fulfilled, I shall hold a grand ceremony to appoint you as the empress of the Tianyan Empire. How's that sound? Upon hearing the third condition, Dongfang Yuan realized that the Jiuyou Empress had begun to harbor some ambiguous feelings toward him. Xiao Qingli's cheeks flushed, yet she maintained her aloof demeanor, not verbally responding, but merely nodding slightly. Noticing this, Dongfang Yuan leaned closer as he brushed her hair back, just as she anticipated him to whisper in her ear again. He unexpectedly pressed his lips against her delicate and cool ones. Xiao Qingli's eyes widened in surprise, and her cheeks quickly warmed. However, in the next moment, Dongfang Yuan's figure vanished from the palace. His voice echoed from outside. I shall go fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to me. You may move freely within the palace without concern. Chapter 17. The Beast Forest. After departing from the inner palace, Dongfang Yuan summoned the left chancellor, Zhuoxuanqi. In a side hall, unlike Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan, who were striving to refine two enlightenment pills for a breakthrough, Zhuoxuanqi had successfully refined one enlightenment pill and directly ascended to the Tianzuan realm. Your Majesty, I wonder why you have summoned me? Zhuoxuanqi inquired, his face brimming with excitement. It was evident that his heart was still elated after reaching the coveted realm he had long desired. Left Chancellor, do you know where I might find the Tianyu 9-leaf grass and the Yeyue crystal? Dongfang Yuan inquired. He had previously searched the treasury of the Tianyan Empire, but found neither item, indicating that they were not present there. The Tianyu 9-leaf grass and the Yeyue crystal. Zhuoxuanqi began to recollect. These two items were indeed rare within the northern region, yet they had appeared thousands of years ago. Your Majesty, I recall that the Tianyu 9-leaf grass was obtained by the Fengyun sect 3,000 years ago. As for the Yue crystal, if my memory serves me correctly, it can be found in the Beast Forest. May I inquire if your Majesty seeks these items for the purpose of refining a particular pill? Zhuoxuanqi asked curiously. Indeed, but it is not for me to refine. The Fengyun sect and the Beast Forest happen to be interconnected. Although the Fengyun sect has not posed a threat to us thus far, an encounter is inevitable in the future. As for the Beast Forest, Dongfang Yuan sat back in contemplation. The Fengyun sect and the Beast Forest were both dominant forces within the northern region, with their highest authorities being at the pinnacle of the Tianzuan realm, possessing profound backgrounds. The Beast Forest, in particular, was unique, as it was not a human force, but a realm of magical beasts. The vast expanse of the Wanshou Lin is inhabited solely by extraordinarily powerful demonic beasts, thus earning its name. As for the Fengyun sect, let's not dwell on it. We will inevitably confront them in due time, and conversing with them is merely a futile endeavor. When the moment arrives, we shall seize what we desire directly. At this juncture, Dongfang Yuan is contemplating, stroking his chin. Below, the left minister listens to Dongfang Yuan's words, feeling a tremor of apprehension within. Indeed, His Majesty's approach to matters bears no resemblance to any of the emperors of the Tianyan dynasty throughout its history. The sovereigns of the past have always adhered to principles of reason and virtue, repaying kindness with kindness. In stark contrast, His Majesty seems to embrace a philosophy of might. seizing opportunities without hesitation, akin to certain nefarious factions. Furthermore, he has recently noticed an influx of peak-level practitioners within the palace, some clad in ninja garb and others adorned in golden armor, each radiating an aura comparable to that of the Zhanshan Wei, a force not to be underestimated. The left minister speculates that these individuals might be the elite assassins secretly trained by His Majesty. The means employed by His Majesty are indeed unfathomable and shrouded in mystery. Could it be that the Tianyan dynasty is destined to become a villain in the future? This thought arises within the left minister's mind. As he contemplates, Dongfang Yuan has already come to a decision. It is not prudent to make too many enemies while our foundation is still fragile. Left minister, here is the plan. You shall personally venture to the Wanshou Lin, taking this with you to exchange for the Yi Yujing. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Yuan conjures a pill before the left minister. A 5th rank Wu Dao Dan. Your Majesty, would this not be somewhat disadvantageous? The left minister gazes at the floating pill, unable to hide his concern. The value of a 5th rank Wu Dao Dan is exceedingly precious throughout the entire northern region, especially in this era where alchemists and artifact masters are in short supply. A 5th rank Wu Dao Dan is sufficient to entice high-ranking officials of dominant forces. The worth of a Yi Yujing, however, pales in comparison to that of a 5th rank Wu Dao Dan, considering that this pill can facilitate a breakthrough to the Tianzun realm. Although the value of the 5th rank Wu Dao Dan surpasses that of the Yi Yujing, Dongfang Yuan is surprisingly unconcerned. With 3 remaining in his possession, offering 1 poses no significant loss. It is inconsequential. Presenting this pill will demonstrate our sincerity. Very well. You may depart and be swift in your return. Dongfang Yuan gestures, signaling the left minister to take his leave. Understood, Your Majesty. The left minister, seeing this, refrains from saying more. He stows the 5th rank Wu Dao Dan and turns to exit the Grand Hall. 2 days later, in Tianyan Imperial City, Zhang Bai, Lei Tianxiong, and Bu Sun Yuan have arrived at their destination. Here is the plan, Brother Tianxiong. Once night falls, you and I shall enter the palace together. After ascertaining the true state of the Tianyan dynasty, should an opportunity present itself, we will directly sever Dongfang Yuan's head, thereby plunging the palace into chaos. Brother Sun Yuan, you shall remain outside the palace walls to assist us, preventing any unforeseen circumstances. What do you both think? The deputy master of the Xieyu Hall, Zhang Bai, articulates slowly. Lei Tianxiong and Bu Sun Yuan exchange glances and nod in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed as per Brother Zhang's arrangement. If there are no Tianzun realm practitioners stationed within the Tianyan dynasty, we will eliminate Dongfang Yuan, causing turmoil in the dynasty, allowing us to escape. Upon our return, we shall consolidate our disciples and obliterate the Tianyan dynasty. The trio firmly agrees on their course of action, ready to infiltrate the palace under the cover of night. In the deep of night, amidst a moonless sky, the city is shrouded in darkness, serving as the signal for Zhang Bai and his companions to act. Bu Sun Yuan adheres to the plan, remaining outside the palace walls, while Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong suppress their auras, concealing themselves in the shadows as they swiftly navigate towards the inner palace. As they traverse a corridor, they evade the gaze of patrolling guards and lean against the wall. Suddenly, a pair of eyes flickers open in the darkness, and Lei Tianxiong feels a chill run down his spine, turning abruptly to inquire, Who? Chapter 18, A Face of Confusion. Upon turning, Lei Tianxiong discovers nothing but an expanse of shadow behind him. Brother Lei, what troubles you? Zhang Bai asks, puzzled by his companion's demeanor. I felt as though someone was watching me, an unsettling sensation. Lei Tianxiong replies, scanning the surroundings with furrowed brows. Zhang Bai scrutinizes the area and remarks, You must be imagining things. There is no one here. Lei Tianxiong, perplexed, recalls the sudden chill on his back, as if a pair of eyes had been observing him from the darkness, yet now it has vanished. Perhaps you are right. Let us proceed, he concedes, feeling somewhat relieved. The two resume their journey deeper into the palace. Meanwhile, in a side hall of the palace, Dongfang Yuan sits, and a shadow guard reports, Master, 2 peak-level practitioners have stealthily infiltrated the palace under cover of night with ill intentions. Should we suppress them immediately? The eyes that Lei Tianxiong sensed earlier belong to this shadow guard. Their concealment techniques are exceptionally potent, particularly in the darkness of night. If they do not wish to be discovered, Even those of the same realm would find it challenging to detect them. Oh, two peak-level practitioners? Dongfang Yuan's face reveals a hint of amusement. His spiritual power expands, enveloping the entire palace, for he is now at the 5th level of the Tianzun realm. Indeed, in a hidden corner of the palace, he locates Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong. There's also an aura present, remarkably, a Tianzun realm level. It seems a significant intruder has entered. Dongfang Yuan's expression grows more amused as he detects yet another Tianzun realm presence elsewhere in the palace. Although well concealed, they are utterly exposed before Dongfang Yuan. Do not kill them just yet. Allow them to come closer. Additionally, inform General Faping that Tianzun realm intruder is to be handed over to him. Remember, do not eliminate them immediately. I want them alive. Dongfang Yuan instructs his subordinates. Yes, master. Echoes several voices in unison from the shadow guards hidden in the corners. 10 shadow guards serve as Dongfang Yuan's watchful eyes, unless someone far exceeds their level. It is nearly impossible for anyone to uncover their presence. Following Dongfang Yuan's orders, several shadow guards facilitate Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong's approach to the hall without hindrance. They find themselves leaning against the window, observing Dongfang Yuan alone as he reviews documents. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly? It appears there are indeed no Tianzun realm practitioners stationed within the Tianyan dynasty. Otherwise, we would have been detected long before reaching the inner palace. Triggering a significant commotion, Lei Tianxiong remarks, his expression relaxed. Having navigated without obstruction, they arrive at the palace front, clearly unnoticed. Otherwise, they would not have been able to place Dongfang Yuan in such peril. In light of the circumstances, let us act decisively. Eliminate Dongfang Yuan and immediately withdraw from the imperial city, Zhang Bai remarked with a casual smile. Very well, let us proceed. Lei Tianxiong decisively made his move, and together with Zhang Bai, they shattered the window and stormed into the hall. The overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the Fa Xiang realm emanated from them, their hands radiating with spiritual brilliance, containing a force capable of toppling mountains as they lunged towards Dongfang Yuan's neck. Perish! Lei Tianxiong scoffed disdainfully. Killing a worthless prince would be as effortless as crushing an ant. It required no significant effort on his part. Zhang Bai stood confidently in place, blocking the escape route, regarding Dongfang Yuan with disdain, unworthy of his effort. However, at that moment, Lei Tianxiong's hand was merely 3 inches from Dongfang Yuan's neck. Yet this seemingly trivial distance became insurmountable. It was as if an invisible force was protecting Dongfang Yuan, preventing Lei Tianxiong from advancing even a fraction further. How could this be? Lei Tianxiong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What in the world is happening? Why can't I reach him? Zhang Bai was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in circumstances. Can't even take down a worthless fool? What a joke. In the next instant, Zhang Bai rushed forward, concentrating his power into his fingertips, aimed at Dongfang Yuan's face. The result, however, mirrored Lei Tianxiong's predicament. His strength faltered 3 feet away, unable to penetrate. It was as if their hands were glued in place, rendering them incapable of escaping. How can this be? Zhang Bai trembled inwardly, swiftly realizing that the issue did not lie with them, but with Dongfang Yuan. This crafty individual was feigning weakness. Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. Closing the document in his hand, he lifted his gaze towards the two, a relaxed smile gracing his face. You are Zhang Bai, the vice master of the Xiaoyu Palace, and you are Lei Tianxiong, the Grand Elder of the Burning Sky Island. What brings you to my Tianyan Imperial Palace in the dead of night? Dongfang Yuan, how can you possess such power? Zhang Bai had no time for pleasantries. His eyes were wide with disbelief, perplexed by the source of this power emanating from Dongfang Yuan. Why? Why do you all assume that this emperor is weak? Can't you envision me as formidable? You come here at night, merely to witness the strength of my Tianyan dynasty. Since you desire it, I shall oblige. A glimmer ignited in Dongfang Yuan's eyes, and a surge of power erupted, sending Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong hurtling towards the center of the hall. Bang, bang, bang. As they regained their footing, a multitude of figures suddenly surrounded them. Shadow guards, golden armor guards, and over 20 peak Fa Xiang realm warriors enveloped them within the hall. Additionally, Iron Poyin and Wang Tianyu, having received the news, promptly blocked the entrance. The auras emanating from these individuals were unmasked, and the overwhelming presence of over 20 peak Fa Xiang realm warriors caused Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong to break into a cold sweat, their faces turning ashen. At the center, the auras of Wang Tianyu and Iron Poyan spread forth, the pressure of their Tianzuan realm cultivation sending shockwaves through Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong, their pupils dilating in disbelief at the scene before them. Iron Poyan and Shi Baitian, you both broke through to the Tianzuan realm? And these peak Fa Xiang warriors. How can this be possible? How can the Tianyan dynasty possess such depth? This is inconceivable. Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were on the brink of madness. The strength displayed by the Tianyan dynasty was utterly terrifying. With such a lineup in the northern region, aside from the dominant powers, no other forces would dare confront them head-on. Yet, they were perplexed, as these peak Fa Xiang warriors had never appeared before. All of them unfamiliar faces. Furthermore, Wang Tianyu and Iron Poyan had astonishingly reached the Tianzuan realm. This was an unfathomable development. The impact of the scene before them was overwhelming, leaving the two momentarily paralyzed with shock. Had they known the Tianyan dynasty possessed such formidable resources, they would never have dared to ally with the Dream Dynasty to plot against them. Outside the palace, on a rooftop, a cloaked figure concealed in darkness observed the unfolding events. Though distanced from the palace, his Tianzuan realm cultivation allowed him to discern everything occurring within the hall with clarity. Chapter 19. The Might of Fei Peng. How is this possible? How could the Tianyan dynasty have summoned so many powerful figures at once? The cloaked figure stared in astonishment at the situation within the palace, his face obscured, but his eyes revealed his profound shock. Moreover, this Dongfang Yuan appears to be a deeply concealed individual. For so long, the people of the northern region have been deceived by him, young yet possessing such extraordinary intellect. He is truly formidable. The cloaked figure's gaze remained fixed on Dongfang Yuan, as the series of events that transpired this night underscored his extraordinary nature. This place is no longer safe. Assassinating him is impossible. It is prudent to withdraw. The cloaked figure resolved to retreat for safety's sake. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly spotted a cold figure clad in silver armor standing before him, arms crossed, eyes fixed intently upon him. So you wish to leave after observing for so long? Such an opportunity is not so easily afforded. Fei Peng regarded the cloaked figure with indifference. The cloaked figure was taken aback. Truthfully, he had not sensed Fei Peng's presence behind him, nor did he know how long he had been watched. Fei Peng's aura was tightly restrained, leaving the cloaked figure unable to gauge his true strength. However, one thing was certain. The power of the individual before him surpassed his own. Su Bai had not anticipated that within the Tianyan palace, such hidden talents existed. Who are you? When did such a figure emerge within the Tianyan dynasty? Su Bai inquired cautiously, his eyes scanning for an escape route. A dear friend once said, "The dead need not remember my name." Fei Peng replied coldly, "I am of the Tianzuan realm, and so are you. Should a conflict arise, the entire palace would be laid to waste. How about this? Allow me to leave, and I shall guarantee that I will never step foot in Tianyan City again." Su Bai, recognizing the unfavorable circumstances, sought to leverage the palace to coerce Fei Peng into negotiation. Fei Peng listened to his words, and a hint of amusement flickered across his angular, cold expression. "You overestimate yourself. You are not worthy to spar with me." As soon as Fei Peng's words fell, an overwhelming pressure was unleashed, bearing down upon Su Bai. Su Bai immediately prepared to unleash his power in resistance. However, just as the oppressive force emanating from Fei Peng descended upon Su Bai, it felt as though an immense mountain had been forcefully thrust upon him, causing his knees to buckle and him to kneel instantaneously upon the ground. He was entirely crushed by this overwhelming pressure, rendering him utterly powerless, akin to a dimensional suppression. "I stated my intent to spar with you. You are far from worthy." Fei Peng remained motionless, having yet to make a move. Merely by releasing a sliver of his might, he had completely subdued Su Bai, leaving him without the capacity to resist. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed fourth assassin of Shuiying Lu, Su Bai, known as the king of assassins and ranked second among the gold medalists, would be brought to his knees by a mere hint of pressure, utterly immobilized? Why, you are at the pinnacle of Tianzuan realm. Spare me, senior. I understand my errors. Have mercy." At this moment, Su Bai trembled in terror, begging for mercy while prostrated on the ground. He had never experienced such fear before. However, upon personally feeling the overwhelming might of the ninth heaven of Tianzuan realm, he grasped the true essence of despair. The Tianzuan realm is distinct from the Fa-Xiang realm, which is categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. In contrast, the Tianzuan realm is divided into 9 heavens. Even the leader of their Shuiying Lu is merely at the 3rd heaven of Tianzuan realm. When faced with a powerhouse of the 9th heaven, even a 3rd heaven expert can only kneel and beg for mercy. Once a Tianzuan realm expert attains the 7th heaven or higher, each heaven represents a different level of strength. In the entire northern domain, those at the 9th heaven of Tianzuan realm number no more than a mere handful. Each an illustrious figure capable of shaking the very foundations of the northern domain with their mere stomp. At this moment, the Tianyan dynasty harbored one such pinnacle expert. Su Bai felt as though his heart would burst from sheer fright. He had not come to assassinate. He had come to court death. Meanwhile, the commotion in the side hall caught the attention of Xiao Qingli, who approached and witnessed Su Bai being suppressed by Faping. Upon learning of Faping's cultivation level, she was taken aback. The Tianyan dynasty was not only formidable due to Dongfang Yuan, others were equally impressive. The mere presence of a 9th heaven Tianzuan realm expert indicated that the Tianyan dynasty was on the brink of becoming a dominant force. Ignoring Su Bai's pleas for mercy, Faping remained indifferent. With the man subdued, all that remained was to await the emperor's summons. Xiao Qingli then made her way toward the crowd congregating in the side hall. Inside the main hall, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong stood in utter shock, their legs trembling. They genuinely regretted their decisions, wishing fervently to exclaim, "If your Tianyan dynasty possesses such depth, why not reveal it earlier? Had you done so, who would dare provoke you?" Their hearts brimmed with regret, especially considering that should they perish today, the Finshan Island and Shiyue Hall would remain oblivious to the Tianyan dynasty's profound strength. They were too fearful to contemplate what would come next. Chapter 20. Annihilation of 3. In that moment, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong stood rooted in horror, their legs feeling numb. It was not that they wished to flee, but they found themselves completely surrounded, unable to escape. Moreover, facing them were the Qianyu King and Tai Poyan, both formidable Tianzuan realm experts, leaving them utterly powerless and trapped in despair. Dongfang Yuan, today's incident is a misunderstanding. We are here to offer our sincerest apologies. Zhang Bai quickly signaled to Lei Tianxiong. Understanding the cue, Lei Tianxiong immediately chimed in, "Yes, yes. We truly came to apologize to you, Your Majesty. It seems there has been a misunderstanding." Hearing their words, Dongfang Yuan found them somewhat amusing. His expression shifted subtly as he resumed his seat, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe you are fools, or do you think I am? You sought to kill, only to realize your strength was insufficient, and now you wish to retreat unscathed? Why not simply find some random woman on the street to satisfy your desires? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences." Poyan, extract their souls. They were both high-ranking members of the Shiyue Hall and Finshan Island. Surely, they harbored some valuable information. Extract their souls and then execute them, draining every last vestige of their worth. Understood, Tai Poyan replied with unwavering determination. His expression turned cold as he unleashed the aura of a Tianzuan realm expert, forcefully suppressing Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong, advancing toward them. Extract their souls. Upon hearing this command, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong turned pale with fear. They exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a resolute decision. Their expressions hardening as they summoned every ounce of strength within, their bodies igniting with heat as if ready to explode. Before a Tianzuan realm expert, you shall not have the opportunity for self-detonation. Observing their intent to self-destruct, Tai Poyan scoffed. In a flash, he appeared before them, his hands mercilessly piercing through their bodies, shattering the power they had gathered. Splat! Blood gushed from their mouths simultaneously. However, in the next moment, a pair of bloodied hands withdrew from their bodies, pressing upon their crowns, a formidable force flooding into them, initiating the soul extraction. Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong emitted heart-wrenching screams, as if they were being fried in hot oil. Their horrific cries sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. Soul extraction is a torment upon one's very essence. Even if the victim survives, their soul is irrevocably damaged, potentially rendering them mentally incapacitated. Dongfang Yuan observed Tai Poyan conducting the soul extraction with an expression of calm indifference, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Before long, the extraction concluded. Their bodies crumpled, lifeless like two wretched worms, sprawled upon the cold ground. Your Majesty, there were 3 individuals in total. One remains outside the palace walls, the second elder of Finchin Island. Bu Yuan, who was responsible for extraction, hence did not enter the palace. I request permission to capture him alive, Tai Poyan respectfully stated. Dongfang Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, very well, go ahead. However, capturing him alive is unnecessary. He has lost his value. Just kill him. Subsequently, he ordered that the heads of these 3 be displayed upon the city walls of the imperial city, ensuring that Xiao Tianding would not feel so lonely. Understood. I shall comply, Tai Poyan responded. He then turned to leave the side hall, while Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were dragged away by 2 shadow guards. Enough. You may disperse. Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Yes, Your Majesty. The Tianyu King, along with the Zhan Shunwei and Jin Jiawei, also turned to leave the hall. After everyone had departed, Dongfang Yuan's gaze turned towards Xiao Qingli, who stood at the entrance of the hall. He smiled gently, my beloved. Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Xiao Qingli, with a calm demeanor, stepped inside and replied, given the commotion here, how could I possibly sleep? Are you not concerned for me, my dear? Dongfang Yuan teased with a chuckle. Rolling her eyes, Xiao Qingli chose not to respond. With a slight smile, Dongfang Yuan gestured, and a force drew Xiao Qingli to his side, allowing her to share his seat. He wrapped an arm around her and said, since you are here, let us meet tonight's most notable guest, the largest mouse of them all. General, bring him in. Once the jesting ceased, Dongfang Yuan adopted a serious demeanor. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the grand hall. Su Bai, his face obscured, was forcefully brought to his knees by Fei Peng's grip, a loud thud resonating as he collapsed onto the floor. The sound was accompanied by a distinct, crisp crack, leading Dongfang Yuan, through his experiences on Earth, to deduce that Su Bai's kneecap had shattered. Nevertheless, Su Bai, displaying remarkable fortitude, merely inhaled sharply, his body trembling but refraining from vocalizing his pain. Well done, General, Dongfang Yuan remarked. So, you're the one from Shuanglu? Though masked, Su Bai's eyes widened in shock. How do you know I am from Shuanglu? He asked, perplexed. Your agility and stealth techniques are exclusive to the assassins of Shuanglu. Moreover, your cultivation is at the first level of Tianzuan realm. As far as I know, apart from your leader, Guanji Yun, and deputy leader, Nan Minyu, the only other in that realm would be the first-ranked golden killer, Si Wugong. However, it is said that Si Wugong operates from a distance, so you cannot possibly be him, Dongfang Yuan analyzed objectively. Beside him, Xiao Qingli shared the same thoughts, suspecting Su Bai to be a former peak practitioner of the Fa Xiong realm who had recently ascended to the Tianzuan realm. Chapter 21. Your ruthlessness intrigues me. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's deductions, Su Bai could not help but sigh. The world believes you, Dongfang Yuan, to be a mere fool, the weakest ruler of the Tianyan dynasty. Little did they know, you manipulate the entire northern region effortlessly. Such intelligence at a young age is truly monstrous. Su Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized Dongfang Yuan's cunning and restraint, feeling a profound admiration as a killer. People mock my madness. I mock their inability to see through it. Now tell me, who are you? Dongfang Yuan asked indifferently. Su Bai, he replied. Dongfang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Ah, it is you, the second-ranked golden killer of Shuanglu. You have come tonight on your leader's orders to take my life, have you not? Su Bai did not deny it. Indeed, I was sent to claim your head and return with it. Yet, it is unfortunate that you shall lose your own life in the process, Dongfang Yuan continued. Having reached a point of utter despair, Su Bai did not intend to beg for mercy. Since joining Shuanglu, he had always operated independently, maintaining his dignity. Thus, even in death, he sought to die with honor. Interesting. Given this, do you wish to live? Dongfang Yuan asked with a subtle smile. Sitting beside him, Xiao Qingli began to perceive Dongfang Yuan's intentions. Su Bai, hearing these words, lifted his head. You won't kill me? Life is something to be fought for. Whether you live or die depends solely on you, Dongfang Yuan replied directly. Recognizing that Dongfang Yuan's kindness was conditional, Su Bai inquired, what do you want me to do? Quite simply, from now on, become mine, and you shall live, Dongfang Yuan stated. You wish for me to betray Shuang Lu? You seek the location of their headquarters for me? Su Bai pondered for a moment, realizing that this was the most valuable information he possessed for Dongfang Yuan. However, Dongfang Yuan shook his head. Indeed, I need to know the location of Shuang Lu, for it shall be eradicated. However, whether you are willing to divulge, it is of little consequence to me. I can simply extract the information directly from your soul. I know that every assassin in Shuang Lu possesses a restriction within their minds, which detonates if someone attempts to probe their souls. But do you really think that a peak Tianzuan realm expert would be deterred by such a minor restriction? Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, Su Bai understood the stakes. Indeed, should Fei Peng intervene, everything within his soul would be laid bare. Then why do you want me to submit to you? Su Bai finally asked. To kill is to also vanquish the heart. Now, it is time for you to make your choice. Enough chatter has transpired. I lack the patience for more. Dongfang Yuan said with increasing impatience. After much deliberation, Su Bai made his decision. Very well. I willingly submit to your majesty. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly, as Su Bai's choice had been anticipated. Given the resources of the Tianyan dynasty before him, it was evident which path was the wiser. Good. Since you are willing to submit to me, take this, Dongfang Yuan commanded as a black pill materialized before Su Bai. Su Bai accepted it, fully aware that this was a test from Dongfang Yuan. The pill acted as a control mechanism. Upon consumption, he would be bound to Dongfang Yuan. Nevertheless, after a few moments of contemplation, Su Bai swallowed it without hesitation. Ha ha! Very well, rise, Dongfang Yuan said, channeling a force that surged into Su Bai's knee, restoring it instantly. Su Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dongfang Yuan's power to be so formidable. His injuries had healed in an instant, rivaling even Fei Peng's abilities. Thank you, your majesty. Su Bai stood, removing the black cloth from his face, revealing an elderly visage, appearing to be in his 60s. With graying hair, Su Bai, regarding tonight's failed attack, I shall spread word that you were injured and fled. Your task is to return to Guanji and await my instructions. Dongfang Yuan outlined his intentions, issuing commands. Su Bai understood and clasped his fists in compliance. Yes, your majesty, I comprehend. One moment, I have something to instruct you. Xiao Qingli interjected unexpectedly. Su Bai regarded her with curiosity, unsure of her identity. Your majesty, who is this? This is the third princess of the former Meng dynasty, Xiao Qingli, and she shall be the future empress of Tianyan dynasty. Dongfang Yuan introduced without reservation. Upon learning of Xiao Qingli's identity, Su Bai was taken aback. It was known that Dongfang Yuan was the nemesis responsible for her father's demise. Yet now, she was destined to become the empress of Tianyan dynasty? It must be said that the world of the nobility is truly chaotic. It turns out to be the three princesses. I wonder what business the princess has for Su Bai. Please feel free to instruct him, Su Bai inquired respectfully. Upon your return to Shuang Lu, seek an opportunity to incapacitate Guan Xingyu and remove his lineage-carrying essence. I wish to make him suffer unto death. Xiao Qingli stated coldly. Hearing this, both Su Bai and Dongfang Yuan were taken aback. They were aware that Guan Xingyu had his designs on Xiao Qingli, yet they had not anticipated her to be so ruthless. Goodness, my beloved, how fierce you are. However, I find it quite appealing. Su Bai, did you hear that? You know what to do now, Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, embracing Xiao Qingli. Xiao Qingli crossed her arms and shot him a glare. Su Bai trembled inwardly. Both of them were indeed formidable individuals, each more sinister than the other. Yes, I understand, Su Bai replied. Does the princess require me to sever Guan Xingyu's essence and present it to her? Su Bai asked somewhat unthinkingly. Xiao Qingli's face darkened immediately. What would this princess want with that filthy object? Have you lost your mind? Yes. It was my folly. Please forgive me, princess. Su Bai cursed himself internally for his loose tongue. All right, you may go, Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, dismissing him. Yes. Su Bai promptly exited the hall. Chapter 22, The Qin Family. Oh my goodness. Look, how did 3 more heads appear hanging from the city wall? Heavens. Those are the vice leader of Xiaoyu Dian and the elder and second elder of Fun Tian Island. How could their heads also be displayed on the city wall? You haven't heard? Last night, these 3 launched a surprise attack on Tianyan Palace, but were slain by 2 celestial sovereigns within. Moreover, there was a killer from Shuang Lu, Su Bai, but he failed in his assassination and fled with injuries. What? The Tianyan dynasty truly has celestial sovereigns? and two of them. Goodness gracious, they are quite concealed. The following morning, the display of the heads of Lei, Tianxiong, and others hanging from the walls of Tianyan Imperial City sparked extensive discussion. Furthermore, the events of the previous night and the existence of two celestial sovereigns within the Tianyan dynasty quickly spread, causing quite a stir in the northern region. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shuang Lu, Su Bai returned, having sustained injuries, and reported the events of the previous night to Guanji Yun and Nan Minyu in a secluded chamber. You're saying that Tai Poyan and Shi Baitian have broken through to the celestial sovereign realm, and they injured you. Guanji Yun and Nan Minyu were both astounded by this revelation. After all, just a few months prior, Tai Poyan and Shi Baitian had appeared with only late-stage Dharma form realm cultivation. How could they have suddenly ascended to the celestial sovereign realm? It is absolutely true. My lord, the injuries I bear were inflicted by their combined assault. Moreover, that Dongfang Yuan is no simple character. He conceals his strength well, and his true power is considerable, having masked his capabilities with a foolish demeanor before the northern region. Su Bai reported earnestly, his pallor evident due to his injuries. This was a self-crafted narrative, for being wounded made his words more credible. What? Do you know what cultivation Dongfang Yuan possesses? Nan Minyu asked, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. I do not know. I was intercepted by Tai Poyan before I could engage him, Su Bai replied. At that moment, Su Bai's gaze inadvertently fell on Guan Xingyu, who was evidently just finished indulging, the heavy scent of rouge still lingering around him. Su Bai swallowed hard and quickly redirected his attention. According to Xiao Qingli's instructions, in the coming days, he would need to sever Guan Xingyu's essence. He would have to contemplate this carefully and seek an opportune moment. Poor Guan Xingyu was utterly unaware that his cherished artifact of seduction was soon to bid him farewell. All right, you may withdraw and find a secluded chamber to recuperate, Guan Jiyun decided after some contemplation. Yes, Su Bai promptly turned and exited. The Tianyan dynasty indeed seemed rather sinister. With Tai Poyan and Shi Baitian having reached the celestial sovereign realm, what is Wishwanchi? Surely, he hasn't also broken through. Guan Jiyun speculated with a sense of foreboding. From my observations, is highly likely. If we assume there are 3 celestial sovereigns among them, the situation could become quite troublesome, Nan Minyu said with a grave expression. Oh dear, father, Uncle Yu, why must you be so concerned? What if the Tianyan dynasty has 3 celestial sovereigns? In terms of foundation, our Shuang Lu can outmatch them by several streets. Moreover, our headquarters is exceedingly secretive. It is typically others who worry about us, not the other way around. In the northern region, even those hegemonic forces would struggle to locate our headquarters. You are overthinking this, Guan Xingyu remarked dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Clearly, he did not hold the Tianyan dynasty in high regard. Listening to his son, Guan Jiyun acknowledged that while there was some arrogance, it was not entirely unfounded. At that moment, a killer from Shuang Lu at the Dharma form realm entered abruptly. My lord, this is a letter from Xiaoyu Dian and Funtian Island, sent to Yin. Guan Jiyun took the letter and swiftly scanned its contents, then remarked, it seems these 2 families are quite resolute this time. The letter stated that they sought to form an alliance with Shuang Lu, planning to launch an offensive against the Tianyan dynasty and turn the tide in their favor, requesting that Shuang Lu send some elite assassins to assist them in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Nan Minyu's expression turned contemplative, and after a moment he said, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong have all been killed, which indicates that the Tianyan dynasty has celestial sovereigns in their midst. Given the current circumstances, how dare these 2 forces choose to engage in battle with the Tianyan dynasty? Do they perhaps have reinforcements? At this time, the gold-ranked killer interjected, by the way. My lord, there is another matter. Half a day ago, the elder of Xianqing Mountain, Shun Ningfa, visited Xiaoyu Dian. What they discussed remains unknown. Shun Ningfa? Upon hearing this name, Nan Minyu and Guan Jiyun exchanged puzzled glances. Xianqing Mountain is also a top-tier force in the northern region, possessing 2 celestial sovereigns. Their overall strength ranks just below that of Shuang Lu. However, Xianqing Mountain has traditionally refrained from meddling in the disputes among northern region factions. What could have prompted them to visit Xiaoyu Dian at this crucial juncture? At that moment, Guan Jiyun received another piece of news from a spy of Shuang Lu. Xianfeng Mountain has summoned its strong members, and powerful figures have already appeared near the Qian family, likely preparing to deal with them. This information caused Guan Jiyun's brow to furrow in confusion. Qianjia, one of the foremost powers in the North Domain, is rumored to have a young lady whose cultivation talent is rather lacking. Yet her beauty is remarkable. Some even say she is merely a decorative vase, a flower confined to the indoors, pleasing to the eye but lacking utility. However, the older generation of Qianjia is quite formidable, standing on par with Qianqing Shan in strength. Although the younger generation may not rival that of Qianqing Shan, the depth of Qianjia's legacy is profound, making it challenging for Qianqing Shan to easily manipulate them. It raises the question, why did the people of Qianqing Shan first visit the Xiaojujian and then prepare to deal with Qianjia? What could be the underlying circumstances? Speaking of Qianqing Shan and Qianjia, Nanmen Yu suddenly interjected with an ancient rumor. What rumor? Guan Jiyun and Guan Xingyu turned their gazes toward him, intrigued. Chapter 23. Treasure? Qian Xin Ro. There is a legend that 5,000 years ago, Qianqing Shan and the ancestors of Qianjia discovered an ancient relic containing a collection of rare and precious treasures. At that time, the two ancestors were unable to retrieve the treasures and thus concealed the entrance to the relic. To access this relic, one must possess two keys of the sun and moon. It is said that the ancestors of Qianjia and Qianqing Shan each took one key, intending for the descendants of both factions to unite and eventually retrieve the treasure from the relic together. However, the relationship between Qianjia and Qianqing Shan has subtly soured over time. I suspect one of the families may want to monopolize the treasure, leading to this rift. Nanmen Yu shared his insights and suspicions. Hearing this, Guan Jiyun and Guan Xingyu felt a stir of interest. What kind of treasure could cause such a rift between two once-allied factions? It must be extraordinarily precious. So, according to your perspective, could Qianqing Shan's engagement with Xiaojujian be aimed at dealing with Qianjia? Guan Jiyun questioned. There's a high possibility of that. Furthermore, I suspect their motives may involve a mutual exchange of interests. Xiaojujian and Funtian Dao could assist Qianqing Shan in annihilating Qianjia, while Qianqing Shan would successfully obtain the key. Afterward, Qianqing Shan could aid them in confronting the Tianyan dynasty, making it plausible for Jiang Baisheng and his group to launch a full-scale attack on the Tianyan dynasty with Qianqing Shan support. Nanmen Yu speculated astutely. Father, in that case, we in Blood Shadow Tower cannot remain idle. The treasure hidden by both Qianqing Shan and Qianjia must be immensely valuable. If we could obtain it, Guan Xingyu's eyes gleamed with unmasked greed. Guan Jiyun felt the same. It is said that like father, like son, Guan Jiyun's greed for the treasure was no less than that of Guan Xingyu. Given this, let's agree with Jiang Baisheng. You make the arrangements for 10 elite assassins to assist. Additionally, I will contact Si Wu Gong and have him personally intervene. Guan Jiyun commanded Nanmen Yu. Understood. Tower Master, Nanmen Yu replied, and promptly set about organizing the plan. Within Xiaojujian, Jiang Baisheng and Yuan Tianzong sat in the Grand Hall. With the alliance of Qianqing Shan and the dispatch of 10 elite assassins from Blood Shadow Tower to assist us, the demise of the Tianyan dynasty is assured. However, before we proceed, we must first pay a visit to Qianjia, Jiang Baisheng stated calmly. Despite the favorable situation, both of their moods were not particularly buoyant. After all, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were their right-hand men, having perished within the Tianyan dynasty. They would undoubtedly demand retribution for this betrayal. But why does Qianqing Shan seek to annihilate Qianjia? I have not heard of any grievances between the two factions. Yuan Tianzong questioned, puzzled. Clearly, from their conversation, it was evident that they were unaware of the enmity between Qianjia and Qianqing Shan, nor the existence of the treasures. The people of Qianqing Shan would never divulge such critical information to them. What does it matter? It is merely a cooperative arrangement. We assist them in eliminating Qianjia, and in return, they help us eradicate the Tianyan dynasty. No one owes anything to anyone. Jiang Baisheng dismissed the concern. He had only one thought. The demise of Dongfang Yuan and his faction must be ensured. Lord, all personnel have gathered. An elder from Xiaojujian announced at that moment. Excellent. In that case, embark on the ship and set sail. Jiang Baisheng immediately ordered. Subsequently, the members of Xiaojujian and Funtian Dao boarded their respective flying vessels, gathering their formidable forces and departed from Xiaojujian, heading south toward Qianjia. Tianlin City, a relatively large city in the North Domain, is where the ancestral palace of Qianjia is situated. Previously, the members of Qianjia had sensed impending danger, awakened the reclusive strong within their clan, and activated their protective array in preparation for the crisis. Meanwhile, the forces of Xianxin Shan had already arrived in the vicinity of Qianjia. However, their strategy was one of encirclement rather than direct assault. They were evidently waiting for something. Within the Qianjia estate, numerous high-ranking members gathered, most wearing grave expressions. The current situation was quite dire for them. Patriarch, ancestor. The people of Xianxin Shan are already encamped within 10 miles, and our scouts cannot enter or exit. We have no idea what is happening outside. However, based on the current circumstances, it appears that Shen Ning and the others have no intention of launching an attack. One elder of Qianjia spoke up. Seated at the forefront were two figures, an elder and a middle-aged man, both exuding an aura of power at the celestial sovereign level. They were Qianjia's ancestor, Qian Yinyan, and the family patriarch, Qian Jiuqiu. Xianxin Shan is merely after the two keys of the sun and moon, which is why they have gone to such lengths, the elder stated. Ancestor, since Xianxin Shan is being excessively aggressive, we need not concern ourselves with past friendships. If they seek a fight, let us oblige. Qianjia fears them not. Patriarch Qian Jiuqiu replied, somewhat angrily. Father, I believe that Xianxin Shan's actions are not so simple. If both parties were to engage in full-scale combat, they would undoubtedly face excruciating losses. Thus, I suspect they may have a backup plan. A graceful young woman in a flowing dress interjected. Her figure was enchanting with gentle curves, and her face bore only a hint of makeup, yet she radiated an air of elegance. Her tone was soft and her demeanor courteous, making her a vision of beauty. However, her only shortcoming was her cultivation level, which was merely at the qi gathering stage. This young lady was none other than Qianjia's current eldest daughter, Qian Xinzu. Despite her lack of high cultivation talent, she was by no means as useless as the outside world claims, possessing beauty alone. Her intellect is remarkably astute. She has assisted the head of the Qian family in devising strategies for numerous matters, earning her the reputation of being the brain behind the Qian clan. Therefore, despite her meager cultivation, Qian Shinro commands considerable respect within the family. Upon hearing Qian Shinro's words, Qian Jiuqiu fell into deep contemplation and then inquired, Ruer, what do you perceive their contingency plan to be? After pondering for a moment, Qian Shinro responded, perhaps they are collaborating with others. Recently, I have heard that the Tianyan dynasty has slain the deputy lord of the Shiyue Hall and two elders from the Fenchen Island. The three factions are now locked in a fierce struggle, and the strength demonstrated by the Tianyan dynasty is indeed quite enigmatic. If this is the case, it is highly likely that Zhuangqingshan is cooperating with them to achieve mutual benefit. They may first assist Zhuangqingshan in annihilating our Qian family to seize another Sun Moon key, and afterward, they would aid the Shiyue Hall in eradicating the Tianyan dynasty. This scenario could explain why Zhuangqingshan is currently encircling us without launching an attack. They are biding their time, waiting for the arrival of the Shiyue Hall and Fenchen Island forces. At that point, our Qian family would be utterly defenseless. Listening to Qian Shinro, the members of the Qian family suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this possibility was exceedingly high. If this were the case, matters could become quite troublesome. Ruer, do you have any methods to resolve our current predicament? Inquired the elder ancestor, Qian Yinyan. Qian Shinro replied, Elder ancestor, if Zhuangqingshan is truly collaborating with the Shiyue Hall, our only recourse would be to seek allies as they have. Seek allies? But where shall we find such allies? Questioned Qian Jiuqiu with evident concern. If they were to approach those dominant forces, they might not regard the Qian family with favor. Moreover, if they were to learn of the Sun Moon Key, they could very well betray them. Conversely, seeking small factions would be futile. They could not possibly contend with the likes of the Shiyue Hall, and attempting to collaborate with them would be a sheer waste of effort. The Tianyan dynasty. Interjected Qian Shinro. If we're to seek collaboration, the Tianyan dynasty would be the most suitable choice. After all, should the Shiyue Hall annihilate us, they will be next in line. The principle of mutual destruction should be clear to Dongfang Yuan. After a moment of reflection, Qian Jiuqiu nodded in agreement and resolved. Very well. Elder 3, you shall depart through the family's secret passage immediately and seek assistance from the Tianyan dynasty. If they present any conditions, As long as they are not excessively demanding, we shall comply. Understood, replied Elder 3 of the Qian family without hesitation. Subsequently, Elder 3 discreetly left Tianlin City via the secret passage, making his way to the Tianyan Imperial City. Meanwhile, in the northern region, within the depths of the Wanshou Forest, Yuanshou Forest are being excessively oppressive. Since you refuse to barter, return the 5th grade enlightenment pill to me. Zhou Xuanqi, having been unceremoniously expelled from the depths of the forest, bore visible injuries and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the Wanshou Forest, his face flushed with indignation. Ha, what? Out of respect for your status as a Tianzuan, we have spared you some dignity. Zhou Xuanqi, do not presume that just because you have transcended to the Tianzuan realm, you are on equal footing with me, old bear. If you are wise, you will leave quickly. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. At the entrance of the Wanshou Forest emerged a colossal black bear, towering several meters high, exuding an overwhelming beastly aura that instilled fear. The oppressive aura of a 3rd stage Tianzuan radiated from him, rendering Zhou Xuanqi unable to retaliate. Standing rooted in place, Zhou Xuanqi was filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Initially, he had come at the behest of Dongfang Yuan to negotiate for the Night Moon Crystal. At first, the inhabitants of the Wanshou Forest, recognizing his Tianzuan status, had treated him with corresponding respect. However, upon revealing the 5th grade enlightenment pill, the intoxicating aroma had ignited the greed of the Bear King, one of the 3 kings of the Wanshou Forest. They had no intention of exchanging the Night Moon Crystal. Consequently, Zhou Xuanqi found himself in a den of wolves. The enlightenment pill was snatched away, and he was summarily tossed out by the Bear King. Zhou Xuanqi had initially sought to engage them in conversation, incredulous that a sovereign force would resort to such banditry. Yet, he was unceremoniously ejected by the black bear, sustaining injuries in the process. He felt deeply aggrieved. The black bear before him was a subordinate of the Bear King, though only at the 3rd stage of Tianzuan. He was not an opponent Zhou Xuanqi could contend with at present. Very well, Wanshou Forest, your actions today will be remembered by the Tianyan dynasty. I trust you will not regret this in the future. Zhou Xuanqi declared solemnly, his expression grave. Ha ha, you Tianyan dynasty? You dare provoke me, Wanshou Forest? What a grand joke. Enough. The entrance of Wanshou Forest is not a place for beggars. Begone. Delay any longer, and you shall find it impossible to leave. The old bear slammed his massive paw, the force within capable of obliterating a mountain. Zhou Xuanqi ceased his words and transformed into a streak of light, departing swiftly. He vowed that the humiliation suffered today in the Wanshou Forest would be repaid tenfold in the future. The old bear, witnessing Zhou Xuanqi's hasty retreat, merely scoffed dismissively, disregarding him entirely. Little did he know that their actions today would bring calamity upon the Wanshou Forest. In the imperial palace of the Tianyan dynasty, one day later, a notification echoed in Dongfang Yuan's mind within his chamber. Detected, the Qian family of Tianlin City has a fated daughter, Qian Shinro, with a destiny fortune value of 93 points, possessing the Tianji divine body, unawakened, classified as low-grade aptitude. Another fated daughter? Dongfang Yuan mused, recalling the name Qian Shinro. He remembered her as the current young lady of the Qian family, rumored to be a mere decorative figure with no cultivation talent, remaining at the Qi gathering stage. Yet blessed with striking beauty, her elegance and poise, along with her amiable demeanor, had attracted numerous admirers despite her lack of cultivation prowess. Upon recognizing Qian Shinro's identity, Dongfang Yuan was astonished that such a seemingly talentless girl could be a fated daughter, and her fortune value was an astonishing 93 points, higher than that of the holy maiden Han Wanxiang of the Hahuan sect, and only 2 points shy of Shao Qingli. It seemed that the extraordinary fortune value was largely due to her unawakened Tianji divine body. Dongfang Yuan realized that the reason for Qian Shinro's exceptionally high fortune value, despite her ordinary low-grade aptitude, was indeed her unique physique. However, the Tianji Sheni was a concept he had never encountered, leaving him entirely ignorant of its significance and the means to awaken it. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Shao Qingli, who was immersed in her meditative practice. As if sensing his attention, Shao Qingli opened her eyes and met his gaze, saying, I have already mentioned that you must fulfill those 3 conditions before I can consider you as my beloved. I merely have a question for you. Look at where your thoughts have wandered. Since I've already made a promise, how could I possibly go back on my word? Dongfang Yuan replied, sternly upon noticing Xiao Qingli's misinterpretation. Oh, I am well aware of your true nature. Dongfang Yuan, Xiao Qingli thought to herself. My beloved, have you ever heard of the Tianji Sheni? Dongfang Yuan proceeded to inquire about the matter at hand. Tianji Sheni? Why do you ask about that? Xiao Qingli responded, somewhat puzzled. Out of curiosity. So, do you know anything about it? Dongfang Yuan replied dismissively. He was not yet ready to discuss the matter concerning Qian Shinro. Xiao Qingli did not pursue the matter further. Yes. As a former empress of the Nine Netherworlds, her knowledge far surpassed that of the current Dongfang Yuan. She was likely familiar with numerous divine bodies, not just the Tianji Sheni. Upon hearing Xiao Qingli's response, Dongfang Yuan pressed for more details. What abilities does the Tianji Sheni possess? The Tianji Sheni is a divinely bestowed physique that cannot be formed through postnatal means. It is only available to those with innate potential. However, even those with innate Tianji Sheni may remain dormant, making it difficult to discern. Unlike other divine bodies, this one requires external assistance to awaken. Otherwise, a common person with a Tianji Sheni might spend their entire life without awakening, wasting the powerful blessings of this divine physique. Xiao Qingli explained. After absorbing her explanation, Dongfang Yuan asked, what are the differences between an awakened and unawakened Tianji Sheni? Before awakening, the individual possessing this divine body will generally have average cultivation talent, yet they will exhibit a notably high intelligence and strategic acumen. Once awakened, their cultivation aptitude can reach unimaginable heights, with a training speed that is drastically superior to their previous state. Moreover, this is not even the most extraordinary aspect of the Tianji Sheni. After awakening, the individual's intellect can increase exponentially, often surpassing their previous capabilities by dozens or even hundreds of times. If one were to face such an opponent in a battle of wits, it would be akin to a death wish. An entirely awakened Tianji Sheni possesses an intelligence quotient that can far exceed that of the vast majority of people. This is the true terror of the Tianji Sheni. It can anticipate an opponent's next move based solely on its wisdom, allowing for preemptive responses. Xiao Qingli spoke with utmost seriousness, recalling how, several 100,000 years ago, a Tianji Sheni had emerged in her world. That individual, despite not reaching the imperial realm, was still revered as a great emperor due to their extraordinary strategies and wisdom. Even without achieving the imperial realm, many emperors were wary of her and refrained from provoking her, knowing that anyone who dared to do so would soon find themselves entangled in numerous troubles. While she could distance herself from the chaos. After hearing Xiao Qingli's thorough explanation, Dongfang Yuan grasped the true utility of the Tianji Sheni. If he could assist Qian Shinro in awakening her Tianji Sheni and keep her by his side as a strategist, it would indeed be a splendid choice. He envisioned a future where his harem included a Nine Netherworlds divine body to deal with external threats and a Tianji Sheni to provide counsel. A scenario he found exceedingly delightful. My beloved, do you know how to awaken the Tianji Sheni? Dongfang Yuan inquired, breaking free from his daydream. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli's inner thoughts began to take shape. She playfully responded, I know, but I won't tell you until you bring the Tianji Sheni before me. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan gently pinched Xiao Qingli's cheek, saying, My beloved, you are truly mischievous. Very well, since you are aware, I am relieved. Xiao Qingli had grown accustomed to such interactions. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace, reporting, Your Majesty. The third elder of the Qian family from Tianlin City has come to visit, stating that he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing the name of the third elder, Dongfang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. The system had just informed him that Qian Shinro was the destined daughter. How could it be that so soon after, the third elder of the Qian family had arrived? Was it mere coincidence? Enough, I understand. Bring him to the side hall to wait. Additionally, notify Marshal Tai and Wang Tianyu to come to the side hall as well. I have matters to discuss with them. Dongfang Yuan commanded. At present, the officials of the Tianyan dynasty had consumed the Tianfa Dan and Wudao Dan, and their enhancements were nearly complete. They were mostly emerging from their seclusion. Next, he needed to prepare to deal with the forces of Shiyue Palace and Bloodshadow Pavilion. There was no time to delay. His prestige needed to rise swiftly. After all, it was still too early for childbirth, and he had yet to settle into a state of rest. Thus, he could only seek to gain prestige to earn some rewards. Yes, your majesty. The person outside the palace responded hastily. Are you preparing to take action against Shiyue Palace? Xiao Qingli asked calmly. Indeed. I will first deal with the nuisances of Shiyue Palace and Finchin Island, and then eradicate Blood Shadow Pavilion, fulfilling the first condition you set. Dongfang Yuan replied. Very well, I shall take my leave. If you grow weary, my beloved, do take a moment to rest. Do not spend all your time in cultivation. Allow yourself some leisure. If you overexert yourself, I shall be quite distressed. His tone was gentle as he exited the palace. Chapter 26. Terms of cooperation at this moment. In a side hall of the Tianyan dynasty, Qian Gong, the third elder of the Qian family, had been waiting for some time. Additionally, Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu were also present in the hall, awaiting their turn. Upon seeing the two, Qian Gong felt a slight shock as he sensed the aura of the Tianzuan realm emanating from them. He had not expected that the Tianyan dynasty would possess two Tianzuan beings, namely, Marshal Tai and Wang Tianyu. How strange. Where's the left chancellor, Zhuo Xuanqi? Qian Gong pondered privately after greeting the two. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan's figure suddenly appeared at the high seat of the hall, taking his place. Greetings, your majesty. Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu both bowed respectfully. Qian Gong, third elder of the Qian family, pays his respects to Emperor Yuan. Qian Gong also slightly bowed, clasping his hands in greeting. No need for formalities, Elder Qian. May I inquire what brings you to the Tianyan dynasty? Dongfang Yuan asked directly. Emperor Yuan, I have come on behalf of my Qian family to sincerely discuss cooperation, Qian Gong stated. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation do you propose? Dongfang Yuan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. To be candid, our Qian family is currently besieged by the people of Xianqing Mountain, who have also allied with the Shiyue Palace and Fantian Island, planning to strike against us. Our family head suspects that these three forces have likely formed a complete alliance to first eradicate the Qian family before turning their swords towards Tianyan. Therefore, I have come here to discuss collaboration between our families to jointly confront the threats posed by Xianqing Mountain and Shiyue Palace. Qian Gong has elucidated the current situation and the associated stakes, informing Dongfang Yuan that should he choose to abandon the Qian family in their time of peril, it would inevitably lead to the united forces turning against the Tianyan dynasty. Upon hearing Qian Gong's words, Dongfang Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated the Qian family to be in such dire straits, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. If he were to leverage this situation to propose his own terms, it would be rather effortless. Qian Elder's implication was clear. He desired collaboration, specifically requesting the Tianyan dynasty to send troops to assist the Qian family. This is acceptable. However, I have one additional condition. Mere verbal agreements lack assurance. Therefore, I hope the Qian family can demonstrate some sincerity. I have long admired the eldest daughter of the Qian family, Qian Shinro, and have contemplated taking her as my consort. I wonder what the third elder thinks of this. Without hesitation, Dongfang Yuan directly presented his condition. The proposition of making the eldest daughter his consort left Qian Gong in a state of indecision. Prior to this, Qian Zhuqiu had advised him that as long as Dongfang Yuan's demands were not excessive, he could agree. Yet, with this particular condition, Qian Gong found himself at a loss. Your Majesty, this matter is somewhat difficult for me to decide. May I contact the family head for his decision? Qian Gong asked. Of course, please do. Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile. Immediately, Qian Gong produced a communication stone, sending a message through a secret technique of the Qian family to reach Qian Zhuqiu. At that moment, within the Qian family, the higher-ups were on high alert, while Qian Zhuqiu, Qian Shinro, and the family ancestor were gathered in a room discussing their next strategies. Suddenly, the communication stone at Qian Zhuqiu's waist lit up. Upon examining it, he furrowed his brow slightly. Dongfang Yuan has agreed to collaborate, but has proposed a condition. Qian Zhuqiu spoke. What condition? The family ancestor inquired. Qian Shinro's gaze was fixed on her father. He has expressed his long-standing admiration for you, my dear, and wishes to take you as his consort, thereby binding our two forces through marriage, Qian Zhuqiu explained, looking at his daughter. Qian Shinro's expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Dongfang Yuan would harbor such intentions towards her. Simultaneously, she felt perplexed. Her reputation in the northern region was not particularly favorable. Outsiders often deemed her merely a sheltered flower, pretty yet devoid of any utility. Why would Dongfang Yuan desire to take her, who was perceived as worthless, as his consort? Dongfang Yuan's past actions were rumored to be mere facades to conceal his extraordinary talents, patiently biding his time until the death of the Tianyan Emperor before revealing his true prowess. With such astuteness, how could he propose such a condition? Could it be that he has discerned the uniqueness within me? The family ancestors speculated. Qian Jiuqiu shook his head, declaring, as of now, we have yet to meet this individual, making it difficult to draw conclusions. Shinro, what is your perspective? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shinro replied, Father, let us agree to his condition. The Qian family situation cannot afford any further delay. Moreover, if we can indeed survive this calamity, then my marriage to Dongfang Yuan could forge a deeper alliance between our two factions. If he truly can command such a vast empire and hold power firmly in his grasp, he is undoubtedly not as simple as we perceive. Marrying such a man would not be a loss for me. In this brief span of time, Qian Shinro had thoroughly considered the implications and relations, ultimately making her choice. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further objections, Qian Jiuqiu said, promptly conveying Qian Shinro's decision through the communication stone. Within the Tianyan dynasty, in a side hall, Qian Gong's communication stone illuminated. After reviewing the message, he promptly declared, Your Majesty, our family head has consented to your conditions. We request that Your Majesty immediately deploy troops to support the Qian family. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan's expression turned serious. Excellent. Marshal Tai, assemble 300,000 troops immediately. Preparing to head towards Tianlin City. Tian Yuan summoned 24 powerful beings of the law manifestation realm to gather at the training grounds. This time, I shall personally lead the troops to eradicate the forces of Shiyue Palace and Fantian Island. Dongfang Yuan issued his commands without hesitation. Understood, Your Majesty. Both Tian Yuan and Tai Yuan promptly set off to gather personnel. The Tianyan dynasty alone boasted nearly 40 individuals in the law manifestation realm. With the addition of 30 Tianfa pills, the dynasty had produced 30 law manifestation experts. When combined with the Shadow Guard, God-Slaying Guard, and Golden Armored Guard, the total number of law manifestation individuals exceeded 60, with a third at the peak of their realm. Qian Gong joined the two as they departed to the training grounds. Dongfang Yuan informed General Faping to guard the palace during this period, entrusting the control of the protective formation to him, ensuring no issues would arise. This time, Dongfang Yuan also brought along 4 God-Slaying Guards, for Shadow Guards, and 4 Golden Armored Guards, totaling 12 individuals who would serve as the most fearsome fangs he would display before the world. Chapter 27. The Dead Centipede. Tai Yuan and Tian Yuan convened 30,000 troops, along with over 20 experts of the law manifestation realm, at the training grounds. They had all gathered on the flying ships. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan arrived, accompanied by his 12 personal guards, landing on the main ship. Tai Yuan and Tian Yuan stood beside him, while Qian Gong anxiously awaited. Your Majesty, all personnel have been assembled. The 300,000 troops are our dynasty's elite, and over 20 experts of the law manifestation realm are on standby aboard the ships, Tai Yuan reported. Upon hearing his words, Dongfang Yuan nodded seriously, then, with a flourish of his dragon robe, declared with imposing authority, Let us depart. Destination, Tianlin City. Yes. The roar of 300,000 soldiers echoed thunderously as over a dozen ships soared into the sky, each massive enough to accommodate tens of thousands. With the aid of spirit stones to hasten their speed, the fleet surged toward Tianlin City. The distance from the Tianyan dynasty to Tianlin City was not considerable, and by their current pace, they would likely arrive within half a day's time. Inside Tianlin City, renowned as a major city in the northern region, one would expect a bustling atmosphere. However, it now appeared desolate, eerily quiet. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, and many shops had closed in recent days. Evidently, due to the influence of Xianqing Mountain and the siege upon the Qian family, the inhabitants of the city had become aware that a fierce battle may soon erupt in Tianlin City, prompting many to depart in advance. At this moment, atop a pavilion not far from the Qian family estate, the figure of Feng Mabai, the master of Xianqing Mountain, along with the elder Shen Ningfa, stood upon the eaves. As they gazed out, they observed that numerous members of Xianqing Mountain had infiltrated the surrounding inns and tea houses, effectively encircling the Qian family estate from all directions. The Qian family, situated at the heart of Tianlin City, found themselves vulnerable to attacks from all sides due to their central location. Considering the time, Jiang Baisheng and his companions should be arriving in approximately 2 hours. Today, I shall annihilate the Qian family and seize the Sun and Moon Key from Qianjiuqiu. The Sun and Moon Treasure. Whether Xianqing Mountain can ascend to the status of a dominant force hinges on today's events. The urgency etched on Feng Mabai's face revealed his profound anticipation. Rest assured, master the mountain. With the alliance of our three great powers, no matter how deep the Qian family's foundations, they cannot escape their destined demise. Following the destruction of the Qian family, we shall eradicate the Tianyan dynasty, and then we can unlock that relic. Ultimately, the Sun and Moon Treasure shall belong to Xianqing Mountain. Shen Ningfa added, visibly excited. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared on the street below, a blind scholar, holding a flute in one hand and a book in the other, slowly making his way toward the Qian family estate. Despite his blindness, he moved with an uncanny grace, navigating several turns without the slightest hindrance. Who is this person? Feng Mabai inquired upon seeing him. I do not recognize him. I have never seen him before, Shen Ningfa replied. Since he is unknown to us, let us eliminate him. We cannot allow him to interfere, Feng Mabai stated coldly. Shen Ningfa nodded in agreement before issuing orders to nearby disciples to deal with the blind scholar. For peak disciples of the Tianxian realm swiftly approached the blind scholar, weapons in hand, glimmering with a deadly gleam. However, as they neared him, a bizarre occurrence transpired. Within mere meters of the blind scholar, they collapsed simultaneously, lifeless. The blind scholar, seemingly unfazed, elegantly sidestepped the four fallen bodies and continued toward a nearby tea house. How is this possible? Master, did you see him make a move? Shen Ningfa exclaimed, his countenance alarmed. For someone of his cultivation at the first level of Tianzuan, he had been utterly unable to detect any trace of the blind scholar's actions. At this moment, Feng Mabai furrowed his brow and shook his head. He did not strike. Hence, there would be no aura emitted. How can that be? If he did not strike, how did those four disciples perish in an instant? Shen Ningfa queried in confusion. Feng Mabai remained fixated on the blind scholar until he observed him enter a tea house and sit by a window on the upper floor. From that vantage point, he could see directly into the central plaza of the Qian family estate. I believe I know who he is now. Let us go, Feng Mabai urged Shen Ningfa, leading him directly into the tea house where the blind scholar sat. Standing alongside him, Feng Mabai spoke slowly, the esteemed leader of the Blood Shadow Tower's gold medal assassins. The dead centipede, it is an honor to finally meet you. Upon hearing this, Shen Ningfa appeared somewhat taken aback. The dead centipede? This blind scholar is indeed the dead centipede of the Blood Shadow Tower. You flatter me, master of the mountain. Compared to your stature, my name is hardly noteworthy. The dead centipede replied with a calm smile. Feng Mabai chuckled softly. It is said that the dead centipede is a fearsome figure, a burly man skilled in controlling insects and poisons. Yet I did not expect the true form of the dead centipede to be that of a scholarly youth. It seems the rumors are indeed not to be wholly trusted. The contrast is striking. After all, who would anticipate that a seemingly frail blind scholar could be the notorious dead centipede of the northern domain? The dead centipede turned his face, revealing a remarkably enchanting smile upon his delicate features. Feng Mabai regarded this scene with a newfound seriousness. Might I inquire as to your purpose for being here? As far as I am aware, Jiang Baisheng and his group only sought the assistance of the Blood Shadow Tower to deal with the Tianyan dynasty, and it seems there was no mention of requiring your aid regarding the Qian family. From Feng Mabai's words, one could discern a lingering wariness towards the Blood Shadow Tower, clearly concerned that the matter of the Sun and Moon Key might be exposed, inciting their covetousness, which would spell disaster. The dead centipede, listening to Feng Mabai, smiled slightly. Master of the mountain, you misunderstand. I am here merely to witness the moment of a top-tier power's downfall. Rest assured, I will not intervene. Consider me just an ordinary spectator. After all, we still need to jointly confront the Tianyan dynasty, and we remain allies for now. Thus, you need not worry. Upon hearing the dead centipede's words, Feng Mabai's internal caution was not entirely assuaged. However, the logic in his statement was undeniable. Currently, they still shared an alliance. And should the dead centipede disrupt matters at this critical juncture, it would not bode well for even the Evil Moon Palace or the Burning Sky Island. In that case, please make yourself comfortable here, Feng Mabai suggested. Thank you, the dead centipede replied with a smile. Subsequently, Feng Mabai and Shun Ningfa turned to leave. Upon returning to the rooftop, they gazed down at the motionless dead centipede, and Shun Ningfa voiced his concerns. Is everything truly all right? The renowned dead centipede of the Blood Shadow Tower suddenly appears here just to watch the spectacle? That rationale seems rather tenuous. Regardless of his true intentions, the arrow is already on the string. It must be released. I suspect he might be interested in some treasures of the Qian family. However, as long as we acquire the Sun and Moon Key, the rest of their treasures, even if we were to give them to him, would not pose a significant issue for us. Feng Mabai glanced in the direction of the dead centipede before turning back. Still, he maintained a degree of vigilance, subtly locking onto his aura, lest he cause any trouble. Suddenly, an expansive shadow loomed over the skies of Tianlin City. Feng Mabai and Shun Ningfa looked up to see numerous airships appearing in the sky above the city, their decks teeming with figures. The forces of the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Sky Island had finally arrived. Jiang Baisheng and Yuan Tianzong, leading their troops, descended from the airships to join Feng Mabai and Shun Ningfa. All around the streets, the powerful members of Xianqing Mountain emerged, filling the skies. The combined forces of the three great powers numbered over 500,000, with nearly 30 formidable figures at the Law Manifestation Realm, overwhelmingly surpassing the Qian family in sheer numbers. Brother Feng, Brother Shun, thank you for your patience. Jiang Baishan greeted them with a calm smile. Ha, not at all. The Qian family has not managed to escape. Feng Mabai replied with a grin. Since that is the case, let us commence. First, we shall break the protective formation of the Qian family, and then proceed to unleash a massacre. Yuan Tianzong wasted no time, immediately leading the powerful beings of Fenshan Island towards the Qian family estate. Jiang Baisheng, Feng Mabai, and Shun Ningfa, accompanied by the formidable figures of their respective factions, also approached the Qian family residence, gathering their strength to prepare for the assault. Within the Qian family, at this moment, the plaza was filled with the high-ranking members of the Qian family, all standing resolutely. They gazed out at the multitude of figures outside the protective formation, and the imposing presence of the four Tianzuan realm experts. Qian Jiuqiu's expression grew grave, with four Tianzuan realm warriors combining their might. The protective formation would not withstand for long. Prepare for a desperate battle, he commanded. The senior members surrounding him responded with unwavering resolve. Yes. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the entire Tianlin city, piercing the heavens. The four Tianzuan realm experts struck as one, forcefully assaulting the Qian family's protective formation. Though the formation held against this initial blow, some of its defensive power was already shaken. Once more, Jiang Baisheng and the others immediately continued, unleashing a torrent of energy that coalesced into a fiery brilliance, crashing down upon the formation. With each successive strike, the expressions of Qian Jiuqiu and the ancestral elders grew increasingly somber. They were uncertain how much longer the protective formation could hold. Their only hope was that the forces of the Tianyan dynasty would arrive swiftly. Finally, with the seventh assault, the Qian family's protective formation shattered like a mirror on the verge of breaking, covered in cracks, and then collapsed under the mounting pressure. The formation has fallen. Today, we shall annihilate the Qian family. Kill! Feng Mabai exclaimed, his countenance filled with exhilaration as he rallied the elders and disciples of Xianshan to charge into the Qian family estate. Jiang Baisheng and Yuan Tianzong also revealed their blades, leading their respective factions into the fray. Kill! The disciples of the three great factions erupted with an earth-shattering roar, their morale soaring like dragons and tigers, as they surged towards the Qian family estate. Fight to the death. You thieves dare to trespass upon the Qian family. You shall pay the most grievous price. Defend our clan, charge. The Qian family's warriors, despite the overwhelming odds, refused to back down. In their determination to protect their family, they brandished their spiritual weapons and soared into the sky to engage in fierce combat. Qian Jiuqiu and the ancestral elder led the charge, both Tianzuan realm experts exerting their utmost strength from the outset, each entangling with Jiang Baisheng and Feng Mabai. The clash of countless powers echoed throughout the battlefield, some occurring in the skies above, while others raged within the Qian family estate. Many palaces, houses, and pavilions were shattered by the violent collisions, collapsing under the tumult of battle. Qian Shinro, protected by several elders of the Qian family, continued to retreat amidst the chaos. The united forces of the three factions had placed the Qian family in a dire predicament, both in terms of strength and numbers. From the very moment they engaged in combat, they had been under severe pressure. Yet, even in such adversity, the Qian family members remained unyielding, fighting fiercely with unwavering resolve. At the pinnacle of the Qian family estate, the ancestral elder faced off against both Jiang Baisheng and Yuan Tianzong. All three were experts at the first level of Tianzun realm, but the ancestral elder, forced to battle two opponents, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Being thoroughly suppressed and pushed back repeatedly, narrowly avoiding severe injury on several occasions. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Tianyan Army. At this moment, in a nearby tea house, the dead centipede leaned against the window, his eyes covered by a white cloth. Yet, despite this, it seemed as though he could see. He faced the ongoing battle at the Qian family estate, a bemused smile gracing his features. In a 2-on-1 situation, the Qian family seems unlikely to endure for much longer. He mused to himself, slowly sipping tea from his cup. The Sun and Moon Key, the legendary Sun and Moon treasure. Does it truly exist, or is it merely a tale? Such a mystery piques one's curiosity. With a chilling chuckle, the dead centipede subtly moved his fingers, and several streaks of black light flashed by with incredible speed, akin to serpents darting through the air, vanishing in an instant. Qian Jiuqiu faced the fierce onslaught of Feng Mabai and Shun Ningfa, finding himself utterly overwhelmed. The combined might of the two surged like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting him. Feng Mabai swung his sword, unleashing thousands of powerful sword energies, while Shun Ningfa employed his strength to seal off Qian Jiuqiu's escape. Several of those sword energies struck true, leaving deep gashes upon Qian Jiuqiu's body. Oof. Qian Jiuqiu, today your family cannot escape annihilation. Surrender the Sun and Moon Key, and I may allow you to choose a dignified death. Feng Mabai threatened amidst the battle, his sword slicing through the air, creating an array of dazzling sword lights and phantoms that surrounded Qian Jiuqiu with overwhelming force. Feng Mabai, does the ambition of Xianshan truly honor your founding ancestors? You wish to eliminate my Qian family and seize the Sun and Moon treasure for yourselves? You shall not succeed. Qian Jiuqiu retorted defiantly, undeterred despite his injuries. Qian Jiuqiu, it is no wonder your family has no successors. Your daughter is naught but a talentless ornament. The proverb those who plant trees benefit from their shade seems lost on you after all these years. The Sun and Moon treasure is singular, destined for only one of our factions. Had I discovered that relic first, I would have ensured your ancestral elder was killed without hesitation, denying him any chance to share the treasure with us. Feng Mabai declared, revealing his ruthless ambitions with undeniable clarity. Qian Jiuqiu ceased his banter, desperately resisting the onslaught of the two, but with Shun Ningfa's assistance. As time wore on, his situation worsened, and the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of their adversaries. The disciples of the Qian family had suffered grievous losses, with casualties exceeding 10,000. The estate lay in ruins, blood still warm pooling amidst the debris, with many Qian family disciples lying lifeless in the blood-soaked ground. The elders tasked with protecting Qian Shinro faced the combined assault of several experts from Xianshan and Fenchan Island. Their formation was thrown into disarray, and among the 4 elders guarding Qian Shinro, 3 were slain in unison, while the 4th, gravely injured and bloodied, stood resolutely in front of her, determined to shield her at all costs. Come to protect the young lady. The elder, knowing his time was short, roared in desperation. Suddenly, a flash of blades sliced through the air, leaving a crimson line across the elder's neck, instantly severing his life force. Qian Yin, the elder. Qian Shinro cried out in profound anguish. Do not shout. You'll be next. The elder from Xianxing Mountain, who had just wielded the blade, locked his gaze upon Qian Shinro, a sinister smile creeping across his face. In the next instant, his blade descended toward her. Just when Qian Shinro thought her demise was inevitable, a figure clad in ninja attire appeared behind her, transforming their palm into a blade that not only shattered the war sword, but also dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning, eliminating the Xianxing Mountain Elder in an instant. You! Qian Shinro stared in astonishment at the figure before her. Just as she was about to inquire about their identity, she noticed a sudden shift in the battlefield. 12 figures emerged like reapers returning from the underworld, exuding the overwhelming aura of peak Taoist manifestation. Racing through the Qian family residence, mercilessly reaping the lives of the members from the three major factions. Audacious! Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of Xianxing Mountain? An elder at the peak of Taoist manifestation from Xianxing Mountain roared in fury upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Zhan Shenwei and Ying Wei. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the flying ships of the Tianyan dynasty appeared in the sky above the Qian residence, capturing the attention of many. Huh? The Tianyan dynasty? No, this aura is of the Tianzuan realm. The dead scorpion, seated in a tea house, also turned his gaze in that direction. He sensed the presence of two Tianzuan realm auras aboard the divine vessel of the Tianyan dynasty. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan stood on the deck of the flagship, flanked by Qingong, Taipoyan, and Tianyu Wang, two powerful beings of the Tianzuan realm. Observing the chaos below, Dongfang Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd until he spotted Qian Shinro. Shadow, protect Qian Shinro. I will not allow her to suffer even the slightest misfortune. Everyone kill. After issuing his command to the Ying Wei, Dongfang Yuan wasted no time, directly ordering the forces of the Tianyan dynasty to unleash their slaughter. Yes, the army of the Tianyan dynasty, led by over 20 Taoist manifestation experts, simultaneously descended from the ships, joining the fray. Ha ha ha! The Tianyan dynasty has come to our aid. Clan members, let us slaughter. Today, none of the invaders shall escape. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Tianyan dynasty's forces, several Taoist manifestation elders from the Qian family were filled with excitement, roaring with exhilaration. The morale of the Qian clan surged like a tsunami, reaching its zenith as they saw the allies descend to support them. Kill! The Qian clan members launched a frenzied counterattack against the three major factions, their eyes blazing with fury, unafraid of death, intent on exterminating the disciples of their adversaries. Two of the four Ying Wei directly melded into Qian Shinro's shadow, ensuring her protection wherever she went. Chapter 30. Dongfang Yuan takes action, mastering the Tianzuan realm. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan, alongside Tianyu Wang and Taipoyan, radiated the aura of the Tianzuan realm. Their figures plummeted like meteors into the battlefield where Jiang Baisheng and Feng Mabai were engaged, igniting an intense confrontation. The Tianyan dynasty. How unexpected that you would come here. Jiang Baisheng and Feng Mabai's expressions shifted slightly, as the presence of the Tianyan dynasty's experts turned the tide of the previously one-sided battle. Especially the Taoist manifestation experts from the Tianyan dynasty, along with the Jin Jiawei and Zhan Shenwei, exhibited overwhelming power, ruthlessly slaughtering the members of Xianxing Mountain and the Seiyu Palace. This is impossible. How can the Tianyan dynasty possess so many Taoist manifestation experts? The elders from Fantian Island were nearly struck with terror. At that moment, the battlefield revealed that over 30 Taoist manifestation experts had emerged from the Tianyan dynasty, with more than 10 at the peak level. This number was sufficient to contend with their three factions combined, not to mention the Qian family. The figures from Xianxing Mountain and Seiyu Palace continued to fall, while the morale of the Qian family soared, growing more courageous as the battle reached a fever pitch. Dongfang Yuan remained on the deck of the flying ship, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below. At that instant, he seemed to sense something. With a light press of his left foot, he crushed a black spiritual serpent beneath him, severing it in two. The spirit insect control technique. Observing the corpse of the toxic serpent at his feet, Dongfang Yuan realized it had been covertly controlled to target him. How is this possible? How could he have detected it? The dead scorpion, seated in the nearby tea house, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The speed of the serpent he controlled was astonishing. Even a Tianzuan realm expert would be caught off guard. Yet, Dongfang Yuan had remained focused on Feng Mabai and the others. How could he have noticed the serpent's approach? For the first time, unease gripped the dead scorpion. He sensed that Dongfang Yuan might be far more formidable than he appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, in the skies, Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa, who had been besieging Qian Zhouqiu, managed to inflict injuries upon him. However, the sudden arrival of Tianyu Wang altered the dynamics of the situation. It became a 2-on-2 standoff with equal cultivation levels, making it difficult for either side to gain the upper hand in the short term. The overwhelming number of Taoist manifestation experts from the Tianyan dynasty took everyone by surprise. If this continued, the casualties among the three major factions would escalate. Capture the leader first. Yuan brother, Jiang brother, we will create an opportunity for you. Seize Dongfang Yuan directly and leverage him to threaten the entire Tianyan dynasty. Feng Mabai analyzed the battlefield and quickly identified the key to breaking the stalemate, relaying his thoughts to the others. Dongfang Yuan stood alone on the ship, unprotected. An attack on him would leave him defenseless. Good. Yuan Tianzong and Jiang Baixing noticed Dongfang Yuan's presence. Suddenly, Feng Mabai and Shun Ningfa unleashed their assault, redirecting their attacks toward Tai Poyan and the Qian family ancestor. Tai Poyan and the Qian ancestor swiftly dodged, while Jiang Baixing stepped forward, using his power to force them back. Now is the time. Yuan brother, Jiang Baixing shouted in warning. Yuan Tianzong dashed toward Dongfang Yuan. Through the spiritual serpent's lingering aura, Dongfang Yuan detected the dead scorpion, a wicked smile playing on his lips. As he raised his head, he found himself face to face with Yuan Tianzong, who was rapidly approaching. This was perilous. The Emperor of the Abyss was in danger. At that moment, none of the individuals from the Tianyan dynasty appeared anxious. Instead, Qian Jiuqiu's expression turned tense as he witnessed Yuan Tianzong's assault on Dongfang Yuan, prompting him to shout out in alarm. Qian Xinrou's gaze followed suit, though her expression bore a hint of confusion, as she sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. She noticed that there was no trace of fear or trepidation on Dongfang Yuan's face. Very well, it appears I ought to stretch my muscles a bit. Dongfang Yuan regarded the advancing Yuan Tianzong with a calm smile. Subsequently, he slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom. Yuan Tianzong scoffed at Dongfang Yuan's apparent lack of intention to flee, standing foolishly in place. However, in the next moment, a wisp of sword light manifested in the palm of Dongfang Yuan's hand. Without any forewarning, a sword beam stretching 1,000 meters shot forth from his hand. The speed of that sword beam surpassed that of lightning by 100-fold. Yuan Tianzong had no time to react, pierced through his body, suspended in the heavens above. Drip! 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 Blood poured from Yuan Tianzong's chest. His face transformed into a mask of horror, panic, and disbelief. How could you possibly possess such power? Yuan Tianzong gasped, his voice trembling with anguish. Simultaneously, several experts at the celestial venerable realm ceased their clashes, their attention drawn towards this spectacle. Save for Qianyu Wang and Tai Poyan from the Tianyan dynasty, the others stood in a daze, as if petrified, their pupils trembling in shock. Even the dead centipede, seated within the tea house, witnessed this scene. Though his eyes were covered, the astonishment on his face was evident, no less than that of the others. Dongfang Yuan smiled slightly. Master Yuan, it seems I never claimed to be weak, did I? It is merely that you have consistently underestimated me, believing that a mere youth, no matter how formidable, could not surpass certain limits. However, today, I shall reveal to you that the summit to which some strive their entire lives is merely a starting point for others. You conspired with the Taming dynasty against my father. Thus, today, this debt must be settled. As he spoke, the sword light in his hand continuously contracted, drawing Yuan Tianzong closer before him. Spare me. I know my wrongs. Please grant me mercy. Do not kill me. Spare me, your highness. Yuan Tianzong, filled with terror, was gradually pulled closer, trembling in fear of death, wholly losing the composure befitting his status as an island master. With a swift motion, Dongfang Yuan executed his strike. As Yuan Tianzong was drawn within 3 meters, 2 slashing beams of sword light cleaved through him, dismembering him into 4 bloody chunks that plummeted from the sky. Master of the island. He is dead. The master is dead. The disciples and elders of the Burning Heavens Island, upon witnessing Yuan Tianzong's gruesome demise, lost their composure, confusion reigning as some began to flee in panic. Do not let them escape. Block their path. Kill. The members of the Qian family realized the Burning Heavens Islands people were attempting to flee and swiftly intercepted them, while those from the Tianyan dynasty joined the fray to hunt them down. The battlefield erupted once more into chaos, yet the celestial venerable experts remained frozen in the sky, bewildered and at a loss. After regaining their composure from the initial shock, Qian Jiuqiu and the elders of the Qian family felt a profound sense of joy. Dongfang Yuan was astonishingly powerful. He had annihilated Yuan Tianzong in an instant. Such a formidable opponent, a celestial venerable like themselves. had been effortlessly dispatched by Dongfang Yuan before their very eyes. What might Dongfang Yuan's strength truly be? In that moment, the hearts of Qian Jiuqiu and the elders were filled with curiosity and elation. Regardless of Dongfang Yuan's might, with him at their side, the Qian family's plight could now be resolved with ease. Meanwhile, Feng Mabai, Jiang Baisheng, and Shun Ningfa, having witnessed Yuan Tianzong's tragic end, were left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could Dongfang Yuan be so powerful? Was he truly just a young prodigy? Despite their inner turmoil, fear overshadowed their bewilderment. Dongfang Yuan's ability to slay Yuan Tianzong in a single strike implied that he possessed the strength to eliminate any one of them, or perhaps even all three. With this realization, a sense of despair began to seep into Jiang Baisheng's heart. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan's gaze fell upon him, sending a chill racing down his spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Were it not for the fact that he hovered in midair, he might have collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. "Your Highness, sigh," Jiang Baisheng stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably, words failing him. "Rest assured, Jiang Baisheng, you and Yuan Tianzong can await each other in hell. It will not be long before I send everyone from the Blood Shadow Pavilion to join you, so you shall not be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." A serene smile graced Dongfang Yuan's face as he gradually advanced towards Jiang Baisheng in the sky. The latter, engulfed in overwhelming terror, perceived Dongfang Yuan's smile as that of a devil from the depths of hell, wielding a scythe and presenting the most terrifying grin imaginable. "No, no!" Jiang Baisheng's eyes widened, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. He immediately turned and fled, summoning all his strength to escape, sprinting at breakneck speed toward the horizon. Shun Ningfa, quick-witted, recognized that as Jiang Baisheng fled, Dongfang Yuan's attention would undoubtedly be diverted toward him. Thus, he too unleashed his speed in the opposite direction, a streak of light hastily retreating. Observing the two fleeing, Dongfang Yuan's expression remained calm. A faint smile graced his lips. The previously restless Feng Mabai subdued his own agitation as he noted the smile on Dongfang Yuan's face. A potent aura emanating from Dongfang Yuan, equivalent to that of a fifth-tier celestial venerable, began to radiate from within him. This overwhelming presence surged through the heavens like a tsunami, enveloping Qian Jiuqiu and Feng Mabai in the sky. They felt as though their very souls surged towards the clouds, pinned down by this formidable energy, too terrified to make a single move. In contrast to the ecstatic joy exhibited by Qian Jiuqiu and the patriarch of the Qian family, Feng Mabai's face mirrored sheer horror, his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any trace of color. Jian Longming, Dongfang Yuan, with his fingers poised like a sword, summoned the power within himself and unleashed two streaks of crimson sword light in the direction of their escape. The sword energy transformed into a bloodthirsty dragon, its gaping maw brimming with formidable might, racing towards the two with the intent to devour. Roar! The speed of the bloodthirsty dragon cleaved through the air, far surpassing that of Jiang Baisheng and Shun Ningfa. Feng Mabai and Qian Jiuqiu witnessed Shun Ningfa merely glance back to check if Dongfang Yuan was in pursuit. To their horror, they saw the bloodthirsty dragon looming before them, ready to engulf Shun Ningfa. "No! Hiss!" Shun Ningfa's face was a mask of terror as he let out a cry of defiance. But in the next moment, the dragon's bloody jaws engulfed his entire figure. Bang! Following this, the power within the dragon erupted violently, akin to a blood star exploding, scattering a torrential rain of blood and enveloping the air in layers of crimson mist. In that instant, it was impossible to discern whether it was Dongfang Yuan's power or Shun Ningfa's blood that filled the skies. All that was clear was that Shun Ningfa was dead, utterly and completely, his demise more tragic than Yuan Tianzong's. Bang! Simultaneously, another explosion reverberated in the heavens, blood droplets falling and mist spreading. The figures of the two were consumed like fireworks, their essence and flesh erupting in a vivid tableau of crimson. At this moment, Feng Mabai was utterly lost, his heart in disarray. Jiang Baisheng and Shun Ningfa had fled so far, yet could not escape the clutches of Dongfang Yuan. He was at a complete loss as to what to do next. Below on the battlefield, with the deaths of Jiang Baisheng and Shun Ningfa, the three major factions faced utter ruin, their morale shattered. The disciples of the Qian family and the Tianyan dynasty mercilessly slaughtered those who fled, leaving them in disarray. In an instant, the disciples of the three factions fell like rain, their spirits crushed, and without a leader to rally them. Coupled with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan, who stood at the fifth tier of the Tianzuan realm, despair gripped their hearts. No one wished to fight to the death, but only to escape with their lives. Chapter 32. The Unfortunate Centipede. Flee. Run. At this moment, the disciples of Shiyue Palace and Finshan Island displayed no will to fight, their faces pale with terror as they fled in panic toward the outskirts of the Qian family estate. Chase. The powerful figures of the Qian family and the Tianyan dynasty would not allow them to escape so easily. They pursued relentlessly. The battlefield, centered around the Qian family estate, rapidly expanded, engulfing the streets of Tianlin City. The Qian family and the Tianyan dynasty acted as merciless reapers of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the disciples of the three major factions. Meanwhile, the four formidable figures, Qian Jiuqiu, the patriarch of the Qian family, Tai Poyan, and Tian Yuan, did not remain idle in the heavens. Instead, they each led their teams to carry out the most brutal massacre of the defeated remnants of the three factions. The towering forms of the four Tianzuan avatars blocked the ends of the streets, severing any hope of escape for the disciples of the three factions. Ah! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Bang, bang, bang! Waves of spiritual attacks rained down, and the disciples of the three factions fell in droves, their bodies strewn across the streets. Many buildings along the streets of Tianlin City were caught in the chaos, collapsing one after another, while the ruins buried the bloodied corpses of countless disciples from the three factions. The entire Tianlin City had descended into a veritable hell on earth, an intense battle saturating the air with a thick stench of blood that lingered in every corner of the city. The forces of the Tianyan dynasty, particularly the Zhan Shunwei, Jin Jiaowei, and Ning Wei, demonstrated an exceptionally fierce combat prowess, slaughtering a significant portion of the disciples from Shiyue Palace and Finshan Island. Their ferocity was chilling, and their ruthlessness was appalling. They seemed devoid of any emotion, obeying only Dongfang Yuan's commands as they indiscriminately butchered countless disciples from the three factions, their expressions betraying no hint of compassion. At this moment, Qian Shinro stood in the plaza of the Qian family, surrounded by heaps of corpses, the majority of which belonged to the disciples of the three major factions. She remained unscathed, Tu and Ning Wei standing vigilantly by her side, having helped her slay at least 1,000 disciples from the three factions. For the first time, Qian Shinro felt a profound sense of security with the Tu and Ning Wei protecting her. Her gaze inevitably drifted toward the imposing figure standing in the heavens. What kind of person is he? How can he command such a legion of mysterious assassins? Qian Shinro's curiosity deepened. How were these Ning Wei, along with the Zhan Shunwei and Jin Jiaowei, cultivated by Dongfang Yuan? Their abilities were remarkably unique, transforming them into relentless killing machines, regarding human life as mere fodder. From their eyes, Qian Shinro sensed an unwavering loyalty to Dongfang Yuan. Meanwhile, in the heavens, having eliminated Shening Fa and Jiang Baisheng, Dongfang Yuan's gaze turned to Feng Maobai. Feng Shanju, it is now your turn, Dongfang Yuan remarked with a faint smile. He slowly raised his hand. Wait, Yuan Huang, I, Xian Qingshan, bear no grudges against you or the Tianyan dynasty, nor have I ever offended you. Feng Maobai stammered, fear paralyzing him. Moreover, it was the Blood Shadow Pavilion that killed your father, not I. You cannot kill me. I am innocent. Under Dongfang Yuan's penetrating gaze, Feng Maobai felt his legs weaken. In the face of death, all semblance of a mountain lord's composure vanished, and he pleaded desperately with Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan smiled wickedly. But you conspired with Shiyue Palace, intending to annihilate the Qian family and subsequently turn against the Tianyan dynasty. Does that still count as innocent? No. Yuan Huang, you misunderstand. I deceived them. From the beginning, I never intended to oppose the Tianyan dynasty. Feng Maobai hastily countered. Dongfang Yuan replied with an indifferent smile, it matters not. Regardless, you shall die. I have a particular flaw. I prefer to prepare for the worst. Any threat to the Tianyan dynasty will be met with preemptive measures. Upon finishing, an energy orb materialized in the palm of Dongfang Yuan's hand. Feng Maobai's face turned ashen, panic-stricken. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the figure of the dead centipede, who was leaning against the tea house, observing the unfolding situation. Wait, Yuan Huang, I have crucial intelligence. That person, he is the blind scholar. The #1 killer of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, the dead centipede. Feng Mabai shouted in a frantic voice, his panic palpable. The dead centipede, who had been intently watching the battlefield, felt a heavy weight on his expression. Having been closely monitoring the situation in hopes of seizing the opportunity to acquire the Sun and Moon Key. However, at this moment, he was sitting peacefully by the window when he was suddenly called out by Feng Mabai. He was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, as he regained his composure, his figure vanished from the tea house, transforming into a streak of white light as he hastily fled into the distance. Feng Mabai, how dare you? The fleeing figure, known as the dead centipede, couldn't help but curse at Feng Mabai in a fit of rage. He felt utterly bewildered. Initially, just a bystander intent on watching the spectacle, he unexpectedly found himself thrust into the role of the protagonist after that shout from Feng Mabai. It is beyond words how frustrated he felt. Were words capable of killing, Feng Mabai would have undoubtedly met a gruesome end within the dead centipede's mind at that very moment. Dead centipede. Upon hearing Feng Mabai's call, the attention of Tixi, Tianyan Yuan, and Qian Zhouqiu, all of whom were at the celestial sovereign level, was drawn to the scene. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unperturbed. His gaze shifted, locking onto the flickering silhouette of the dead centipede. The latter's speed was swift, and his concealment techniques were remarkably sophisticated, creating multiple phantoms in the sky to confuse Dongfang Yuan's line of sight. However, regrettably, the moment Dongfang Yuan crushed his spirit snake, his aura had already been pinpointed by Dongfang Yuan. The reason Dongfang Yuan had not acted against him earlier was due to his confidence that the dead centipede would not escape. But now that Feng Mabai had shouted, he had to deal with him first. Dongfang Yuan unleashed a beam of light from his finger, shooting straight towards the true form of the dead centipede like a meteor. Its speed surpassed that of lightning, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, quickly closing in on the dead centipede's rear. How is this possible? As the dead centipede fled, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, his face paled in horror. He could not comprehend how Dongfang Yuan had located his true form in such a short span of time. Before he could even process this bewilderment, the power of the beam struck him directly. The dead centipede summoned all his strength to defend himself in the next moment. Yet, the power of Dongfang Yuan was far superior, utterly overwhelming him. Boom! The force erupted, sending shockwaves that obliterated a nearby hill, reducing it to flat ground. The dead centipede, unable to even let out a scream, was instantly consumed by the explosion, his flesh, blood, and soul vanishing from existence. The formidable leader of the Blood Shadow Pavilion's gold medal assassins was thus obliterated by Dongfang Yuan in the wilderness. Chapter 33. Rooting out the weeds. Please, don't kill me. Yuan Huang, if you spare my life, I can reveal a secret of immense benefit to the Tianyan dynasty. At that moment, after the dead centipede's demise, Feng Mabai, who initially intended to seize the opportunity to escape, suddenly found himself immobilized. The next moment, Dongfang Yuan appeared before him, prompting a furious outcry from Feng Mabai. Yet, Dongfang Yuan remained indifferent, stating, "Why complicate matters? A soul search will suffice." As his words fell, Dongfang Yuan's hand pressed down on Feng Mabai's crown, a surge of formidable power invading Feng Mabai's body. Immediately, Feng Mabai's soul seemed to be split in two, a great hand delving into the depths of his essence. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him high above in the sky. After a brief moment of invasion, the soul search was entirely complete. Upon uncovering Feng Mabai's memories, a new hue appeared in Dongfang Yuan's eyes. The Sun and Moon treasure, how intriguing. Bang! Feng Mabai's body was shattered in the sky by a single strike from Dongfang Yuan, and a spatial ring fell into Dongfang Yuan as possession. None of the three major factions were spared. Following this, Dongfang Yuan issued the command that no remnants of the defeated forces were to be left alive. Yes, Tianyan Yuan, Tixi, and the god-slaying guards promptly surrounded and pursued, ensuring that the remaining hundreds of disciples were utterly annihilated. The battlefield concluded in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. This battle would surely elevate Dongfang Yuan's name throughout the northern region. In this encounter alone, 5 celestial sovereigns had perished at Dongfang Yuan's hands. To slay 5 celestial sovereigns is an extraordinary feat that would resonate throughout the northern region. After the battle in Tianyan City ended, disciples from the Qian family and Tianyan dynasty were assigned to clear the streets of the battlefield. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan stood on the flying ship, arms crossed, gazing at the ruins below. Tian Yuan, Tixi, and the elder of the Qian family, along with Qian Jiuqiu, approached him. Yuan Huang, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in this battle. I had not anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It seems the world has underestimated you in the past. Qian Jiuqiu and the elder of the Qian family stood respectfully beside Dongfang Yuan, expressing their gratitude. They dared not display even a hint of arrogance. It was no joke, given Dongfang Yuan's display of power today, a celestial sovereign of the 5th layer. Only those of sovereign-level factions could possibly rival him. The entire Tianyan dynasty could now be considered the foremost power in the northern region, second only to sovereign-level factions. Even the leader of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Guanjiyun, would have to take a detour upon encountering him. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan's expression remained serious as he said, "Do not be so courteous, Qian family head. Just remember the conditions you agreed upon." Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Yuan Huang, my daughter can return to the palace with you at any time. From this day forth, the Qian family and the Tianyan dynasty shall forge a lasting alliance. Qian Jiuqiu, eager for this outcome, responded. Dongfang Yuan, at such a young age, had achieved the celestial sovereign's 5th layer, a talent that spoke volumes. In the entirety of northern region history, few had broken through to the celestial sovereign at such a young age. Dongfang Yuan was undoubtedly the foremost individual. He shattered the record for prodigies in the northern region. With the conclusion of this battle, once news spread, Dongfang Yuan's fame would reach unprecedented heights. A celestial sovereign in their 20s would surely unsettle even the strongest of sovereign factions. The battlefield here has concluded. However, our grievances with the forces of Shiyue Palace have not yet been resolved. Qian family head, if we do not eliminate the roots, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze, Dongfang Yuan suddenly remarked. Chapter 34. The Overthrow of the 3 Major Factions. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, Qian Jiuqiu immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, Yuan Huang, I understand what must be done. In that case, the Xianqing Mountain will be entrusted to you. Tian Yuan and General Tai, each of you lead 10 powerful beings of the Dharma realm to the Shiyue Palace and the Burning Sky Island to uproot these 2 factions." Leaving not a single survivor, Dongfang Yuan commanded decisively. Now that the celestial sovereigns of Burning Sky Island and Shiyue Palace had perished, their elite forces were completely annihilated here. What remained within the factions were merely some elders and disciples of mediocre strength, with Tian Yuan and the general personally leading their forces. Dealing with them would pose little challenge. Yes, Tian Yuan and Tai Point immediately responded. "Old ancestor, it is necessary for you to personally visit Xianqing Mountain and eradicate them completely." Qian Jiuqiu turned towards the elder of the Qian family and said, "All right, leave it to me." The elder of the Qian family replied. The outcome of the battle in Tianyan City quickly spread throughout the entire northern region within a day, astonishing everyone. No one expected that the Tianyan dynasty would support the Qian family, nor could they have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The hidden power of the Tianyan dynasty was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Over 30 formidable figures at the Fa Xiang realm, along with 12 peak Fa Xiang realm assassins, who were truly ruthless and efficient killing machines. How did the Tianyan dynasty suddenly acquire such strength? The existence of over 30 Fa Xiang realm experts was indeed astonishing, but what shocked them even more was the current monarch of the Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan. At merely in his 20s, he had achieved the cultivation of the 5th level of the Tianzun realm, and during the battle in Tianlin City, he had directly annihilated 5 Tianzun realm experts, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable. Such talent, in the context of the entire history of the northern region, was unprecedented. I have never heard of anyone breaking into the Tianzun realm at such a young age. He is indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Numerous factions in the northern region were left in shock by the news of the battle in Tianlin City, their attention now firmly fixed on the Tianyan dynasty. However, before they could fully digest this information, another major event unfolded in the northern region. The mountain gates of the 3 great powers, Xianxing Mountain, Shiyue Palace, and Finchin Island were simultaneously destroyed by 3 Tianzuan realm experts from the Qian family and the Tianyan dynasty. All remaining disciples and elders of the 3 factions perished tragically within their own sections. Thus, Finchin Island, Shiyue Palace, and Xianxing Mountain, once the pinnacle powers of the northern region, were completely eradicated, reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. The demise of these 3 top-tier factions stirred considerable turbulence throughout the northern region. Coupled with the revelation of the hidden strength of the Tianyan dynasty during the battle in Tianlin City, particularly the prowess of Dongfang Yuan, the hegemonic forces of the northern region began to cast wary glances towards the Tianyan dynasty, a faction capable of hiding such depth. Though Dongfang Yuan was merely at the 5th level of the Tianzuan realm, sent a clear signal to those dominant powers. The profound foundation of the Tianyan dynasty, having remained concealed for so long, indicated their extraordinary nature. At this moment, in the Grand Hall of Fengyun's sect, the sect master Wanren Wang, the deputy sect master Han Zhao, and several high-ranking elders were all seated solemnly. "What are your thoughts on the Tianyan dynasty?" Wanren Wang inquired. "Sect master, I feel there is something quite peculiar about this matter. If the Tianyan dynasty possesses such depth, how could the previous monarch have been ensnared and killed by Blood Shadow Tower?" One elder from Fengyun's sect expressed his confusion. "Elder Liu makes a valid point. It is indeed perplexing," another elder concurred. "But have you noticed a detail? The strength of this Dongfang Yuan seems rather extraordinary, does it not? His cultivation far surpasses that of his father, to an absurd degree. Thus, I believe the issue with the Tianyan dynasty lies not within the dynasty itself, but rather with Dongfang Yuan. I cannot believe such a prodigy could emerge from the northern region. If he exists, he is likely not of northern region descent." At this moment, an elder seated to the left of Wanren Wang, named Gao Su, analyzed the situation with a calm and objective demeanor. "Elder, are you suggesting that Dongfang Yuan might be the reincarnation of an unparalleled powerhouse, or perhaps a vessel for another soul?" Wanren Wang asked. "It is quite possible." Elder Gao affirmed his hypothesis. "If that is the case, the Tianyan dynasty should not be underestimated." Wanren Wang's expression gradually shifted. If Dongfang Yuan is indeed the reincarnation of an extraordinary powerhouse, his rate of growth would undoubtedly be rapid. Such an individual, if befriended, would surely be advantageous. However, should enmity arise, the consequences could be dire. We must act swiftly to eliminate him before he fully matures. Sect Master, at present, we need not worry excessively. Deputy Sect Master Han Zhao interjected. "What do you mean?" Wanren Wang inquired. "Currently, Dongfang Yuan's cultivation is merely at the 5th level of the Tianzuan realm, which poses no real threat to us. Moreover, he has killed the only disciple of our 3rd elder. Recently, an aura emanated from the back mountain, and I sense that the 3rd elder has successfully broken through. He is only a few days away from emerging. Once he does, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Tianyan dynasty for his disciple. With the 3rd elder's strength, he should have no trouble dealing with Dongfang Yuan," Han Zhao stated nonchalantly. Wanren Wang then recalled that their 3rd elder's disciple was none other than the Tianyan dynasty's prodigy, Dongfang Xian, who happened to be Dongfang Yuan's younger brother. Dongfang Xian had already been brutally slain by Dongfang Yuan, with even his supreme bone extracted. The 3rd elder, unaware of this, would surely seek retribution upon his emergence. If the Tianyan dynasty dared to resist, Fengyun's sect would have a justifiable cause to unite their forces and annihilate them. Very well. Since this matter is settled, let us leave it to the 3rd elder. Since Dongfang Yuan has already formed animosity with us, he can no longer be allowed to live. Wanren Wang decisively concluded. After several days of cleanup, the bodies within Tianlin City had been completely cleared away, and the damaged residences of the Qian family were swiftly restored by the Fa Xiang realm experts of the Qian family. Following the battle, Tianlin City returned to its former state, and the populace began to bustle with life once more. Due to Dongfang Yuan's presence in the Qian family, the number of visitors to Tianlin City had more than doubled compared to before. Many came to witness the legendary figure, the #1 prodigy of the northern region, Yuan Chao. However, they were all kept outside the Qian family's estate, and even members of other top-tier factions were unable to meet with Dongfang Yuan. Congratulations, host! The Tianyan dynasty has occupied the territories of Shiyue Palace and Finchin Island. The prestige of the Tianyan dynasty has increased by 1,000 points, bringing the total prestige to 2,820. A reward package has been dispatched. Upon reaching a prestige of 2,000, an achievement package has also been sent. Within a chamber, Dongfang Yuan received the notification from the system. After Tai Poyan and Tianyan Wang had vanquished Shiyue Palace and Finchen Island, they promptly dispatched experts from the Tianyan dynasty to seize control of their territories and cities. Consequently, the prestige of the Tianyan dynasty had risen correspondingly. System: open the reward package and the achievement package. Dongfang Yuan commanded without hesitation, preparing to unveil the rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 years of cultivation experience, accompanied by 6 Zhan Shenwei, 1 Jian Shun, and 1 Mo Zunzhong Lu. A surge of joy welled up within Dongfang Yuan. Mo Zunzhong Lu. Remarkable. At this moment, he had gathered his 2 most favored figures of renown. Suddenly, within his abode, 2 silhouettes emerged. One appeared as a middle-aged man, bearing a blazing bow upon his back, his gaze sharp as a sword, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence. His form stood straight, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. The other figure, clad in a flowing black robe, was tall and slender, adorned with 2 pointed horns atop his head, his long hair cascading down, evoking a sense of wildness yet commanding respect. Surrounding him was a palpable aura of demonic energy. Jian Shun has met His Majesty. Zhong Lu has also met His Majesty. Both individuals knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Dongfang Yuan. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Dongfang Yuan promptly replied. After they stood, he proceeded to examine their attribute panels. Name: Jian Shun. Treasure: blazing bow. Talent: boundless. Constitution: celestial arrow, sacred body. Destiny luck value: 89. Cultivation realm: celestial sovereign 6th tier. Name: Zhong Lu. Treasure: spatial demonic blade. Talent: boundless. Constitution: celestial demon divine body. Destiny luck value: 98. Cultivation realm: celestial sovereign 9th tier. Upon reviewing their information panels, Dongfang Yuan felt a mixture of astonishment and elation. Indeed, as a Mo Zun, he was a being of the same caliber as the war god Fei Peng, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. This significantly bolstered the strength of the Tianyan dynasty. He rejoiced internally. Now, with the addition of himself, the Tianyan dynasty possessed 3 beings at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. Such power, even among the dominant forces of the northern region, would instill little fear. My esteemed guests, please conceal your cultivation for now. Do not reveal it, Dongfang Yuan advised. Understood. Both Mo Zunzhong Lu and Jian Shun promptly concealed their cultivation, appearing as mere mortals without a trace of spiritual energy. Soon after, 6 Zhan Shenwei also materialized within the room. Like those summoned previously, these 6 individuals also possessed peak cultivation at the Fa Xiang realm. System: is this 30,000 years of cultivation experience exclusively for my use? Dongfang Yuan pondered aloud. System: host, the cultivation you have acquired can be allocated to yourself or distributed among the characters summoned through the system. The decision lies entirely with you. Upon hearing the system's response, Dongfang Yuan swiftly resolved, very well, I shall use 10,000 years of cultivation to enhance myself. Then, I shall select 5 shadow guards, 5 golden armor guards, and 5 dragon slaying guards, distributing the remaining 20,000 years of cultivation evenly among them. System: command received. System: allocation in progress. The system's voice resonated within Dongfang Yuan's mind. Simultaneously, the bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen, and his aura surged rapidly. System: 30,000 years of cultivation has been fully allocated. System: the host has reached the celestial sovereign 7th tier, while the 15 personal guards have all been elevated to the celestial sovereign 3rd tier. Dongfang Yuan examined his body. He felt an immense surge of power. The 6 Zhan Shenwei stood beside him, 5 of whom had attained the celestial sovereign 3rd tier, yet their auras were restrained to avoid detection. The system allocated cultivation first to those personal guards nearest to Dongfang Yuan. The shadow guards and golden armor guards at the Qian family also received enhancements. However, while he accepted the elevation of his personal guards, Dongfang Yuan found it difficult to comprehend the slow progress in his own cultivation. System: what is the meaning of this? 10,000 years of cultivation only managed to break through 2 minor realms? Are you certain there was no foul play? Dongfang Yuan questioned, filled with skepticism. This is utterly absurd. 10,000 years of cultivation yielding only 2 minor advancements? I refuse to believe that the system has consumed it. System. Host. This system is a fair and reliable platform, one that guarantees integrity and would never unjustly consume the host cultivation. System. The reason for your slow progression is primarily due to the cultivation method you're practicing. System. The cultivation experience provided by the system is infused into your body as spiritual energy. The Hongmeng Hun Dun Divine art you are cultivating is indeed one of the most supreme techniques in the universe. System. However, you have only mastered a portion of it. While this technique allows you to excel against adversaries of the same realm, its side effects restrict your cultivation speed. System. Particularly after reaching the Celestial Sovereign 5th tier and refining this technique to a minor success, your spiritual energy reserves would be exponentially greater than those of the same realm. System. Consequently, this results in your consumption of spiritual energy for breakthroughs being several times greater than that of others at the same level. System. Do you now understand? Chapter 36. A deceptive technique? Complete technique. So, what you're saying is that while the Hongmeng Hun Dun Divine art enhances my upper limits against opponents of the same realm, it simultaneously hampers my cultivation speed. Dongfang Yuan asked, his eyes twitching. System, precisely. How ridiculous. What kind of reputable system would provide such a faulty technique? It hinders my cultivation speed instead. If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred not to practice this troublesome art. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. It turned out that the consumption of his 10,000 years of cultivation was due to this technique. System. Host, please remain calm. We can discuss this matter rationally. System. The technique you're currently practicing does indeed have side effects. However, this is primarily because you have not mastered the complete version. System. Once you fully cultivate the Hongmeng Hun Dun Divine art, the side effects will dissipate. Dongfang Yuan's heart settled, yet he remained silent. System. Host. Are you listening? Of course. Then why don't you provide it to me? Dongfang Yuan yelled internally. System. The complete Hongmeng Hun Dun Divine art can only be obtained by activating the Offspring Reward Package and Prestige Value Package. Dongfang Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After taking a moment to compose himself, he let out a long sigh. Alas, alas. With the cultivation of the Celestial Sovereign 7th tier, I am invincible in the northern region. I shall set aside this matter of the technique for now. Dongfang Yuan contemplated. With the 3 major forces already destroyed and the Blood Shadow Tower's dead centipede eliminated, it was clear. He decided to take decisive action and dismantle the Blood Shadow Tower's stronghold and their lurking agents. Jian Shun, heed my command, Dongfang Yuan declared. Yes. Jian Shun responded respectfully. Jian Shun, you are to journey to Bu Peloti, the stronghold of Shuiying Lu. Accompanying you are 6 Zhan Shenwei. And your mission is to eradicate the entire stronghold without leaving a single survivor. This was the decree of Dongfang Yuan. Yes, your majesty, Jian Shun responded promptly, and he, along with the 6 Zhan Shenwei, set forth towards Peloti. Through Subai, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the layout of Shuiying Lu's headquarters and the locations of its numerous hidden strongholds. Calculating the time, Subai should have already made his move. At that moment, with a mere thought from Dongfang Yuan, 2 shadow guards of the 3rd tier of the Tianzun realm appeared within the chamber. Your Majesty, Dongfang Yuan addressed them directly. Inform Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan to bypass the Qian family and proceed directly to the strongholds of Shuiying Lu. They must be thoroughly obliterated. Furthermore, the 4 of you shadow guards are to mobilize collectively to annihilate all branches of Shuiying Lu. Act immediately. Yes, your Majesty. The shadow guards vanished from the room. After their departure, Dongfang Yuan turned to Chong Lu, his eyes brimming with admiration. And Mo Zun, for now, you are to remain here. Once Shuiying Lu is vanquished, return to the palace with me. I shall introduce you to an old acquaintance, someone you will find quite surprising. Understood, your Majesty, Chong Lu replied with a nod. Meanwhile, high above the skies, not far from Tianlin City, Tai Poyan and Tianyu Wang led the powerful forces of the Tianyan dynasty aboard their flying vessel towards the Qian family. On the deck, Tianyu Wang suddenly received a message, his expression shifting dramatically. Halt! Turn around immediately. What is it? Tai Poyan inquired. His Majesty intends to strike against Shuiying Lu. He has dispatched men to their headquarters. The Shadow Guards have communicated that we must target the various strongholds of Shuiying Lu and destroy them one by one, leaving no survivors. Tianyan Yuan stated with grave seriousness. Excellent. At last, we can fully avenge the late emperor's blood feud. Tai Poyan exclaimed, his spirits uplifted. Immediately, the vessels of the Tianyan dynasty altered their course, sailing forth towards the horizon. At the headquarters of Shuiying Lu, within the subterranean palace, the expressions of Guanji Yun and Nanmen Yu were dark and foreboding. Their demeanor was steeped in tension, as they had evidently received news of the battle at Tianlin City, including the downfall of the three major powers and the territories of Finchan Island and Shiyue Palace being claimed by the Tianyan dynasty. Most crucially was the unexpected prowess of Dongfang Yuan and the demise of the dead centipede. How could he have cultivated to such heights? A mere waste has ascended to the 5th tier of the Tianzuan realm, surpassing us all. Moreover, the Tianyan dynasty boasts a staggering 30 law manifestation realm experts, even more than we possess. Had we known their true strength, we would never have allied with the Dameng dynasty. Guanji Yun lamented, regret and concern etched upon his features. Had he been aware of Dongfang Yuan's true capability and the deep-seated power of the Tianyan dynasty, he would have never acquiesced to Xiao Tianding's terms. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and some enmities, once forged, can never be alleviated. Master, our neglect of Dongfang Yuan has led us to this predicament. His sudden ascension to the 5th tier of the Tianzuan realm cannot be mere coincidence, Nanmen Yu remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Are you suggesting he is a reincarnated ancient being, or has usurped someone else's identity? Guanji Yun speculated. There's a strong possibility. Otherwise, among the youth of the North, even the most prodigious would only reach the law manifestation realm. Yet he has achieved the 5th tier of the Tianzuan realm before 30. If his identity is not extraordinary, I would find that hard to believe, Nanmen Yu asserted resolutely. However, regardless of his former identity, the enmity between our factions has now been cemented. Moreover, he has slain the dead centipede, making our dealings with Tiandi Pavilion untenable. We find ourselves in a dire predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. Guanji Yun expressed with a furrowed brow, anxiety gripping him. At that moment, Nanmen Yu also appeared deep in thought, his hand resting on his chin. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, panic etched across their face, disrupting their contemplation. Not good. Master, a grave situation has arisen. What now? Guanji Yun snapped, his irritation evident as he was already in a troubled state. It's the young master. He, upon hearing mention of his son, Guanji Yun's expression shifted to one of concern. What has happened to Xingyu? Speak. The young master. His koan is gone. The disciple exclaimed in a frenzy. What did you say? Guanji Yun and Nanmen Yu's faces turned pale with shock at the revelation. Chapter 37. Koan has flown away. At that moment, Guanji Yun and Nanmen Yu rushed to the room where Guan Xingyu was located. Upon entering, they were met with a horrifying sight. Guan Xingyu lay in a pool of blood, his lower body soaked, his features obscured. His eyes had been gouged out, and he lay gravely injured on the bed, barely clinging to life. Xingyu. Guanji Yun's emotions nearly spiraled out of control at this sight. His eyes widened in rage as he stood by the bed, gazing at his son's tragic state, his hands trembling with fury. Nanmen Yu's expression also shifted, recognizing the brutality of the assailant. Not only had they removed Guan Xingyu's eyes, but they had also rendered him incapable of ever becoming a man again. Such cruelty was beyond comprehension. Xingyu, can you hear me? Who has done this to you? Nanmen Yu leaned closer to Guan Xingyu and inquired. Guan Xingyu weakly opened his mouth, but could only manage incoherent words. Nanmen Yu and Guanji Yun leaned down to finally catch a few fragmented phrases. It was Subai. He is a traitor, Guan Xingyu managed to utter, as if expending his last ounce of strength. The intense pain from his injuries and the loss of his powers caused him to faint. Xingyu! Xingyu! Guan Jiyun shouted anxiously, quickly administering a healing pill to save his son's life. At that moment, Nanmen Yu's expression shifted repeatedly as if a realization struck him, his demeanor turning increasingly grave. Guan Jiyun, meanwhile, gazed at his son's pitiful condition, his voice filled with fury. Subai, how dare you betray Shuiying Lu and inflict such harm upon my son? I will ensure you are subjected to 1,000 tortures and your body reduced to ash. His eyes were filled with a terrifying intensity, his face contorted with rage. He never anticipated that Su Bai, his prized assassin of Shuiying Lu, would turn against him. Now, after grievously injuring Guan Xingyu, Su Bai had likely fled, unwilling to linger any longer. Nan Minyu set off immediately and pursue Su Bai. He must be captured alive. I want to personally see him turned into a mere husk, ground into pulp. Guan Jiyun's expression was bordering on madness as he bellowed orders at Nan Minyu. At this moment, Nan Minyu did not agree, but rather advised solemnly, "Master, please calm down. If Su Bai is indeed a traitor, then he must have been captured by Dongfang Yuan after his failed assassination attempt on that night in the Tianyan Empire. As a senior member of Shuiying Lu, Su Bai is privy to many secrets within the organization, including the locations of various hidden outposts, branch halls, and the headquarters. He must have divulged everything to Dongfang Yuan. Given the current situation, the headquarters is no longer safe. We must relocate immediately." After carefully considering the situation, Nan Minyu urged hastily, "No, you must go after Su Bai. While he hasn't fled far, pursue him without delay. Xingyu's injuries cannot be allowed to worsen. I must attend to his wounds immediately to preserve his life. Even if they discover the location of our headquarters, it won't matter at this moment. As long as Dongfang Yuan remains within the Qin family, we need not rush to leave." At this moment, Guan Jiyun, anxious for his son's safety, found it difficult to remain calm. To him, the only threat from the Tianyan Empire was Dongfang Yuan. As long as he was absent, there was no need for immediate relocation. Moreover, numerous spies from various factions were present in Tianlin City. Once Dongfang Yuan departed, he would be informed, and they could then consider relocating. At present, his most pressing desire was to capture Su Bai and exact a brutal revenge for Guan Xingyu's injuries. Nan Minyu stood there, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His perspective differed entirely from that of Guan Jiyun. Although Dongfang Yuan had not yet arrived, Su Bai's reckless choice to reveal himself and severely injure Guan Xingyu indicated that the Tianyan Empire was likely on its way here. They were still unaware of the empire's true strength. Should they have a formidable expert above the 5th level of Tianzuan, their arrival would spell doom for them all. Nan Minyu was troubled by this possibility, yet he knew well the nature of Guan Jiyun. The latter valued his son's life even more than his own. Even if he were to express his concerns, Guan Jiyun would not heed them. "What are you still standing there for? Go pursue him at once," Guan Jiyun shouted. Seeing Nan Minyu still rooted in place, Nan Minyu glanced at him and nodded, "Very well." In the next moment, he departed from the building. Guan Jiyun, too, immediately began to tend to Guan Xingyu's injuries. However, after leaving the room, Nan Minyu chose not to pursue Su Bai. Instead, he returned to his own quarters and summoned 5 elite assassins from the Fa Xiang realm. These 5 were all his trusted subordinates. "Vice Master, you summoned us. Is there something amiss?" One of the assassins inquired. "Su Bai has betrayed us and gravely injured the young master. It is highly likely that the experts from the Tianyan Empire are en route to our headquarters. I urged the master to organize an evacuation, yet he insisted on treating the young master's injuries, and no one could sway him. I ask you, will you accompany me to ensure your survival, or will you stay here to perish with them?" Nan Minyu spoke succinctly, clearly indicating his intention to disregard Guan Jiyun's orders. The situation was dire, and he had already attempted to reason with him. However, since Guan Jiyun refused to listen or believe him, he had no choice but to prioritize his own safety. After all, it is difficult to persuade the doomed. He sensed that his fate was likely sealed. The 5 assassins were taken aback by his words. The betrayal of Su Bai was unexpected, given the evident strength of the Tianyan Empire, which had already obliterated the Shiyue Palace and the Fenchen Island. It was not unthinkable that they could also eradicate Shuiying Lu. In no time, the 5 made their decision. "Vice Master, we shall follow you." The 5 elite assassins decisively chose to accompany Nan Minyu. "Good. There is no time to waste. We must leave immediately." Nan Minyu promptly gathered his belongings with the 5 assassins and departed from the headquarters of Shuiying Lu. Meanwhile, Guan Jiyun remained unaware of Nan Minyu's escape, completely in the dark. Half a day later, as Guan Jiyun continued to treat Guan Xingyu's wounds, a gold-ranked assassin rushed in with urgency. "Master, it's bad. The Vice Master and Zhou Qing, Bai Zhe, and the others have suddenly gone silent. They are not at the headquarters, and we cannot reach them." Upon hearing the frantic words of the assassin, Guan Jiyun broke into a cold sweat, his spiritual power feeling somewhat depleted. "It's nothing. The vice master took them to pursue Su Bai. That was my order. You may leave. But if they're pursuing Su Bai, why have all their belongings been taken from their rooms? The assassin questioned, perplexed. At this, Guan Jiyun's entire body trembled, his eyes widening in shock. What did you say? Their belongings are gone? Indeed, both the vice master and Zhou Qing's possessions have vanished, and a significant portion of the treasure from the treasury have also disappeared. The assassin replied, bewildered. In that moment, Guan Jiyun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Naminyu, you dare to betray me. Ceasing his healing, Guan Jiyun's face contorted with rage, his fury erupting like a volcano within him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout Shuiying-Lu, shaking the entire underground palace as if it were an earthquake. What is happening? Guan Jiyun's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the series of unexpected events. Master, it's bad. The Tianyan Empire. The experts from the Tianyan Empire have arrived. A panicked assassin rushed in, breathless. All of the retreat tunnels at headquarters have been collapsed, and they have already entered the underground palace. What? Guan Jiyun's heart sank in horror, but then he thought, no, Dongfang Yuan is still at the Qian family. How could the Tianyan Empire have sent experts to attack Shuiying-Lu? Master, the Tianyan Empire has hidden experts. Several of Dongfang Yuan's golden armor guards are at the Tianzun level, and one with a bow has shot 3 arrows that collapsed our 3 escape routes. The frantic assassin explained. Boom! Another loud explosion echoed nearby, and Guan Jiyun could hear the sounds of explosions mixed with anguished cries. Master, we must leave quickly. While they are still unaware of our location, we must escape now. The gold-ranked assassin urged, his face pale. Guan Jiyun no longer had time for regrets. He swiftly lifted the unconscious Guan Xingyu and declared, let us go. We must evacuate immediately. With that, the 3 of them soared out of the room, intent on fleeing the underground palace of Shuiying-Lu. The entire underground palace of Shuiying-Lu has transformed into a battlefield of Azura. 6 Zhan Shenwei, 5 of whom are at the 3rd level of Tianzun realm, are rampaging through the palace. Numerous assassins from Shuiying-Lu have fallen one after another into pools of blood, unable to withstand their overwhelming slaughter. The pavilions, halls, and artificial hills have completely collapsed under the onslaught, turning the entire underground palace into a bloody ruin. Meanwhile, the arrow god hovers in midair, blocking the entrance to prevent any survivors from escaping, having shot down all possible escape routes with his arrows. The only way for those within Shuiying-Lu to flee is through the entrance. Armed with a blazing bow, the arrow god, with the ethereal images of Zhu Ke and Phoenix seemingly aflame at both ends, surveys the battlefield and unleashes arrows engulfed in fierce flames. Each arrow effortlessly eradicates nearly 1,000 assassins, causing widespread devastation, while the flames spread, encircling the palace in a fiery blockade. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches his eye. There, on the left, he spots Guan Jiyun and 2 others emerging from a building. So, this is Guan Jiyun, the master of Shuiying-Lu. Once he locks onto Guan Jiyun's position, the arrow god raises his blazing bow and draws it back to a full moon. At the 6th level of Tianzun realm. No. Upon sensing the arrow god's formidable aura, Guan Jiyun's expression shifts dramatically, his face paling in terror as he swiftly carries his son in a different direction to escape. The 2 assassins also flee alongside him, no longer daring to approach the entrance. However, the arrow god has already loosed his arrow, like a phoenix soaring through the skies. It blazes with crimson flames and streaks toward Guan Jiyun at lightning speed. Despite Guan Jiyun's desperate attempt to flee, the arrow strikes him in an instant. The impact ignites a thunderous explosion in midair, a fireball erupting violently. A heart-wrenching scream escapes Guan Jiyun amidst the roaring flames, and he is swiftly engulfed, reduced to ashes. The other 2 are intercepted by Zhan Shenwei, and in a flash of sword light, they are decapitated. The massacre at the headquarters of Shuiying-Lu is brief, taking less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, with all remaining individuals perishing. After the arrow god and his men have plundered the treasures of the Shuiying-Lu vault, they ascend to the surface and shoot an arrow toward Barodi. The ground collapses violently for hundreds of miles, dust rising as the ruins of the underground palace of Shuiying-Lu are fully revealed under the sunlight. After completing these tasks, the arrow god departs with the 6 Zhan Shenwei. Shortly thereafter, shocking news spreads throughout the northern region. The headquarters of Shuiying-Lu is located in Barodi, Yet, it has been annihilated. All their hidden operatives and branches have been uprooted by the Tianyan dynasty, leaving no survivors. This revelation leaves many dominant forces in the northern region deeply astonished. The Tianyan dynasty has actually located the headquarters of Shui Yinglu, and they have completely obliterated them, with Dongfang Yuan still within the Qian family, who in the Tianyan dynasty possesses the capability to eradicate Shui Yinglu. In an instant, discussions regarding the Tianyan dynasty resurface, with many speculating that a powerful figure at or above the 5th level of Tianzhuan realm must be hidden within their ranks. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain their destruction of Shui Yinglu without Dongfang Yuan's intervention. Chapter 39. A conversation with Qian Xinrou. In the grand hall of the Qian family, Dongfang Yuan and Zhong Lu sit regally. Qian Jiuqiu and several high-ranking elders of the Qian family are also present. Upon seeing Zhong Lu's unfamiliar visage, they inquire about his name. Dongfang Yuan introduces him as a revered figure of the Tianyan dynasty. Although Qian Jiuqiu and the others cannot discern Zhong Lu's cultivation level, his status as a revered figure indicates he is undoubtedly a powerful expert. Consequently, the Qian family members treat him with utmost respect. Qian family head, where is Xinrou? Dongfang Yuan inquires. Ha ha ha, your majesty, do not worry. I have already notified my daughter to come. Please wait a moment, Qian Jiuqiu replies with an understanding smile. I'm not anxious. Since Xinrou has not yet arrived, I have a matter to discuss with you regarding the sun and moon treasure, Dongfang Yuan states directly. Upon hearing about the sun and moon treasure, the expressions of the Qian family members grow serious. Qian Jiuqiu sincerely remarks, I presume your majesty has also obtained a sun and moon key from Feng Maobai? Indeed. Moreover, through soul searching, I have learned much about the sun and moon treasure. However, while Feng Maobai knows the specific route within the relic, he does not know its location. The 2 sun and moon keys must be combined for the relic's position to manifest. If all goes as expected, I believe the other sun and moon key is in your possession, Qian family head Dongfang Yuan declares. From Feng Maobai's soul memories, he understands the immense value of the sun and moon treasure. Not only Tianzhuan realm experts, but even half-saints and true saints would be tempted. To obtain the sun and moon treasure, the 2 keys must be combined to reveal the relic's location. And only on the night of the full moon can the relic appear. Then, with both keys in hand, one can unlock the relic to acquire the treasure. Indeed, the other sun and moon key is with me, Qian Jiuqiu readily admits. Dongfang Yuan smiles, since that is the case. There are less than 2 months remaining until the next full moon. Would the Qian family head be willing to join forces with my Tianyan dynasty for mutual benefit? A 50-50 split, perhaps? Upon hearing this, Qian Jiuqiu's heart leaps with joy. He had expected Dongfang Yuan to attempt a forceful takeover based on strength. Yet he unexpectedly proposes an equitable division. Naturally, it is my family's honor that your majesty is willing to share the sun and moon treasure with us. Qian Jiuqiu agrees without hesitation. Subsequently, Dongfang Yuan and he each retrieve a sun and moon key and combine them. Instantly, the keys emit a golden radiance, coalescing into an image in the air of the Grand Hall. The image resembles a mountain range. That is the Beijing mountain range. One of the elders of the Qian family immediately recognizes, exclaiming, Beijing mountain range, Dongfang Yuan recalls, having heard of it before. It is an immense mountain range in the northern region, close to the Wanshou forest, where powerful beasts roam. Now that they have discerned the location of the relic, Dongfang Yuan feels reassured as they each retract their keys, awaiting the arrival of the full moon. At that moment, Qian Xinrou enters the hall. As the esteemed Yuan Huang and Qian Xinrou enter the Grand Hall, they respectfully saluted Qian Jiuqiu and Dongfang Yuan. Xinrou, there is no need for excessive formalities. Come, sit here. Dongfang Yuan gestured, and Qian Xinrou took her place beside him. Patriarch Qian, during my return to the palace, I intend to take Xinrou back with me. Is there any objection? Dongfang Yuan stated decisively. No objections whatsoever. This is undoubtedly a blessing for both my daughter and our Qian family, Qian Jiuqiu replied with a smile. The senior members of the Qian family echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it is a match made in heaven that the Yuan Huang and Xinrou will unite. Yuan Huang, we have watched this girl grow. Although she may be somewhat slow in her cultivation, her intellect is remarkably sharp. The rumors circulating outside are entirely unfounded. Once you spend time with Xinrou, You will come to realize just how clever she truly is. Some elders of the Qian family chimed in to defend Qian Xinro against the slander she faced. Dongfang Yuan had not taken those words to heart, but at this moment he suddenly took Qian Xinro's hand, caressing her fair and delicate skin, and remarked to the elders, "So, it seems I have stumbled upon a treasure." Laughter erupted among the Qian family. Qian Xinro's enchanting face flushed slightly, and in a gentle tone, she replied, "Yuan Huang, you flatter me. I am but a mere girl. I hope you do not think poorly of me." "Xinro, you are mistaken. In this world, men and women are equal. Women, too, have lofty ambitions. I have never underestimated anyone based on gender," Dongfang Yuan assured her. His words resonated deeply within Qian Xinro, stirring a budding affection for him. Before long, Qian Jiuqiu suggested that Qian Xinro show Dongfang Yuan around the Qian family estate, implying his desire for the two to become closer. He had gathered information indicating that Dongfang Yuan had yet to officially take a consort. If Xinro were to conceive his child first, their family would surely ascend to great heights. Understanding her father's intentions, Qian Xinro did not decline and led Dongfang Yuan through the back garden of the Qin estate. As they strolled hand in hand, Dongfang Yuan eventually said, "It is already dark. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber." Qian Xinro bit her lip, feeling a twinge of hesitation. She had not anticipated such rapid advancement in their relationship. While she sensed the possibility, her heart was not quite ready. However, after much contemplation, she found herself saying, "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Yuan Huang." The ensuing moments were filled with unspoken anticipation. Dongfang Yuan accompanied Qian Xinro to her chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance, and the room's decor was pleasing to the eye, uplifting his spirits. With a soft creak, Dongfang Yuan turned to close the door. Qian Xinro approached a chair, intending to sit, when suddenly Dongfang Yuan appeared on the chair, and she found herself seated upon his lap. A wave of shyness washed over her, and her entire being felt a gentle warmth. Dongfang Yuan then pulled her into his embrace, and the night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, Dongfang Yuan was seated in a chair, meditating to restore his strength. Gradually, he opened his eyes, having adjusted his breath. Just then, Tianyan knocked at the door. "Your Majesty, are you awake?" he called out. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan responded, "What is it?" "The left minister has returned, but the situation is not favorable," Tianyan replied, his tone heavy with concern. It was evident that Left Xuanqi had brought troubling news. Dongfang Yuan furrowed his brow and replied, "Understood. Please wait for me in the guest room. I shall join you shortly." After Tianyan acknowledged and departed, Dongfang Yuan made his way to the guest room. Inside, Tianyan, Tiapoyan, Mozhenzhonglo, and the arrow god, along with several members of the Zhanshan Wei, awaited him. Upon entering, Dongfang Yuan noticed the injured Left Xuanqi and immediately inquired, "Left Minister, what happened to your injuries?" "Your Majesty, the Wanshou Lin has been exceedingly overbearing," Left Xuanqi exclaimed, recounting in detail the indignities he had suffered at the hands of the Wanshou Lin. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips. "So, the Wanshou Lin dares to seize my elixirs? Very well, I shall demand tenfold retribution. Your Majesty, shall I take action to annihilate the Wanshou Lin?" Mozhenzhonglo inquired, his voice steady. As a pinnacle practitioner of the Tianzun realm, he possessed unparalleled talents, capable of facing even half-sane opponents without difficulty. Upon hearing his proposal, Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, while Left Xuanqi and Tianyan appeared startled. They were unaware of the identities of the arrow god and Mozhenzhonglo and were taken aback by their formidable presence. "Your Majesty, may I ask who these two are?" Left Xuanqi inquired curiously. "I almost forgot. Allow me to introduce them. This is Mozhen, one of the esteemed patrons of the Tianyan dynasty. This individual is the arrow god, also a revered patron of our dynasty. Do not underestimate them. Both are formidable practitioners beyond the 5th level of the Tianzun realm," Dongfang Yuan explained. Hearing this revelation, Tianyan and the others were left in astonishment. The realization that such powerful individuals were allies of their dynasty bolstered their spirits significantly. As the discussion turned to the formidable forces of the northern domain, Dongfang Yuan elaborated the 5 dominant powers, namely Fengyun Zone, Hahuan Zone, Wanshou Lin, Wuji Zone, and Tianjinmen, Each command over 10 practitioners of the Tianzhuan realm, along with numerous others of the Faxiang realm. The primary reason that enables them to maintain their dominant position without being infringed upon is the profound heritage of the sacred arms they possess. Currently, the strength of the Tianyan Huangqiao is sufficient to confront the hegemonic powers head-on. However, if they wish to utterly crush and annihilate them, the Tianyan Huangqiao still lacks certain foundational elements. Your Majesty, if that is the case, what should we do next? Can we simply let go? Zhuoxuanqi inquired. Of course, it cannot be left unresolved. The 10,000 Beast Forest dares to bully this emperor, and if a vigorous counterattack is not delivered, I, the Emperor of Tianyan, would become a subject of ridicule among the people of the northern domain. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yuan suddenly remarked, Tianyuan, I recall that one of the 3 kings of the 10,000 Beast Forest, the Bear King, has a son who is not currently within the forest, correct? Indeed. Your Majesty, that scoundrel is named Mongong, the young master of the Bear Clan in the 10,000 Beast Forest. Previously, there were reports that the Bear King sent his subordinates to take Mongong to the Bone Burial Forest for training. He should still be within the Bone Burial Forest now. Tian Yuang replied earnestly. The Bone Burial Forest, as he mentioned, is a place of training located in the northern domain, filled with numerous vengeful spirits that met untimely deaths in their previous lives. It is a realm saturated with ominous energy. However, those malevolent spirits can also be a great boon. If consumed and refined, they can lead to significant breakthroughs in one's cultivation. It is likely that Mongong intends to target those malevolent spirits. Excellent. This time, I shall compel the 10,000 Beast Forest not only to relinquish my Tao enlightenment pill, but also to make them pay a most painful price. Arrow God, you are to set off immediately to the Bone Burial Forest and bring Mongong back to the Tianyan Huangqiao alive. Upon witnessing this, Dongfang Yuan decisively issued the command. Yes, Your Majesty, Arrow God promptly responded, disappearing from the room. Is the Emperor intending to use Mongong to threaten the Bear King? But if so, will it not backfire? Tiapoyan expressed his concerns. As long as he is in my grasp, unless the Bear King forsakes his son, he will have to obey my whims. Moreover, even if it were to backfire, what do I have to fear? At present, we cannot completely crush and annihilate them, but if it comes to battle, thoroughly defeating the entire 10,000 Beast Forest is not an insurmountable task. Dongfang Yuan declared with grandiosity. Half a day later, Dongfang Yuan bid farewell to the senior members of the Qian family, preparing to return to the Tianyan Huangqiao. Qin Xinro also rose around noon, though her steps were still unsteady. Observing the bashful demeanor of his daughter, Qian Jiuqiu and the elders of the Qian family revealed expressions of contentment. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the Qian family's formidable figures and spies from various factions, Dongfang Yuan departed from Tianlin City with Qin Xinro and the esteemed warriors of the Tianyan Huangqiao. At the Hahuan Zone, within an exquisitely adorned chamber, a woman of alluring figure and enchanting beauty sat. Her large, captivating eyes emitted an irresistible allure. Her stunning visage seemed capable of bewitching all, making it difficult for any man who gazed upon her to look away. This woman was none other than Han Wanxiang, the holy maiden of Hahuan Zone. She possessed an innate charm, with every nuance of her expression exuding untold seduction. At that moment, her desk was strewn with numerous letters and a portrait depicting none other than Dongfang Yuan himself. A celestial master under 25 years of age. How intriguing. Very well, I shall pay you a visit. As long as you are a man, I have no doubt you will fall under my spell. Han Wanxiang declared, her figure flashing as she opened her chamber door. Outside, 2 elderly women had been waiting for some time. Holy Maiden, we have been sent by the sect leader to accompany you to the Tianyan Huangqiao and ensure your safety, they spoke in unison. Han Wanxiang regarded the 2 elderly women before her. Her father had instructed her to conceal her identity and investigate Dongfang Yuan's background, to determine if he was a reincarnation of a formidable being. If so, who might that be? Her father had asked her to uncover these mysteries as thoroughly as possible. The 2 elderly women were esteemed celestial masters, both at the 5th level of the celestial master realm. With their presence, her safety would be assured. Very well, esteemed elders. You shall accompany me, Han Wanxiang said, and soon they boarded a flying vessel, departing from the mountain gate of Hahuan Zone. At that moment, in the rear mountain of the Fengyun Zone, an elderly man emerged from a secret chamber, radiating the aura of a 7th-level celestial master. This man, with a thin frame and a countenance of fierce demeanor, bore a hawk-like nose and triangular eyes, giving him an exceedingly sinister appearance. A prominent scar marred his left cheek, likely a relic of an old wound. This man was none other than the 3rd elder of Fengyun Zone, Ing Yidao. Congratulations on your breakthrough, master. A middle-aged man who had been waiting nearby spoke, bowing as Ing Yidao emerged from the chamber. Ing Yidao nodded, observing him and inquiring, Yiming, why does your complexion seem off? Has something happened? Yiming, with a troubled expression, replied, Master, the junior disciple has passed away. Upon hearing this, Ing Yidao's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression darkened, and with a fierce gaze, he exclaimed in shock, Exiner is dead? Who did this? How'd he die? Ing Yidao regarded Dongfang Xin as his chosen successor, and now, having just emerged from seclusion, the news of Dongfang Xin's demise sent his emotions into a tumultuous spiral. Chapter 42. The Meeting of Two Maidens. Yiming recounted the circumstances surrounding the incident to Ing Yidao. Dongfang Xin had contended for the title of emperor with Dongfang Yuan and was ultimately slain by him. Even the supreme bone had been extracted. How could this be? That waste, Dongfang Yuan, how could he possibly defeat Exiner? Ing Yidao exclaimed in astonishment. Master, the Tianyan Huangchao is no longer as it once was. They have successively obliterated the Daming Huangchao, Yeyue Dian, and even the Shuang Lo. Their power has grown immensely, and now their reputation in the northern domain stands second only to our hegemonic forces. The key to all this is none other than Dongfang Yuan, at a young age of under 30, has reached the 5th level of the Celestial Master Realm. Rumors abound that he may very well be the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse. Yiming reported earnestly. 5th level of the Celestial Master Realm. This, Ing Yidao was deeply taken aback. He had not anticipated that so much had transpired in the brief time he spent in seclusion. The rapid development of the Tianyan Huangchao was truly astonishing. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Han Zhao, the deputy sect master of Fengyun Zone. Deputy sect master, what brings you here? Ing Yidao gazed at the sudden appearance of Han Zhao and immediately inquired, the 3rd elder, Yiming, must have informed you about the matters concerning Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yuan, correct? Han Zhao affirmed directly. Ing Yidao nodded. Indeed, however, regardless of whether Dongfang Yuan is a reincarnated strongman, he dared to slay my disciple, and I shall ensure he pays a grievous price. Ing Yidao's resolve was unwavering. Upon learning that it was Dongfang Yuan who had harmed Dongfang Xian, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I am not here to dissuade you. On the contrary, this aligns with the sect's intentions. We have discussed this together. 3rd elder, feel free to confront Dongfang Yuan, should the Tianyan dynasty resist. The sect shall not stand idly by. Rest assured, Han Zhao's words expressed the firm support of Fengyun's sect for him. Very well. In that case, I shall set forth immediately to Tianyan. I must sever Dongfang Yuan's head to honor Exiner, Ing Yidao replied solemnly. With that, he departed from the gates of Fengyun's sect, heading towards the Tianyan dynasty. In the Tianyan Imperial Palace, Dongfang Yuan returned from Tianlin City with Imo Zunzhonglo, Taipoyan, and others. He promptly summoned General Faping, who was astonished to see Imo Zunzhonglo present. Both were rivals who shared a mutual respect. Upon meeting, they felt a surge of excitement. Not expecting to encounter one another in this realm, Dongfang Yuan invited them to indulge in a night of revelry, vowing to drink until they were inebriated. Meanwhile, he took Qian Shinro and entered the inner palace. My beloved, this emperor has returned, Dongfang Yuan announced as he and Qian Shinro stepped into the hall. There, they found Xiao Qingli seated on the bed, who, upon hearing their arrival, ceased her meditation and approached them. Without hesitation, Dongfang Yuan enveloped her in an embrace, savoring the softness of her skin, feeling the warmth of her presence rise. He inhaled deeply, intoxicated by her alluring fragrance, as if all fatigue had dissipated in an instant. My beloved, have you missed me during my absence? Dongfang Yuan inquired with a smile. Spare me. You've only been gone for a few days, Xiao Qingli retorted, turning her face away like a regal, aloof swan, her expression tinged with pride. Ah, if you truly did not miss me, then why do your cheeks flush? Dongfang Yuan teased, gently caressing her slender waist. Certainly not. Cease your nonsense. Xiao Qingli exclaimed, though she allowed him to hold her without resistance. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Qian Shinro, causing her to involuntarily narrow her eyes. Tian Ji Shun Ti. Xiao Qingli's heart raced in surprise. She had not disowned this upon entering with Dongfang Yuan, but now, upon closer inspection, she realized Qian Shinro possessed the Tianji Shun Ti, albeit not yet awakened. Subsequently, Dongfang Yuan released her and stood between the two women, introducing them. My beloved, allow me to present to you the eldest daughter of the Qian family, Qian Shinro. Shinro, this is Xiao Qingli, the future empress of our Tianyan dynasty and the renowned beauty of the Great Dream dynasty. Shinro, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sister Xiao. Qian Shinro greeted respectfully. Dongfang Yuan, wary of any potential discord between the two women, had previously informed Qian Shinro about Xiao Qingli's true identity on their journey back. He made it clear that while he might take multiple consorts, the title of empress would forever belong solely to Xiao Qingli. Qian Shinro, being an astute woman, understood the implications of Dongfang Yuan's words. Upon learning that Xiao Qingli was once an empress, she harbored no desire to compete for favor. She lowered her posture, treating Xiao Qingli with utmost respect. There's no need for such formality, Miss Qian. It appears that rumors are indeed just rumors. I never expected the so-called vase of the Qian family to possess the Tianji Shun Ti. This place is truly remarkable, Xiao Qingli remarked with a composed demeanor. However, Qian Shinro appeared puzzled. Tianji Shun Ti. What is that? Xiao Qingli turned her gaze towards Dongfang Yuan, asking, have you not yet informed Shinro? Not yet. I was so preoccupied with my thoughts during the journey that I completely forgot, Dongfang Yuan suddenly recalled. I have heard that the Blood Shadow Tower has been annihilated. Now, only two of the conditions you promised remain. However, the second condition involves two items that are not easily obtainable, available only among the dominant forces in the Northern Territory. Doesn't that present a challenge for you? Xiao Qingli expressed concern. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable urge to lower the standards of the conditions she had previously set, especially upon realizing that Qian Shinro's body had been compromised. Chapter 43. Ambitions Unveiled. My beloved, rest assured, I shall acquire both items before long. My thoughts are intertwined with the Blood Shadow Tower. When I dispatched people to obliterate the Blood Shadow Tower's headquarters, although we killed Guan Jiyun, we did not encounter the Vice Master, Nan Minyu, and the God-slaying guards found no trace of him. This elusive fish worries me, as I fear it may stir up trouble. Dongfang Yuan explained his philosophy of leaving no loose ends. Nan Minyu, if he has escaped, I doubt he will linger in the Northern Territory for long. Although he is the Vice Master of the Blood Shadow Tower, his true identity is rather complex. He is an elder of the Haiyu forces within the Tiandi Pavilion. Given the circumstances, he has likely fled back to the Haiyu, Xiao Qingli recalled. Having a deep impression of Nan Minyu, with many rumors circulating about him in the Northern Territory. However, the Great Dream Dynasty had once learned by chance that Nan Minyu was not a native of the Northern Territory, but a warrior from the Haiyu. The Haiyu? That place. Dongfang Yuan contemplated. Well then, let us set that aside for now, as there are still troublesome matters at hand. Xiao Qingli discerned that Dongfang Yuan had matters to attend to, so she took the initiative to say, all right, you may go. I will have a chat with Shinro and explain the matter of the Tianji Sheni. Ha ha. Very well, rower, do engage in a delightful conversation with your sister Qingli. After all, you will share a bed in the future, Dongfang Yuan remarked with a hint of significance in his smile. Qian Shinro's face flushed red, caught off guard by the unexpected remark. Xiao Qingli, taken aback by Dongfang Yuan's audacity, shot him a disdainful glance and said, get lost. With a chuckle, Dongfang Yuan turned and left. The two women remained in the palace, beginning their conversation. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuan arrived at the main hall, where Xuanqi, Tai Poyan, and Wang Tianyu had been waiting for quite some time. The grand hall was also occupied by several Zhan Shenwei and Jin Jiaowei, all of whom had reached the third level of the Tianzuan realm. Your Majesty, just now, we received news from the spies watching Fengyun's sect that Yi Dao has exited his seclusion and left Fengyun's sect, appearing quite aggressive, likely heading towards our Tianyan Empire. Zhui Xuanqi reported. Dongfang Yuan nodded, his expression unperturbed, as he had anticipated this development. Let him come. His arrival means the Tianyu Jukeo will soon be within my grasp. Dongfang Yuan had already devised a plan. Once Yi Dao arrived, it would be akin to delivering him a bargaining chip. He intended to trade him for the Tianyu Jikao, acquire the Yue Jing from the Wanshou forest, and then directly hold the coronation ceremony for the empress. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Xiao Qingli's face during that intimate moment. To witness a once proud empress, who had stood at the pinnacle of the world, willingly unite with him would be utterly captivating, especially if she were to plead for mercy with that graceful swan-like visage. Your Majesty, Yi Dao was once a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the Tianzun realm. Having now broken through, he has likely reached the 7th level. We must inform our soldiers to be on high alert for this formidable adversary. Tai Poyan interjected. Dongfang Yuan shook his head. There is no need for such measures. When he arrives, invite him into the palace. I shall entertain him personally. He will not stir any significant trouble. His confidence radiated strongly. Regardless of whether Yi Dao was at the 7th or even the 8th level of the Tianzun realm, once inside the palace of the Tianyan Empire, he would meet only a dead end. In fact, there would be no need for Dongfang Yuan to take action. The semi-saint level protective array would suffice to suppress him thoroughly. By the way, Wang Tianyu, there's a matter I need to assign to you, Dongfang Yuan suddenly stated. I am at your command. Wang Tianyu responded respectfully. I shall provide you with 500,000 troops, including 3 Zhan Xunwei, 3 Ningwei, and 3 Jin Jiaowei, all at the 3rd level of the Tianzun realm, to be under your command. Your task is to begin clearing out all the top-tier forces surrounding the Tianyan Empire. Expand outward from within, and if there are those unwilling to submit, there is no need to report. Eliminate them immediately. I want the imperial might of the Tianyan Empire to reign over every inch of the northern region, instilling a sense of reverence in the hearts of its denizens. Do you have confidence in this? Dongfang Yuan's words ignited excitement and fervor among the three. Your Majesty is resolutely determined to commence dominion over the northern region. First, subdue all forces, ensuring the imperial might of the Tianyan Empire pervades every corner. Ultimately, ascend above all powers, becoming the undisputed sovereign force of the northern region. This grand ambition left Wang Tianyu and his companions standing tall and with a serious expression. He replied, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I possess confidence. Excellent. Marshal Tai, I also have a task for you. I want you to recruit soldiers throughout the northern region. Our Tianyan Empire currently has little more than 2 million troops. To unify the northern region, this number is far from sufficient. Therefore, we need to expand our army to at least 10 million. As for the resources for all soldiers, do not worry. Starting today, the resource distribution will triple. Left Prime Minister, you will oversee this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Tai Poyan and Zhuoxuanqi eagerly responded. With the recent destruction of the Blood Shadow Pavilion and the Evil Moon Hall, they had acquired significant resources, and the foundation of the Tianyan Empire had multiplied several times over. Coupled with the current momentum and prestige of the empire, along with the substantial resources provided to the army, they believed that reaching a force of 10 million would not take long. Suddenly, the figure of the arrow god appeared in the hall, holding a subdued black bear. Your Majesty, Mangang has successfully captured the arrow god, he proclaimed. Dongfang Yuan smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, arrow god. Now, Wang Tianyu, Marshal Tai, you may proceed with your tasks. Yes, Your Majesty, they replied, bowing before departing. The Zhan Xunwei and Jin Jiaowei also followed in their footsteps, leaving the Grand Hall. Chapter 44. The Pitiful Mangang. At this moment, only Dongfang Yuan, the left Prime Minister, the Arrow God, and the unconscious Mangang remained in the hall. Dongfang Yuan then said, Arrow God, awaken him. Yes, Your Majesty. The Arrow God complied, channeling energy into Mangang's body. Gradually, Mangang regained consciousness, his bear-like eyes slowly opening. How dare you? Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am? Mangang shouted furiously upon waking. With a swift motion, Dongfang Yuan delivered a resounding slap across Mangang's face. Can you speak civilly? If not, I shall have my men educate you properly. Dongfang Yuan replied with an indifferent expression. You insolent wretch. I am Mangang. My father is the Bear King, one of the 3 kings of the Wanshou forest. You dare to kidnap me and even strike me? Have you lost your minds? Although Dongfang Yuan had not struck with lethal force, Mangang's face bore the mark of the slap as he glared at Dongfang Yuan. Left Prime Minister, cut him down and feed the pieces to the dogs, Dongfang Yuan commanded, showing no leniency towards Mangang, who had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "As you wish, Your Majesty." The left prime minister immediately acted, restraining Mang Gang on the ground, rendering him immobile. He then approached the massive bear with a gaze of intent. "Hey, are you insane? If you harm me in the slightest, my father will have you all dismembered." Mang Gang yelled in a panic. However, the left prime minister showed no signs of hesitation, crouching before him and slowly extending his hand. "No, don't. Stay away. Please. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. Just let me speak." At this moment, Mang Gang was finally in a state of panic. Upon seeing that Zhuoxuanqi had no intention of stopping, he completely surrendered, wishing only to preserve his own life. "Stop, Zhuoxiang, let us pause for a moment," Dongfang Yuan said with an indifferent smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhuoxuanqi then rose and stood to the side. Mang Gang, whose courage was nearly shattered, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Mang Gang, I ask you, how much does the Bear King dote on you?" Dongfang Yuan inquired with genuine curiosity. Mang Gang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Dongfang Yuan. "He loves me dearly. I am my father's only son. If anything were to happen to me, he would undoubtedly be furious and would spare no effort to avenge me." Mang Gang replied, his tone somewhat tense. Implicitly, he hoped to convey to Dongfang Yuan not to act rashly. If he were to come to harm, his father would ensure that Dongfang Yuan and his companions would pay dearly. Listening to these words, Dongfang Yuan smirked disdainfully. He had gleaned the information he sought. "Enough. Zhuoxiang, disseminate the news. Inform the Wanshou Lin that Mang Gang is in our Tianyan dynasty's custody. If the Bear King wishes to save his son, he must bring the elixirs and treasures we demand, such as the 5th grade Wu Dao Dan, Yi Jing, Wan Nianshin Wang, Zi Yunling Ji, and Wu Jing Mu, within 15 days. Otherwise, in half a month, what they will witness will be the severed remains of Mang Gang." Dongfang Yuan ordered decisively. He made a bold demand, including not only the precious elixirs, but also numerous other valuable spiritual items. Even for a dominant force like Wanshou Lin, producing such a collection would be a significant sacrifice. "Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange it immediately." Zhuoxuanqi then withdrew to execute the orders. "You are Dongfang Yuan." At that moment, Mang Gang, upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's earlier proclamation, deduced his identity. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed. "Ah!" Mang Gang could not suppress a cry of agony. The assailant was not Dongfang Yuan, but rather the arrow god standing nearby. The arrow god struck with great force, distorting Mang Gang's face. His left cheek caved in, his mouth swollen, and several teeth lost. "Preposterous! Is it permissible for you to address His Majesty so casually?" The arrow god's voice was frigid and authoritative. Mang Gang felt a mix of rage and resentment, but was powerless to retaliate. At that moment, under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head. "Once my father comes to rescue me, I will ensure that you all kneel before me. I will return each of these slaps 10-fold, 100-fold." Mang Gang silently vowed, determined to make Dongfang Yuan and his companions pay dearly. "Enough, arrow god. Take him away," Dongfang Yuan said with an impassive expression, waving his hand. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mang Gang was led away by the arrow god. Before long, the various powers of the northern region were struck by astonishing news. The young master of the Bear Clan, Mang Gang, had been kidnapped by the Tianyan dynasty. They even publicly extorted Wanshou Lin, stating that if they did not present the demanded items within 15 days, they would execute Mang Gang, leaving the Bear King to mourn his son. Upon the announcement, all martial artists in the northern region were left in shock. Many could not comprehend how the Tianyan dynasty dared to act so brazenly against Wanshou Lin. This was an outright challenge to the heavens. My word, the Tianyan dynasty truly has guts. They previously eradicated the Blood Shadow Pavilion, but now they have set their sights on Wanshou Lin, a genuine hegemonic force. I believe Dongfang Yuan has become overly arrogant, thinking that after extinguishing the Ming dynasty in the Xiaoyu Hall, he could challenge Wanshou Lin. Little does he know, the foundation of Wanshou Lin far surpasses that of 100 Xiaoyu Halls. Moreover, the Bear King is a peak Tianzuan realm powerhouse, with the potential for divine weapons. How could a mere Tianyan dynasty provoke such a force? In my opinion, the Tianyan dynasty's audacious provocation of Wanshou Lin may well lead to their demise. Truly a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Chapter 45. The Wrath of the Bear King. Currently, The predominant sentiment in the northern region was that the actions of the Tianyan dynasty were tantamount to courting death. Their public provocation of Wan Shou was a grave affront to the Bear King's dignity, and they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Some factions were already waiting to see what tragic end awaited the Tianyan dynasty. Wan Shou, as the supreme power of the northern region and the sole beastly sovereign, commanded an authority that was not to be trifled with. Located at the northernmost edge of the northern region, it was distanced from the southern Tianyan dynasty, which was a primary reason Dongfang Yuan had given them a 15-day ultimatum. At this moment, within a hall of Wan Shou, the Bear King, a formidable figure, sat in human form to facilitate movement. His face was contorted with fury as he smashed a nearby table into splinters. This impudent Dongfang Yuan dares to openly challenge me. He is courting death. Tribe leader, the Tianyan dynasty must harbor resentment over our acquisition of the Wu Dao Dan, which is why they have resorted to kidnapping the young master to threaten us. A black bear beside him stated soberly. They're digging their own grave. The Wu Dao Dan was a boon for Wan Shou. We had already shown restraint towards Zhuo Xuanqi's earlier offenses. Who would have thought they would dare to kidnap our young master? This is a path to destruction. At this moment, a brown female bear named Man's Son, who was the second strongest in the bear clan, spoke with indignation. Her cultivation at the 8th level of Tianzuan made her a formidable presence in the northern region. Yet, her words revealed a self-serving perspective, disregarding the broader context. At that moment, two other figures appeared in the hall, both in human form. One had gray hair, while the other bore a kingly insignia on his forehead. Greetings, Wolf King, Tiger King. Man's Son and the Black Bear bowed in respect. These two were the leaders of the Wolf and Tiger clans, respectively. The gathering of the three kings represented the pinnacle of authority within Wan Shou. The Tiger King nodded and then addressed the Bear King. Old Bear, we have heard of the recent events. The actions of the Tianyan dynasty go beyond mere extortion. They blatantly disregard the authority of Wan Shou and openly provoke us. While Dongfang Yuan may be the reincarnation of a powerful entity, he is still only at the 5th level of Tianzuan. We are not entirely powerless against him. Given the current situation, we must eliminate the potential threat posed by the Tianyan dynasty once and for all. The meaning of Hu Wang is quite evident. It is clear that he will not allow the Tianyan dynasty to lead him by the nose. The expression on Xiong Wang's face was filled with fury, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, Dongfang Yuan dares to kidnap my son, which has already crossed my bottom line. I will ensure that the Tianyan dynasty faces utter destruction and teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Even if he is a reincarnated power, he is still unqualified to challenge Wan Shou. Man's Son, summon all the strong warriors of the Xiong clan to accompany me to the Tianyan dynasty at once. Xiong Wang was seething with anger, resolute in his intent to annihilate the Tianyan dynasty. At that moment, Lang Wang interjected, Old Bear, calm down for a moment. If you gather an army and march on them, the outcome will likely be counterproductive, and we might not even be able to save Man Gang. Hu Wang concurred, adding, Indeed, Old Bear, if we aggressively pressure Tianyan, it is highly probable that Dongfang Yuan will take drastic measures against Man Gang. The priority order is to rescue Man Gang first, and then eliminate Tianyan. We must not confuse the two. After hearing Hu Wang and Lang Wang's words, Xiong Wang managed to regain his composure. Then what do you propose? He inquired after calming himself. I have a plan that can both rescue Man Gang and eliminate Tianyan. Lang Wang replied after a moment of contemplation. Currently, aside from Dongfang Yuan, there should be another expert above the 5th level of the Tianzuan realm in the Tianyan dynasty. Thus, we could take a more cautious approach. Let Man's Son and Lang Yao take the items proposed by Dongfang Yuan and pretend to negotiate with them. After successfully exchanging and rescuing the young master, we will strike immediately. With two Tianzuan realm 8th level experts leading the charge, I believe it is not difficult to obliterate the Tianyan dynasty. Lang Yao, being the second in command of the Wolf clan, was also of the 8th level in the Tianzuan realm. Are you suggesting that we feign an exchange of conditions and only strike after ensuring Gang's safety? Xiong Wang pondered. Indeed, this way we can rescue Man Gang and eliminate Tianyan. Even if they are prepared, I do not believe they can contend with two 8th level Tianzuan realm experts, unless they have a peak Tianzuan realm expert station there. But how could that be possible? Lang Wang scoffed. This plan is feasible. Old Bear, what do you think? Hu Wang asked him. After a moment of thought, Xiong Wang agreed. Man Sun, you and Lang Yao take those materials and go to Tianyan, following Lang Wang's plan. But remember, ensure the young master's safety. Yes, clan leader, Man Sun replied. In the inner palace of the Tianyan dynasty, upon returning, Dongfang Yuan found Qian Xinro and Xiao Qingli engaged in cheerful conversation, their camaraderie seemingly elevated. This left Dongfang Yuan perplexed. How could their relationship deepen so quickly in his absence? My beloved rower, what are you two chatting about so merrily? Dongfang Yuan entered the hall with a smile. We were discussing secrets among women. Did you finish your business so quickly? Xiao Qingli replied with a composed expression. Indeed, if all goes as planned. My beloved's conditions should be fulfilled within 20 days. By then, you must obediently follow my commands, Dongfang Yuan said with a mischievous smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Qingli's cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, How shameless! Oh dear, why is your face so red, my beloved? Are you eager? Dongfang Yuan teased. Enough! You shameless one! Xiao Qingli, her face as flushed as a ripe fruit, playfully kicked Dongfang Yuan, only to have him seize her foot and tickle her. She immediately withdrew, giving him an exasperated look. Qian Xinro watched the scene, laughing with delight as the surrounding snow-capped mountains seemed to tremble in response. Your Majesty, Sister Qingli just explained the Tianji divine body to me. I never imagined I would possess such a legendary physique, Qian Xinro exclaimed with a sweet smile, her innocent demeanor tinged with playfulness. Chapter 46, Threats. Dongfang Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward, but he quickly laughed and responded, Look at what Rower says. I certainly adore every part of you. My love is for the tangible you. The Tianji divine body is merely a delightful bonus. Your Majesty's words are music to my ears, Qian Xinro replied, her cleverness evident as she carefully chose her words. Smooth talker, Xiao Qingli remarked, casting him a haughty glance. Dongfang Yuan smiled serenely, understanding that both women were astute and aware of their desires and boundaries. He felt at ease with their interactions. All right, let us discuss serious matters. My beloved, what is the method for awakening the Tianji divine body? Dongfang Yuan asked with a serious expression. Qian Xinro listened intently, for this was of utmost importance to her. If she could awaken the Tianji divine body, it would be a significant boon for both herself and the Tianyan dynasty. There are 3 items, True Dragon Blood, by Luo Dao Fruit, and Tian Su Ling Liquid. By refining these 3 into a Tianji pill for Rower to consume, she can awaken the Tianji divine body. However, these items are likely unavailable in the northern domain and must be sought in the oceanic domain. Xiao Qingli explained the method of awakening the divine body. Dongfang Yuan felt a hint of trouble upon hearing the names of these items. Bai Luo Dao Fruit and Tian Su Ling Liquid were both extraordinarily precious spiritual materials, known for their ability to unleash physical potential and open the meridians. Just one of these would surely entice even a sage. As for True Dragon Blood, it was even more rare. The True Dragon is a true holy beast, born at least at the Tianzuan realm. Dongfang Yuan had heard tales of the legendary True Dragon clan deep within the distant ocean. Ancient rulers of the sea with unfathomable depth. Even sages dared not provoke them. There's no rush. I will eventually need to go to the oceanic domain. Give me some time, and I will find a way to procure these 3 items. Rest assured, Rower, Dongfang Yuan said, kissing Qian Xinro's forehead. Thank you, Your Majesty. She replied, her heart fluttering. At this moment, Xiao Qingli stood up, her cool demeanor fixed on Dongfang Yuan. All right, I must go train now. These days are crucial for my breakthrough, so please do not disturb me. My beloved, rest assured, I promise not to intrude. Dongfang Yuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Qingli acknowledged him with a nod, glanced at the 2 of them, and upon noticing the flicker of desire in Dongfang Yuan's eyes, she said nothing further and left the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, why do I feel like I saw a hint of reluctance in Sister Zhao's eyes? At this moment, Qian Xinro nestled in Dongfang Yuan's embrace, her voice sweet and enchanting. Ha ha ha, no matter, let her wait a few more days. For now, I shall completely subdue you first. After Dongfang Yuan finished speaking, he moved to kiss Qian Xinro. Your Majesty, it has only been a short while, Qian Xinro protested shyly, pushing against Dongfang Yuan's chest. Last time was last time, she continued, but was abruptly silenced by Dongfang Yuan's kiss, who, like a famished wolf, lifted her and laid her upon the bed. At the same time, Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu were also busy. With the exponential increase in resources allocated to the Tianyan dynasty, their reputation from the annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, and Dongfang Yuan's current prestige, they had recruited over 5 million soldiers in just a few days, drawing closer to their goal of 10 million. Wang Tianyu led his troops to continue sweeping through several factions surrounding the Tianyan dynasty. Over the course of several days, aided by the fierce assaults of Wang Tianyu and the cooperation of the formidable Zhang Xinwei, 7 first-rate factions had capitulated and 3 were obliterated. Furthermore, 2 top-tier forces, akin to the Xiaoyu Dian and Blood Shadow Pavilion, willingly submitted to the Tianyan dynasty. The leaders of these factions had been temporarily controlled by the dynasty through the use of substances. Once their rebellious intentions were assured to be quelled, the Tianyan dynasty would naturally provide them with the antidote. In such a brief period, the territorial expanse of the Tianyan dynasty had rapidly enlarged, encompassing the lands previously held by the Ming dynasty and the Xiaoyu Dian. The dynasty now governed 1/5 of the entire northern domain. Indeed, it could be said that the territory of the Tianyan dynasty now surpassed that of the 2 dominant forces, the Wanshou Lin and He Huanzong. However, this expansion had instilled a sense of looming threat among the ruling powers of those dominant factions. The continuous territorial growth had revealed Dongfang Yuan's ambitious nature, prompting the rulers of these factions to realize that if the momentum of the Tianyan dynasty was not curtailed, they themselves might become the next targets. Nonetheless, the Fengyunzong, Wanshou Lin, and even He Huanzong were currently biding their time, as each had dispatched envoys to the Tianyan dynasty. For the Wanshou Lin and Fengyunzong, their desires were to claim Dongfang Yuan's life and the destruction of the Tianyan dynasty. At this moment, in the Tianyan imperial city, Han Wanxiang, veiled and accompanied by 2 elderly women from He Huanzong, walked along the street, heading towards the Tianyan imperial palace. Miss, the winds of change in the northern domain are all due to the Tianyan dynasty. Throughout our journey, we have heard many tales regarding Dongfang Yuan. It is truly astonishing to discover the magnitude of his ambition. Moreover, it is incredible that the Tianyan dynasty has managed to expand its dominion so significantly in such a short span, one of the elderly women remarked. Chapter 47. The Sage is Without Desire. Along the way, one of the elderly women beside Han Wanxiang spoke. Han Wanxiang smiled enigmatically, her face behind the veil exuding allure. I find myself increasingly curious about his true identity. Miss, your He Huan's sacred body has reached great perfection. It is likely that no man in the world can resist your allure, even if Dongfang Yuan is as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. As long as he is a man, I believe he will inevitably fall under your spell, the other elderly woman added with a smile. Han Wanxiang responded with a faint smile, her expression brimming with confidence as she led them into the Tianyan imperial palace. At that moment, Zhuxiang stood nervously outside the inner chambers. Your Majesty, he called softly, cautious not to disturb Dongfang Yuan as he attended to his affairs. Dongfang Yuan had intended to sit down and recuperate, but upon hearing Zhuxiang's voice, he inquired, "What is it? Speak." With Dongfang Yuan's invitation, Zhuxiang's voice returned to normal. Your Majesty, the holy maiden of He Huanzong, Han Wanxiang, accompanied by 2 elder Tians of their sect, wishes to pay her respects to your Majesty. I have asked them to wait in the side hall. Would your Majesty care to meet with them? Hearing Zhuxiang's words, Dongfang Yuan's brow furrowed. Han Wanxiang, what does she want? His relationship with He Huanzong was still one of mutual non-interference. Although the system had suggested he could take Han Wanxiang as a concubine, he had not expected her to seek him out directly. Upon hearing Han Wanxiang's name, Qian Shinro, who had been resting, slowly opened her eyes, intrigued. Is there a specific reason for her visit? Did she mention what she sought from me? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, Han Wanxiang stated that she has long admired your renown and wishes to visit you to witness the legendary figure of the northern domain, Zhuxiang replied. Quite the flattering words. Very well, tell her to wait a moment. I shall change my attire and then meet with her, Dongfang Yuan responded with a smile. Yes, your Majesty, I shall make the arrangements immediately, Zhuxiang said as he took his leave. Dongfang Yuan began to don his dragon robe once more. At this juncture, Qian Shinro spoke up. Your Majesty, do you believe there is a deeper motive behind Han Wanxiang's visit? How would I know? I can only discern her intentions after meeting her, Dongfang Yuan replied. His demeanor relaxed as he continued dressing. Qian Xinrou's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, I suspect that Han Wanxiang's visit may not be so simple. Oh, what insights do you have, Roa? Dongfang Yuan turned to her, inquiring earnestly. Your Majesty, I have a conjecture. Han Wanxiang is renowned in the northern domain for her, He Huan's sacred body, captivating countless young men. Many foolish suitors are willing to devote their lives to her, yet none have truly possessed her. To effortlessly sway the hearts of thousands, a woman of such caliber must possess a complex mind. Presently, rumors abound that your Majesty is the reincarnation of an unparalleled powerhouse, explaining your rapid cultivation. However, you have never confirmed this, leaving many uncertainties. I believe the rulers of those dominant factions, one and all, are eager to uncover the truth regarding your identity, including the He Huan zone. Thus, I suspect Han Wanxiang's true purpose for visiting may be to probe your depths. Qian Xinrou articulated her thoughts with keen insight, blending her intellect with a woman's intuition. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan paused his actions, deeply contemplating Qian Xinrou's words. After a while, he replied earnestly, Are you suggesting that Han Wanxiang's true intention in seeking an audience with me is to investigate my background? But on what grounds? The world knows my cultivation level is that of a Tianzuan, while she is merely a small woman of the Fa Xiang realm. What could she possibly use to ensnare me and uncover my secrets? Dongfang Yuan said dismissively. It is not that he looks down upon Han Wanxiang. Rather, how could someone with the cultivation of the seventh heaven of the Tianzuan realm possibly have their soul ensnared by Han Wanxiang? Your Majesty, what if Han Wanxiang cultivates her Ha Huan sacred body to perfection? Should your Majesty let down your guard for just a moment and succumb to her seductive charms? Is it not possible that you could find yourself ensnared in her web? It must be said that the deepest understanding of women often comes from women themselves, especially for astute individuals like Qian Xinrou, who can discern the most critical matters with remarkable insight. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan could not help but reflect calmly. If the Ha Huan sacred body reaches full mastery, Dongfang Yuan had already formed his own resolution. As Qian Xinrou mentioned, if Han Wanxiang truly aligns with her conjectures, then indeed, even an ordinary Tianzuan of the fifth heaven could fall prey. However, Dongfang Yuan is no ordinary individual. His cultivation has already reached the seventh heaven of the Tianzuan realm, though he has not made it public. Furthermore, his spiritual power has ascended to the level of a semi-saint, and even if Han Wanxiang were to exert all her efforts, she could not sway him in the slightest. Yet, suddenly a wicked thought crossed Dongfang Yuan's mind. He spoke. What you said is indeed accurate, Qian Xinrou. Han Wanxiang could very well bewitch me. However, I've already promised to meet her. What should I do now? At this point, Qian Xinrou also fell into contemplation, beginning to assist Dongfang Yuan in devising a plan. Dongfang Yuan then approached her with a smile, saying, Qian, surely you do not wish to see me entrapped by that Ha Huan saintess? Qian Xinrou raised her head, her small face nodding earnestly. Naturally, I do not wish to see that. In that case, he continued, I have a splendid idea. The Ha Huan sacred body entices one's innermost desires. But if those desires were to vanish, would she not be unable to entice at all? Chapter 48. The fragrance of a woman in the imperial chamber. The atmosphere was intensely charged. After arranging matters, Zhuo Xuanqi joined Han Wanxiang and the two elder women in the side hall, awaiting Dongfang Yuan's arrival. However, after half an hour of waiting, there was still no sign of him. Han Wanxiang remained composed, her veiled face maintaining a calm demeanor. In contrast, the two elder women accompanying her could scarcely contain their impatience. Zhuo, what urgent matter does your emperor need to attend to? We have waited for half an hour already. Is this how you entertain guests in the Tianyan dynasty? One elder woman questioned, her tone filled with indignation. It was simply outrageous. The Ha Huan sect, despite being represented by only 3 of them, was nonetheless a dominant force. Please, remain calm for a moment and have some tea. I shall check whether His Majesty is en route. Zhuo Xuanqi replied with an apologetic smile. Internally, he felt a growing headache and proceeded to Qian Xinrou's chamber to ascertain the situation. This Dongfang Yuan is truly overstepping. Half an hour, and he acts as if he is a king of the northern region. Another elder woman exclaimed, her anger palpable. As Tianzuan-level powerhouses of the Ha Huan sect, they were not accustomed to being treated with such disregard anywhere in the northern region. The thought that they were being stood up by Dongfang Yuan in the Tianyan dynasty only fueled their ire further. Never mind. Since he wishes for us to wait, let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve, Han Wanxiang thought serenely, sipping from the nearby teacup. Before long, Zhuo Xuanqi returned. Miss Han, please bear with us a moment longer. His Majesty is currently bathing and changing clothes, and he will be ready shortly, he said, still wearing a forced smile. His heart felt bitter, for he had no idea why His Majesty's whims had become so extravagant. Upon reaching the entrance to the sleeping quarters, he was met with sounds he should not have heard, causing him to retreat in fright without uttering a word. Han Wanxiang and the two elder women continued to wait in the hall. Soon enough, another half-hour slipped by. You scoundrels, Zhuo Xuanqi, is your Tianyan dynasty toying with my Hahuan sect? Making us wait here for an hour. Do you find this amusing? One elder woman erupted, slamming her palm onto a nearby table, splintering it, and rose to her feet, furiously shouting. Even Han Wanxiang, though her face was veiled, showed signs of displeasure. Their dignity could not withstand such humiliation. That scoundrel Dongfang Yuan was treating them like fools. No, elderly Miss Han, this is a misunderstanding. Our emperor, who is making such a ruckus? Just as Xuanqi was hastily trying to explain, a youthful voice rang out. Outside the hall, a figure clad in a dragon robe gracefully entered, the very Dongfang Yuan himself. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived, Zhuo Xuanqi exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Though internally he felt on the verge of tears. I was bathing and cleansing myself, which delayed my arrival slightly. I hope you do not hold it against me, Dongfang Yuan said with a faint smile, addressing Han Wanxiang and the two elder women present. The elder woman, named Li, retorted sharply. Your Majesty certainly has a knack for timing, but an hour for bathing is rather excessive, isn't it? Be careful not to soak your skin off. Elder Li's expression darkened. She did not believe for a second that Dongfang Yuan had spent an entire hour merely bathing. This was evidently a deliberate ploy on his part. Dongfang Yuan promptly took his seat at the highest position. He paid no mind to Elder Li's words, his gaze devoid of desire, and smiled slowly. I cherish cleanliness. Hence my bathing rituals tend to be rather lengthy. Moreover, with the esteemed Hahuan Saintess visiting today, it is only fitting that I cleanse myself thoroughly to be worthy of her gaze. Dongfang Yuan's sweet words significantly dampened Elder Li's hostility. As the conversation naturally shifted to the topic of hosting Han Wanxiang, the scales began to tip in Dongfang Yuan's favor. Han Wanxiang gazed at Dongfang Yuan, then gestured for the two elder women to take their seats and calm their tempers. The two elder women of the Hahuan sect exchanged glances with Zhuo Xuanqi and Dongfang Yuan, snorting in disdain before sitting down. Their expressions remained icy, their anger unresolved. At that moment, Han Wanxiang, with her enchanting eyes capable of beguiling the masses, looked at Dongfang Yuan. Her voice, laced with allure and a hint of playfulness, inquired, Your Majesty, you mentioned you were bathing earlier, did you not? Yet, when you passed by me just now, I could not help but notice that the fragrance around you seemed less like that of bathwater and more akin to a woman's body scent and the fragrance of cosmetics. A subtle smile graced Han Wanxiang's face beneath her veil. Chapter 49. A price too great for Han Wanxiang. Dongfang Yuan himself had not anticipated that Han Wanxiang's sense of smell would be so keen. He had merely flashed by her in an instant, yet she had caught the scent of Qian Xinrou's fragrance. Dongfang's expression remained composed as he calmly replied, Holy Maiden Han, you yist. I am, after all, the esteemed sovereign of the Tianyan dynasty. It is perfectly normal for me to bathe and change with maidens attending to me. Let us discuss matters of significance. The renowned Holy Maiden Han has come to my Tianyan dynasty today. Is there something you wish to discuss? With a serious demeanor, he inquired. Wanxiang had long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Emperor Yuan. In the northern region, he was considered the foremost among the younger generation. Wanxiang had yearned to pay her respects and witness the remarkable figure reigning over the north. To her astonishment, upon their meeting, she found the emperor even more handsome than the rumors suggested, making her journey worthwhile. With a voice both enchanting and seductive, akin to a siren's song, she gazed into Dongfang's eyes, her captivating Dongfang subtly fluttering. Unbeknownst to her, the power of her Hahuan's sacred body began to operate covertly, emanating an alluring aura that stirred deep desires within. At that moment, Zhuo Xuanqi cast a few glances her way, feeling a fire ignite in his lower abdomen. his gaze on Han Wansheng becoming increasingly entranced. "Ha ha! Holy Maiden Han's flattery is almost overwhelming," laughed Dukang, deliberately inviting her. "I also hold a deep admiration for you, and I would like to share tea with you privately. What say you?" His laughter broke with Xuanqi from his dazed state. Han Wansheng regarded Dongfang quietly for a moment before responding with a smile that radiated charm. "Of course. Zhuxiang, please escort the two elders from the Hahuan sect to the Taiqing Hall and ensure they are treated with the utmost respect. We must uphold the decorum of the Tianyan dynasty. Understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Xuanqi replied promptly as he led the two elders away, leaving only Han Wansheng and Dongfang Yuan in the hall. With a wave of his hand, a chair appeared beside him. "Holy Maiden Han, please take a seat," he invited. As Han Wansheng gracefully approached, one could not help but notice her exquisite figure. Such beauty would undoubtedly captivate many in the Blue Star world, even if she were to remain anonymous while broadcasting, drawing countless admirers showering her with gifts. As she settled down, her veil still in place, her gaze remained fixed on Dongfang Yuan. With another wave, 2 cups of spiritual tea appeared on the table. He smiled. "It is said that Holy Maiden Han possesses a beauty unparalleled. Might I request that you remove your veil, so I may behold your true visage?" Understanding his desire, Han Wansheng obliged, unveiling her face. At the moment her veil fell, a barely perceptible red glimmer flickered in her eyes as she discreetly activated her Hahuan sacred body once more. Upon seeing her true form and locking eyes with her, Dongfang felt as if countless threads were tugging at his innermost desires. Yet, his spiritual power kept those threads at bay, shielding him from any interference. Nonetheless, Dongfang Yuan had no intention of ending the encounter so simply. He recognized Wansheng's ulterior motives and her activation of the Hahuan sacred body. Surely, it would not be unreasonable to collect some interest in return. As he gazed into her eyes, a wave of bewilderment washed over him, his expression shifting to one of infatuation and intoxication. "Indeed, Holy Maiden Han, your beauty is captivating. Stirring feelings within me I cannot ignore." He feigned ardor, leading Wansheng to believe she had ensnared him in her charm. "Ah, I thought your willpower was formidable, having previously resisted my enchanting gaze. It seems I have overestimated you. Truly, these powerful men are all the same. Even reincarnated heroes cannot suppress their desires." The notion that heroes struggle against the allure of beauty rings true, Han Wansheng mused internally, her disdain for Dongfang growing as she observed how easily he succumbed to temptation. With her Hahuan sacred body's allure still radiating, she smiled enticingly. "If the Emperor has an interest in me, I will be willing to stay and share a delightful evening together." "Oh, is the Holy Maiden serious? You would truly spend the night with me?" he responded, his excitement palpable. "Rest assured, I will ensure that this evening is unforgettable for you." As he spoke, he took her hand, pulling her into his embrace before she could react. Surprised by his boldness, Han Wansheng's expression shifted, filled with disdain for his audacity. Such a lack of willpower, akin to other ordinary men of the northern region, driven solely by base instincts, she thought, feeling a surge of contempt. Though she wished to break free, Dongfang Yuan's strength held her firmly. Yet, she refrained from resisting too forcefully, fearing it might disrupt the enchantment of her Hahuan sacred body. "Fine, I shall endure this for a moment. Once I ascertain the information I seek, I will dismiss him," she resolved internally, allowing herself to relax in his grasp. With a smile gracing her lips, she leaned closer, alluringly stating, "I have a few questions for you, Emperor. If you can satisfy my curiosity, I shall yield to your desires tonight." Her every smile and gesture was infused with irresistible charm, enough to ensnare countless admirers on various platforms in the Blue Star world. "Speak, and I shall answer you with complete honesty," he replied, tightening his embrace. Despite her inner revulsion, Han Wansheng maintained her composure. As rumors spread throughout the northern region that the Emperor was the reincarnation of an unparalleled strongman, and his curiosity piqued. "Emperor, can you unravel this mystery for me?" she inquired, her fingers tracing his face as her gaze locked onto his, the allure of her Hahuan sacred body intensifying, drawing him into a whirlpool of desire. As she leaned closer, whispering, "Come, Holy Maiden, lean in closer so I may share my secret," his infatuated expression was unmistakable. Dongfang Yuan gazed at the alluring figure before him, and softly murmured into Han Wansheng's ear, "In my past life, I was known as Yi Yi. At that moment, as his words hung in the air, his large hand reached out to grasp Han Wanxiang's form. She instinctively prepared to retaliate, but the aura emanating from Dongfang Yuan surged forth. And with a mere flicker of his Tianzun realm power, he sent Han Wanxiang hurtling to the center of the Grand Hall. Dongfang Yuan, do you dare to insult this holy maiden? Han Wanxiang fumed with indignation. In that instant, she realized that Dongfang Yuan had never fallen prey to her allure. From the very beginning, he had been toying with her, taking advantage of her while inflicting pain with his grasp. Embarrassment and fury coursed through her veins. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, betraying a mix of anger and shyness, or perhaps both. Now composed, Dongfang Yuan rubbed his fingers together and remarked with a hint of amusement, Han, holy maiden, you are indeed the dream of countless men from the northern region. This sensation is simply irresistible. No wonder so many are entranced by you. Even I find myself somewhat enamored. His brazen words only served to stoke Han Wanxiang's fury further. Scoundrel! Dongfang Yuan, why did you not succumb? Why did my He Huan's sacred body have no effect on you? Her anger was tinged with confusion as she pondered the reason for her failure against Dongfang Yuan. Han, holy maiden, the allure of the He Huan's sacred body is indeed challenging to resist. Yet, it is unfortunate for you that you encountered me, Dongfang Yuan. I have devoured countless tomes since childhood. Even if you have fought many battles, your techniques may not surpass my knowledge. This mere charm is but a trivial drizzle, he declared shamelessly. Bah, shameless. As the holy maiden of the He Huan sect, do you dare to humiliate me so? Are you not afraid of retribution from my sect? Han Wanxiang warned. Ah, but that cannot be said, Han, holy maiden. You initiated this matter and first employed your allure against me. If we are to speak of reason, it is your He Huan sect that stand in the wrong. How has it now become a tale of me humiliating you? Dongfang Yuan replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. You, very well. Dongfang Yuan, I shall remember this day. Mark my words. It will not be long before you kneel before me, begging for mercy, Han Wanxiang declared angrily before storming out of the palace. Shortly after her departure, Zhuo Xuanqi hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, that Miss Han and elderly have all departed. Zhuo Xuanqi's words were interrupted by Dongfang Yuan. Do not worry. They will not be leaving entirely. By the way, how have the matters I entrusted to General Tai and King Tianyu progressed? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Rest assured, Your Majesty, General Tai has completed his task, recruiting 1 million soldiers. King Tianyu has already brought his army to dominate several factions. Outside the territory of the Tianyan dynasty, only the Zhao family's domain remains unconquered. However, given King Tianyu's pace, it should not take long, so Xuanqi responded. Congratulations, host. The territory of the Tianyan dynasty has expanded by another 100,000 miles. The system chimed in Dongfang Yuan's mind. Prestige points have increased by 1,500, bringing the total to 4,320. A reward package has been dispatched, and an achievement package has also been sent upon surpassing 4,000 prestige points. It seems fortune favors the bold. Dongfang Yuan mused, just as the system's notification rang in his mind. Very well. I understand. You may leave now. Also, according to the speed of Ing Dao, you should arrive at the Tianyan dynasty in less than half a day's time. Prepare to open the palace gates and allow him entry without obstruction, Dongfang Yuan instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhuo Xuanqi replied before exiting the palace. System, open the reward and achievement packages. Opening packages. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 upgrade opportunity for the protective Great Array, 2 5th grade Dao Tian pills, 10 7th grade Pazun pills, 1,000 5th grade Huixian pills, 1,000 6th grade Huixian pills, 1 opportunity for 10,000 years of cultivation, and 1 holy weapon, the Qinkuan spike. In the next moment, these treasures floated before Dongfang Yuan's eyes within the hall. His expression brightened, fixated on the half-length sword known as the Qinkuan spike. A holy weapon. This was indeed a holy weapon. The reason those dominant factions in the northern region maintained their status over the years was largely due to their holy weapons. The crafting of holy weapons was exceedingly arduous. Even many powerful beings at the saint level predominantly wielded mere Zun-level spirit tools. Far from achieving the caliber of a holy artifact. System, provide the descriptions for the pills and the holy weapon. Dongfang Yuan commanded the system to unveil the information. Upgrade opportunity for the protective Great Array. Allows for an instant upgrade of the Great Array. 5th grade Dao Tian Pill. Usable at the peak of the Tianzun realm. Consuming 1 allows a breakthrough to the half-saint realm. 7th grade Pozun Pill. Usable at the Tianzun realm. Consuming 1 allows an elevation of 2 small realms. Ineffective above the 6th level of the Tianzun realm. 5th grade Hui Xian Pill. Consuming it allows a breakthrough from the peak of the Tianxian realm to the Yulong realm. 6th grade Hui Xian Pill. Consuming it allows a breakthrough from the peak of the Yulong realm to the Tianren realm. Qinkuan Spike. Grade. Upper grade Holy Weapon. Power. Each attack can rival a Saint-level expert at the 3rd level of the Saint realm. Usage restriction. The wielder must be at the peak of the Tianzun realm. Special ability. Can be upgraded. The Qinkuan Spike was once an imperial weapon, having fallen to the level of a holy weapon due to damage. It still retains some special abilities from its time as an imperial weapon, capable of distorting space, creating spatial storms, causing spatial explosions, and large-scale collapses in space. Special note. The spatial power of the Qinkuan Spike can be used 3 times. To use it continuously, it must be upgraded. Otherwise, once the 3 chances are exhausted, it will lose its special abilities entirely. After absorbing the system's revelations, Dongfang Yuan was left utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the Qinkuan Spike's illustrious origin. Once being an imperial weapon and now possessing the ability to distort and collapse space, filling him with delight. Furthermore, the pills provided by the system could allow Fei Peng and Chong Lu to ascend directly to the half-saint realm. Regrettably, the 7th grade Pozun pill had restrictions preventing him from using it at present. Nevertheless, it would be beneficial for Zhuxiang and the others. The remaining pills could be utilized to bolster the strength of the middle ranks within the Tianyan dynasty. System, apply the opportunity for 10,000 years of cultivation to myself. Simultaneously, the upgrade of the Guardian Array commenced. Dongfang Yuan stated directly. The system responded, monitoring, and in progress, with the infusion of a millennium's worth of cultivation. Dongfang Yuan's aura began to surge. Suddenly, he broke through, reaching the 8th layer of the Tianzun realm, and was on the verge of crossing the threshold to the pinnacle of the Tianzun realm when the increase in his aura halted. It was over. Damn it. Every time he elevated his cultivation, he had to curse that damn technique. Feeling his aura stagnate within, Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Monitoring. The system chimed in again. Host, the upgrade of the Guardian Array is complete, now reaching the level of the Saint realm, capable of resisting and suppressing all formidable beings below the pinnacle of the Saint realm. Dongfang Yuan was quite satisfied with the strength of the Guardian Array upgrade. With a flash of his figure, he departed from the Great Hall to seek out Fei Peng and Chong Lu, delivering the medicinal pills to them. On the streets of Tianyan Imperial City, Han Wanxiang, veiled, still conveyed her displeasure through her extraordinarily enchanting eyes. Beside her, 2 elders from the Hahuan sect wore expressions of fury. Elderly directly voiced his thoughts. Saintess, that Dongfang Yuan is so audacious. Why don't Elder Hua and I return and capture him, allowing you to deal with him? Han Wanxiang shook her head. Elderly, I understand your intentions. But to act against Dongfang Yuan within the Tianyan dynasty, your strength is insufficient. Dongfang Yuan had already attained the 5th layer of the Tianzun realm, and there were likely strong figures within the imperial palace. To confront him, at least the 7th layer of the Tianzun realm would be necessary. Saintess, in that case, let us return to the sect and request the Grand Steward or the Vice Sect Master to intervene. Otherwise, this young man is far too arrogant, truly believing that no one in the northern region can contend with him. Elder Li's anger flared. Han Wanxiang snorted coldly, recalling Dongfang Yuan's arrogant demeanor, which incited her ire. No need. He won't have much time left. We shall wait here in the imperial city. When the moment comes, and he kneels before me, begging for my mercy, this saintess will take great pleasure in humiliating him. Han Wanxiang's desire for revenge was considerable, and she was already eagerly anticipating the imagined scene. Dongfang Yuan had taken advantage of her since her birth, and she had never before been so grasped. It was utterly despicable. Her revulsion toward Dongfang Yuan had reached its peak. Without properly humiliating him, this young lady of the Hahuan sect feared she would be unable to sleep. Saintess, do you refer to the 10,000 Beast Forest? It seems they have indeed sent someone, but the distance is considerable, and we may have to wait several days. Elder Hua remarked, walking alongside Han Wanxiang. No, While the people from the 10,000 Beast Forest have arrived, they are not who I am waiting for. On the way here, I received news that the third elder of the Fengyun sect, Ing Yi Dao, has exited seclusion. Moreover, it is confirmed that after leaving the Fengyun sect, he is heading towards the Tianyan dynasty. By my calculations, he should arrive by nightfall. At that time, Dongfang Yuan will certainly face dire consequences. Once Ing Yi Dao arrives, we will follow behind him and enter the imperial palace together. We shall see what fate awaits Dongfang Yuan. Han Wanxiang's face revealed a trace of a cold smile. Understood. Saintus, then let us find a place to rest for the time being. Once Ing Yi Dao arrives, we shall re-enter the Tianyan Imperial Palace, Elderly replied. Within the Tianyan Imperial Palace, after giving the Dao Tian Dan to Fei Ping and Chonglu, Dongfang Yuan summons with Xiang and Tai Poyan. He subsequently provided each with 2 pieces of the 7th rank Pazun Dan, sufficient to elevate them to the 5th layer of the Tianzun realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tai Poyan and Zhuoxuanqi expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. The 7th rank Pazun Dan was an exceedingly rare treasure in the northern region, almost priceless. That Dongfang Yuan had gifted them too was both surprising and moving. Additionally, here are these medicinal pills, the 5th rank Hui Xiandan, along with 6 bottles of Hui Xiandan. Distribute them accordingly, whether among the officials in the court or the troops. Assess which individuals possess potential for further cultivation and focus on nurturing them. I shall not interfere, Dongfang Yuan instructed. He had kept a few Hui Xiandan for Qian Xinro and Xiao Qingli, while the remainder was offered to Zhuoxuanqi and the others. So many. Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan's eyes widened in shock as they received the bottles containing the pills, their astonishment palpable. There were nearly 2,000. This only reinforced their belief that the emperor had secretly recruited an alchemist, perhaps even more than one. Yes, on behalf of the officials and the brothers in the military, I thank Your Majesty for the gift of pills. Tai Poyan expressed his gratitude after receiving the medicines. Chapter 52. The arrival of Ing Yi Dao after Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan departed. Dongfang Yuan summoned Su Bai. Su Bai pays his respects to Your Majesty. Since eliminating the heir of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Su Bai had fled directly back to the Tianyan dynasty. It had been arranged by Dongfang Yuan to remain within the palace during this time. Su Bai, take this pill. Upon consumption, you may break through to the 3rd layer of the Tianzun realm. Dongfang Yuan presented him with a 7th rank Pazun Dan. Su Bai received it, his expression turning astonished. Your Majesty, is this truly a 7th rank Pazun Dan? Indeed. Once you refine this pill, I have a task for you, Dongfang Yuan stated directly. Su Bai, taken aback, eagerly inquired, what is Your Majesty's command? After consuming this pill and breaking through, I need you to venture to the Sea region and gather information regarding the Bai Luo Daohua and Tian Su Lingyi. You need not act. Simply return with accurate information about these 2 items. I will arrange the subsequent matters. Dongfang Yuan explained matter-of-factly. The Bai Luo Daohua and Tian Su Lingyi. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will remember. Once I break through, I will set off for the Sea region at once, Su Bai replied respectfully. Dongfang Yuan cautioned. The Sea region is not like the northern region. It is a place rife with danger. Proceed with caution, for the Tianyan dynasty has yet to unify the northern region. Do not attract too much attention. Your Majesty can rest assured. Su Bai knows how to proceed, Su Bai assured him earnestly. All right, you may leave, Dongfang Yuan nodded, indicating for him to depart. After Su Bai left, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Xiao Qingli. My beloved, you have emerged from seclusion. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her. Observing her cultivation, he was somewhat astonished. Xiao Qingli had reached the pinnacle of the Yulong realm, having broken through an entire major realm. Dongfang Yuan understood that she had refined many heavenly and earthly treasures from the treasury of the Taming dynasty, which accounted for her rapid advancement. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire her. She was indeed the reincarnated Nanyu Empress, a being who had once reached the pinnacle. Now, as she sought to ascend once more, her speed was beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. To my astonishment, the beloved consort has indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the Yolong realm. What a delightful occasion to celebrate. Come, allow me a kiss. Dongfang Yuan rushed over, seizing the moment to plant a kiss on Xiao Qingli. Naturally, Xiao Qingli thwarted his advance, her hand obstructing his face as she calmly remarked, enough of that. You have yet to tire out Shinro. and you wish to pursue me as well. Furthermore, I must ask, can you not be excessive? I just visited Xin Ro's chambers, and she was nearly exhausted, unable to rise from the bed. You truly are a beast. Xiao Qingli spoke with a hint of reproach. Dongfang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Not to worry, it is merely that Xin Ro's cultivation cannot keep pace. My young energy is too vigorous, and she has become somewhat fatigued. Oomph. I'm not inclined to believe you. It seems to me that you are intentionally trying to make her conceive sooner, Xiao Qingli retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Hee. Indeed, nothing escapes the discerning eyes of my beloved consort. Yet, I cannot be entirely blamed. My love, I wish for you to be the first to conceive, but I have yet to fulfill the 3 conditions you set. As of now, I have not even touched you, Dongfang Yuan said, wrapping his arm around Xiao Qingli's slender waist, pulling her soft form closer to his. With a mouth full of honeyed words, Xiao Qingli turned her head away, her demeanor cool and aloof. Unfazed, Dongfang Yuan smiled and produced 2 Hui Xuan pills, saying, My beloved consort, these 2 pills are small gifts I have prepared for you. Do you like them? Upon seeing the pills, Xiao Qingli's expression shifted to one of surprise. Hui Xuan pills? How did you come by such a rare elixir? She knew well that the recipe for Hui Xuan pills was nearly non-existent in the entire northern domain. I have my own methods, Dongfang Yuan replied mysteriously. Now, my love, take these pills to stabilize your cultivation. You may consume them to facilitate your breakthrough. Xiao Qingli accepted them with poise and then inquired. I heard that Han Wanxiang has arrived. How did your conversation fare? Fairly well, I must say. I found it quite enjoyable, Dongfang Yuan responded nonchalantly. She is not an ordinary woman. Did you not fall prey to her Hahuan sacred body? Xiao Qingli questioned skeptically. My beloved consort, do you wish for me to be ensnared by Han Wanxiang's allure? Dongfang Yuan replied with a wicked smile. Of course not. Merely a surprising thought. However, judging by your expression, it seems you are somewhat taken with her, Xiao Qingli observed intently. Dongfang Yuan, still holding Xiao Qingli, gently brushed a strand of her hair as he said, Not quite taken, but I admit to being intrigued. Rest assured, my beloved, the conditions I have promised you will never waver. Relieved, Xiao Qingli prepared to depart. I shall go check on Xin Ro. I have no objections to your interest in Han Wanxiang, but to win her over, you cannot follow the usual protocols. As the daughter of the Hahuan sect, she has encountered more men than you might imagine. If you truly wish to capture her heart, you must make her feel that you are unlike any other man. With that, Xiao Qingli turned and left the grand hall. Dongfang Yuan pondered her words seriously. To be unlike other men? In the Tianyan Imperial City, the sun began its descent. A figure, emanating an exceedingly formidable aura, flew recklessly through the Imperial City, heading straight for the palace. The release of this aura loomed over the city like a dark cloud, causing countless inhabitants to feel a weight upon their hearts, even struggling to breathe. Such overwhelming pressure. This is a formidable being of the 7th level of the Tianzuan realm. Which great power of the northern domain could this be? It appears he seeks trouble with the imperial dynasty. A 7th level Tianzuan expert. I wonder if Yuan Huang and the others will be safe. In an instant, many within the city were filled with trepidation, their gazes primarily fixed towards the palace. At this moment, on the streets of Tianyan Imperial City, Han Wanxiang and 2 elders of the Hahuan sect emerged hurriedly from tea house. Saintus, that aura belongs to an Yidao, without a doubt, given his aggressive demeanor. He undoubtedly intends to kill Dongfang Yuan, elderly remarked with a grin. He brought this upon himself. Kulme, let us follow Yidao and enter the Tianyan Imperial Palace. I wish to witness firsthand what fate befalls Dongfang Yuan, Han Wanxiang declared with a cold laugh. Indeed, Saintus. The 2 elders of the Hahuan sect promptly accompanied Han Wanxiang toward the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the palace, Dongfang Yuan sat reviewing documents. When Zhou Xuanqi and Tiepoin rushed in. Your Majesty, Yi Dao has entered the Imperial City. He is currently advancing directly toward the palace. Zhou Xuanqi reported urgently. Dongfang Yuan remained unfazed, simply nodding slightly. Have you followed my prior instructions to refrain from obstructing him? Yes, Your Majesty. The guards have temporarily vacated the palace gates as per your command, and the arrow god is prepared. Should Yi Dao choose to act against anyone within the palace, the arrow god will respond immediately, Zhou Xuanqi replied. Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. Good. You 2 may stand by the side and wait for his arrival. He resumed his reading, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding situation. As you command, your majesty. Zhou Xuanqi and Tia Poyan silently position themselves nearby. Indeed, after a brief moment, an overwhelming aura of a 7th-level Tianzuan permeated the palace, filling the depths of the imperial court. Ing Yidao's aura was released without restraint, and before he even reached the Grand Hall, both Zhou Xuanqi and Dongfang Yuan could sense it. Dongfang Yuan closed his documents and gazed towards the distant sky, chuckling. Such ostentation, even more showy than I. TSK, truly remarkable. Just then, a figure clad in black robes appeared in the Grand Hall. With a wave of his hand, the hall's doors slammed shut, and his own power enveloped the doors, preventing Dongfang Yuan from escaping. At this moment, Ing Yidao's gaze, filled with ferocity, slowly rose, scanning Zhou Xuanqi and Tia Poyan standing nearby, whom he promptly disregarded. His focus was solely on Dongfang Yuan. You're Dongfang Yuan, the one responsible for the death of Xin Heir? Ing Yidao's words dripped with murderous intent, his expression cold as ice. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed Dongfang Yuan with an air of superiority, brimming with arrogance. Zhou Xuanqi and Tia Poyan, both on high alert, prepared to confront Ing Yidao at any moment. Yet, Dongfang Yuan remained composed, seated upon his dragon throne, and meeting Yidao's gaze. Pray tell, does my taking of a life require your consent? Ing Yidao, who endowed you with the audacity to so brazenly invade my Tianyan Imperial Palace? Ing Yidao scoffed, brazenly declaring, Young man, do you think that because you are a reincarnation, you can belittle the might of the Northern Domain's experts? You have flung open the palace gates and deliberately removed the guards. Was it not to stage a ruse, hoping to sow doubt in my heart and deter me from seeking trouble with you? Ah, such clumsy tactics. How could they possibly deceive my discerning gaze? The more peculiar your behavior, the more it reveals your inner trepidation. Your cultivation at the 5th level of Tianzuan is but a trifling matter in my presence. Dongfang Yuan's expression shifted slightly, almost stifling a laugh. At this moment, he was unsure whether to commend Ing Yidao's cleverness or to deride his foolishness. Seeing Elder Ying's demeanor, it was evident that he had read extensively, yet dared to engage in a battle of wits with the emperor himself. You are indeed a rare curiosity, a true Jianda Chi-Chu-Dan. I must bestow upon you a thumbs up. Jianda Chi-Chu-Dan? What nonsense are you speaking? I cannot comprehend. Enough. Dongfang Yuan offered you 2 choices. First, submit to my Fengyun sect and consume our specially crafted poison. In doing so, your Tianyan dynasty may avert disaster. Second, you shall meet your demise. I grant you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2. Observing Ing Yidao's demeanor, Dongfang Yuan scoffed with a mocking smile. Indeed, you have read quite a bit. You have showcased your intellect upon our first encounter. Now, you even resort to applying pressure tactics. Ing Yidao, you have provided me with today's source of amusement. 1. Make your choice. Ing Yidao paid no heed to Dongfang Yuan's murmurs. At this moment, his weapon had already manifested. Should Dongfang Yuan choose the second option, he would immediately strike down all 3 present. Dongfang Yuan remained silent, his gaze shifting from amusement to a cold indifference as he regarded Ing Yidao. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Dongfang Yuan, akin to a tsunami crashing forth. It descended upon them like 100,000 towering Tian Shan mountains in an instant. The proud pressure exerted by Ing Yidao, who had reached the 7th level of Tianzuan, crumbled before the might of Dongfang Yuan's unleashed power. Ing Yidao's countenance shifted in shock, but before he could react, Dongfang Yuan's force bore down upon his shoulder. Ing Yidao felt as though more than half of his bones had shattered under the weight of this pressure. Rendering him breathless, he collapsed to his knees, the immense force pressing down upon him like a star descending from the heavens, nearly suffocating him. He possessed not a shred of strength to resist, his entire being firmly pinned to the icy ground. What is your cultivation? Ing Yidao's face paled in terror, his heart racing in despair. His own power was utterly ineffective. The aura emanating from Dongfang Yuan appeared to be that of the 8th level of Tianzuan, yet the actual strength surpassed that by 100-fold. Who dared to claim that he was merely at the 5th level of Tianzuan? How ridiculous! Ing Yidao's heart was a tempest of shock and fury, nearly cursing aloud. Both Zhou Xuanqi and Tai Poyan observed the ease with which their emperor suppressed Ing Yidao, their expressions shifting to one of relief as the tension that had previously gripped them began to dissipate. Umph. Ing Yi Dao, you believed you had discerned our emperor's strategy. Yet you remain blissfully unaware that from the very beginning, you were merely a jester. Our emperor has never regarded you as a threat. So what of your so-called empty city ploy? Now you see, should our emperor wish to subdue you, it is as simple as flipping a hand. You truly believe our Tianyan dynasty fears your Fengyun sect? At this moment, Zhuo Xuanqi seized the opportunity to deride him. Since Ing Yi Dao's arrival, he had dismissed both Zhuo Xuanqi and Tai Poyan, ignoring their presence entirely. Zhuo Xuanqi had been harboring dissatisfaction for quite some time, though this elder was advanced in years. His desire for revenge was substantial. Witnessing Ing Yi Dao's subjugation provided him with the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations. Chapter 54. Let him keep company with Man Gang. Listening to Zhuo Xuanqi's taunts, Ing Yi Dao, kneeling upon the ground and racked with pain, was pale and horrified. It was over. He had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves. Dongfang Yuan, release me, and I will forget about XINR. Otherwise, should you dare lay a hand on me, Fengyun sect will not let this matter rest. Ing Yi Dao stammered nervously, yet as he spoke, he gradually regained his confidence. The title of the dominant force of Fengyun sect was his reassurance. He could not fathom that Dongfang Yuan would dare to confront Fengyun sect directly. Hearing his words, Dongfang Yuan, seated above, smiled with amusement. With your intellect, surviving until now is truly a miracle. Subsequently, a surge of power surged into Ing Yi Dao's body. Ing Yi Dao cried out in agony as all of his meridians were sealed by Dongfang Yuan's force. With his Tianyan cultivation sealed, he was now powerless. Easily bullied even by Zhuo Xuanqi, Dongfang Yuan withdrew his power and commanded General Tai, take him to the prison and let him keep company with Man Gang. Additionally, spread the word. If Fengyun sect desires Ing Yi Dao's life, they must exchange it for the Tianyu Jui grass. Yes, your majesty, Tai Poyan immediately replied. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan audaciously threaten Fengyun sect, Ing Yi Dao's fury boiled over. Dongfang Yuan, do not presume that your 8th level of Tianyan cultivation grants you the freedom to act as you please in the northern region. To threaten Fengyun sect is to pave a path to destruction for your Tianyan dynasty. Slap. In response to Ing Yi Dao's words, Tai Poyan swiftly struck him across the face. The old man's visage swelled instantly, several teeth knocked loose, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Old man, do you think that with the title of Fengyun sect shielding you, we would dare not act? Seeing Ing Yi Dao's arrogance, Tai Poyan delivered several more blows, leaving him dazed. Finally, he dragged the disheveled Ing Yi Dao out of the grand hall. As the doors swung open, on a distant rooftop within the palace, Han Wanxiang and 2 elders from Hahuan's sect stood watching, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Could that be Ing Yi Dao? Yet his face was swollen like a pig ass. Had he been defeated? Han Wanxiang, elderly, and Elder Hua were all equally shocked and puzzled. What was happening? Ing Yi Dao, at the 7th level of Tianzuan, had closed the doors himself. Should he not have displayed his prowess and left Dongfang Yuan and the others in tatters? How had the situation reversed so dramatically? Saintus, something is amiss. There was no violent commotion within the hall. This indicates that Ing Yi Dao lacked the strength to resist, allowing him to be captured so swiftly. Elderly remarked in astonishment. Saintus, there must be other powerful individuals within the Tianyan dynasty. We must depart. Elder Hua also quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, Han Wanxiang and the others prepared to make their exit. Suddenly, a beam of arrow light shot from a distance, forming a blockade that encircled the 3 individuals, enveloping both the sky above and the palace beneath their feet. This is not good. Break through it. Elder Li's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, she and Elder Hua sprang into action, unleashing their full power as 5th stage celestial sovereigns. Their celestial manifestations towered 100 feet high. Both conjured a colossal palm strike, with enough force to topple mountains and shake the heavens. They concentrated their might upon a single point, causing the entire sky to shift ominously. Their fierce assault crashed down upon the blockade. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the heavens. Several palace maids and guards within the Tianyan palace could not help but cast curious glances. They beheld the tumultuous clouds as the combined attack of the 2 celestial sovereigns unleashed a force capable of flattening a mountain. However, as the dust settled, the blockade remained completely unscathed, untouched in any way. What? Both Elder Li and Elder Hua were utterly astonished. Their combined effort had failed to breach the net in the slightest, and their expressions turned grave with disbelief. Han Wanxiang's countenance also darkened, her brows furrowing tightly. At that moment, the arrow god appeared in the sky not far away. He traversed the void, approaching with an unhurried stride, before finally halting before Han Wanxiang and the others. In his hands, he wielded a blazing bow, the very blockade being his creation. Dongfang Yuan had known from the outset that Han Wanxiang and her companions had infiltrated the palace. However, dealing with the two elders from the Hahuan sect did not require the intervention of Zhonglo and Feiping. The arrow god alone sufficed. Saintess Han, His Majesty requests your presence. The arrow god stated coldly, devoid of emotion. Request? Is this how your Majesty invites us? Han Wanxiang retorted, pointing at the blockade with an unfavorable tone. The arrow god responded indifferently. Saintess Han, you three infiltrated the palace following Yingyi Dao. The blockade is already a concession made for the Hahuan sect's sake. Should you insist on lingering here, I can only show you the unique hospitality of the arrow god. As he spoke, flames began to ignite from the bow he held. Very well, take us to see him. Han Wanxiang, infuriated, gasped for breath. The arrow god waved his hand, dispelling the blockade, and gestured, please. Humph. Han Wanxiang snorted coldly, and the arrow god paid no mind, leading the three into the grand hall. The floor of the hall still bore remnants of blood and teeth that Yingyi Dao had spat out earlier. Your Majesty, the guests have arrived, the arrow god announced from the hall. Dongfang Yuan sat up, nodding slightly, after which the arrow god stepped aside to stand with his Wuxuanqi. Saintess Han, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon. What is the matter? Did our previous encounter leave you enamored with me? Or do you find the taste of pain to be unforgettable? Dongfang Yuan observed Han Wanxiang with an amused smile. Han Wanxiang's face remained icy as she retorted, speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Chapter 55. The Misfortune of Yingyi Dao. Dongfang Yuan chuckled with interest. Saintess Han, you followed Yingyi Dao into my Tianyan palace. Just this alone gives me more than enough reason to execute all three of you. Huh, you dare. Elderly scoffed, her disdain palpable, as she could not believe Dongfang Yuan would dare to kill them. Unless, of course, he wished to engage in a deadly feud with the Hahuan sect. Dongfang Yuan's words were interrupted, and a cold expression slowly crept onto his face. Do not question my words. I have already dealt with Yingyi Dao. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you three? Moreover, here, there is no place for your interruptions. An overwhelming aura surged forth from Dongfang Yuan, striking Elder Li and sending her crashing to the ground, utterly disheveled. Elder Li, Dongfang Yuan, you. Han Wanxiang trembled with rage, her expression darkening to its utmost. Elder Hua hurriedly rushed to assist Elder Li. With that single strike, Dongfang Yuan had not revealed his true strength, yet it was evident that he far surpassed Elder Li and the others. Saintess Han, I'm not one to show mercy in my dealings. However, for your sake, I shall spare her life this time. But should there be a next time? Dongfang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, the implication clear. Elder Li, disheveled and filled with resentment, stood to the side. Despite her anger, she remained wise enough to keep her silence after Dongfang Yuan's warning. State your terms. What must we do to leave this place? Han Wanxiang inquired directly, unwilling to beat around the bush. Saintess Han, I hold no interest in either of them. Their fates matter little to me. What intrigues me is you, Dongfang Yuan replied, his voice low and laced with mockery. He pretended to ponder seriously before continuing. Let us make it simple. I will not make things difficult for you. At this, Dongfang Yuan extended a finger and declared, 1 month. If you agree to serve me as a maid for 1 month, I will immediately release them. After the month is over, you may choose whether to return or not. I will not obstruct you in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Han Wanxiang's expression grew increasingly grave. Elder Li and Elder Hua exchanged worried glances, their faces reflecting alarm. Saintess, you must not agree. Our lives cannot compare to your honor. They interjected vehemently. If it means sacrificing my reputation to save you both, I would rather die. It must be said that the two elders of the Hahuan sect had a commendable attitude when it came to protecting Han Wanxiang, even willing to embrace death rather than place her in a predicament. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan added, Rest assured, I am not a beast nor a despicable person. I can assure you that I will not force you to do anything unbecoming. Furthermore, within the Tianyan Palace, you will have absolute freedom. Hearing this, Han Wanxiang gazed at him, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Are your words sincere?" "Idonotiist," Dongfang Yuan affirmed solemnly. "Very well. I accept your terms. I will stay in the Tianyan Palace for 1 month, and you will release them." Han Wanxiang made her decision resolutely. "Saintus." "No, Saintus. Being alone in this palace is far too dangerous. If anything happens, how will we explain it to the sect master?" Elderly urged anxiously. "If I do not agree, none of us can leave. In that case, how will you explain it?" Han Wanxiang replied without hesitation, addressing Dongfang Yuan directly. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly, saying nothing. At that moment, Elderly still hesitated, but Elder Hua recognized the situation clearly. "Listen to the Saintess leave." Subsequently, the two elders of He Huan Zone departed from the Grand Hall, making their way out of Tianyan Palace and returning to He Huan Zone. Within the confines of the prison, Man Gang was confined in a cell. At that moment, Tai Pa Yun suddenly opened the door from the outside, unceremoniously throwing Ying Yi Dao, whose powers were entirely suppressed, into the cell before locking the door and leaving. Man Gang, merely lying on the bed, glanced over and upon seeing the person's face swollen like that of a pig, could not help but chuckle derisively before resuming his slumber. In the cell, Ying Yi Dao entered, his face bruised and his speech distorted due to the swelling and loss of teeth, rendering his words incomprehensible. After cursing, his gaze fell upon the sleeping Man Gang. The single bed was occupied by Man Gang, which was intolerable for him as the third elder of Feng Yun Zone. How could he, a prisoner of Tianyan Dynasty, be intimidated? He approached and kicked Man Gang. "Hey, wake up!" Man Gang was roused from his slumber and turned to glare at him. "What is it?" Seeing Man Gang's fierce demeanor, Ying Yi Dao's anger flared even more. Pointing at Man Gang, he declared, "Do you know who I am? I am Ying Yi Dao, the third elder of Feng Yun Zone." However, his unclear speech rendered Man Gang unable to comprehend him, and he did not recognize him either. All he noticed was Ying Yi Dao gesturing at his forehead while babbling incoherently. "Are you cursing me?" Man Gang retorted, "How dare you?" With that, he kicked vehemently. Ying Yi Dao was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the prison wall. Currently, his powers were sealed, and with his bones broken, he lacked any strength to resist Man Gang's force. "I am not cursing you," Ying Yi Dao pleaded from the ground, his face pitifully bruised. "You dare to insult me?" Man Gang misinterpreted his words, believing Ying Yi Dao was indeed cursing him, and charged forward. With a flurry of fists, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Ying Yi Dao. The echoes of Ying Yi Dao's indistinct wails resonated throughout the cell. Chapter 56. The Shock of Feng Yun. After Ying Yi Dao was imprisoned, Tianyan Dynasty disseminated the news, stating that if Feng Yun Zone wished to save Ying Yi Dao, they must procure the Tianyu Jiu Chao within 5 days for a trade. Otherwise, his head would adorn the city wall after 5 days. Upon the release of this information, it incited a wave of commotion throughout the northern region. The audacity of Tianyan Dynasty in capturing Man Gang and threatening the 10,000 Beast Forest had not yet subsided, and now they were leveraging Ying Yi Dao against Feng Yun Zone. This was truly a tempestuous turn of events. The martial artists of the northern region were left in astonishment. Within Feng Yun Zone, the audacity of Dongfang Yuan was palpable. After provoking the 10,000 Beast Forest, he dared to challenge us, Feng Yun Zone. This enmity must culminate in his demise, declared Wan Ren Wang, the sect leader, with a grim countenance in the Grand Hall. The expressions of several high-ranking members were equally grave. "Master, the third elder has broken through to the seventh heaven of the Tianzun realm and was still captured. It seems Tianyan Dynasty is not as simple as we imagined. If Dongfang Yuan has concealed his strength, there must be a formidable expert at the eighth heaven of Tianzun or above within Tianyan Dynasty." Vice Sect Leader Han Zhao remarked solemnly. "What do you propose we do next?" Wan Ren Wang inquired. "Master, I believe we can no longer underestimate Tianyan Dynasty and Dongfang Yuan. We must regard them as equals and treat them with utmost caution," Han Zhao suggested earnestly. "Indeed, Vice Sect Leader speaks wisely. The capture of the third elder underscores the existence of a mysterious expert within Tianyan Dynasty. The Grand Elder Mo Lin," he added. "If we intend to confront them, we must deploy the holy weapons." "Holy weapons?" Wan Renwang narrowed his eyes at this proclamation, contemplating gravely. The deployment of holy weapons was no trivial matter. Their foundation was what enabled Feng Yunzong to ascend as a dominant force, serving as the sole leverage against other dominant powers. Engaging the holy weapons against Tianyan dynasty carried significant risks. Master, if we truly aim to strike at Tianyan dynasty, we must do so with lethal precision. We cannot afford to grant them any respite, annihilating them entirely to prevent future troubles, Han Zhao asserted. Upon hearing the concurrence of both high-ranking members, Wan Renwang contemplated for a moment before concluding, "Very well. We shall deploy the holy weapons. Vice Sect Leader, Grand Elder, go to the back mountain and summon the ancestor, bringing forth our holy weapons. Additionally, gather 30 elders and 200,000 elite disciples to Tianyan Royal City to exterminate Dongfang Yuan and obliterate Tianyan dynasty." Understood, Sect Master. Han Zhao and Mo Lin responded in unison before promptly exiting the hall to arrange everything. At this moment, Wan Renwang turned to the second elder Gao Su, commanding, "Second elder, send someone to clean the guest rooms in the inner courtyard. Soon, Xian heir shall return, having received permission from the Holy Land to visit family in the northern region." Gao Su's expression brightened at this news. The young sect master is returning. Shall I go to receive him to prevent any mishaps? Wan Renwang smiled gently, shaking his head. No need. He's accompanied by a senior from the Holy Land, with a saint personally guarding him. How could Xian heir be in danger? Gao Su was taken aback. A saint is escorting the young sect master? In that case, there is indeed no need for us to worry. I will immediately arrange for the disciples to clean the best guest rooms to welcome the young sect master back. Within Tianyan dynasty, Han Wanxiang remained in the royal palace, having followed Dongfang Yuan to his quarters. Coincidentally, Xiaoqing Li and Qian Xianro entered through the door. Upon their meeting, Qian Xianro, being astute and clever, was the first to speak. "You must be the holy maiden Han. I have long admired your esteemed name." Xiaoqing Li, on the other hand, remained unchanged in her demeanor, her high and aloof nature evident as she regarded Han Wanxiang. Presumably, the young lady before her was Qian Jia's esteemed eldest daughter, Qian Xinro. But who might this individual be? At this moment, Han Wanxiang could not help but gaze at Xiaoqing Li. Just then, Dongfang Yuan spoke. "This lady is none other than the soon-to-be empress of our Tianyan dynasty, the third princess of the former Taming dynasty, Xiaoqing Li." Xiaoqing Li. Upon hearing this name, Han Wanxiang felt a jolt of surprise. After all, she was well aware that Xiaoqing Li's father had indeed perished at the hands of the Tianyan dynasty. To elevate the one who had lost her father to the throne, this left Han Wanxiang perplexed and bewildered. It was her first encounter with Xiaoqing Li, yet she sensed an inherent aura of power emanating from this woman, as if she were a sovereign reigning over all. With a composed expression, Xiaoqing Li remained silent. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan casually reclined on a nearby chair, stretching out comfortably. A basin filled with fragrant liquid appeared beneath his feet. "Oruit, Vongxiang, come and wash my feet. My beloved Xinro, come here and massage my shoulders. After such a long time, I deserve to indulge myself." At Dongfang Yuan's command, aside from Qian Xinro, who willingly approached to tend to him, the other two remained unmoved. Han Wanxiang hesitated, while Xiaoqing Li maintained her icy demeanor, ignoring him entirely. Observing this, Dongfang Yuan remarked, "Saintess Han, while I do not wish to compel you, you did promise to serve as my maid for a month. You cannot go back on your word. Washing my feet is merely a maid's duty, not an imposition from me. Are you truly willing to break your promise?" After Dongfang Yuan finished speaking, Han Wanxiang took a deep breath and, with a somewhat sullen expression, approached him. With her curvaceous figure enveloped in a pink dress, she slowly crouched down and dipped her slender hand into the basin, gently washing Dongfang Yuan's feet. Xiaoqing Li observed the two attending to Dongfang Yuan, feeling it was none of her concern. Her proud nature inherently resisted the notion of serving others, leading her to turn and leave. Noticing this, Dongfang Yuan wore a contented smile. He understood Xiaoqing Li's pride and did not call out to her. "Ah, Xinro, apply a bit more pressure." "Yes, your majesty." "Oh, how delightful." "Wanxiang, do not wear such a sour expression. After washing my feet, you will still need to assist me with my bath and change of clothes. Do not be shy." "What, a bath and change of clothes?" Chapter 57. The pitiful Han Wanxiang, upon hearing that she would be responsible for Dongfang Yuan's bath and change of clothes, Han Wanxiang immediately stood up, her face displaying unwillingness as she stared at him. How could she possibly carry out such a task? Sainus Han, assisting me with my bath and change of clothes is simply the duty of a maid. Are you intending to violate our agreement? If so, I too may choose not to uphold my prior promises to you. I could do anything I wish. As Dongfang Yuan enjoyed Qian Shinrou's massage, he emphasized the word do, particularly to highlight his intent. Dongfang Yuan, you. Han Wanxiang's expression radiated fury, her teeth clenched, seething with unexpressed frustration. She glared at Dongfang Yuan, who remained blissfully indifferent, eyes closed in enjoyment. Qian Shinrou, understanding Dongfang Yuan's intentions toward Han Wanxiang, merely smiled without uttering a word. Fine. I will assist with the bath and change of clothes. I will help you. Han Wanxiang finally acquiesced, her tone reflecting her anger. All right, let's go at once. Dongfang Yuan immediately stood up, startling Qian Shinrou with his swift reaction. He grasped Han Wanxiang's hand and led her into the bathing chamber of the palace, drawing the curtains closed behind them. Inside, the sound of splashing water could be heard. Hey, be gentle. Massage my back properly. Yes, Han Wanxiang's voice responded, laced with resentment and a hint of shyness. Qian Shinrou, sensing the atmosphere, ventured, Your Majesty, do you require Shinrou's assistance? Let be for now. Next time, you can join the empress. All right, Shinrou, you may take your leave. It is late. Dongfang Yuan's voice echoed from within. Qian Shinrou felt her cheeks warm, perhaps recalling something, and replied, Yes, then Shinrou shall take her leave. After Dongfang Yuan finished his bath, he donned a new robe. At this moment, he sat on the edge of the bed, while Han Wanxiang's face burned crimson. Can I leave now? She exclaimed, her gaze unwilling to meet Dongfang Yuan's, who knew what she had witnessed earlier. All she desired was to escape and cleanse her eyes, to obliterate this memory. The revered saintess of the Huan sect had become a mere bath attendant. How could she ever live this down, despite her status and experience? She had never engaged in such intimate contact with any man. This event would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Dongfang Yuan chuckled lightly, then remarked, Leave? What are you thinking? You have yet to warm my bed. Why would you want to depart? Warm a bed? Dongfang Yuan, you're going too far. Unable to contain herself, Han Wanxiang erupted. Dongfang Yuan replied nonchalantly, Miss Han, since you have agreed to be my maid, surely you have heard that an emperor requires a bed warmer before sleep. Furthermore, if the warmth of the bed is satisfactory, a ruler may request the maid to remain in the bed, sharing slumber. This is a fundamental duty of a maid to serve the emperor. Miss Han, do not tell me you are unaware. I. At this moment, Han Wanxiang found herself at a loss for words. She truly had no idea that being a maid to an emperor included warming the bed. She had thought it only entailed serving tea, washing feet, and assisting with bathing and dressing. Who could have anticipated this audacious demand? Enough of this delay. Hurry up. Dongfang Yuan had already reclined on the bed, pulling the covers over himself. Han Wanxiang clenched her fists, her face a mix of anger and a hint of helplessness. Tears welled in her eyes, but she stifled the urge to cry. Fine, I will warm the bed. Han Wanxiang, suppressing her disgust, was about to ascend the bed when Dongfang Yuan suddenly yanked the covers away. What are you doing? Dongfang Yuan gazed at Han Wanxiang, suddenly exclaiming, Did you not ask me to warm your bed? Han Wanxiang looked at him, a mix of anger and confusion on her face. What nonsense is this? I instructed you to hurry and bathe. You haven't even washed your body, yet you wish to enter my bed? How naive. Dongfang Yuan abruptly shifted his tone. Han Wanxiang momentarily stood in a daze, before glaring fiercely at him and hastily fleeing the palace. After her departure, Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly and closed his eyes to rest. Observing Han Wanxiang's demeanor, he understood that a forceful approach would not work with her. The more he pressed, the more resolute she became. She might even choose death if pushed too far. This was reminiscent of Xiao Qingli. Therefore, to deal with her, Dongfang Yuan decided to employ a contrasting approach, teasing her and then relenting, allowing her to experience a sense of disparity. This would gradually stir her emotions, instilling curiosity about him and drawing her closer. This was a lesson Dongfang Yuan had learned from his own experiences. There are no women who cannot be won over. If one believes so, it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacy. Of course, all this was made possible because Dongfang Yuan now had Qian Xinro, and he sought to possess the entirety of their beings, both Han Wanxiang and Xiao Qingli. However, he believed success was imminent. Within half a month, he would surely have them all. At this moment, on a small island palace within the Tiandi Pavilion in the sea area, Nan Mengyu stood in the grand hall reporting to a strikingly beautiful woman seated at the top. The situation is as follows. The key to the Sun and Moon treasure is currently in the hands of the Tianyan dynasty and the Qian family. They are likely to unlock the treasure on the upcoming full moon night. As for the fifth young master, he perished at the hands of Dongfang Yuan. His true identity remains unknown, but he is likely the reincarnation of a formidable being. Nan Mengyu spoke with utmost respect, his gaze fixed on the ground, not daring to meet the eyes of the enchanting figure seated on the crystal throne. The woman, appearing to be over 30, possessed skin as flawless as jade, smooth and white as sheep fat, devoid of any wrinkles, dressed in a snow-white fox gown that accentuated her stunningly long legs and voluptuous figure. She exuded the charm and grace unique to a mature woman who has experienced the passage of time. Her first impression was one of purity, followed closely by beauty and allure. Such a captivating woman, weathered by the trials of life, held an allure far surpassing that of an 18-year-old maiden. After hearing Nan Mengyu's report, the woman seated on the crystal throne responded with a hint of intrigue in her expression. "Oh, the Tianyan dynasty and Dongfang Yuan. Is it? Quite interesting. Very well. I shall personally take action. I will eliminate Dongfang Yuan and seize the Sun and Moon treasure." "Madam, you intend to take matters into your own hands?" Nan Mengyu's face displayed shock at her declaration. He understood that this woman, with her esteemed status and power, was a notable figure within the entire sea region, holding a prestigious position. The sea area encompasses a vast expanse, surpassing the mainland in both size and resources. It is a realm where myriad forces coexist, including powerful factions and ancient clans, often embroiled in conflicts and skirmishes. The superpowers of the sea region, including sacred places and ancient tribes, boast many formidable beings, even great saints and holy kings presiding over their domains. This alluring woman was named Su Baijia, the wife of the Tiandi Pavilion's leader. Rumors suggested that the pavilion's master had sustained severe injuries in the past and was currently in seclusion, though his actual fate remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Su Baijia wielded absolute authority over the Tiandi Pavilion in the meantime. Not only was she of great saint-level cultivation, but she was also said to possess the legendary extreme ice sacred body, with exceptional talent for cultivating ice powers. Di Wugong is one of the 5 candidates for our pavilion's young master. Since he met his end in the Northern Territory, I must seek justice for him and, in the process, acquire the Sun and Moon treasure. Su Baijia spoke with an impassive tone, though a yearning laced her words when she mentioned the treasure. "But madam, if you leave, what if something were to happen within the pavilion?" Nan Mengyu expressed his concerns. "Fear not. The deputy pavilion master has successfully broken through to the great saint realm. Even in my absence, with her presence, the pavilion will be secure. Now, you may leave. During my time away, any matters that arise shall be handled according to the deputy pavilion master's directives," Su Baijia instructed. "Understood, madam," Nan Mengyu replied respectfully. The next day, a notification echoed in Dongfang Yuan's mind as he lay in bed. "Congratulations to the host. The Tianyu king has once again subdued a top-tier force and 3 first-rate factions, expanding the territory of the Tianyan dynasty and increasing prestige by 1,000 points. Current prestige of the Tianyan dynasty, 5,320. You have received a prestige gift pack and a prestige achievement gift pack, both delivered to the system warehouse. Please check." As this occurred, Dongfang Yuan remained reclined in his chamber, pondering the efficiency of the Tianyu king. "System, open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host. You have received Danshin X1, Medusa Queen X1, Cultivation Enhancement Cards X3, 100 bags of Dajo Specialties, Soul Entry Pill X5, and 9-turn Reincarnation Pill X1. Subsequently, within Dongfang Yuan's palace, the various elixirs and 100 bags of Dajo Specialties floated in midair. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The system seemed intent on overwhelming him. 100 bags of Dajo Specialties. Who could have imagined they would be packed in sacks? Each sack weighed 40 kilograms. Was this meant to feed pigs? Just then, 2 figures appeared in his palace. One male, one female. The Medusa possessed an alluringly cold beauty, her fiery figure accentuated by a colorful gown that perfectly hugged her curves. She exuded an air of regal elegance, comparable to that of Xiao Qingli. The other figure, clad in a white robe, appeared somewhat aged yet had a kind demeanor, with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from him. We have seen the sovereign, after the appearance of Danshun and Queen Meidusha. Both respectfully saluted Dongfang Yuan. No need for excessive etiquette, Dongfang Yuan remarked. System: open the character introduction panel. Name: Danshun. Treasure: Xian Luo Ding. Talent: infinite. Physique: Dan Fire Divine Body. Destiny Luck Value: 97. Cultivation Realm. Peak of Saint Realm. Special Introduction: Danshun is an 8th grade alchemist, possessing a divine body and exotic fire, with unparalleled talent in alchemy. Name: Meidusha. Treasure: Qing Lianmia Shiyin. Talent: infinite. Physique: 9-colored immortal body. Original form: 9-colored swallowing sky python. Destiny Luck Value: 99. Cultivation Realm. First layer of Great Saint Realm. Special Introduction: Meidusha possesses exceptionally powerful innate combat strength, along with the ability to petrify. With sufficient power, her gaze can petrify all things in the world, and her true combat power can rival that of a 4th-layer Great Saint. After reviewing the system's character introduction, Dongfang Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Wow, the system truly produces exceptional quality. Meidusha's physique even surpassed that of a divine body, reaching the level of an immortal body. Moreover, her ability to combat above her level was comparable to his own. Most importantly, the summoned Meidusha exuded an air of noble elegance, her beauty deemed unparalleled. Even better, she was obedient. This meant he could experience the delight of that saying about not underestimating the youth in poverty. With both Meidusha and Danshun, 2 formidable beings of the saint level, he now possessed sufficient strength to instigate a great war for the unification of the Northern Territory. Dongfang Yuan's heart blossomed with happiness. After several seconds, he shifted his tone and continued to the system. System: open the item introduction. Dongfang Yuan wished to understand what the so-called one-shot soul pill and 9 turns reincarnation pill entailed, as he had never heard of them before. Chapter 59. Blessing for Meidusha. 9 turns reincarnation pill. Upon consumption, one may gain insights from 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. Those fortunate enough may awaken the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. One-shot soul pill. Upon consumption, the probability of a woman becoming pregnant increases by 1,000%. Cultivation enhancement card. After use, cultivation will randomly increase once, dependent solely on luck. Applicable only to the host and those summoned by the system. The Chu specialty. Every 10 grams consumed increases desire significantly, leading to confusion and chaos in the mind. Consuming 20 grams leads to an unbearable fiery sensation, plunging one into madness. Consuming 30 grams results in a loss of rationality with only you in their sight. Consuming 40 grams necessitates 7 consecutive days and nights before they will relent. Special note: the Chu specialty is classified as a non-grade divine medicine, with effects uniform across all cultivation realms. Upon thoroughly listening to the system's introduction, Dongfang Yuan's expression twitched. Aside from the cultivation enhancement card and 9 turns reincarnation pill, the others were utterly unreliable. At this moment, he contemplated and decided to test the power of the Chu specialty. He first summoned Zuixiang, instructing him to take Danshun away and to prepare a space for him, naming it the Medicine Pavilion. From this moment forth, Danshun would be the pavilion master, dedicated to concocting elixirs for the Tianyan dynasty. Dongfang Yuan granted Danshun unrestricted access. Should he require materials that were scarce, he could consult Zuishuanqi for assistance. Upon learning that Danshun was an alchemist, Zuixiang's attitude became exceedingly respectful, confirming his earlier suspicions that His Majesty had indeed recruited an alchemist. After Danshun and Zuixiang departed, only Dongfang Yuan and Meidusha remained in the palace. Meidusha, having cleansed herself, adorned in a flowing red nightgown, sat upon Dongfang Yuan's bed. At this juncture, Dongfang Yuan prepared 20 grams of the Chu specialty, dissolving in a bowl of water, and presented it to Meidusha. Here, drink this. Yes, Your Majesty. Meidusha did not decline, and promptly drank it all. Just as Dongfang Yuan was about to place the bowl on the table, he suddenly noticed a shadow lurking at the entrance of his chamber, sneaking about stealthily. With a wave of his hand, the palace door swung open, revealing Han Wanxiang, who had been attempting to sneakily approach. Startled, she initially faltered but quickly regained her composure. Han Saintis, what brings you to my door at this early hour, sneaking about? Dongfang Yuan inquired knowingly. You don't you want to ask me about last night? Han Wanxiang hesitated, her thoughts conflicted. After fleeing the previous night, she had not returned to Dongfang Yuan's palace. She expected him to come and retrieve her for warmth, causing her much anxiety. Yet, the entire night passed with no sign of him. Curiosity led her to his chamber. Are you referring to your departure last night? Truth be told, I had no intention of having you warm my bed, so I naturally knew you wouldn't return. Thus, I simply went to sleep, Dongfang Yuan replied with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Han Wanxiang frowned. Then were you toying with me yesterday? Of course, he replied nonchalantly. Did you think I truly needed you to warm my bed? You. Han Wanxiang was clearly angered, her temper flaring. She herself was astonished that in just a single night, her perception of Dongfang Yuan had gradually wrapped him in a veil of mystery. Especially now, after he claimed he never intended for her to warm his bed. Her thoughts grew even more convoluted. A slight smile graced Dongfang Yuan's lips. This was the psychological contrast he sought. As the most esteemed young lady of the Northern Territory, if she were willing to warm a man's bed, that man would undoubtedly go to great lengths for her. Han Wanxiang's allure to men was well recognized in the Northern Territory, fostering a sense of latent superiority within her. Beautiful women inherently carry a pride in their appearance. However, Dongfang Yuan's words shattered her sense of superiority, leaving her in a state of self-doubt. Did she lack allure in Dongfang Yuan's eyes? This question surfaced in her mind. Just as Han Wanxiang lifted her head to inquire further, suddenly, Dongfang Yuan was embraced by a pair of slender arms. At that moment, Han Wanxiang was left completely bewildered. Who was this woman? She appeared even more beautiful than herself. Moreover, the aura she exuded was so powerful that even Han Wanxiang felt a degree of intimidation. A natural regal presence, cold and noble. Why was she here? Dongfang Yuan quickly addressed Han Wanxiang. Han Saintis, for the time being, you need not accompany me any longer. In recent days, aside from leaving the city, what do you wish to do? Feel free to decide. With a swift motion, Dongfang Yuan closed the palace doors. Han Wanxiang stood bewildered, feeling lost and disoriented. The sight of Medusa eagerly throwing herself at Dongfang Yuan only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Why? That woman was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an extraordinary aura and dignity, rivaling Dongfang Yuan himself. Han Wanxiang felt a heavy sense of disparity and could not comprehend the situation, prompting her to hastily flee. 2 days later, the palace doors were suddenly pushed open. The visitor was none other than Xiao Qingli, accompanied by Qian Xinruo and Han Wanxiang. Only Xiao Qingli would dare to enter without knocking in the entire Tianyan Imperial Palace. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan was seated, cultivating his energy. My beloved Xinruo, what brings you here? Dongfang Yuan inquired calmly. Medusa awoke from her slumber, her gaze meeting Xiao Qingli's. The two proud and formidable women, one a queen and the other an empress, exchanged glances filled with powerful presence and subconscious pride. What an impressive aura! This woman is extraordinary, Xiao Qingli concluded instantly, recognizing that Medusa was far from an ordinary woman. You certainly know how to indulge yourself, King. Skipping court to sleep in? Xiao Qingli remarked with irritation. Qian Xinruo's face showed a hint of joy, her eyes curiously examining Medusa. Han Wanxiang remained silent, contemplating for an extended period without grasping why Dongfang Yuan deserved such admiration. Eventually, she sought out Qian Xinruo, leading to their collective visit under Xiao Qingli's guidance. Dongfang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. My beloved, I have informed the left chancellor about court matters. He will handle them on my behalf. However, it seems you have other matters to discuss. The Tianyu king has returned. Moreover, the denizens of the beast forest have entered the imperial city. Do you still intend to sleep? Xiao Qingli stated coldly. The denizens of the beast forest. Oh dear, I almost forgot about them. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed, rising immediately. Han Wanxiang approached with a displeased expression alongside Qian Xinruo, assisting him in donning his dragon robe. At this moment, Xiao Qingli glanced at Medusa and asked Dongfang Yuan, You certainly keep your treasures well hidden. Why have you not introduced her yet? Xiao Qingli questioned with a hint of jealousy. It was not that she opposed Dongfang Yuan expanding his harem, but as she was to become the main consort, he ought to inform her of any new additions. Being a proud individual, she felt slighted by his lack of acknowledgement while sharing a bed with this woman, especially since she could tell that Medusa was no ordinary woman, her depths unfathomable. This stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Qingli. Dongfang Yuan, noticing Xiao Qingli's demeanor, consoled her, "My beloved, this is Queen Medusa, and she shall be my imperial consort. Rest assured, she will merely be my consort, and you two will harmoniously coexist to protect my harem." His words quelled Xiao Qingli's concerns, assuring her that her position as empress was secure. At that moment, Qian Shinro, who was helping Dongfang Yuan don his dragon robe, suddenly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have news." "What news?" Dongfang Yuan asked, still processing the moment. "There's a child," Qian Shinro said shyly, her face flushed. Dongfang Yuan froze, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Qian Shinro. "You are pregnant?" Qian Shinro nodded bashfully. "Huh. Truly, I am favored by the heavens. Excellent. From today onward, you shall rest and ensure a smooth pregnancy," Dongfang Yuan said warmly, filled with concern. He had not anticipated such news before even consuming the soul-invigorating pills. It seemed their recent fervor had led to this swift outcome. "All right, my beloved. You and Shinro should return to the palace to rest. I shall meet with the Tianyu King and the denizens of the Beast Forest before joining you." Dongfang Yuan kissed Qian Shinro before continuing. Xiao Qingli said nothing further and departed with Qian Shinro. "Wanxiang, Medusa, accompany me to the main hall," Dongfang Yuan instructed, leading the silent Han Wanxiang and Medusa to the Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan addressed the Tianyu King. "Well done this time. Our Tianyan Empire's territory is now nearly the largest in the northern domain. Only the dominant powers remain." He presented two breaking the sovereign pills to the Tianyu King. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Tianyu King, having heard about the pills from the left chancellor, accepted them gratefully. Seventh grade breaking the sovereign pill. Han Wanxiang stood beside them, astonished that Dongfang Yuan had so casually produced two of such rare pills. The formula for these pills was unknown in the northern domain, deepening her intrigue about him. "By the way, Your Majesty, my spies have reported that the Fengyun sect has mobilized, deploying 200,000 elite troops, with Deputy Sect Master Han Zhao and Grand Elder Mo Lini leading the charge. It seems their intentions are not benign," the Tianyu King relayed. Dongfang Yuan smiled calmly. "No matter. If they come, we shall eradicate them. Once I acquire the Tianyu Jukeo, we shall commence the final battle for unifying the northern domain after the coronation and consort ceremony." His tone exuded confidence, revealing a meticulous plan to conquer the northern domain following his conquest of Xiao Qingli, and subsequently unlock the treasures within the Sun and Moon Vault. Better to embrace solitude than to be a sycophant, disdained, and ridiculed. Han Wanxiang was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of Dongfang Yuan's ambitions. Unifying the northern domain? Did he possess such strength? The powerful sovereigns of the northern domain were formidable, each with their own sacred weapons and immense might. In the Tianyan dynasty, although Dongfang Yuan was enigmatic and possessed formidable cultivation, Han Wanxiang believed he lacked the strength to unify the northern region. Even their Hahuan sect could only claim dominance over a portion of the northern region. The prospect of ruling the entire area seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, the left chancellor entered from the palace doors to report, "Your Majesty, the representatives of the 10,000 Beast Forest, Man Sun and Lang Yao, have arrived at the palace gates." "Bring them in," commanded Dongfang Yuan. "Additionally, instruct Tai Poyan to fetch Man Gang from the dungeons, and have General Faping come here as well." "Yes, Your Majesty." The left chancellor promptly departed. Dongfang Yuan contemplated allowing Faping to demonstrate his prowess. With both he and Chonlu recently having broken through to the semi-saint level, Faping was the most suitable choice for the occasion. Summoning Medusa would be an overreaction. Shortly thereafter, Faping, clad in silver-white soft armor, entered gracefully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Faping saluted. "There is no need for such formalities, General. Please wait by the side. Your intervention will be required to intimidate some unruly individuals," Dongfang Yuan replied calmly. "Understood, Your Majesty." Faping stood opposite the Tianyu King, his demeanor composed and devoid of any emotion. Dongfang Yuan had never anticipated that the 10,000 Beast Forest would engage in a fair negotiation with him. If they refrained from retaliation, they would no longer be the 10,000 Beast Forest. Before long, the Left Chancellor led the representatives of the 10,000 Beast Forest into the hall. Man Sun and Lang Yao, who were in charge of this visit, were accompanied by several formidable demon clan cultivators of the Tianzuan and Faxiang realms. Although Man Sun and Lang Yao took on human forms, they could not conceal the beastly aura emanating from them. Man Sun's expression was grave as he entered the grand hall, showing no respect, and boldly demanded, "Dongfang Yuan, where's our young master? How dare you? The name of His Majesty, the Tianyan Emperor, is something you can invoke so casually? Kneel and apologize at once." The Tianyu king shouted at Man Sun from the side. Even Fei Ping shot a cold glance at Man Sun. With a mere command from Dongfang Yuan, he could swiftly suppress and capture them all. "What are you? Do you have the right to address me as this esteemed one? The 10,000 Beast Forest is a dominant power in the northern region, and as the second strongest of the Bear clan, it is you who should be paying respects to me." Man Sun retorted, his tone aggressive, with the urge to strike rising within him. Fortunately, Lang Yao intervened to calm him down. Lang Yao stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute to Dongfang Yuan. "Your Majesty, we have brought everything you requested. However, we must inquire about Man Gang's whereabouts. If we cannot see him, we fear we will be unable to deliver these items." Lang Yao maintained a composed demeanor, understanding that their primary objective was to rescue Man Gang. Should Man Sun act recklessly, any harm to Man Gang would jeopardize their mission. Lang Yao was indeed a wise individual. It was a prudent decision for the 10,000 Beast Forest to send him to keep an eye on the hot-headed bear. Dongfang Yuan chuckled. "You?" Man Sun's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, but Lang Yao restrained him just in time. Such was the nature of the Bear clan, fiery and impulsive. Compared to the cunning and sharp-witted Wolf clan, they fell far short in intellect. "Your Majesty, provoking us is futile. Please allow us to see Man Gang before discussing any other matters," Lang Yao said, his smile unwavering as he spoke calmly. At that moment, his gaze swept the room and suddenly fell upon the woman standing to Dongfang Yuan's left, recognizing her as Han Wanxiang, the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect. What was she doing here? How could the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect be within the Tianyan dynasty? Had the two factions secretly allied? While Lang Yao's mind raced with these thoughts, Dongfang Yuan playfully remarked, "Do not fret. I've already sent someone to bring him here. He will arrive shortly." Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Tai Poyan arrived with several soldiers to open the cell door. Upon entering, he was taken aback. What was happening? Man Gang lay on the bed, seemingly enjoying himself, while Ing Yi Dao, disheveled and battered, was giving him a foot massage. This bizarre scene left him bewildered. "Man Gang, Ing Yi Dao, what on earth is going on?" Tai Poyan inquired, frowning. "Whoa. Ing Yi Dao turned, his hair disheveled, his face bruised, and his teeth completely missing, rendering him unable to speak. "Ing Yi Dao, the third elder of the Fengyun sect? Where is he?" Man Gang, having heard the name, looked around curiously, completely unaware that the disheveled old man giving him a massage was the very same Ing Yi Dao he was seeking. Tai Poyan remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he observed. Man Gang locked eyes with him. Suddenly, he leaped up in shock, staring at the bruised Ing Yi Dao and incredulously exclaimed, "You're Ing Yi Dao." "Woo." Ing Yi Dao could only nod vigorously in response. Man Gang gasped in disbelief. Had he truly beaten Ing Yi Dao in such a state? But wait, where had Ing Yi Dao's cultivation gone? He was a Tianzuan-level powerhouse. How could he be so powerless? Just as he was about to question further, Tai Poyan interrupted. "Enough. Save your words for when you can speak again. Take Man Gang away." "Yes." Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, escorting Man Gang and Tai Poyan out of the dungeon. "Where are you taking me? Is someone coming to rescue me? Hey, say something." Man Gang's voice faded as they led him away, leaving Ing Yi Dao lying on the bed, howling in anger and resentment. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Dongfang Yuan, Man Gang, once I escape, I will ensure you pay in full. I shall imprison you all, slicing away your flesh with each blow, poisoning the wounds to ensure they fester, and continue cutting. I will make you suffer for all eternity. Ing Yi Dao roared inwardly. The pain and humiliation he had endured these days swore he would make Dongfang Yuan and Man Gang pay tenfold upon his escape. Chapter 62. Fei Peng confronts the enemy. Han Wanxiang was stunned. In the Grand Hall, shortly after, Tai Poyan brought Man Gang inside. Upon seeing Man Sun and Lang Yao, Man Gang immediately shouted excitedly, "Mom, Uncle Yao, you've come to rescue me." Realizing that the 10,000 Beast Forest had indeed sent powerful allies to save him, Man Gang felt a surge of confidence. His expression gleefully triumphant. "Mom," Dongfang Yuan smiled. This Bear King was indeed impressive. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat the grass by its burrow, and Man Sun was rumored to share a bloodline connection with him. What a tangled web they wove. "Ganger, are you all right? Rest assured, Mom will rescue you today." Upon witnessing that Mon Gong had not suffered any grievous injuries, Mon Xuan felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Long Yao furrowed his brow, as he had initially intended to proceed according to their original plan. However, upon seeing Han Wanxiang, he found himself wavering. The vigilance of the Long clan remained exceptionally high. At this juncture, Tia Poyan was still holding on to Mon Gong, unwilling to release him. "Mon Gong has brought you what you requested. But what about the items I requested from Wan Shoulin?" Dongfang Yuan spoke slowly from his elevated position. Mon Xuan, with a grim countenance, produced a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhuoxuanqi. After confirming its contents, Zhuoxuanqi responded to Dongfang Yuan, "Your Majesty, the items are sufficient." "Excellent. I keep my word, Tia Yuan Shuai. Release him." Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, and immediately, Tia Poyan let go of Mon Gong, who hurriedly rushed over. "Little mother, this cannot be settled like this. They locked me up, deprived me of food and drink. You must help me take revenge." Mon Gong exclaimed, looking pitiable as he complained to Mon Xuan. "Rest assured, my dear, with little mother here, I will surely avenge you," Mon Xuan comforted, stroking Mon Gong's head. Meanwhile, the formidable figures accompanying Mon Xuan from Wan Shoulin showed no intention of departing. They were gathering strength in their palms, prepared to act at Mon Sun's command. "Mon Xuan, what is the meaning of this? The transaction has been completed. You may leave now. What is with this aggressive demeanor? Are you planning to seek vengeance for Mon Gong, right here?" Dongfang Yuan remarked, a subtle expression crossing his face. Long Yao, observing Dongfang Yuan's expression, felt a resolute determination within. "He is fearless." Long Yao quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. We shall leave at once." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Long Yao decided to alter their plan and escape. As he turned, he exchanged a glance with Mon Xuan, but to his surprise, Mon Sun's battle intent had reached its zenith. "Leave? Not a chance. Attack!" she cried. "Today, the Tianyan dynasty shall leave none alive. All must die." With a thunderous roar, Mon Xuan unleashed her aura of the 8th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. The warriors from Wan Shoulin immediately launched themselves at Zhuoxuanqi and Tia Poyan. The ferocious beastly might ravaged the hall, as Mon Xuan transformed her hand into a bear's paw, exuding an exceedingly violent beastly pressure, charging toward Dongfang Yuan. Han Wanxiang, witnessing the sudden turn of events, felt her expression shift. Unconsciously, she gripped Dongfang Yuan's shoulder tightly, as if fearing for his safety. Mai Dusha remained expressionless, her gaze indifferent, as though all this was merely trivial to her. Long Yao had not anticipated Mon Sun's ferocious outburst. Helpless, he too joined Mon Xuan in attacking Dongfang Yuan. Faced with two formidable adversaries of the 8th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm charging toward him, Dongfang Yuan's expression remained composed. "Let them come," he uttered softly. In the next moment, an unparalleled semi-saintly pressure enveloped the entire hall in a matter of moments. Everyone felt as if they had entered a magnetic field, and the presence of this semi-saintly power caused many within the hall to change color, their faces stricken with dread. "A semi-saint," Long Yao exclaimed in shock, his heart racing as he instinctively fled toward the exit. At that moment, Fei Peng's hand, raised in the air, suddenly pressed downward with force. The sound of impact resounded. All the members of Wan Shoulin were instantly suppressed by this semi-saintly force, their massive forms crashing to the ground, causing the stone floor to crack. All those from Wan Shoulin, including Mon Gong, found themselves subdued upon the ground. The semi-saintly power bore down upon them like a celestial body, rendering them utterly immobile. Fei Peng gradually retracted his hand, and at this moment, Han Wanxiang, Zhuoxuanqi, Tia Poyan, and Tian Yuan gazed at Fei Peng with eyes filled with profound astonishment. A semi-saint. This was a figure of the highest caliber among dominant forces. In the entirety of the northern region, such individuals were considered ancient monsters. And Fei Peng was a semi-saint. This was utterly shocking, especially for Han Wanxiang, the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect, who understood the significance of a semi-saint in the northern region. Thus, her astonishment was heightened upon realizing that the Tianyan dynasty possessed a semi-saint. However, she was even more curious as to why this semi-saint was so obedient to Dongfang Yuan. This man harbored too many secrets. It seemed he was indeed vastly different from other men. Unbeknownst to her, her hand still clutched Dongfang Yuan's shoulder. Without her realizing, he had already grasped her delicate little hand. "Are you frightened, Miss Han? Fear not, for nothing unexpected will occur in my presence, so do not be overly alarmed." With that, Dongfang Yuan pulled Han Wanxiang into his embrace, right in front of everyone in the hall. As Han Wanxiang regained her senses, her face flushed instantly. Dongfang Yuan, you, the holy maiden of Han, a sensible woman, would not allow her man to lose face or be put in an awkward position. If you were to break free from my embrace now, where would my dignity be? Just as Han Wanxiang was about to speak, Dongfang Yuan sent her a secret message. Upon receiving the message, her heart became conflicted. Ultimately, she chose not to resist, allowing Dongfang Yuan to hold her, his hand grazing her smooth thigh. "Umph, I'm not your woman. This time is merely to preserve your face, lest you seek revenge on me. But let this be a one-time exception." Han Wanxiang felt somewhat embarrassed. She valued her pride. A bit haughty, she discreetly communicated to Dongfang Yuan. Chapter 63, Roasting the Bear. Dongfang Yuan smiled serenely. Although Han Wanxiang said this, deep down, she did not truly resist. Compared to her previous aversion, for Dongfang Yuan, winning over Han Wanxiang had already progressed significantly. His hand gradually moved to her waist, holding her tighter. Han Wanxiang's face, flushed with shyness, grew even redder. "A semi-saint? How is this possible? How could you possibly have a semi-saint?" Mon Xuan exclaimed in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a semi-saint could exist within the Tianyan dynasty. "The foundation of my Tianyan dynasty is beyond your comprehension. Mon Xuan, Long Yao, as the core figures of Wanshou Lin. What do you think would happen if I were to eliminate you both?" Dongfang Yuan, still holding Han Wanxiang, spoke with a playful smile, his interest piqued. "If you dare to kill us, it will mean declaring war on Wanshou Lin. The three beast kings will undoubtedly seek vengeance for us, leading to a relentless conflict with your Tianyan dynasty." At such a critical moment, Mon Xuan still dared to threaten Dongfang Yuan. Indeed, as Chao Mengde wisely stated, anger can strip a person of their composure, consequently diminishing their intelligence. This assertion holds profound truth. At this moment, Man Gang is trembling in fear, lying on the ground, rendered utterly speechless. The pride he felt moments ago has been replaced by utter disgrace. He never anticipated that the general Feipeng of the Yanhua dynasty would turn out to be a half-saint. Having learned from his previous lesson, Man Gang dares not utter threats, opting instead for silence. Meanwhile, the face of Lang Yao has turned ashen. He is acutely aware that Dongfang Yuan has subdued them, supported by the presence of a half-saint. It can be said that their lives now rest entirely in Dongfang Yuan's hands. At this juncture, the priority is to beg for mercy and save their lives, rather than foolishly attempting to issue threats. Truly, one fears not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like ally, as despair etched itself further into Lang Yao's pale countenance. He felt a deep sense of hopelessness. "Ah, by your reasoning, does it mean that this emperor truly cannot kill you?" Dongfang Yuan remarked with a mocking smile. "Umph, it is good that you understand. Even if your Yanhua dynasty possesses a half-saint, my Wanshou Lin is not without its own. Furthermore, we possess the foundation of sacred weapons. Should it come to a fight to the death, it would still be you who faces defeat." At this moment, Man Sun, suppressed on the ground, could not see the expression on Dongfang Yuan's face. She listened to Dongfang Yuan's earlier words and was genuinely surprised by his evident fear of the Wanshou Lin's foundation, leading him to refrain from striking them down. Dongfang Yuan, with a playful nod, declared, "Very well, since that is the case. This emperor will spare your lives. Taishian, inform the soldiers to prepare the fire and charcoal. Roast all these individuals from Wanshou Lin for me. Deliver the most succulent meat from these Bear Clan members to this emperor, and as for the rest, you may divide it among yourselves." Additionally, Lang Yao, Man Sun, and Man Gang, once their heads are roasted, Send them directly to Wanshou Lin for the Bear King and others to taste. Yes, your majesty. At once. Taishian accepted the command. He called for over 100 soldiers, who proceeded to seize Man Sun and the others, dragging them away to be roasted. Lang Yao's face turned a ghostly white with despair, his lips quivering, leaving him unable to speak. Man Sun's expression also reflected fear at this moment. Roast. Dongfang Yuan, are you treating us as food? Even Han Wanxiang, cradled in Dongfang Yuan's arms, felt a shock upon hearing his words. To roast a beast of the Tianzuan realm. This is undoubtedly a first in the annals of the northern region's history. An unprecedented act is truly madness. While the people of the northern region may have consumed some wild beasts, feasting upon Wanshou Lin, especially its core high-ranking members, is entirely without precedent. Sensing Han Wanxiang's astonishment, Dongfang Yuan playfully patted her thigh and said, "Once it is roasted, summon Shinro and Qingli. We shall savor it together." Han Wanxiang found herself unable to refuse. Truth be told, she was quite curious about the taste of a Tianzuan realm beast's flesh. "All right," she responded softly. Soon, Man Sun and the others were gradually dragged away. "Dongfang Yuan, I was wrong. Spare us this once, and I am willing to serve you like a beast. Please do not roast us. Yuan Huang, have mercy. Do not roast me. I still hold value. You can use me to threaten my father. Yuan Huang, have mercy." At this moment, Man Sun was the first to plead for mercy, and upon hearing that she would be used as an ingredient, it was a fate far more terrifying than death. Just imagine being tied to a wooden frame, fully conscious, sprinkled with spices, and set over flames. What a horrifying ordeal. Man Gang was even more terrified, his legs turning to jelly, willing to offer himself as leverage to save his life. Truly a devoted son. The other Tianzuan and Fa Xiang members from Wanshou Lin also began to desperately plead for Dongfang Yuan to grant them clemency. However, Dongfang Yuan had already resolved not to let them live. As they were dragged away, their pleas faded from the ears of the onlookers. After their departure, Dongfang Yuan, accompanied by Han Wanxiang and Medusa, entered Qian Shinro's chambers, where Xiao Qingli was also present. The five gathered around a table. "Why have you gathered us here?" Xiao Qingli inquired. "My beloved, do not rush. You will soon find out," Dongfang Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, several palace maids brought in numerous platters and set them on the table. Upon opening them, they revealed golden, succulent bear meat. "This is surprising," Qian Shinro remarked. Dongfang Yuan explained everything to her. "These are the meats of Man Sun and the other Tianzuan realm experts from Wanshou Lin. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would taste the flesh of a Tianzuan realm beast? Truly, I am blessed by the emperor." Qian Shinro smiled. "Ha ha ha ha. Shinro, now that you are pregnant, you must nourish yourself well. Here, eat more. My beloved Wanxiang Medusa, you should also partake. It is fresh and warm from the fire." As Dongfang Yuan's words concluded, everyone began to indulge. For Han Wanxiang and Qian Shinro, this meat was undoubtedly a superior tonic, exquisitely delicious. However, for Medusa and Xiao Qingli, it was less remarkable. After all, Xiao Qingli had once feasted on a true dragon with divine beast blood during her reign as the empress. That exquisite flavor was what she deemed truly delectable. After the meal, Dongfang Yuan returned to his chamber. He still had several elixirs remaining in his vault. "System. Use the cultivation enhancement card," Dongfang Yuan commanded internally. Having understood through the system's introduction that this enhancement card functions like a lottery, relying on one's luck, he proceeded. "In use, Beep. Cultivation enhancement card usage complete. The host's current cultivation level. Peak Tianzuan realm. The peak Tianzuan realm is acceptable, passable enough. However, this emperor possesses 2 more cards. System, let us use another one." After some contemplation, Dongfang Yuan decided to employ another card. "In use, Beep. Cultivation enhancement card usage complete. The host cultivation has risen to the 2nd layer of the Saint realm." Dongfang Yuan was somewhat astonished at this moment. He had unexpectedly advanced to the Saint realm. Feeling the holy power within him, it was indeed distinctly different from his previous strength. Now, dispatching a Tianzuan realm opponent is as simple as crushing an ant, and even eliminating a half-saint can be achieved with ease. System, what is my true combat power currently? Since this was his first breakthrough into the Saint realm, and he had never fought against a powerhouse of this level before, he had no clear definition of the Saint realm strength. System, host, your cultivation is at the 2nd layer of the Saint realm. with true combat power comparable to the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. If one were to wield the Qian Kuan Thorn, one's power could ascend to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, reaching the 10th heaven of Saint Realm. The Saint Realm is distinct from the Celestial Sovereign Realm. The Saint Realm consists of 10 minor realms, divided into 10 heavens. Upon transcending the 10th heaven of the Saint Realm, one may step into the Great Saint Realm. Well, it seems acceptable. Dongfang Yuan finds his current strength to be quite satisfactory. By the way, system, I wish to comprehend the power of reincarnation with the use of the 9-turn reincarnation pill. Suddenly, Dongfang Yuan felt a darkness envelop him, as if his consciousness had plunged into the cycle of reincarnation. After consuming the 9-turn reincarnation pill, 9 segments of reincarnation memories emerged in his mind. In his first life, he was a flower thief, specifically targeting virtuous women, with a record of over 3,000 victims. Ultimately, he met a tragic end, having his meridians severed and his corpse discarded in the wilderness. In his second life, he was an ancient emperor, dominating a realm with unparalleled power. Yet, he met a gruesome demise at the hands of the woman he trusted most, a storyline most melodramatic. In his third life, he was a healer, specializing in curing various difficult ailments, eventually fathering 18 sons who cared for him in his old age, allowing him to live peacefully. In his fourth life, he was a disciple of a demonic sect, who, enamored with the sect's saintess, diligently strived to grow stronger, ultimately becoming the sect leader and winning her heart. However, his fate turned grim as he covetously sought the leadership position, secretly killing the saintess's father, only to be met with retribution when the saintess discovered the truth, leading to their mutual demise. In his fifth life, he was a beast, born only to be swallowed by a true dragon. In his sixth life, he was a prodigy, renowned across 3,000 realms in his youth, tragically cut down by an ambush during an outing. In his seventh life, he was a deity, once engaging in profound discussions with celestial beings. In his eighth life, he was the king of 10,000 worms, concocting countless poisons that wreaked havoc upon the world. In his ninth life, he was an ordinary man, marrying and raising children, ultimately sharing a mundane existence. After traversing through 9 reincarnations, Dongfang Yuan's eyes slowly opened. He spread his palm, and a wisp of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation lingered above it. Indeed, having experienced 9 lives, he was fortunate to successfully grasp the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. System, how should I utilize this power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but inquire. System, host, the 6 paths of reincarnation is one of the most enigmatic forces in existence. System, to wield it, you must at least cultivate to the minor completion stage. System, upon reaching minor completion, you can condense the reincarnation gate through the power of reincarnation, allowing you to send anyone into the reincarnation gate. If your strength is sufficient, you may even summon formidable beings who have entered reincarnation from within the gate. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Dongfang Yuan was astonished. So, if I possess enough strength, can I summon souls like Qing Li, who was once a mighty emperor? System, yes. After receiving the system's definitive answer, Dongfang Yuan suppressed his excitement and surprise. Now that he had mastered the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no need to rush. He had already obtained the Yiyu crystal. Next, only the Tianyan 9 leaf grass remained. Considering the timeline, the people from Fengyin sect would arrive at Tianyan Imperial City within a day or two. He was particularly looking forward to the upcoming wedding night with Xiao Qingli, and he was also close to winning over Han Wanxiang. How could he possibly retreat to seclusion to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation at such a crucial moment? That would be tantamount to destroying his own resolve. Without any further hesitation, Dongfang Yuan called for Han Wanxiang, intending to cultivate their relationship while she assisted him with his bath and attire. At Yihuan's sect, after Elder Li and Elder Hua departed from Tianyan Imperial Dynasty, they immediately returned to Yihuan's sect. At this moment, within a hall, the two relayed everything that transpired in the Tianyan Imperial Palace to the sect leader, Han Yunkuan, who was seated at the highest position. Sect leader, this is how it is. Dongfang Yuan is utterly lawless, not only indirectly detaining the saintess, but also disregarding our Yihuan sect entirely. Please, sect leader, dispatch powerful members from the sect to Tianyan Imperial Dynasty to rescue the saintess. Elder Hua implored anxiously. Han Yun sat above with a grave expression, his brows slightly furrowed. Are you certain that there was no violent commotion in the great hall, and that Ing Yi Dao was directly suppressed? Sect leader, I assure you of this. The Saintess and I were watching from the entrance. After the palace doors closed, indeed, nothing occurred. When the doors reopened, Ing Yi Dao had already been subdued, dragged out by Dongfang Yuan's subordinate, Taipei elderly reported earnestly. This revelation rendered the Tianyan Imperial dynasty somewhat unfathomable. Han Yun remained composed and astute. Although his daughter was in Dongfang Yuan's grasp, he maintained his clarity and did not panic. Instead, he contemplated the formidable presence within the Tianyan Imperial dynasty that could suppress Ing Yi Dao so swiftly and silently. Chapter 65. Capturing the He Huan Saintess. After contemplating for a while, Han Yun finally declared, "Very well. I shall personally pay a visit to ascertain the nature of this divine entity within the Tianyan Imperial dynasty." After careful deliberation, he felt it unwise to send others, fearing unforeseen complications. Conversely, inviting the ancestor would be an overreaction. With his daughter in their hands, he could not risk adopting an antagonistic stance. Thus, it was prudent for him to go himself. You two, during my absence, should any matters arise, directly consult the deputy leader and the chief steward. They will handle everything. Yes, sect leader. Both elders responded promptly. With that, Han Yun turned and vanished from the grand hall. Given that Qian Xianro was now pregnant, he refrained from approaching her. Dongfang Yuan, feeling restless, shifted his focus to Han Wanxiang. Rogue, hurry up. You've seen enough. Come and help me change into my night attire. Why are you still covering your face? Be quick. Otherwise, I shall deem you in breach of our agreement. Ultimately, at Dongfang Yuan's insistence, both he and Han Wanxiang completed their baths. Dongfang Yuan then directly asked Han Wanxiang to warm his bed. This time, Han Wanxiang bore no expression of disgust. Instead, she appeared conflicted. However, under Dongfang Yuan's repeated urgings, she consented. Clad in night attire, she nestled into the bed, using her body heat to warm the covers for him. By the way, which formidable being are you reincarnated from? In this General Fei Peng, I have never heard of such a figure in the Tianyan Imperial dynasty. Pray enlighten me. At this moment, nestled under the covers, Han Wanxiang's curiosity was piqued. Very well. Tonight, I shall regale you with tales, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, lifting the covers and lying beside Han Wanxiang. A satisfied and comfortable smile gracing his face as he reveled in the warmth beneath the blankets. Han Wanxiang was startled and immediately attempted to rise and leave. What are you doing? The bed is so warm. Why get up? Dongfang Yuan grasped her hand and feigned ignorance. Han Wanxiang was momentarily at a loss. Her face flushed with shyness, as it was the first time she lay so close to a man on the same bed. Although her heart was filled with deep curiosity about Dongfang Yuan, drawn to his mysterious aura, she was utterly unprepared for such intimate proximity. The bed is warm, but I should leave now. Let us talk next time, she stammered, still too bashful to stay. Wanxiang, as the emperor, I have the right to request my maid to share my bed, Dongfang Yuan asserted confidently. Han Wanxiang paused, frowning slightly. However, I do not intend to force you. I merely wish for your company to chat with me for a while. If you wish to leave, feel free. I will not insist, he said, his gaze shifting, filled with deep affection. Caught off guard by Dongfang Yuan's sudden change in tone, Han Wanxiang pondered his sincerity. He did not intend to coerce her. Was he truly this earnest? Like Xiao Qingli, she was someone who preferred gentleness over force. After much contemplation, she finally relented and lay back down. All right, let's chat then. Reclining together, Dongfang Yuan placed his hands behind his head and began to speak slowly. Indeed, I am a reincarnation. This is no lie. As for Fei Peng, they were once my subordinates who reincarnated alongside me. However, I cannot disclose my true identity at this moment. Upon hearing his words, Han Wanxiang felt her suspicions confirmed. Just as the rumors outside suggested, Dongfang Yuan was indeed a reincarnation. Then, what is your purpose in wanting me as your maid? She asked hesitantly. Dongfang Yuan gazed at her with sincerity, his eyes brimming with emotion. If I said I have no ulterior motive or that my sole purpose is you, would you believe me? Spare me. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Am I that easily deceived? A man as romantic as you, with ladies like Jianjia, Princess Xiao, and that Medusa, are they not also your targets? Now you act so affectionately towards me. Do you think I would believe you? Han Wanxiang retorted with a hint of pride. Dongfang Yuan remained unfazed. Gradually, he reached out his hand and embraced her shoulders, pulling her closer as their gazes locked. His tenderness remained unwavering as he earnestly declared, Wanxiang, that is a misconception on your part. Who told you that one cannot be both romantic and deeply affectionate? While I may have feelings for several of you, my love for each is genuine. My feelings for you are as evident as the sun and the moon. You know, given my current strength, if I wished to possess you by force, it would not be difficult. But that would only lead to hatred from the woman I cherish, a fate I wish to avoid at all costs. So, I will never resort to such means. Wanxiang, do you understand my feelings for you? As Dongfang Yuan pressed his face against Han Wanxiang's, she was momentarily stunned by this sudden confession. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing his heartfelt display of emotion made her previous reservations dissipate entirely. The infatuation she felt for him surged forth, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and her heart raced wildly. Dongfang Yuan held her hand tightly, turning to face her directly. Wanxiang, I can hear your heart racing. You have fallen for me, haven't you? Caught off guard by his question, Han Wanxiang found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Dongfang Yuan, experienced in matters of the heart, leaned in and kissed her softly. The sensation of his lips sent waves of warmth through her. With wide eyes, she was taken aback momentarily. However, Dongfang Yuan's firm embrace provided her with an overwhelming sense of security, and the tingling sensation on her lips gradually made her surrender willingly, completely captivated by him. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Fengyun's Sect. In the sky less than 300 miles from Tianyan Empire, several ships belonging to Fengyun's sect soared through the air. On the deck of one of the ships, Han Zhao, the vice sect master, and Mo Lini, the grand elder, stood together. Additionally, a small, frail old man clad in a black robe stood before them. His triangular eyes and hooked nose gave him a sinister appearance, evoking a sense of malevolence. This man was none other than the ancestor of Fengyun's sect, Gui Zhangxing. Ancestor, we will reach Tianyan Imperial City in less than half an hour. Should we negotiate directly with Dongfang Yuan, or what? Mo Lini inquired. Negotiate? Oomph. Does he deserve that? Once we arrive at Tianyan Empire, we shall demand the immediate surrender of Ing Yidao and have him kneel in submission to avoid death. Otherwise, I shall unleash the power of the holy weapon and obliterate Tianyan Empire. Gui Zhangxing replied disdainfully. He cared not for whether Dongfang Yuan was a powerful reincarnation. With the holy artifact of Fengyun's sect in his possession, he felt invincible. In such a situation, Fengyun's sect must maintain absolute control. If Dongfang Yuan dared to threaten them with Ing Yidao, he would ensure Dongfang Yuan understood the consequences of such folly. Han Zhao, feeling uneasy, cautiously advised, Ancestor, I believe we should not underestimate them. Upon our arrival, let us draw Dongfang Yuan's attention while the Grand Elder sneaks in from the side to find an opportunity to rescue the Third Elder. Han Zhao's suggestion was deemed prudent. Mo Lini, standing beside him, also nodded in agreement. However, Gui Zhangxing appeared displeased. He turned, his expression darkening. Do you doubt my strength? Or the foundation of Fengyun's sect's holy weapons? Ancestor, I would never dare. Han Zhao quickly rectified himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. Oomph. A mere Tianyan Empire was not even considered a first-rate power in my era. With our holy artifacts deployed, how can we need to resort to tricks? Gui Zhangxing retorted, dissatisfied. He believed their current force was more than sufficient to overpower Tianyan Empire, and employing any schemes would be a sign of disrespect to both him and the holy artifact. Yes, Han Zhao spoke in error. Please do not take offense, Ancestor. Given the circumstances, Han Zhao knew he could say no more. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan sat upon the throne, while Zhou Xuanqi and Wang Tianyu hurriedly entered through the doors. Your Majesty, the populace within the imperial city has been successfully evacuated, reported Wang Tianyu. Moreover, Marshal Tie has assembled an army of 300,000, led by both the esteemed Disfo and the revered Arrow God. Once the Fengyun sect enters the city, they are prepared to strike and encircle them. Your Majesty, the vessels of the Fengyun sect are still over 200 miles away from the imperial city. They should arrive in about half an hour, added Zhuan. Seated above, Dongfang Yuan nodded slowly. To his left sat Xiao Qingli, and to his right, Meidu Sha. The two queens, serving one emperor, were indeed a rare sight in this era. Just then, Fei Ping entered, reporting, Your Majesty. The Shuanglong Tiangong has been completed and is ready for departure. Excellent. My beloved consorts, come. Let us board the Shuanglong Tiangong and set forth to confront the enemy. Dongfang Yuan rose, taking Xiao Qingli and Meidu Sha with him as they exited the hall, followed closely by Fei Peng and Zhuo Xuanqi. Apart from Fei Peng and Meidu Sha, the others, including Xiao Qingli, were filled with curiosity about what the Shuanglong Tiangong, personally crafted by Fei Peng, truly was. In the Tianyan Imperial City, due to the impending assault of the Fengyun sect, the dynasty had preemptively evacuated the citizens. The streets of the city now appeared eerily desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. Meanwhile, atop an inn's rooftop, Han Yunkuan observed from a distance. Initially intent on rescuing his daughter, he decided to remain and watch the unfolding events, contemplating that if the Tianyan dynasty faltered, he might intervene to safeguard Han Wanxiang. After all, the Fengyun sect would likely heed the wishes of the leader of the Hahuan sect. However, if the Fengyun sect were to be defeated, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, Han Yunkuan sensed movement nearby. Without turning, he coldly remarked, Since you are here, do reveal yourselves. Chapter 67. The Eyes of the World Upon Us. Ha ha, Brother Han, you are indeed astute. I did not expect you to notice us from such a distance. At that moment, two figures soared down from the sky toward Han Yunkuan. They were two middle-aged men, one robust and imposing, the other tall and slender, exuding an air of refinement while holding a paper fan. These two were Ming Jinqi, the vice-master of the Wuji sect, and Gu Jianli, the vice-master of the Tianjin sect. The Wuji sect and the Tianjin sect were two other dominant forces in the northern region, and both men held significant positions within their respective sects. Han Yunkuan's expression remained calm, not surprised by their presence. After all, the Fengyun sect had dispatched individuals to the Tianyan dynasty, and with an elite force of 200,000, a grand conflict was clearly on the horizon. Such an exhilarating spectacle would naturally draw the attention of fellow dominant factions. Brother Ming, Brother Gu, you have arrived quite early. What is this? Do you harbor intentions toward the Tianyan dynasty? Seeking to share in the spoils with the Fengyun sect? Han Yunkuan inquired nonchalantly. Brother Han, Yuyist. We are here merely to witness the outcome of this battle, without any intention of interference. However, we're somewhat surprised that you, as a sect leader, have chosen to come personally. Gu Jianli replied with a gentle smile, evidently unaware of Han Wanxiang's predicament within the Tianyan palace. Our sect is simply curious to observe the Tianyan dynasty's recent momentum against the Fengyun sect, Han Yunkuan replied, his demeanor unreadable. Oh, does Brother Han believe the Tianyan dynasty stands a chance? Ming Jinqi countered. Han Yunkuan chuckled softly. I did not assert that. However, circumstances are never absolute. Unexpected events may yet arise. Gu Jianli nodded. Indeed, Brother Han speaks wisely. Until a full confrontation occurs, we cannot hastily draw conclusions. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuan has granted the Fengyun sect's vessels unhindered passage, allowing them to advance directly toward the imperial city without obstruction. If this is not due to his confidence in prevailing against the storm, it may well be the folly of hubris. Let us observe the events unfold, Han Yunkuan stated. With that, the three ascended into the air, concealed among the clouds, gazing down at the entirety of the imperial city below. Soon, ominous clouds gathered above the Tianyan dynasty, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the imperial city as if heralding the end of days. The vessels of the Fengyun sect, immense in size, advanced in unison, dominating the skies and blotting out the light. The thunderous roar of their engines echoed across the air, proclaiming their arrival with overwhelming presence. Figures of Fengyun sect's formidable disciples appeared on the decks, exuding an air of arrogance and strength. The morale of their 200,000 elite disciples surged. Invigorated and unyielding, citizens of the Tianyan dynasty, come forth, boomed an elder of the Fengyun sect from the deck, his voice resonating like thunder. How dare you? You have no right to act recklessly in the Tianyan imperial city. Suddenly, shouts erupted from all around. Above the city, Tiepiyun, Arrow's god, and Zhong Lo led an army of 100,000, encircling the area from all directions. Drums thundered, flags waved, and the fierce winds carried the rallying cries of the soldiers, their imposing presence radiating a palpable ferocity. Under the leadership of Tianyan Yuan and Zhonglou, the Tianyan soldiers stood resolute, undeterred by the name of the Fengyan sect, ready to engage in battle as they formed a tight encirclement around the vessels. The arrow's god stood atop the heavens, brandishing the shadow blade with disheveled hair, while the demon Lord Zhonglou, arms crossed behind him, revealed his indifferent yet formidable gaze. Master, we are surrounded. It appears the Tianyan dynasty was well prepared. Their formation is the result of meticulous rehearsal, a formidable force indeed, reported Mo Lini, the grand elder of the Fengyan sect, to Gui Songxing. Gui Songxing scoffed dismissively. Merely a horde of ants in greater numbers. Before me, they are nothing. No matter their numbers, a single strike from me could obliterate them. As a semi-saint, Gui Songxing held absolute confidence in his ability to single-handedly annihilate an elite battalion. Moreover, armed with sacred weapons, he regarded the Tianyan soldiers with disdain. Mo Lini nodded, then soared from the vessel, positioning himself in the sky opposite Tianyan Yuan and the others, taking note of the shadow blade clutched by the arrow's god. He furrowed his brows, realizing that in just a few short days, Ying Yidao had been subjected to such torment. The Tianyan Huang Chao is truly oppressive. Where is Dongfang Yuan? Is he hiding like a timid mouse, afraid to show himself? Mo Lini shouted coldly towards the direction of Tai Poyan and the others. Ha 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 ha. If I'm a mouse, then your Fengyan sect is not even worthy of being leftovers. A voice, filled with mockery, thundered from afar. The crowd turned to see two ice spirit white dragons, each over 30 meters long, with magnificent icy horns, pulling a palace made of jade crystal, soaring towards them. It was as if two dragons were drawing a chariot. Yet what they drew was an exquisitely adorned jade palace. The surrounding walls were crafted from glazed mirrors, allowing visibility from the inside, while obscuring views from the outside. And the presence of the two ice spirit white dragons further prevented any soul from probing within. In addition, Feipeng, Zhuanshuanqi, and Tianyu Wang stood guard around this twin-dragon celestial palace. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuan reclined lazily within the Jade Palace, visible only through a sheer curtain. At that moment, he was embracing Xiao Qingli with one arm and Medusa with the other, his expression unperturbed by the pressure exerted by the Fengyan sect. Upon seeing the two ice spirit white dragons pulling the palace, Missouri Lini and many others present could not help but change their expressions in astonishment. Chapter 68. The eve of confrontation, the two ice spirit white dragons of the extreme sky, Ice Mountain. How is this possible? How could they be drawing for Dongfang Yuan? Mo Lini was profoundly shocked. Even on the ship, Han Zhao and several elders from the Fengyan sect furrowed their brows, feeling caught off guard. Before the battle had even begun, Dongfang Yuan had already surprised them. At that moment, amidst the clouds above, Han Yunquan and Gu Junli stood firm. The ice spirit white dragons had been subdued by the Tianyan Huang Chao. This was indeed a bizarre occurrence. Gu Junli exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this situation is quite extraordinary. These two ice spirit white dragons, while not true dragons, belong to the dragon lineage. Their cultivation is not to be underestimated. Both at the 8th tier of the Tianzuan realm. Even we, as dominant powers, usually refrain from provoking them. Ming Jinshi expressed his shock. To the north of the northern region lies the extreme sky Ice Mountain, a glacier that has remained frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. Home to two ice spirit white dragons. Generally, no one would dare to provoke them without cause. One reason is that the extreme sky Ice Mountain is located at the border, perpetually blanketed in snow, with scarce resources offering no profit. Another reason is the strength of these two ice spirit white dragons. When combined, even those at the pinnacle of the Tianzuan realm would struggle to subdue them. Dominant forces generally avoid crossing paths with these two ice spirit white dragons. However, it was unexpected that these two ice spirit white dragons had been captured by Dongfang Yuan to pull a chariot. If this were to spread, it would certainly be a shocking event in the northern region. Regaining his composure, Mo Lini maintained a stern expression, looking into the Jade Palace. Dongfang Yuan, you have captured my Fengyan sect's third elder, and with this, you threaten us. Do you realize you have committed a grave crime? If you release the third elder now and lead your surrender, my Fengyan sect may consider spare your lives. Otherwise, our elite forces will level your Tianyan Huang Chao to the ground, leaving no one behind. Mo Lini's voice rang resolutely through the skies. The Fengyun sect was ready for battle at any moment. Yet, within the Jade Palace, Dongfang Yuan regarded him with indifference. He gently clapped his hands, and, suddenly, the two-eye spirit white dragons unleashed their aura, sending a powerful shockwave towards Mo Lini, forcing him back. Dongfang Yuan, you! Mo Lini's fury ignited. The might of the two beasts made him tremble. Though he was also at the 8th tier of the Tianzuan realm, the power emanating from the two white dragons far exceeded his own. In a direct confrontation, he had little chance of victory. Mo Lini, did I not mention that if you wish to save Ying Yi Dao, you must exchange for the Tianyu Jui grass? I allowed your Fengyun sect to approach my Tianyan Huang city without obstruction, demonstrating my grandeur and sincerity to the world. What? Do you think Ying Yi Dao's life is not important? Or do you simply not wish to save him? Dongfang Yuan's tone dripped with disdain. You come here and treat me with such disrespect. I have truly given you face. Since that is the case, forget it. Arrow God, killing Yi Dao. Since Fengyun's sect does not care for his life, why should we? Within the Jade Palace, Dongfang Yuan's voice, unpredictable in its mood, echoed. Yes, your majesty. Arrow God hesitated not, preparing to strike down Ying Yi Dao. Help! Help me! Ying Yi Dao, terrified, felt his legs weaken. Unfortunately, his cultivation was sealed, and his plea for help came out unclear. Wait! Just as Arrow God was about to act, Mo Lini shouted urgently. Arrow God's hand paused midair, looking towards the Jade Palace. What? Mo Lini, do you wish to save him now? Dongfang Yuan retorted with a mocking tone. At that moment, seated within the Jade Palace, Dongfang Yuan was leisurely enjoying fruits fed to him by Medusa while embracing Xiao Qingli. In such a scene, only he could remain so relaxed. Do you truly mean what you say? If I provide you with the Tianyu Jui grass, will you release the third elder? Mo Lini inquired cautiously. I am the sovereign of a dynasty, the ruler of a nation. My words hold weight, Dongfang Yuan assured him. Very well. Here you go. Release him. Mo Lini wasted no time, producing a storage bag and tossing it towards the Jade Palace. So Xuanqi caught it and, after confirming its contents, reported, Your Majesty, this is indeed the Tianyu Jui grass. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan's expression brightened as he kissed Xiao Qingli's cheek. Now that he had both the Tianyu Jui grass and the Yue crystal, he only needed to seal her as his consort. And he could celebrate the union with a woman of memory. Having spent so much time, he felt compelled to present her with hundreds of lavish gifts worth trillions. Xiao Qingli, held in Dongfang Yuan's embrace, showed a hint of joy upon hearing that the Tianyu Jui grass was obtained, though her expression quickly returned to its usual cool demeanor. Very well. I honor my word. Arrow God, release him, Dongfang Yuan's voice rang out. Arrow God said nothing further, directly unbinding Ying Yi Dao's seals and tossing him toward the Fengyun sect's ship. Ying Yi Dao, regaining his cultivation, immediately flew to Mo Lini's side, using his power to heal his injuries. After successfully rescuing Ying Yi Dao, Mo Lini felt all restraints lifted. At that moment, he coldly stated, All right, the transaction is complete. Next, we shall delve into the matters between Fengyun Zong and your Tianyan Huangqiao. Dongfang Yuan, today you are presented with but two choices, one to submit and the other to perish. The sudden shift in demeanor of Mo Lini did not astonish the people of Tianyan Huangqiao in the slightest. Dongfang Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Since you have stated it thus, I shall opt for a third choice, to leave none of you alive. As he uttered such audacious words, all members of Fengyun Zong, including the three who were watching from the Yunwu, felt that Dongfang Yuan was rather overstepping his bounds. Be cautious, they possess a half-saint, Ying Yi Dao intended to warn, only to be interrupted by a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, such arrogance from a mere boy. To think that none could escape from Fengyun Zong. That's a statement even your ancestors from Tianyan Huangqiao would not dare to make. Chapter 69. Zhonglo strikes, everyone in shock. Suddenly, the old ancestor of Fengyun Zong, Gue Sangxing, descended from the ship, accompanied by Han Zhao and a multitude of elders. Ancestor. Ying Yi Dao was taken aback, not expecting the old ancestor to come to his aid. In his excitement, he forgot to mention the half-saint matter. In the sky, Gue Sangxing's presence was undeniable. The mobilization of a half-saint indicated Fengyun Zong's unwavering resolve to eradicate Tianyan Huangqiao. Gu Junli, upon witnessing Gue Songxing's arrival, trembled slightly, recognizing that the might of a half-saint was beyond what a Tianzuan could contend with. It appeared that Tianyan Huangchao had little hope of survival today. Ming Zhenqi, standing beside Gu Juanli, regained his composure and stated calmly. Han Yunquin observed the unfolding situation in silence, his thoughts inscrutable. However, the appearance of Gue Songxing did not dampen the morale of Tianyan Huangchao's soldiers. On the contrary, many remained indifferent as they did not recognize Gue Songxing. Among those who did, such as Wushuanqi and Tian Yuan, their expressions remained composed. You claim Feng Yunzong as a half-saint. Does Tianyan Huangchao not possess one? The old man spoke with an air of absolute certainty. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. The ancestors of Tianyan Huangchao elevated it to a formidable power. That was their zenith. Yet I, Dongfang Yuan, shall elevate Tianyan Huangchao to unprecedented heights, an unrivaled pinnacle. Do not presume that your mere half-saint might intimidate me. I have many capable individuals at my disposal. Dongfang Yuan's commanding voice resonated from the Yujing Palace, causing Gue Songxing and Han Zhao's expressions to darken. Such arrogance. Dongfang Yuan's audacity incited a desire to eliminate him. Gue Songxing coldly retorted, "What a farce! While I may not claim invincibility in the northern domain, annihilating a mere Tianyan is hardly a challenge." As soon as Gue Songxing finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of half-saint power emanated from him, dwarfing the capabilities of a Tianzuan. Even at a distance, Wushuanqi and Tian Yuan sensed a formidable pressure. Gue Songxing's target remained Dongfang Yuan, as he unleashed his oppressive force. The two ice spirit white dragons struggled against the immense pressure, beginning to retreat. However, within the Yujing Palace, Dongfang Yuan remained unaffected. To him, the half-saint's pressure was merely a trifling annoyance. With a mischievous smile, he responded, "Old man, you claim not to dare proclaim invincibility in the northern domain, yet I do. Zhonglo, take action and capture him." Dongfang Yuan commanded, his tone shifting. "Yes, your majesty," replied the demon Lord Zhonglo, standing beside Tai Poyan. In the next moment, a half-saint-level demonic might erupted from Zhonglo, a colossal force surging through the sky towards Gue Songxing. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the air, with Zhonglo standing undamaged amidst the turmoil, while Gue Songxing was forced back several steps before regaining his footing. A half-saint. Tianyan Huangchao possesses a half-saint. The emergence of Zhonglo left the disciples and elders of Feng Yunzong in a state of collective astonishment, including Han Zhao, Imo Lini, and Gue Songxing himself. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. Tianyan Huangchao has a half-saint. How could this be? In the northern domain, only 5 half-saints exist, all within the 5 leading powers, each an ancestral figure. Why then does Tianyan Huangchao also possess one, who evidently heeds Dongfang Yuan's commands? This revelation left them bewildered. Even if Dongfang Yuan is a reincarnated being, could he truly cultivate a half-saint at the Tianzuan level? This was utterly astounding. Han Yunquin and Gu Juanli, upon witnessing Zhonglo's actions, were equally shaken, their bodies trembling. A half-saint. This individual is indeed a half-saint. What methods has Dongfang Yuan employed? How could he cultivate a half-saint without anyone noticing? Gu Juanli and Ming Zhenqi were both astonished. This development could reverberate throughout the entire northern domain. With a half-saint's presence, Tianyan Huangchao was on the cusp of becoming a dominant power. If they could acquire a sacred weapon, the landscape of the northern domain would be irrevocably altered. The 5 leading powers might very well transform into 6. Indeed, this visit has proven most worthwhile. Such a shocking spectacle suggests that Feng Yunzong's intention to annihilate Tianyan Huangchao will not be so easily realized. Dongfang Yuan is undoubtedly a formidable entity. Hashem, what say you? Gu Juanli offered high praise for Dongfang Yuan, believing that Tianyan Huangchao's transformation was solely due to his singular efforts. This person must have once been a being of great renown, for in such a short time, even an ordinary reincarnated being could not elevate Tianyan Huangchao to such dizzying heights. Han Yunquin concurred, indeed remarkable, and it was evident that Zhonglo had the upper hand in that last exchange. Gue Songxing's power seemed somewhat lacking. If this continues, Feng Yunzong's chances of victory appear slim. However, if Gue Songxing wields the Patian Dao, the situation would be quite different. Indeed, it all hinges on whether he has brought it along, Gu Junli agreed. The sacred weapon of the Fengyun sect, known as the Patian Dao, is a renowned killing instrument throughout the northern region, classified as a mid-grade sacred weapon. It was bequeathed by the founding ancestor of the Fengyun sect. A mere strike is sufficient to cleave mountains and subdue seas, capable of causing stars to fall and the heavens to change color. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance that readers do not neglect the updates. If you allow the story to languish, the reading data will deteriorate and the narrative will perish. In Chapter 70, the clash between Zhong Lu and Gue Songxing sent a shockwave through the crowd, capturing everyone's attention. Gue Songxing's expression darkened slightly, concealing a hint of shock beneath his somber visage. The Tianyan dynasty actually harbors a half-saint powerhouse. In the northern region, half-saint practitioners can be counted on one hand, including myself. Who are you? State your name. Gue Songxing inquired, furrowing his brow and fixing his gaze upon Zhong Lu with a grave tone. The dead are not worthy of knowing my name, Zhong Lu replied coldly, his arms wielding the space-armed demon blade, emanating a chilling and fierce aura. What audacity! Gue Songxing scoffed. We are both half-saints. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me with such confidence? Despite his somber demeanor, he exhibited no trace of fear. Armed with a sacred weapon, he was unperturbed, even in the face of 10 half-saints combined. Enough! Zhong Lu's expression remained icy, uninterested in idle chatter. In an instant, he shot forth like a streak of black demonic light toward Gue Songxing. The space-armed demon blade unleashed dozens of crimson demonic strikes, each blow potent enough to sever the sun and moon. The might of the half-saint was vividly displayed as Zhong Lu unleashed his demonic power, shrouding the sky in a dense and tumultuous aura of magic. The oppressive demonic energy obscured nearly all light, enveloping everyone in an atmosphere reminiscent of a demonic abyss. The disciples of the Fengyun sect trembled at the sight as a colossal demonic shadow manifested behind Zhong Lu, its blood-red eyes glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty gaze. The overwhelming demonic presence radiated like an ancient demon god bathed in magic, accompanying Zhong Lu's blade's brilliance as it descended. What a terrifying aura! Is this the true strength of a half-saint? I feel as though I can scarcely breathe. Some disciples aboard their ships, despite the distance, felt the intense pressure bearing down upon them. Zhong Lu's demonic might was omnipresent, wreaking havoc across the imperial city's sky, delivering a profound shock to their spirits. Even figures like Han Zhao, Ing Yidao, and Mo Lin retreated hastily, distancing themselves from Gue Songxing. A full-scale confrontation between half-saint level powerhouses was beyond the realm of these Tianzun practitioners. Even a peak Tianzun like Han Zhao would be courting disaster in the face of a half-saint. You appear formidable, but I wonder how strong you truly are. Gue Songxing raised his hands, unleashing a tempestuous force that coalesced before him into a myriad of spectral warriors. Swords, spears, and halberds of every variety shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, each exuding an overwhelming pressure, some extending thousands of meters in length. Each spectral warrior emanated a powerful half-saint aura, their essence swirling like a blade, capable of claiming lives with mere proximity. Go! Gue Songxing pointed decisively at Zhong Lu. The spectral warriors surged forth like a barrage of arrows, swift as lightning, their lethal energy aimed directly at Zhong Lu unfazed. Zhong Lu unleashed his own blade light and the surging waves of demonic energy, directly colliding with Gue Songxing's assault. The clash of the two half-saint powers erupted in a cacophony of thunderous explosions, reverberating through the heavens. Sounds of magic waves bursting mingled with the tearing cries of spectral warriors. The terrifying torrents transformed into violent gales, causing the forces of the Tianyan dynasty and Fengyun sect to be pushed back uncontrollably. Yet, the Shuanglong Tiangong, under the protection of Fei Peng, remained unscathed. Bolstered by its own power, Fei Peng, arms crossed, observed the battlefield. Zhong Lu has yet to unleash his full strength. It seems he aims to probe this old fellow's limits to uncover his fatal flaw. Beside him, Zhou Xuanqi and Tian Yuan exchanged glances, astonished by this revelation. He hasn't gone all out. Just how powerful is Zhong Lu's prowess? After the explosive exchange, both combatants surged forward for close-quarters combat. Zhonglu's space-armed demon blade struck with brutal ferocity, overpowering Gue Tsongxing. In response, Gue Tsongxing brandished a long sword, executing counterattacks with silver streaks of light. Yet he found it nearly impossible to harm Zhonglu. Within the Shuang Long Tiangong, Dongfang Yuan, cradling two beauties and savoring fruit, observed the duel with amusement. This old fellow is quite patient, clearly at a disadvantage, yet he refrains from deploying the Patian Dao. Gue Tsongxing was a man of great pride. If he could not subdue Zhonglu on equal ground and had to rely on the sacred weapon to salvage his honor, it would be an embarrassment he could not bear. I see. Xiao Qingli, nestled in Dongfang Yuan's embrace, analyzed coolly. Your Majesty, these people are but ants. Why waste time when Medusa could eliminate them all in an instant? Medusa, perplexed, inquired further. Dongfang Yuan chuckled. Indeed, Medusa, you could effortlessly annihilate them. Even I could do so. If you revealed your true power, I believe unifying the entire northern region would be a trivial task. But have you considered the consequences of such actions? Consequences? Your Majesty, after we unify the northern region, the Tianyan dynasty will only grow stronger. What consequences could arise? Medusa questioned, still puzzled. Even Xiao Qingli understood Medusa's strength. Unifying the northern region could only benefit the Tianyan dynasty. Dongfang Yuan, with an enigmatic smile, replied, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not put himself in danger beneath a crumbling wall. My dear, while the Tianyan dynasty is strong, we are not yet powerful enough to dominate the world. There are always greater powers beyond our reach, a truth you must grasp. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, the two women quickly comprehended his meaning. Xiao Qingli remarked, you mean to say that the Tianyan dynasty's hidden cards must not be fully revealed, always maintaining an air of inscrutability? Your insight is remarkable, my dear. Indeed, the northern region is merely a small part of this Xian continent. Beyond the northern region lies the ocean, and beyond that the very core of the Xian continent, the central sacred continent. The current strength of our Tianyan Huangqiao indeed allows us to dominate the northern domain. However, when placed within the maritime regions or even the central sacred continent, our current capabilities are still far from sufficient. This is precisely why I, as the Emperor, do not intend to reveal too many of our trump cards at once. Remember this. If a force carelessly exposes its most powerful cards, it is not far from its demise. Chapter 71. Clash of Sacred Weapons. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, the two women fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning. If the Tianyan Huangqiao were to directly showcase a sage-level powerhouse, or even a grand sage at this moment, the maritime forces would undoubtedly take notice. They would certainly be curious about the origins of our strength, and the Tianyan Huangqiao would quickly become a target for many. This also reminded Xiao Qingli of the time before she became the empress when she joined a certain sect. The sect leader had once advised her that until one possesses absolute strength to face all difficulties, one must refrain from being overly ostentatious. Is a plan to unify the northern domain still in progress? She inquired, regaining her focus. Of course, the northern domain must be unified. The plan proceeds as normal. However, the level of strength we exhibit when confronting various opponents should only ensure our victory without resorting to overwhelming force, Dongfang Yuan replied, fully aware of the situation. For instance, to eliminate a faction guarded by a half-sage, it suffices to deploy merely one sage. To mobilize a grand sage all at once would not only be too ostentatious, but would also attract the attention of other forces. If we are to act with grandeur, the Tianyan Huangqiao must possess sufficient foundational strength. Xiao Qingli found Dongfang Yuan's perspective quite agreeable, as it was indeed prudent. His line of thought was rooted in considerations for the greater picture. As long as the Tianyan Huangqiao's foundation remains inscrutable, it will be cloaked in a veil of mystery in the eyes of the world. Ah, Zhonglu is making a move. The excitement is upon us. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan noticed a shift in the battlefield above. Zhonglu had already tested the limits of Gue Tsongxing's power and no longer needed to conceal his strength. He unleashed his full might, executing a series of devastating slashes with his demonic blade, forcefully repelling Gue Tsongxing. In the next instant, Zhonglu's figure darted like the wind, appearing behind Gue Tsongxing and viciously struck with two slashes aimed at his back. With a sudden sound, Gue Tsongxing was caught off guard, sustaining injuries to his back, his clothing torn, and blood spewing from his mouth. Ancestor. Upon witnessing Gue Tsongxing wounded by Zhong Lu, Ying Yi Dao and Mo Lini's expressions shifted dramatically. Han Zhao also wore a grave countenance. This individual's strength surpasses that of the ancestor. He has been concealing his power to find the ancestor's flaws. What? Does that mean we have lost? Ying Yi Dao exclaimed, his face filled with shock. No, the ancestor will not be defeated. The sect leader instructed us to bring the Patiando for contingencies. It seems today we will indeed need to deploy the sacred weapon. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he spoke, his expression darkening. At this moment, Gue Tsongxing hovered in midair, his expression extremely grim. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Excellent. It has been many years since I have felt the sting of injury. I must admit, you are formidable. In terms of pure strength, you far exceed me. However, today, you too shall not escape death." As his voice fell, Gue Tsongxing's long sword vanished. In the next moment, he produced a black blade. The blade's surface was ink black, its edge sharp and unyielding, and a surge of sacred energy enveloped it, showcasing its unparalleled might. Raising the blade high, he pointed its tip at the heavens. Suddenly, a blade light erupted from the sword, and the skies darkened, forming a massive black vortex that resembled a black hole, surrounded by a flurry of black blade lights rapidly coalescing into a colossal sword ray. Patiando, the foundational weapon of the Fengyun sect, Patiando. Upon seeing Gue Tsongxing wield the Patiando, Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu's expressions darkened. As natives of the northern domain, they were well aware of the legends surrounding the Fengyun sect's Patiando. 1 strike could shatter the earth, 2 could fracture stars, 3 could calm the seas, and 4 could shake the heavens. With the emergence of the Patiando, the Fengyun sect's might shifted dramatically. Gazing upon the enormous black vortex above, along with the terrifying blade lights emanating from its surroundings, the soldiers of the Tianyan Huangchao felt their hearts race. That was the might of the sacred, not the ordinary power of a half-sage, but the true essence of a sage-level might. A strike from a sacred weapon is akin to the full strength of a sage. This is the end for the Tianyan Huangchao. Ying Yi Dao sneered, observing the blade light coalescing in the sky. Mo Lini and Han Zhao shared similar expressions, their faces adorned with disdainful smirks. This was the consequence of opposing the Fengyun sect. No matter if one was a reincarnated powerhouse or had cultivated a half-sage, how could they stand against the true strength of the sacred realm, reduced to mere ants? Han Zhao was confident that once that blade light descended, the entire Tianyan Huang city would be utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, in the clouds above, Han Yunquan, Gu Juanli, and Ming Jinqi also witnessed this spectacle. It seemed the suspense had dissipated. Gue Tsongxing had brought the Patiando with the resolve to obliterate the Tianyan Huangchao at all costs. A strike from a sacred weapon, even if the half-sage known as Zhong Lu was formidable, would struggle to withstand it. Standing amidst the clouds, Gu Juanli spoke calmly, as if already anticipating the outcome. The Tianyan Huangchao has indeed astonished us today. However, it is a pity that a hegemonic level force is still beyond their capacity to shake. The foundation of sacred weapons is the key that determines everything, Ming Jinqi concurred. As core high-ranking members of a hegemonic force, they understood well what it meant for the Fengyun sect to deploy the Patiando. The Tianyan Huangchao had no hope left. Even Han Yunquan held a similar belief within his heart. However, when he saw Zhong Lu slowly retrieving an item from his possession, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, what is that?" Chapter 72, A Shocking Revelation. Upon Han Yunquan's utterance, Ming Jinqi and Gu Juanli also turned their gazes toward the source of his astonishment. They beheld Zhong Lu standing resolutely against Gue Tsongxing's Patiando, his figure unwavering amidst the chaos. In his palm, a pointed weapon materialized. Qian Kuan Ci. Prior to this imminent battle, Dongfang Yuan had entrusted the Qian Kuan Ci to him. Zhong Lu raised the Qian Kuan Ci high, and the sacred might from within it surged forth, spreading like a tumultuous wave, exuding an overwhelming aura. The power of the Qian Kuan Ci coalesced before Zhong Lu, forming radiant beams of sacred light, interspersed with threads of spatial energy. Instantly, the skies darkened and the earth trembled. The sacred might of the Tian Empire, manifesting as an ethereal presence above, culminated in a radiant assault stretching thousands of meters long, shaking the very souls of all present. Everyone in Fengyun Zone, from the disciples to Han Zhao and Gue Tsangxing, was engulfed in a wave of horror. A sacred weapon? How could it be? The Tianyan dynasty actually possesses a sacred weapon? Han Zhao's heart raced. His face contorted in fear as he roared like a madman. Mo Lini and the others from Fengyun Zone gazed wide-eyed at the radiant light of the Tian Empire, their expressions a blend of disbelief and terror. Although Gue Tsangxing was also shaken internally, he realized there was no turning back. He had to see who would prevail. With a fierce and resolute countenance, Gue Tsangxing wielded the broken sky blade and struck down with unparalleled force, the blade radiating an awe-inspiring might capable of shattering the earth, as if it were cleaving the heavens. Breaking through, the expression on Chong Lu's face turned cold and stern as he channeled the power of the Tian Empire, unleashing an assault of sacred radiance that surged forth like a tempest. The clash of the two sacred weapons resulted in a tremendous shockwave that obliterated many buildings in the surrounding streets. The members of Zhangqiang felt the oppressive force wash over them, leaving them breathless. However, the blade light of the broken sky blade could not withstand for even 2 breaths before it was pierced through by the power of the Tian Empire. The sacred radiance shot forth like a swift arrow, striking Gue Tsangxing with thunderous speed. What? Gue Tsangxing's expression changed drastically. Fear finally etched onto his face. He hurriedly attempted to evade, but the power of the sage left him no chance to escape. With a swift motion, the sacred light of the Tian Empire pierced through his body. His form halted mid-air, and a massive, gaping wound appeared in his torso, his internal organs completely obliterated. The look on Gue Tsangxing's face reflected despair and unwillingness. No, I refuse to accept this. He could not bear the thought of dying so easily. Yet within half a second, his body was reduced to ashes above the Zhangqiang. The overwhelming power of the sacred weapon left not a single strand of hair behind, rendering him utterly obliterated. Seated within the Yujing Palace, Dongfang Yuan observed this scene with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the members of Fengyun Zone aboard their ships could only muster a single word: silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The faces of all disciples were etched with terror, and even Han Zhao and Mo Lini were ashen-faced, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Their ancestor of Fengyun Zone had perished. Retreat. Quickly retreat. After a brief silence, Han Zhao was the first to react. Bellowing frantically, he attempted to flee, but alas, there would be no escape for them. His Majesty has decreed that today, none shall be spared. Kill them all. Following Dongfang Yuan's command, Xuanqi drew his sword and shouted loudly, "Kill!" In an instant, Tai Poyan, Tianyuan, Arrow God, and others led the soldiers of the Tianyan dynasty to charge at the members of Fengyun Zone. The figures of the Shadow Guard, God-slaying Guard, and Golden Armored Guard swiftly roamed the battlefield, mercilessly claiming the lives of the disciples of Fengyun Zone. The death of Gue Tsangxing had propelled the morale of both sides to unprecedented heights. The soldiers of the Tianyan dynasty were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they fought valiantly. Conversely, the morale of Fengyun Zone plummeted to a nadir, with no trace of fighting spirit remaining. Nearly everyone sought only to flee this place. The disciples of Fengyun Zone were utterly shattered, scattering in disarray, while their flying ships fell victim to the relentless arrows of the Arrow God, Xuanqi and Tai Poyan. In coordination with the Shadow Guard and God-slaying Guard, continued to annihilate the Tianzun-level elders of Fengyun Zone. Just as Han Zhao had barely escaped, he encountered Fei Peng head-on. The half-saint aura emanating from Fei Peng sent him flying. A half-saint. Another half-saint appeared. Han Zhao was nearly paralyzed with fear. What madness is this? In the entire northern domain, there was typically only one half-saint per dominant force. Yet the Tianyan dynasty had revealed two. What on earth is happening? Spare me, senior. Please spare me. Facing the half-saint directly, Han Zhao had no thought of forcibly escaping. He immediately knelt in the sky, prostrating himself before Fei Peng and begging for mercy. It was unimaginable for a peak Tianzun, a renowned powerhouse in the northern domain, the vice leader of Fengyun Zone. To be reduced to such a state, stripped of dignity and pleading for his life. How tragic. However, Fei Peng paid him no mind. He acted as usual, shaping his fingers into a sword, and a silver sword light cleaved through the air, instantly slaying Han Zhao and dismembering him on the spot. Dongfang Yuan, the sect master will surely avenge us. We shall wait for you in hell. With a final struggle, Imo Lini shouted. Yet he and Ing Yi Dao were ultimately extinguished by Chong Lu in the skies above. The entire Tianyan Imperial City became a tableau of bloody slaughter, with the members of Fengyun Zone akin to lambs, mercilessly slaughtered by the hands of the Tianyan dynasty. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all members of Fengyun Zone were eradicated, leaving not a single survivor. And the scent of blood in the skies reached a peak. Dongfang Yuan, seated within the Yujing Palace, then commanded, Tian Yuan, lead the troops to clear the battlefield. The rest shall return to the palace. Yes, your majesty. Following this, 2 icy white dragons received the order and swiftly carried the Yujing Palace back to the imperial palace. Xuanqi, arrow god, and the others also returned, while Tian Yuan led some soldiers to begin the battlefield cleanup. At this moment, Han Yunquin and his companions were left in a state of shock. They were stunned, their expressions of astonishment lingering for quite some time. The Tianyan dynasty is truly terrifying. It possesses a half-saint and even sacred weapons. How have they grown to such power? Ming Jinshi exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. With the broken sky blade now in the hands of the Tianyan dynasty, they possessed 2 sacred weapons. The defeat of Fengyun Zone in this battle had severely depleted their strength, and Dongfang Yuan harbored grand ambitions, seemingly intent on unifying the northern domain. No, we must leave this place. Gu Juanli pondered for a moment and decided it would be best to depart. However, news of this battle would soon spread, and their Tianjin sect would need to convene to discuss how to address this situation. Ming Jinshi shared his sentiments, just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared before them. It was the demon Lord Chong Lu. Gu Juanli and his companions were instantly startled. Is there something you need, my lord? Gu Juanli inquired cautiously, his voice trembling slightly, betraying his fear. After all, this individual had just nonchalantly slain a half-saint right before their eyes. Chapter 73. The elbow turns outward. Your Majesty requests the 3 of you to enter the palace for a discussion. Chong Lu's tone was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. From the very beginning, the 3 of them had been hiding above the clouds, yet they had never truly deceived Dongfang Yuan. At this moment, Zhong Lu personally arrived, leaving them with no choice but to follow him into the palace. In the Tianyan Imperial Palace, Dongfang Yuan sat upon the throne, while Medusa and Xiao Qingli occupied the side phoenix seats. Zhong Lu brought the 3 into the hall and announced, Your Majesty, the people have arrived. Thank you for your efforts. You may take your leave to rest, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile. Yes, Zhong Lu promptly exited. At this moment, Han Yunquin and Gu Juanli stood within the grand hall. After Zhong Lu departed, they clasped their fists towards Dongfang Yuan and said, Your Majesty Yuan, it is an honor to meet you. You 3 are indeed renowned figures of the northern region. May I inquire about your intentions while observing this battle from the clouds? Dongfang Yuan inquired with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Juanli and the others felt a wave of tension. Your Majesty, I merely wish to witness this battle with my own eyes. I hold no ulterior motives, Gu Juanli responded cautiously. Dongfang Yuan nodded and smiled. Vice Sect Leader Gu, I have long heard of your esteemed name. In that case, let us speak candidly. Do you believe that the current strength of my Tianyan Empire is sufficient to unify the northern region? As soon as these words left his mouth, Gu Juanli could not help but break into a sweat. He quickly pondered and after a moment replied, I am unworthy, and this question is truly beyond my ability to answer. Dongfang Yuan chuckled playfully, then allow me to be more explicit. If my Tianyan Empire aims to unify the northern region, what stance would your forces take? Let me be clear, I only wish to hear the truth. Should you attempt to deceive me, do not blame me for being unaccommodating. It was evident that Dongfang Yuan required a definitive response from the 3 today. Otherwise, their ability to depart might very well be in question. Han Yunquin's expression grew grave. He had come to rescue his daughter, yet unexpectedly found himself ensnared. This Tianyan Empire was indeed a den of peril. Your Majesty, the question you pose may be a tad premature, Han Yunquin said after a moment of contemplation. What do you mean, sect leader Han? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Perhaps you are unaware. In recent days, the young master of the Fengyun sect, Wan Yushuan, is returning to the Fengyun sect. Despite being the young master, he has exceptional talent and has entered the eastern ancient sacred land of the ocean, becoming a true disciple under the esteemed elders of the sacred land. It is said that he is personally escorted back by a sage-level elder. Once news of today's battle spreads and the world learns of the formidable strength of the Tianyan Empire, he will undoubtedly await the arrival of the eastern ancient sacred land's people and summon the sage to intervene. Therefore, your majesty's focus should not be on our forces, but rather on how to contend with the powerful sages of the eastern ancient sacred land. Han Yunquin's words carried immense weight, catching Dongfang Yuan off guard as he had not anticipated Wan Yushuan's rise to true disciple status within the sacred land. This was truly vexing. Were they to face the young and old together? Thank you for your reminder, sect leader Han. If my Tianyan Empire successfully resolves the Fengyun sect issue and pacifies the eastern ancient sacred land, what stance would your forces then take? Dongfang Yuan mused after some thought. Han Yunquin and Gu Jianli exchanged glances before Gu Jianli earnestly stated, if that is the case, then my Tianjin sect will not resist the unification of the Tianyan Empire and will willingly submit. I Wujizong will also comply. Ming Zhenqi chimed in. And we of the Hahuan sect hold no objections either. The trio unanimously agreed. After all, if the Tianyan Empire could neutralize even the sages of the eastern ancient sacred land, their opposition would merely be futile resistance. Excellent. Your words suffice. Dongfang Yuan said with satisfaction. Subsequently, Gu Jianli and Ming Zhenqi exited in succession, leaving only Han Yunquin behind. Your Majesty, my daughter, Han Yunquin began, only to be interrupted by Dongfang Yuan. Sect leader Han, I apologize for the earlier situation. With outsiders present, I was left with no choice. Rest assured, Xiang is well cared for within the palace, and I have already sent for her. She should be arriving shortly. Han Yunquin was momentarily taken aback. Outsiders? What did that mean? Father. At that moment, a voice echoed at the entrance, as Qian Xinro entered alongside Han Wanxiang. Wanxiang, are you unharmed? Han Yunquin exclaimed with a surge of emotion, relieved to see that his daughter bore no injuries. However, as Han Wanxiang drew closer, his pupils suddenly constricted, for he realized that Han Wanxiang's Hahuan Yin Yuan had vanished. This meant that his daughter had lost her purity. Instantly, anger surged within him, and he contemplated confronting Dongfang Yuan. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized this was not right. He understood his daughter well. If someone had used forceful means, it would only yield the opposite effect. Moreover, given Han Wanxiang's rosy complexion and spirited demeanor, she did not appear to have suffered any mistreatment. Could it be that Wanxiang had willingly consented? Father, I'm fine. However, I heard that the Fengyun sect seems to be attacking. You must stand by the Tianyan Empire and assist His Majesty in repelling them. Han Wanxiang urged eagerly, having been unaware that the battle within the imperial city had already concluded. This declaration left Han Yunquin in a daze, his mind reeling. What had transpired? How could his daughter, having stayed at the Tianyan Empire for merely a few days, so readily side with them? What sort of enchantment had Dongfang Yuan cast upon her to inspire such devotion? Xiang, you are unaware. Earlier, while you were resting, I had already eliminated all the intruders from the Fengyun sect. Every last one of those powerful figures has met their demise, Dongfang Yuan stated calmly from his elevated position. What? All of them were killed? Han Wanxiang exclaimed, astonished, for she had heard that the Fengyun sect had sent formidable individuals, led by Han Zhao and Mo Lini, who represented a significant portion of their strength. Indeed, all intruders have perished, and I believe news of this will soon spread throughout the northern region. Your Majesty, may I inquire about your relationship with my daughter? Han Yunquin asked, turning to Dongfang Yuan. Hearing her father's inquiry, Han Wanxiang's cheeks flushed with shyness. Sect leader Han, my relationship with Wanxiang is one of genuine love. I intend to hold a grand ceremony to officially recognize her as my consort in a few days. You need not worry about that. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, Han Yunquin glanced at his daughter. He observed that Han Wanxiang's expression was perfectly normal, exhibiting no sign of reluctance. With a sigh, Han Yunquin reflected on the arduous journey of raising his daughter. In just a few days, she had been uprooted entirely. Furthermore, Given the current circumstances and the mutual affection between the two, coupled with the formidable strength of the Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan's word alone could very well determine the fate of the Huan sect. How could he possibly refuse? Since the Emperor Yuan and his daughter were enamored with each other, Han Yunquan naturally had no objections. The union between the Huan sect and the Tianyan dynasty was indeed a fortuitous prospect. With a smile, Han Yunquan expressed his thoughts. Ha ha, excellent. Sect Master Han. If that is the case, please remain in the palace for the next few days to participate in the grand ceremony ahead. It will also allow you to spend time with Wanxiang. Dongfang Yuan instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The Chancellor promptly replied. I am most grateful, Emperor Yuan. Han Yunquan nodded. Subsequently, Han Wanxiang took her father on a tour of the Tianyan Imperial Palace. After leaving the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan, along with Xiao Qingli and Qian Xinro, returned to the inner palace. Xinro, after the ceremony concludes, you should take care of yourself and nurture the child. Although you are intelligent, do not overthink things, as it may harm your health, Dongfang Yuan gently remarked, caressing Qian Xinro's abdomen. Qian Xinro playfully responded, Your Majesty, are you implying that after experiencing the Huan sacred body's charm through Sister Wanxiang, you no longer have an interest in me? Oh, Xinro, how could you say that? My affection for each of you is unwavering. However, given your current condition, I cannot impose upon you, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile. Xiao Qingli rolled her eyes, accustomed to their banter, and refrained from further comment. Dongfang Yuan playfully pinched Qian Xinro's cheek and smiled. At that moment, he presented the Tianyu Jui grass and the Yue crystal to Xiao Qingli, saying, Beloved, this is what I promised. Now it is complete. After confirming the items, Xiao Qingli stored them away. You have fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions. Ha ha ha. Fear not, my beloved. I have arranged for the 3rd condition with the Chancellor. Prepare yourself for a night of passion with me, he teased. This made her cheeks flush. The thought of having to genuinely cater to Dongfang Yuan heightened her heart's tempo. Dongfang Yuan decided to cease teasing her and asked, By the way, my beloved, I have yet to inquire. What do you intend to create with the Tianyu Jui grass and the Yue crystal? The Jujio Yinling array, Xiao Qingli declared. What is the Jujio Yinling array? Dongfang Yuan inquired, puzzled, as neither he nor Qian Xinro had heard of this array before. It is the exclusive array of the Jiujio divine body. Once this array is set, I can communicate with the Jujio River. If fortune favors me, I may regain a fraction of my former peak cultivation, Xiao Qingli elucidated. Both Dongfang Yuan and Qian Xinro were taken aback, astonished by the array's capabilities. A fraction of Xiao Qingli's peak cultivation could potentially elevate her to the saint realm. When do you plan to commence? Dongfang Yuan asked. After the ceremony. It will take me over half a month to inscribe this array, during which you must not disturb me, Xiao Qingli stated, her face inexplicably reddening. Dongfang Yuan was momentarily bewildered and did not respond. Qian Xinro chuckled softly. Your Majesty, you truly are oblivious. What Sister Xiao means is that after the ceremony, you can disturb her as much as you wish before she begins inscribing the array. Xinro, you are quite vocal today. Do you need a reprimand? Xiao Qingli retorted, blushing fiercely as she stood up. Sister Xiao is shy, Qian Xinro teased, and soon the 2 women began to playfully tussle within the room. Chapter 75. The North Region in Turmoil. Less than half a day after the battle in the Tianyan Royal City, news of the outcome spread throughout the North Region. Outside the Tianyan Royal City, numerous spies from various factions had been lurking, observing the conflict from afar. As they relayed the news back to their respective factions, the inhabitants of the North Region were thrown into an uproar. Have you heard? The semi-saint ancestor of the Fengyun sect led a team to annihilate the Tianyan dynasty, only to be obliterated instead. Who doesn't know that by now? It's astonishing. The Tianyan dynasty is on the rise. Not only do they possess 2 semi-saints, but they now wield 2 sacred artifacts. Their strength must surely rank as the foremost in the North Region. Do you think the Tianyan dynasty might have hidden strengths? After all, who would have imagined they not only had semi-saints, but also sacred weapons? Who can say? In any case, the Fengyun sect has suffered both losses and casualties, leaving them severely weakened. Their thousands of disciples must be seething with rage. Across the North Region, in bustling cities, tea houses, taverns, and brothels, the predominant topic of conversation revolved around the Tianyan dynasty. Shortly after this news broke, another announcement emerged from the Tianyan dynasty. His Majesty Emperor Yuan will hold a ceremony to establish a consort in 8 days, inviting the prominent figures and powers of the North region to witness the event. This announcement was personally delivered by Zhuo Xuanqi and witnessed by several individuals. In the streets of Tianyan Royal City, vibrant decorations adorned the area, with red carpets laid out, symbolizing auspiciousness and joy. Upon hearing this news, many were taken aback. Just after vanquishing so many powerful foes from the Fengyun sect and enduring a bloody battle, the Tianyan Royal City was now preparing for a grand celebration. Such a display of exuberance amidst turmoil was unprecedented. Meanwhile, in the Yuan Beast Forest, the Wolf King, Bear King, and Tiger King sat gloomily. They had not received any news about Mansun or Lang Yao for several days, and the Wolf King had felt uneasy from the outset. Now, upon learning of the Fengyun sect's ancestors' demise in Tianyan Royal City, the trio's spirits plummeted. With the Tianyan dynasty possessing semi-saints and the absence of news from Lang Yao and the others, their fate appeared dire. After a prolonged silence, the Wolf King finally spoke. Since Dongfang Yuan did not kill Ganger before, perhaps they are still alive. It is possible they are merely imprisoned by Dongfang Yuan. The Bear King clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that although the Tianyan dynasty's strength was formidable, killing Man Gang and Mansun would yield more harm than benefit for them. Such an act would irrevocably sever ties and plunge them into an unending conflict. The best course of action would be to capture them first and then negotiate terms with the Tianyan dynasty. This approach would be the most advantageous resolution for the Yuan Beast Forest. If we do not eliminate Mansun and the others, the Tianyan dynasty will gain nothing and will only drive the Wanshou forest to the brink of unbearable suffering. The old bear's words hold a certain truth. Perhaps there is still hope. As long as Dongfang Yuan presents his conditions, we must first rescue the people, regardless of the circumstances. The Tiger King shares this sentiment at the moment. However, the Wolf King furrows his brow, his mood starkly different from the other two. Ever since he learned of the tragic fate of the Fengyun sect members at the Tianyan Imperial City, a twinge of regret has emerged within him. It is not regret for sending Wolf Yao and the others, but rather for their initial folly, offending the Tianyan dynasty over a mere Dao enlightenment pill, which has led to this series of calamities. Regret, however, is futile. Moreover, how could they have anticipated that such a prominent force as the Tianyan dynasty would undergo such drastic changes because of Dongfang Yuan? Suddenly, a large bear from the tribe rushed in, clutching 3 boxes. Patriarch! Patriarch! These were sent by the Tianyan dynasty, insisting that you open them personally. The bear exclaimed. The Tianyan dynasty? Where's the messenger? The Bear King demanded, his eyes widening. He has already departed, the bear replied. The Wolf King and the Tiger King also shifted their gazes to the 3 boxes. Could it be that the contents of these boxes are the exchange conditions proposed by Dongfang Yuan? The Bear King speculated. Let's open them. The Wolf King furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. What kind of exchange conditions could possibly warrant 3 boxes? The Bear King waved his hand, and the boxes were immediately opened with spiritual energy. Bang! Mansun, Dongfang Yuan, I will not share the heavens with you. Upon opening the boxes, the expressions of the 3 kings shifted dramatically, shock, sorrow, and rage flashing across their faces. The Bear King, overwhelmed with grief, howled to the heavens. Inside the boxes lay not mere trinkets, but the heads of 3 beasts, all roasted yet cold. The owners of these heads were none other than Man Gang, Mansun, and Wolf Yao. Beneath Mansun's head lay a note, inscribed by Dongfang Yuan's command. As the Wolf King picked it up, his darkened expression could no longer contain the murderous intent surging within him. The beasts of the Wanshou forest are delectable, truly deserving of their reputation as the overlord of the northern region. The 3 kings must remember to reproduce abundantly. When I am hungry, I shall naturally come to the Wanshou forest for meat. Survive well, keep your lineage alive, lest I be deprived of my sustenance. The implications of these words were unmistakable. Dongfang Yuan had reduced the Wanshou forest to nothing more than his feeding ground. Starved, he would come seeking meat. Not only did this trample the dignity of the Wanshou forest, but it also stripped the 3 kings of all semblance of face. Dongfang Yuan, you have gone too far. The Wolf King's gaze burned with ferocity, exuding bloodthirst and killing intent as he crumpled the note into powder. the Tiger King, his expression as dark as water, proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Wanshou Forest and the Tianyan dynasty shall be in a state of unending conflict." The Wolf King, regaining his composure, made a swift decision. "Old Bear, brother, you must set off immediately to the Feng Yuan sect and negotiate a collaboration with them. We shall unite our two overlord forces to confront the Tianyan dynasty. I will seek the old ancestor for guidance. He possesses methods to deal with the Tianyan dynasty." Chapter 76. The Might of the Donggu Sacred Land. Good. After burying the three heads, the Tiger King and the Bear King promptly departed for the Feng Yuan sect. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Feng Yuan sect was laden with tension as the disciples and elders absorbed the news of the tragic outcome at the Tianyan Imperial City. The death of the half-saint ancestor, the successive killings of the deputy sect master and grand elder, the loss of sacred artifacts, and the complete annihilation of their forces were calamities that struck their hearts deeply. Anxiety gripped the disciples, leaving them uncertain about their next steps. In the main hall, Wan Renwang's expression was grim, while the second elder Gao Su and several other Tianyan-level elders sat in silence, their faces ashen. Bang! The death of the ancestor and the loss of the breaking heaven blade revealed how deep Dongfang Yuan's concealment truly was. Wan Renwang's fury erupted as he shattered the table, gritting his teeth in hatred. This battle had decimated two-thirds of their high-end combat power. Moreover, with the loss of their sacred weapon, they were now utterly devoid of any means to contend with the Tianyan dynasty. Sectmaster, the depth of the Tianyan dynasty's resources is now unfathomable. Dongfang Yuan has even proclaimed a grand ceremony, openly provoking our Feng Yuan sect before all in the northern region. This villain has truly gone too far. Gao Su echoed, his face filled with fury. Wan Renwang furrowed his brow, pressing his forehead as he comprehended the blatant provocation from the Tianyan dynasty. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss. "Dad!" At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Wan Renwang looked up, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Xin'er, you have returned." The speaker was none other than Wan Yuxian, clad in azure attire, with a handsome visage and having reached the level of the Xiaoyao realm. He was accompanied by a dozen figures. The three elders in ancient robes at the forefront exuded an aura of profound strength, their essence seemingly returning to simplicity. While a young woman in red, likely Wan Yuxian's companion, walked beside him. The remaining individuals caused Wan Renwang to gasp in astonishment. None possessed a cultivation level lower than the seventh heaven of the Tianzuan realm, and several were at the peak of that realm. "Young master." The elders of the Feng Yuan sect stood as Wan Yuxian entered the hall. "Dad, let me introduce you. These three are Elder Yi Kai, Elder Su Ping, and Elder Xin Zhong from the Donggu Sacred Land. They have come on my master's behest to escort me back to the northern region. This is my master's daughter and my junior sister, Feng Jingyao, who has accompanied me." Wan Yuxian introduced. "Esteemed elders, I am deeply grateful for your escort of Xin'er back to visit. I apologize for not being prepared, as I had no prior notice of his arrival. Please, allow me to make arrangements to properly host you after your journey." Wan Renwang expressed his respect with a cupped fist. "Sectmaster Wan is too courteous. There is no need for such formality. Given the current situation your sect faces, your distress is entirely understandable," Elder Xinzhong remarked with a sympathetic expression. "Dad, we learned of the events at the Tianyan Imperial City during our journey back. That is why I did not send word ahead, but chose to return directly with the elders," Wan Yuxian explained. Wan Renwang sighed and said, "Alas, I apologize for the embarrassment. I never anticipated that upon your arrival in the northern region, my Feng Yuan sect would find itself in such dire straits." With a weary expression, he shook his head, feeling somewhat ashamed as he spoke to Xinzhong and the others. "Uncle Wan, there is no need for such shame. The Tianyan dynasty is insignificant in the eyes of our Donggu sacred land. They are no more than ants. Rest assured, the matter of the Tianyan dynasty will be handled by us," interjected Feng Jingyao, who was holding Wan Yuxian's arm. "Indeed, what Yaoer says is correct. Father, you need not worry. With so many elders present, if we wish to annihilate the Tianyan dynasty, it would be a trivial task," Wan Yuxian assured. "I have heard that in a few days, the Eastern Yuan will hold a ceremony for the empress's enthronement. I will ensure that the joyous occasion turns into a funeral." A flicker of ferocity crossed Wan Yuxian's face. Upon hearing this, Wan Mianwang's gaze shifted to Xinzhong and the others, and he inquired, "Xin'er, May I ask about the realms of these three elders? Father, elders Xinzhong and his companions are all formidable beings above the fourth level of the Saint Realm. In the northern region, they are virtually invincible, Wan Yuxuan responded. Xinzhong and the others smiled slightly at the introduction, their faces radiating a sense of superiority. In their eyes, should they choose to confront the Tianyan dynasty, a single strike from one of them would suffice to crush the so-called Eastern Yuan. The members of Fengyun's sect, including Wan Mianwang and Gao Su, were suddenly filled with excitement upon hearing this. Three powerful beings of the Saint Realm. Moreover, with more than 10 experts of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, this lineup is more than enough to overpower the Tianyan dynasty. Excellent. With the presence of the elders from Donggu, Sacred Land, it appears the Tianyan dynasty's demise is imminent. Second elder, immediately arrange a grand feast to welcome the return of the young master and to honor the esteemed elders from Donggu Sacred Land. Wan Mianwang exclaimed, his worries dissipating and joy illuminating his face. Understood, sect master. The atmosphere within Fengyun's sect transformed as the arrival of Wan Yuxuan and the others erased the clouds of concern, leaving everyone eagerly anticipating the swift passage of time until the enthronement ceremony, which would mark the end of the Tianyan dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Tianyan palace, Dongfang Yuan gazed at the stars in the sky when suddenly a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 77. Su Baijia arrives in the northern region. Ding. A destined daughter is detected in the northern region, the wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master, Su Baijia, with a destiny fortune value of 90 points. Her talents are extraordinary, embodying the extreme ice sacred body, and her true form belongs to the nine-tailed divine fox clan. It is advised that she be taken as a concubine, offering numerous benefits. Dongfang Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. The wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master? Is this system urging me to pursue the ambitions of Chao, the usurper? Yet, he soon recognized something amiss. The Heavenly Pavilion is a formidable force in the sea region. How could Su Baijia possibly be in the northern region? Furthermore, the nine-tailed divine fox clan is a lineage from the central sacred continent. Their bloodline rich with the essence of divine beasts. How could they be found here? His thoughts became jumbled. At present, he had no idea where Su Baijia was or her exact cultivation level. Given that she could become the wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master, her strength must be formidable, likely surpassing the Saint Realm. Resolving to proceed with his plans, Dongfang Yuan decided to focus on the upcoming ceremony. After it concluded, he would deal with the Fengyun sect and then unlock the Sun and Moon treasure to achieve unification of the northern region. With this resolution, he turned his attention to the starry sky, immersing himself in the cultivation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he could refine the power of reincarnation to a small success, he could then condense the reincarnation gate and perhaps summon the souls of other empresses for reincarnation. With careful nurturing, his harem army would become his most formidable weapon. In the northern region, Tianlin City, at this moment within an inn, a graceful figure wrapped in a snow-white scarf exuded an enchanting aura. This stunning woman sat calmly inside. Her ears twitched as she clearly overheard the conversations of passers-by and patrons within the inn. The enthronement ceremony of the Tianyan dynasty? It seems the situation is becoming increasingly interesting. Since the night of the full moon has not yet arrived, I shall pay a visit, she said, revealing herself to be Su Baijia. In an instant, she vanished from the inn as if no one were present, entering the Qian family estate. Currently, the Qian family was preparing to depart for the Tianyan dynasty to witness the ceremony, led by Qian Shinro. Su Baijia infiltrated the Qian family and exchanged identities with a concubine of the family head, joining Qian Jiuqiu and the family's ancestors on their way to the Tianyan dynasty. At this time, within the Great Hall of the Tianjin sect, Sect Master Jianihan, Deputy Sect Master Gu Jianli, and numerous powerful figures of the sect were seated. What suggestions do you have regarding the grand ceremony of the Tianyan dynasty? Jin Ihan inquired. The Tianyan dynasty's strength now far surpassed that of their Tianjin sect. Since they had issued invitations for the ceremony, they could not afford to neglect it. However, news of Wan Yuxuan and the Donggu Sacred Land arrival at Fengyun sect had also spread, presenting a dilemma. Sect Master, given that Fengyun sect now has the backing of Donggu Sacred Land, the Tianyan dynasty no longer possesses the capability to resist them. This ceremony will undoubtedly lead to a bloodbath, Perhaps we should refrain from involvement? Suggested an elder of the Tianyan sect. That cannot be, retorted Jianihan. The stance of our Tianyan sect is of utmost importance. In my view, we must not only send representatives to the Tianyan dynasty, but the sect master must also attend in person to demonstrate our sincerity, even knowing there may be bloodshed. Regardless of the outcome, our presence may not be remembered by either Fengyun sect or the Tianyan dynasty. However, if we do not attend, we will surely be remembered. Whichever side emerges victorious will undoubtedly target us next, Gu Junli urged. Jin Ihan pondered this calmly. Indeed, when two clashing forces vie for dominance, any force attempting to act as a bystander must be prepared to face the backlash. Very well. Prepare the gifts immediately. Junli, accompany me to the Tianyan dynasty for the ceremony. Jin Ihan decisively commanded. Yes. Chapter 78. The Saint King of Floating Sky as time flowed. The day of the Tianyan dynasty's grand ceremony drew ever closer. The streets of Tianyan City were adorned with festive decorations, red carpets laid out, and the atmosphere was one of jubilance. At this moment, within Fengyun sect, Wan Mianwang personally welcomed the Tiger King and Bear King from the 10,000 Beast Forest. Upon learning that they had come to forge an alliance with Fengyun sect against the Tianyan dynasty, Wan Mianwang was naturally delighted. After a brief discussion, they reached a decision. The formidable warriors from both factions would enter the Tianyan imperial city together on the day of the grand ceremony, transforming the joyous occasion of the Tianyan dynasty into their funeral. Following the completion of their plan, the Tiger King and the Bear King returned to the Wan Shou forest to make arrangements before setting off for the Tianyan imperial city. At this moment, within a chamber of the Fengyun sect, Wan Renwang and his son, Wan Yuxuan, were seated inside. Father, with the presence of elders from the Holy Land, why do we need the assistance of Wan Shou forest? Wan Yuxuan's words carried a hint of disdain towards the Bear King and Tiger King. As a true disciple of the Donggu Holy Land, he had witnessed the vastness of the world and recognized the stark inferiority of the northern domain's powers compared to those of the sea domain. The three elders who accompanied him back possessed the strength to obliterate the Wan Shou forest effortlessly. Thus, he believed that the Fengyun sect had no need for collaboration with Wan Shou forest. They were simply unworthy. My son, though Wan Shou forest may seem insignificant before the Donggu Holy Land, even the mightiest of our sect must tread carefully when contemplating their destruction. Wan Renwang remarked with a knowing smile, his expression laden with meaning. Wan Yuxuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Father, why is that? Is there some hidden background behind Wan Shou forest? Wan Renwang replied calmly. While Wan Shou forest lacks a notable background, their ancestral Lion King, though merely a half-saint, has connections with the Floating Heaven Saint King. The Floating Heaven Saint King? How can that be? Such a figure could never be associated with the elder of Wan Shou forest. Wan Yuxuan's countenance reflected his astonishment. It was hard for him to fathom. For the Floating Heaven Saint King was one of the titans of the sea domain, a being of Saint King caliber, equal to the leaders of the Holy Lands. He could scarcely imagine what merits the elder of Wan Shou forest possessed to warrant such an association. As fate would have it, thousands of years ago, the Floating Heaven Saint King visited the northern domain for leisure, and coincidentally, the elder of Wan Shou forest served as his mount for a time. After winning the Floating Heaven Saint King's favor, the elder rose to prominence in the northern domain. Once he attained the status of half-saint, he retreated into seclusion. It was due to the Floating Heaven Saint King's influence that Wan Shou forest's position as a dominant force remained unchallenged. Wan Renwang spoke with solemnity. Those not of our kind will surely harbor ill intent. In the entire northern domain, Wan Shou forest stands as the sole demonic faction. Were it not for the Floating Heaven Saint King's backing, the other human dominions would never tolerate a demonic power standing on equal footing with them. Understanding dawned on Wan Yuxuan. No wonder the Tiger King and Bear King appeared so self-assured. Their patron was none other than the Floating Heaven Saint King. Wan Yuxuan could not help but marvel at the extraordinary fortune of the elder of Wan Shou forest. It matters not. As long as we can eradicate the Tianyan dynasty, the involvement of Wan Shou forest is not necessarily a disadvantage. Wan Renwang laughed. Chapter 79. The terrifying harem of Dongfang Yuan today marks the day of the grand ceremony. The Tianyan imperial city was teeming with people, as powerful figures from various factions of the northern domain arrived in droves. Dongfang Yuan ordered the palace gates to be thrown wide open, welcoming all esteemed guests to witness the joyous occasion. In the palace square, many officials of the Tianyan dynasty were already seated. Numerous renowned figures from the northern domain had also gathered in the center of the square, observing the sacrificial altar at the forefront where the upcoming ceremony would take place. At that time, the emperor of Tianyan would lead his concubines to the altar to offer incense in tribute to the heavens. In addition to the officials of the Tianyan dynasty, thousands of figures, including notable individuals from the northern domain, such as the Qian family and Han Yunquan, were present. Surrounded by the Zhan Shunwei and Jin Jiaowei, flanked by elite guards. Shadow guards were also concealed in the surrounding shadows, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The head of the Li family presents 3 Xiantian fruits, along with 10 fourth-grade purity pills. Li Pin, the head of the Li family, arrives with the esteemed members of his clan to participate in the grand ceremony. The lord of the Qiandao sect presents 3 ninth-grade spiritual weapons and 5 8th-grade heart-protecting armors. Qian Run, the leader of the Qiandao sect, arrives with the senior members of his sect to partake in the ceremony. The square buzzed with discussions as several resonant voices announced the arrival of the Li and Qiandao sect's powerful figures bearing lavish gifts. Spiritual weapons range from 1st to 10th grade, with those above the 10th grade classified as sacred weapons. The Qiandao sect, a renowned refining force, offering such an abundance of spiritual weapons was indeed a significant expenditure for them. The Li family and Qiandao sect were both top-tier forces in the northern domain. And once their gifts were accepted by the personnel arranged by Tianyan Yuan, leaders of other first-rate factions approached to engage in conversation. "Brotherly, you have arrived as well. Ha ha! With the emperor's enthronement ceremony taking place, our Li family would never dare to be tardy. Lord Qian, your Qiandao sect's offering is indeed substantial and heartfelt. Of course, we at the Qiandao sect hold the emperor's grand ceremony in the highest regard." Most of the powerful figures in the square were engaged in cordial exchanges with familiar acquaintances. At that moment, Qian Jiuqiu stood amidst the crowd, conversing with Tianyan Yuan beside him. "Master Qian, the emperor has decreed that today's ceremony will be marked by the sacrifice of a saint's blood, adding an element of intrigue to the event. Therefore, regardless of any disturbances that may arise, you need not panic. The emperor has made ample preparations," Tianyan Yuan assured. Qian Jiuqiu nodded gravely. "Rest assured, I understand. Master, it seems that Lady Li is missing." Suddenly, an elder from the Qian family spoke up. Turning around, Qian Jiuqiu realized that his concubine had gone missing. "Has anyone seen Liu?" he inquired of the members of the Qian family. "No, master. We have not seen Lady Li. It seems she disappeared after entering the palace," several elders replied. "What? She vanished upon entering the palace. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Qian Jiuqiu exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. This was the Tianyan Imperial Palace, now bustling with a multitude of powerful figures from the northern domain. Any unforeseen incident could prove disastrous. The elders of the Qian family fell silent, unsure of what to say. Upon entering the palace, their focus had been entirely on the throngs of people in the square, never suspecting that the master's concubine would suddenly go missing. "Master Qian, do not fret. Allow me to arrange for a search in the palace for Lady Li," Tianyan Yuan suggested. Having seen Lady Li a few times while she was in the Qian family, he was willing to assist. "Thank you for your help." With Tianyan Yuan's assistance, Qian Jiuqiu felt a bit more reassured. Tianyan Yuan nodded slightly and promptly dispatched 3 battalions of the Imperial Guard to search for the presence of Lady Li within the palace. Meanwhile, deep within the inner sanctum, Dongfang Yuan donned a magnificent dragon robe and a crown befitting an emperor, standing tall in a side hall. The demon lord Zhong Lu, Fei Peng, along with Zhuoxuanqi and the arrow god, each stood resolutely on either side of the grand hall. "Zhuoxiang, have you received any news?" Dongfang Yuan inquired with a calm demeanor and a smile. "Your Majesty, our scouts have just reported that the people from Wanshou Lin and Fengyanzong are now not far from the imperial city. It is likely they will arrive before the grand ceremony commences." Zhuoxuanqi responded earnestly. "Your Majesty, should we set up defenses outside the city to prevent them from disrupting the ceremony?" the arrow god asked. Dongfang Yuan shook his head nonchalantly. "The individuals from Donggu's sacred land will undoubtedly accompany those from Fengyanzong. Among them are genuine saint-level experts, and with your current abilities, it will be quite challenging to impede their advance. Moreover, I have no intention of obstructing them. I shall allow them entry into the palace. This grand ceremony, aside from bestowing titles upon the empress and concubines, will also serve as a moment to honor heaven with the blood of saints before the people of the northern domain. Dongfang Yuan's smile carried a hint of malevolence. In the harem, within a certain chamber, Xiao Qingli, Medusa, Han Wanxiang, and Qin Shinro, the four exquisite beauties, were already adorned in phoenix crowns and flowing gowns, their faces graced with intricate makeup. Each possessed unique charms, yet all could be deemed unparalleled in beauty, with figures that could overshadow any rival. At that moment, an unseen figure quietly appeared outside their chamber, observing the activity within. Who goes there? Xiao Qingli's formidable spiritual sense immediately detected an anomaly. In the next instant, Medusa unleashed a force from her fingertips, a powerful flame that pierced through the door, striking the wall beyond. The entire wall was reduced to ashes in an instant. The four women swiftly emerged, only to find no one outside. Sister, did you misinterpret the presence? There seems to be no trace of anyone, Qin Shinro queried, her confusion evident due to her and Han Wanxiang's comparatively weaker cultivation levels. No, there was definitely someone. My intuition cannot be mistaken. Just moments ago, someone stood right here. Xiao Qingli, in her phoenix robe, displayed an air of unparalleled elegance and authority, akin to a cold and regal empress, gazing down with indifference upon the myriad of mortals. Her demeanor alone evoked a profound sense of pressure that deterred any dissent. Indeed, someone had just been present. Their cultivation was at least at the saint level, and their swift evasion of my strike is ample proof of their prowess, Medusa remarked. What? A saint-level expert? How could such a being appear within the inner palace? Qin Shinro and Han Wanxiang were taken aback by this revelation. I am uncertain. While they evaded my attack, they left behind a trace of their aura, an infernal beast imbued with powers related to ice, Medusa noted as she extended her hand. Sensing the chilling temperature in the air where the presence had been, we must inform His Majesty at once, Qin Shinro declared. The four ladies nodded in agreement, transmitting the news to Dongfang Yuan before returning to their chamber. Simultaneously, in a garden some distance from the harem, Su Baijie, in the guise of Lady Li, stood in a corner, gazing toward the harem with a look of disbelief in her eyes. How is this possible? Among Dongfang Yuan's concubines, there exists a formidable saint-level expert. Such overwhelming power, striking with decisiveness. Had I not evaded in advance, I would surely have been gravely injured. And that woman, she must be the empress. Her spiritual perception is remarkably formidable. What kind of monsters has Dongfang Yuan surrounded himself with? Su Baijie was filled with trepidation, unable to fathom that within Dongfang Yuan's circle, there existed a being whose strength surpassed even her own. The depth of Xiao Qingli's spiritual awareness sent chills down her spine. Before arriving at the Tianyan dynasty, she had never anticipated that Dongfang Yuan's women would be so terrifying. One possessed the sacred body of harmony, while another wielded an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual force, and yet another was a saint-level expert. What merit does Dongfang Yuan possess to command such formidable women? Could it be that he harbors secrets unknown to others? Realizing that Dongfang Yuan could subdue such women, Su Baijie concluded that he was far more complex than he appeared. Perhaps he concealed even deeper mysteries. Thus, she decided to remain an observer for the time being, assessing the situation before taking further risks. With these formidable women present, the harem was akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Su Baijie turned and departed, making her way back to the square. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Dongfang Yuan received the news from Qin Shinro. Upon learning of a saint-level presence infiltrating the harem, his brow furrowed in concern. Your Majesty, has something transpired? Zhou Xuanqi inquired upon noticing Dongfang Yuan's troubled expression. Dongfang Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he contemplated deeply. A saint-level presence. An ice-infused beast. Could it be the extreme ice sacred body, Su Baijie? After considerable reflection, he recalled a recent system notification. The new destined woman, Su Baijie, the wife of the head of Tianyan, has arrived in the northern domain. Her cultivation exceeded the saint level, and she was of the nine-tailed divine fox lineage, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of the infiltrator. It seemed almost certain that it was indeed Su Baijie. But why had she come to the Tianyan dynasty? As the wife of the head of Tianyan, what could have drawn her to this realm? Dongfang Yuan pondered. eliminating possibilities until he realized there was but one thing that might pique Su Baijia's interest: the sun and moon treasure from Feng Mo Bai's memories. Dongfang Yuan learned that the sun and moon treasure was left behind by a powerful figure known as the Sun and Moon Sacred Emperor. A treasure from Sacred Emperor would undoubtedly entice a saint-level expert. Coupled with the fleeing Nan Mengyu, a member of Tian Digo, Dongfang Yuan felt increasingly convinced that it was indeed Su Baijia. Additionally, considering her saint-level cultivation, only he and Medusa within the Tianyan Imperial Palace could contend with her. Others would stand no chance. Given she had been discovered and was now aware of Medusa's might, it was unlikely she would act hastily again. Very well. I shall first resolve the matters at hand before devising a plan to unearth her intentions. Dongfang Yuan contemplated inwardly. To be candid at this moment, he had no leads on Su Baijia. Searching for her in the Tianyan Imperial Palace was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, it would be prudent to set aside the matter for now, as she likely would not act rashly. After the grand ceremony concludes, he would devise a strategy to deal with her. I have no concerns. Feipeng, Zhonglo, you two shall guard the palace gates. Once the designated guests arrive, ensure that not a single fly escapes. Furthermore, Zhuoxiang, please make your preparations. The ceremony is imminent. A splendid performance is about to commence. Dongfang Yuan commanded decisively. Yes, Your Majesty. As time passed, the crowd in the square swelled, and Su Baijia returned to the Qian family's faction. Wang Tianyu stood nearby, engaged in conversation with Han Yunquan, his gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings, wary of any unforeseen incidents. The Tianjin sect presented 10 pieces of Jiuling Xiantai, 10 Xinqing pearls, 3 ninth-grade spiritual weapons, and 3 5th-grade cleansing pills. The sect leader, Jianyi Han, accompanied by the formidable members of his sect, came to witness the ceremony. The Wujizong contributed 10 sets of 9th-grade Vajra armor, 3 6th-grade Fury pills, led by the sect leader Zhang Wujing, along with esteemed members of his sect, also to observe the festivities. At this moment, the representatives of the two dominant factions, the Tianjin sect and Wujizong, arrived as well. Zhang Wujing, tall and imposing, and Jianyi Han, straight as a blade, flanked by powerful members of their sects, made their entrance into the square. Wang Tianyu and Han Yunquan approached them. Sect leader Zhang, sect leader Jian, it is an honor to welcome you both in person to witness the ceremony. His Majesty has already arranged seats for you. Please take your places. Wang Tianyu greeted with a warm smile. Zhang brother, Jian brother, it has been a while. Han Yunquan chimed in, stepping forward to extend his greetings. The meeting of the leaders of the major factions in the northern region drew the attention of many bystanders. Chapter 81. The Coronation Ceremony. It is indeed a display of grandeur from the dominant factions. With the arrival of the Tianjin sect and Wujizong, it seems that Fengyan sect and Wan Shaolin should not be far behind. Today, a splendid spectacle is set to unfold. Many in the square whispered among themselves, aware that Fengyun sect had the backing of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land, a fact known throughout the northern region. The Tianyan dynasty was destined for turmoil today. Wang Tianyu, Han brother, congratulations. The union of Saintus Han and His Majesty is a momentous occasion for the northern region. Zhang Wujing exclaimed with a smile. You flatter me, brother Zhang. My daughter's recognition by His Majesty is indeed a stroke of luck for our Hehuan sect. Now, gentlemen, please take your seats, Han Yunquan replied amiably. Subsequently, the members of the Tianjin sect and Wujizong took their places alongside Han Yunquan. As time gradually slipped away, the moment for the grand ceremony finally arrived. Zhuoxuanqi's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the square, with Tai Poyan and some troops stationed at strategic points to prevent any surprises. Standing atop the high platform, Zhuoxuanqi addressed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. We are honored to have you at the Tianyan dynasty's grand ceremony today. The time has come. The ceremony shall officially commence. I invite His Majesty, accompanied by the 4 esteemed ladies, to ascend the altar and pay tribute to the heavens. As Zhuoxuanqi's voice resonated, Dongfang Yuan, flanked by the 4 ladies, made his way toward the altar along a spacious red carpet. The 4 ladies, with their exquisite looks and exceptional grace, attracted the gazes of many powerful figures in the northern region. Some gazed with envy and jealousy, as all 4 possessed beauty that could rival the heavens. Dongfang Yuan's life was indeed enviable. The thought of him spending the night with the four ladies stirred a deep jealousy within them, akin to a beautiful dream. If they could experience even a fraction of that feeling, many would willingly sacrifice themselves for the chance. Meanwhile, beside Qian Jiuqiu, Su Baijia's gaze lingered on Medusa and Xiao Qingli. Noticing her attention, Xiao Qingli's captivating eyes briefly glanced toward the Qian family's faction. Su Baijia immediately averted her gaze. How could this be? In a crowd of so many, she noticed my glance. Although Su Baijia turned her eyes away, maintaining an indifferent expression, her heart was filled with astonishment. Xiao Qingli, slightly furrowing her brow as she gazed at the Qian family, soon redirected her focus. Dongfang Yuan, accompanied by the four ladies, ascended the altar and proceeded to offer incense to the heavens. Zhuoxiang quickly produced the imperial edict, prompting all present in the square to rise in unison. Even Han Yunquan and Zhan Wujing were no exceptions. Upon witnessing everyone stand, Zhuoxuanqi unfurled the edict and read aloud. Today, we formally conduct the coronation ceremony. We bestow the title of empress upon the former third princess of the Great Dream Dynasty, Xiao Qingli. We bestow the title of imperial concubine upon Medusa. We bestow the title of virtuous concubine upon Qian family's young lady, Qian Xinro. We bestow the title of noble concubine upon He Huan Sex, Saintess Han Wanxiang. The titles have been decreed. After Zhuoxuanqi's announcement, the officials of the Tianyan dynasty knelt in unison. Long live His Majesty! Long live the four ladies! Gu Junli and Jin Yihan observed the scene with calmness, as it was merely the customary procedure. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan stood atop the altar with Xiao Qingli and the other three women, gazing down at the kneeling officials. Together, they proclaimed, "All rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, ladies." With that, the officials of the Tianyan dynasty stood up. However, at that moment, a strange and eerie wind suddenly swept through. Hey, hey, hey! The sect leader of Fengyun's sect, Wan Renwang, accompanied by strong members of the sect, presents a bell to His Majesty. We kindly request that you accept it. Wan Shou Lin sends a coffin, inviting the ruler of the Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan, to take eternal rest within. Two voices echoed from above. Instantly, a massive bell and a coffin descended from the skies, landing in the center of the square with a thunderous crash. Wan Renwang and the three kings of Wan Shou Lin appeared, along with dozens of figures from the two dominant factions, all of whom were the elite. Among them stood Wan Yuxian and Feng Jingyao, surveying the Tianyan dynasty with disdain. Especially Feng Jingyao, whose face displayed an unmistakable superiority and contempt. As a native of the ocean region, she always held herself above the northern region. Not only her, but Shenzhong Yikai, Su Ping, and other strong members of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land also wore expressions of disdain. The arrival of Fengyun's sect and Wan Shou Lin stirred considerable commotion. However, many had anticipated this scene. They had not expected Fengyun's sect and Wan Shou Lin to be so brazen as to present a bell and a coffin. Given the current atmosphere, it appeared they were prepared for bloodshed. Jin Yihan, Zhan Wujing, and the other leaders of the dominant factions stood rooted in place, their brows furrowed as they observed the unfolding situation. There was no doubt about it. Today's battle is of utmost significance, as it pertains to the entire situation in the northern region. Regardless of whether the Tianyan dynasty emerges victorious or faces defeat, the landscape of the northern region will undoubtedly be altered. Han Yunquan's expression grew somewhat serious as he observed the camp of the Wan Shou Lin. Beside the Tiger King stood an elderly man, his hair a striking gold, exuding an overwhelming aura of beastly might. This man is none other than the ancestral figure of Wan Shou Lin, the golden-maned Lion King. Dongfang Yuan gazed at the figures above in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. The spectacle has finally arrived. How audacious! Wan Renwang, Huya, Long Tong. Do you think the Tianyan Imperial Palace is a place where you can run rampant? Allow me to inform you, by stepping into the Tianyan Imperial Palace today, you are making the most regrettable decision of your lives. The voice of Tian Yuang rang out sternly. At the same moment, Tiepi Yun and the Arrow God had already led thousands of soldiers to surround the square. The Zhan Shenwei and Jin Jiawei also stepped forward one by one, guarding the officials of the Tianyan. At this moment, Mei Dusha glanced at Dongfang Yuan. Her meaning was clear. It was time to act. However, Dongfang Yuan shook his head, signaling for patience. Everything was under his control. A mere Tianyan dynasty, an inconsequential force. Do you truly believe you are invincible in the northern region? Today, I shall take your head, Dongfang Yuan, as the price for offending Wan Shaolin. The Golden Mane Lion King declared coldly. Noticing that only a few women stood beside Dongfang Yuan, he could not be bothered with idle chatter. A powerful palm strike surged toward him, imbued with an overwhelming beastly power, reaching the level of a half-saint. Jianni Han and the others turned their gazes toward Dongfang Yuan. The Golden Mane Lion King has made his move. Surely, the half-saints of the Tianyan dynasty will also take action. The outcome, however, was entirely unexpected. Dongfang Yuan stood his ground, showing no intention of evading, a confident smile adorning his face. As the beastly palm strike approached, an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupted from Dongfang Yuan, obliterating it. The aura of sanctity, the second level of the saint realm. Xinzhong, standing beside Feng Jingyao, immediately remarked upon sensing the level of this formidable aura. Jianni Han and the other spectators gasped in astonishment. Dongfang Yuan has actually reached the second level of the saint realm. This rate of cultivation is truly terrifying. Nevertheless, the second level of the saint realm may be sufficient to contend with the Golden Mane Lion King. Yet it might still fall short against the powerful figures of the Donggu Sacred Land. Indeed, as Wanren Wang and Gao Xiu, the formidable figures of the Fengyan sect merely felt a slight shock, but were not overly concerned. The second level of the saint realm is insignificant in the presence of the three powerful figures from the Donggu Sacred Land. The Golden Mane Lion King, upon realizing that Dongfang Yuan's cultivation surpassed his own, chose not to act hastily. The subsequent matters could be left to the members of the Fengyan sect. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan's aura of sanctity was palpable as he stood before the four women, his expression indifferent as he regarded the Fengyan sect members. Upon noticing the ancient robed elders beside Wan Yushuan, he spoke calmly. Wanren Wang, your confidence stems from these individuals of the Donggu Sacred Land, does it not? Yet, should they fail to contend with me today, I wonder what your sentiments will be. Dongfang Yuan, do not be so pleased with yourself. Today marks your demise. Your fate is sealed. There is no need for further resistance. Wanren Wang scoffed derisively. At this moment, Elder Yakai slowly stepped forward, glaring contemptuously at Dongfang Yuan. I have heard that you are the reincarnation of a powerful being. Yet, regrettably, it appears your intellect has not improved. A mere second-level saint dares to act so ostentatiously. You truly are ignorant of your limitations. Yakai mocked as he approached Dongfang Yuan. An overwhelming aura of the fourth level of the saint realm emanating from him, enveloping the entire area. The terrifying aura of sanctity weighed heavily upon Han Yunkuan, Jianni Han, and the other strong figures of the northern region, who felt an intense pressure. The fourth level of the saint realm. It seems the Tianyan dynasty's hopes are dashed. The Donggu Sacred Land is a hegemon of the seas, and even a single elder among them would dominate in our northern region. It appears the tale of the Tianyan dynasty draws to a close. Many in the square felt their hearts race with trepidation. It is a rare occurrence to witness saints clashing in the northern region. Yet they have largely concluded that the Tianyan dynasty stands little chance. After all, the Tianyan dynasty possesses only Dongfang Yuan as a saint, vastly outnumbered and at a disadvantage in cultivation. Just as Yakai approached Dongfang Yuan, suddenly his body froze in place. Yakai, what is the matter? Xinzhong, noticing Yakai's inexplicable halt, furrowed his brow. Moments ago, Dongfang Yuan, who are you? While many in the crowd remained puzzled, only Su Bai Jia sensed a surge of power passing through Yakai's body. The speed of that power was so swift that even Xinzhong and Xu Ping failed to notice it. Suddenly, a crimson line appeared around Yakai's neck, and his head tilted awkwardly, falling to the ground. The headless corpse gushed blood, instantly staining the heavens red. Dongfang Yuan, with an expression of amusement, held Yakai's head in his hand. The vast majority of onlookers in the square stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Feng Jingyao, Wanren Wang, Wan Yushuan, Xinzhong, and others wore expressions of utter horror, their hearts shaken to the core, their pupils constricting in shock. What did they just witness? Yakai was simply walking and suddenly, dead. A fourth-level saint was slain before they could even utter a cry, right in front of their eyes. The most astonishing part was that none of them had seen how Yakai was killed. They only knew that Dongfang Yuan had claimed the head, and he wore an unusually calm smile. It was you. You did this. Xinzhong looked at Dongfang Yuan with disbelief. His expression tinged with a hint of fear. Wan Renwang and Wan Yushuan, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Dongfang Yuan. Their hearts were tumultuous, struggling to accept that Dongfang Yuan could achieve such a feat impossible. Elder Yekai's cultivation was at the 4th level of the Saint Realm. How could he possibly accomplish this? Was there a hidden, mysterious powerhouse among them? How bold to dare slay an elder of the Donggu sacred land. Come out, you audacious wretch. Feng Jingyao found it inconceivable that Dongfang Yuan could be responsible. She firmly believed he lacked the capability. At this moment, she boldly shouted into the surroundings. With her esteemed status and formidable backing, coupled with her possession of trump cards capable of obliterating even powerful saints, her audacity was not without reason. At this moment, Xiao Qingli cast a glance at Dongfang Yuan, her heart filled with surprise, as she had not anticipated the overwhelming strength he possessed. A force so swift it could kill without a trace, effortlessly slaying foes even beyond his rank, truly a prodigy. No need to shout. It is indeed this emperor who has acted. Dongfang Yuan placed the severed head upon the altar, a peculiar smile adorning his face. The blood from Ye Kai's head dripped steadily into the altar, gradually staining the sacrificial pool before her eyes with the essence of a saint. You? Impossible. We have not seen you strike, nor do you possess any abilities. Dongfang Yuan, the one concealed in darkness, must surely have an accomplice, right? Do you realize the consequences of daring to kill someone from the Donggu sacred land? Feng Jingyao firmly maintained her judgment. Wan Yuxian shared her sentiment, convinced that a formidable ally was secretly aiding Dongfang Yuan. In an instant, Xinzhong and the others began to be wary of their surroundings. The spectators from the northern region, upon hearing these words, were filled with disbelief and trepidation. Could it be that a mysterious master was lurking nearby to assist the Tianyan Empire? Chapter 83. The self-righteous woman upon hearing Feng Jingyao's utterly foolish conjecture. Su Baiqie could not help but smile inwardly. It appeared that this daughter of Feng Gu was utterly deluded, her mind clouded with self-importance and devoid of any logical reasoning. Dongfang Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, had never encountered a woman like Feng Jingyao before. He had openly admitted to striking the blow himself, yet she refused to believe him. Dongfang Yuan, amused, remarked, "If I claim responsibility for the kill and you do not believe me, then there is nothing more I can do. As for the death of someone from your Donggu sacred land, that is truly laughable. You stand before me with such superiority. Do you believe it is merely the name of your Donggu sacred land that grants you such confidence?" With an intriguing smile, Dongfang Yuan continued to drain the blood from Ye Kai's head, which was nearly shriveled. The Donggu sacred land far surpasses your Tianyan Empire. You are not worthy of provoking us. 2 elders seize Dongfang Yuan and suppress him. I wish to see who dares to act in the shadows again. Feng Jingyao's expression was serious as she produced a jade tablet inscribed with the character Feng. It seemed to contain an immense power, a holy aura circulating within. Upon seeing Feng Jingyao brandish the tablet, Xinzhong and Su Ping felt a surge of confidence, their gazes sharp as they unleashed the aura of their saintly cultivation. Pressing towards Dongfang Yuan's altar, Avalokiteshvara's lotus seat, thousand-handed Buddha, Xinzhong and Su Ping rose simultaneously, channeling their holy radiance to lock onto Dongfang Yuan's position. Feng Jingyao, holding the wooden tablet, remained vigilant against the mysterious powerhouse lurking nearby. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened. Countless Buddha palm prints, resembling myriad sparks filled with saintly power, manifested above. Xinzhong conjured a colossal manifestation of Avalokiteshvara, surrounded by countless lotus flowers, each one blooming with cataclysmic might. What a terrifying aura of power! Was this the true strength of the saintly realm? The combined force of the 2 Donggu sacred land experts summoned an overwhelmingly terrifying offensive aura. Many onlookers in the square instinctively retreated from the altar, unwilling to draw close. They maintained a safe distance, yet could still feel the formidable energy suffusing the sky. At that moment, Xinzhong and Su Ping simultaneously brought their hands down, unleashing a storm of lotus flowers and sparks akin to a meteorological catastrophe upon the altar. The scene blotted out the sun and moon. Dongfang Yuan gazed at the unfolding spectacle, his expression unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. He glanced at Medusa, who seemed to understand his intentions. Stepping forward, Medusa's enchanting eyes suddenly glimmered with a violet light. In an instant, two beams of purple flames shot forth like twin bolts of lightning. With a resounding boom, amidst the collective gaze of the spectators, Medusa's casual release of the purple light met the oncoming sparks. Instantly, it erupted into a conflagration that engulfed the heavens. The violet flames capturing everyone's attention and igniting a sense of alarm. In the next moment, the purple flames, resembling a bottomless abyss, swiftly devoured the holy radiance unleashed by Su Ping and Shun Zhong. As the inferno blazed, two beams of purple light shot forth, racing towards the bodies of Shun Zhong and Su Ping. The two men, realizing the danger, turned pale with terror. Too late, their forms were instantly petrified, frozen in place against the backdrop of the sky. This, Feng Jingyao, Wan Yuxuan, and the others from Donggu's sacred land were all left aghast, their faces filled with shock. Wan Yuxuan and the golden-haired Lion King exchanged glances with Shun Zhong and then turned their attention back to Medusa. Medusa's eyes sparkled with mystical light as the gazes of the two half-saint elders met hers. Suddenly, they were engulfed in darkness. "Ah, do not look in her eyes!" The two half-saints cried in agony, their vision shattered by a mere glance at Medusa. The terror of her power was truly overwhelming. Realizing the peril, Wan Yuxuan and the others quickly averted their gazes, unwilling to risk another glance at Medusa. The onlookers were filled with a mixture of confusion and astonishment deep within their hearts. Who is this woman? With a single gaze, she has incapacitated two elders of the saintly realm. Is this truly Dongfang Yuan's consort? Such a woman. Did Dongfang Yuan not fear being petrified when he sought to conquer her? Jian Han and Zhang Wuji felt their hearts racing like a roller coaster. They were relieved they had not chosen sides earlier, for otherwise they might have perished from fear before even facing death at the hands of another. Feng Jingyao's expression darkened to a severe extent as she held the jade tablet, her gaze fixed on Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan smiled and said, "You claim that this emperor cannot provoke your Donggu sacred land. Yet, it appears that your people here seem rather fragile. I offer you one final chance. Call upon your ancestors. Do not waste any more time. Reveal your trump card. This farce must come to an end." Dongfang Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes resembling a keen blade, his expression radiating an oppressive force coupled with unwavering confidence. To eliminate the young, one must first deal with the old. If one seeks to resolve this cycle, the best course of action is to eliminate the elder first. Thus, if Feng Jingyao's trump card proves ineffective, she shall inevitably descend into despair. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Feng Jingyao, provoked by such taunts, let out a cold laugh. She tossed the jade tablet into the air, and in an instant, it erupted with dazzling brilliance against the heavens. A powerful aura emanated from within, enveloping the entire square in a dense shroud. Everyone sensed this presence, a formidable energy that surpassed the realm of saints, reaching the domain of the great saints. A spectral figure of a middle-aged man materialized in midair. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Feng Jingyao, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect, while the overwhelming presence of the great saint suppressed all around him. However, Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, his expression notably relaxed. Chapter 84. Medusa strikes, swift and resolute. Father, Master, greetings, Elder Feng. Upon the apparition of the figure, Feng Jingyao, along with Wan Yuxian and the elders of the Donggu Shengdi, immediately voiced their reverence. Among the onlookers, only Su Bai Jie recognized this individual's identity. Feng Gu Tian, one of the four guardian elders of the Donggu Shengdi, had achieved the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, making him a formidable figure in the oceanic domains. The hierarchy of elders within the Donggu Shengdi was distinctly categorized: ordinary elders, inner hall elders, core elders, and guardian elders. The guardian elders occupied positions akin to that of the Grand Elder and the Holy Master, or even ancestral beings. Individuals like Shun Zhong, who were at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, were merely classified as inner hall elders within the Donggu Shengdi. There remained a considerable gap between them and the highest-ranking guardian elders. Feng Gu Tian's cultivation stood at the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, and the jade talisman refined for his daughter contained approximately 60% of his power, equivalent to the second level of the Great Saint Realm. The being known as Medusa was at the first level of the Great Saint Realm, possessing a slight disparity in strength. It remained to be seen if Dongfang Yuan had any hidden cards to play. Among the crowd, Su Baijie calmly analyzed the situation. Comparatively, if Dongfang Yuan possessed no further means, it was evident that Fenggu Tian had a higher chance of triumph. Yao, Yuxian, what transpired? Fenggu Tian's expression darkened as he gazed upon the petrified Shenzhong and the others. Father, it was them. The Tianyan dynasty has slain our people from the Donggu Xingdi. Elder Shenzhong and his companions had all perished, particularly that enchantress merely glanced at them, and they were turned to stone. Father, you must avenge them. Feng Jingyao lamented, filled with grievance and fury as she reported to her father. How audacious! A mere force from the northern domain dares to slay the elders of my Donggu Xingdi. You possess a remarkable amount of gall. Fenggu Tian's face darkened. His tone as frigid as ice, inciting a palpable sense of his wrath among the assembly. Dongfang Yuan met his gaze squarely, retorting with derision. It appears your intellect is as deficient as your daughter's. You presume to invade my Tianyan dynasty and believe I would not retaliate? If you think I would cower in fear of your Donggu Xingdi's reputation and submit, then you underestimate me gravely. Today, even you cannot protect them. All who dare to trespass shall meet their demise. As Dongfang Yuan concluded, his gaze hardened with unyielding resolve. Attack! With a mere whisper, Medusa surged forth, confronting Fenggu Tian head-on. Seeking death, Fenggu Tian, upon witnessing the Tianyan dynasty's arrogance, immediately coalesced a radiant force, imbued with a violent and oppressive aura. Medusa summoned a vibrant conflagration, its colors shifting and dazzling, reminiscent of countless exotic flames merging into a kaleidoscope of hues. She unleashed this fiery manifestation directly against Fenggu Tian's power in a fierce confrontation. A resounding clash ensued, the two powers colliding with ferocity, creating a tumultuous explosion as brilliant flames and divine light intertwined. The fearsome waves of sacred energy, infused with the blinding brilliance of the multicolored flames, erupted, causing many spectators to shield their eyes in astonishment. Congeal, shatter. In this clash, neither party gained the upper hand. Yet in the next moment, Medusa's eyes emitted two formidable beams of light, akin to twin bolts of lightning, aimed directly at Fenggu Tian. Fenggu Tian swiftly conjured a sacred fist of light to counter this assault. However, as the beams made contact with his force, his expression shifted dramatically. Not good. Although he reacted promptly, it was too late. The two beams pierced through his defensive energy, striking his already ethereal form. Father, Master, Feng Jingyao and Wan Yuxian were aghast, their faces pale with horror. They could scarcely believe the scene before them. This woman's power had breached their father's defenses and struck him directly. Fenggu Tian's composure faltered as he trembled with shock. A superlative prodigy with transcendent combat capabilities. How could such a being exist in the northern domain? Yet, before he could contemplate further, his form began to dissipate. Realizing the urgency, he urgently warned, let them go. If even a hair on Yaoer is harmed, I shall descend in my true form and annihilate all beings of the northern domain. Fenggu Tian's desperation was palpable, knowing that with the dissolution of his power, his daughter would be left vulnerable. His threat was a desperate attempt to ensure her safety. Oof! Medusa scoffed disdainfully. With a flick of her hand, a gust of wind surged forth, causing Fenggu Tian's figure to vanish entirely. The atmosphere in the square was suffocating for Wan Yuxian, Feng Jingyao, and the many martial artists of the northern domain. Particularly for those martial artists, Fenggu Tian's warning had included them, and they were left in a state of despair. Medusa tightened her grip, and suddenly, Feng Jingyao was yanked forward, her neck grasped and suspended in midair. Yaoer, Miss Jingyao, Wan Yuxian, and several other elders of the Donggu Xingdi became frantic. Even the Wolf King and Tiger King were taken aback by how the situation had escalated. If you dare to harm me, my father will not spare you. Feng Jingyao, with her neck constricted and face flushed, still managed to threaten Medusa defiantly. Medusa chuckled coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Just as she prepared to strike, Dongfang Yuan interjected. Wait, do not kill her yet. Let her life remain for now. I have a more ingenious plan. At this critical juncture, Dongfang Yuan smiled, prompting Medusa to halt her actions and bind Feng Jingyao. A triumphant smile graced Feng Jingyao's face. Believing Dongfang Yuan refrained from acting against her due to fear of her father, little did she realize, soon she would experience the true torment of a flower being ruthlessly crushed. Dongfang Yuan's capacity for tormenting women could bring her to the brink of mental collapse, rendering her existence a living hell. Dongfang Yuan stepped forward slowly. It is time to conclude this, his gaze landing squarely on the anxious countenance of Lang Yao, who was scanning the surroundings with concern. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly. Are you searching for your ancestral figure, the Golden Mane Lion King? Behold, he is right there. The Wolf King, along with the Tiger King and the Bear King, turned their gazes toward the direction he pointed. Instantly, fear gripped their hearts, a chill cascading down from the crown of their heads. Chapter 85. Danshin Takes Action, the special product of Dichu Dan. In the direction where the Wolf King and the others gazed, the Golden Mane Lion King had already been decapitated, his tongue severed, kneeling and being suppressed in midair. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, exuding a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs. Indeed, it was Danshin. From Han Yinkuan, Dongfang Yuan had learned of the connection between the Golden Mane Lion King and the Floating Sky Saint King. Thus, from the very beginning, he had instructed Danshin to remain hidden, awaiting his command to strike against the Golden Mane Lion King, ensuring that the latter had no opportunity to inform the Floating Sky Saint King. Danshin did not disappoint. While Medusa and Fenggu Tian were engaged in battle, all attention was diverted, allowing him to follow Dongfang Yuan's directive, capturing the Golden Mane Lion King within his Xian Luo Ding, cruelly suppressing and dismembering him. At that moment, the headless corpse of the Golden Mane Lion King knelt in midair, his soul struggling desperately, yet to no avail. Ancestor, the Wolf King and Tiger King bellowed, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Alas, the Golden Mane Lion King could no longer respond to them. Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly. Well then, the sacrificial ceremony should truly come to an end. Let's slay them all. As soon as Dongfang Yuan's words fell, Medusa sprang into action, a radiant flame coalescing in her palm, locking onto all individuals within the Donggu sacred land, including the formidable warriors of the 10,000 Beast Forest and Feng Yun sect. Dare you? Feng Jingyao shouted in furious desperation. If anything happens to them, my father will not spare you. Dongfang Yuan ignored her, merely smiling disdainfully. Immediately, Medusa unleashed her divine brilliance. Prior to this, her holy might had immobilized everyone, rendering the Wolf King and the others incapable of escape. No, no, boom, boom, boom. Medusa's power erupted, a brilliant fireball exploding like a kaleidoscope of fireworks, consuming everything in its path. The warriors from the 10,000 Beast Forest and those of the Donggu Sacred Land and Feng Yun sect were engulfed in flames, emitting heart-wrenching wails before being entirely devoured, their souls extinguished. Medusa's gaze shifted, noticing two stragglers who had utilized forbidden techniques to detach their souls and escape. She was about to strike them down when Dongfang Yuan interjected, "No need. They cannot flee." A smile graced his lips. The entire Tianyan Imperial Palace is a net of heaven and earth. No one can escape. Dongfang Yuan, do you realize the calamity you have brought upon your northern region? So many powerful warriors from my Donggu sacred land have perished at your hands. Even if the Tianyan dynasty were to be obliterated 10 times over, it could not bear the burden. At this moment, Feng Jingyao, trapped in the heavens, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and continued to hurl insults. Dongfang Yuan cast a glance at her, his expression one of indifference. He disregarded Feng Jingyao and turned to Dan Shun. Handle it. Yes. Dan Shin immediately complied, summoning the Xian Luo Ding before the watchful eyes of the northern region's powerful warriors. In full view, he refined the soul of the Golden Mane Lion King into a pill, utilizing various medicinal ingredients. Jiani Han, Zhan Wuji, Gu Junli, and the others observed this scene, their hearts trembling with trepidation. The Golden Mane Lion King, once the ancestor of the 10,000 Beast Forest, had been vivisected into a medicinal pill. This was utterly horrifying. Moreover, who was this person? Another saintly figure, and a master alchemist as well. How many more hidden powers does the Tianyan dynasty possess? With such profound strength, which force in the northern region could possibly contend with them? At that moment, Fei Peng and Zhong Lu flew into view, each gripping a soul form, the father and son, Wan Renwang and Wan Yuxian. The duo, astute as they were, recognized the defeat of Feng Tian and sensed the peril of the situation, quietly employing forbidden techniques to escape. Unfortunately, every movement they made was within Dongfang Yuan's sight, just as they were about to flee the palace. Zhong Lu and Fei Peng appeared before them, plunging the two into utter despair. Brother Yu, Feng Jingyao, witnessing the two soul forms, fell into a daze. Ha ha ha! Wan Renwang, since you and your son have arrived, where do you think you can escape to? Dongfang Yuan commanded. Fei Peng, Zhong Lu, search the memories of Wan Renwang and his son, and then each of you shall lead a team. Within 3 days, I want the Feng Yun sect and the 10,000 Beast Forest to be utterly eradicated from the northern region. Yes, your majesty. Fei Peng and Zhong Lu replied in unison. They promptly turned and exited the imperial palace, sealing the fates of Wan Renwang and Wan Yuxian. No matter how they screamed or struggled, it was all in vain. Danshun, take that woman away first. Let her enjoy herself, sever her meridians, and confine her with 18 wild boars. Allow the boars to consume the special product of Dechu Dan, so she may truly experience the pleasures of the mortal realm. Dongfang Yuan spoke with a cold demeanor. The northern region warriors present felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing his words. Although they were unaware of what the Dechu Dan entailed, the thought of severed meridians and being tossed into a pen of wild boars made it easy to imagine the dreadful outcome. Dongfang Yuan, you dare! Have you forgotten my father's warning? And you all, if I suffer even a scratch, you in the northern region will be buried alongside Dongfang Yuan. Feng Jingyao, now gripped by fear, never anticipated that Dongfang Yuan would dare to act against her. She attempted to incite the gathered northern region crowd to thwart Dongfang Yuan's actions against her. However, not a single soul dared to speak up. They were not fools. To intervene against Dongfang Yuan at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. The foundation of the Tianyan dynasty was already invincible in the northern region. Who would dare to stand against them now? Even if someone did, they would earn no respect but rather scorn after their demise. At that moment, Danshin had already appeared beside Feng Jingyao, dragging her away. No, Dongfang Yuan, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot. If you do, my father will not spare you. He truly will not. Feng Jingyao's fearful cries finally ceased only after Danshun had completely disappeared from the square, leaving behind an eerie silence. Dongfeng, with a smile still gracing his lips, addressed the assembly as if nothing untoward had transpired. Esteemed guests, you need not be troubled by the threat posed by Feng Tian. I, as the emperor, have always engaged only in endeavors I am confident will succeed. Should Feng Tian approach, the Tianyan dynasty possesses the means to confront him, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Jian Han promptly stepped forward, proclaiming, Our Tianjin unequivocally places its trust in your majesty, Yuan Huang. Here, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty for the annihilation of the Feng Yun sect and the Wanshou Lin. The Tianyin dynasty is now equipped with the strength to unify the northern domain, and our Tianjin stands ready to serve your majesty unconditionally, acknowledging you as the sovereign of the northern domain. With this declaration, Jian Han seized the moment to express the stance of the Tianjin. We, the Wu Ji sect, also pledge our unconditional allegiance to your majesty, proclaiming you as the sovereign of the northern domain. Zhan Wu Ji followed suit. Witnessing the leaders of two paramount factions express their loyalty, all formidable figures from the northern domain, including Han Yun Kun and Qian Jiuqiu, bowed respectfully before Dongfang Yuan. Excellent. Since all of you are willing to submit to the Tianyan dynasty, I shall henceforth be the sovereign of the northern domain and undertake the solemn duty of safeguarding it. Dongfang Yuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Thus, the grand ceremony concluded. Having secured the allegiance of the northern domain's powerful entities, Dongfang Yuan entrusted the task of unifying the northern domain to the left chancellor, Zhua Xianxi, with the assistance of Tian Yuang and Tai Piyun, confident that matters would soon be resolved. Meanwhile, Fei Peng and Chong Lu led troops towards the Feng Yun sect and Wanshou Lin. Once Zhua Xian and Chong Lu completed their missions, the prestige of the Tianyan dynasty would surely rise to astonishing heights, bringing forth delightful rewards from the system. In a span of merely 2 days, 36 elite factions had submitted to the Tianyan dynasty. Moreover, the remaining 3 dominant powers declare their allegiance to the Tianyan dynasty on the very first day. Hundreds of first-rate factions and thousands of second-rate factions followed suit, willingly acknowledging Dongfang Yuan as the sovereign of the northern domain. On the third day, 2 significant announcements emerged. Generals Fei Peng and Chong Lu had personally led the charge to obliterate the Wanshou Lin and Fengyun sect, rendering the 2 factions mere remnants of history, with their territories entirely under the control of the Tianyan dynasty. In just a few days, the entirety of the northern domain's landscape was firmly grasped in the hands of the Tianyan dynasty, under the meticulous arrangement of the left chancellor. The Tianyan dynasty's eyes and ears were now spread throughout the northern domain, ensuring that no movement of any faction could evade its scrutiny. At this moment, within the inner sanctum of the Tianyan dynasty's palace, Han Wanxiang, Qian Xianro, and Medusa convened. Your Majesty, this is not yet concluded. In a few days, it will be the night of the full moon, and we must not delay in unlocking the sun-moon treasure, sighed Qian Xianro, contemplating whether she should remind Dongfang Yuan. Your Majesty is undoubtedly aware of this matter. He has been mindful of the sun-moon treasure, so there is no need for our concern. But what about that individual? Xianro, have you investigated the matter that Sister Xiao mentioned? Medusa inquired earnestly. Given that it was a matter directly entrusted by Xiao Qing Li, it was evidently of great significance. I have conducted an investigation. Following Sister Zhao's previous instructions, I consulted my father. According to him, the entire Qian family vanished for a period after arriving at the Tianyan Palace, except for my father's concubine, Li Yun. She had suddenly disappeared for a time, causing my father considerable distress, but she soon returned. Claiming she had lost her way within the palace and had failed to keep pace with the group, Qian Xianro relayed cautiously, her brow furrowed with concern. Considering this, it is highly likely to be Li Yun, Medusa concluded. What should we do now? She still resides within the palace. Should we send someone to monitor her? Han Wanxiang queried. Medusa shook her head. That would be inadvisable. Even the Emperor's shadow guards lack the strength to approach her without being detected, which would only alert her and provoke unnecessary complications. The Emperor previously stated that her target is the sun-moon treasure. Therefore, it is likely she will not act immediately. We need not provoke her. Now that we know her identity, we shall wait for the Emperor's return to decide on our course of action. Medusa remained prudent and focused on the greater picture. After exiting the inner palace, Dongfang Yuan made his way to the main hall. I almost forgot about this matter. He promptly lifted the mental barrier he had imposed on the system's notifications. System, host, what are you doing? I have been calling for you for 4 whole days. For days. You actually muted my voice prompts. As soon as the barrier was lifted, the system's voice resonated in his mind, this time infused with an irate tone of discontent. Forgive me. What could I do? While I was busy with important matters, you insisted on blaring in my mind incessantly. It was quite bothersome. You do realize that during such tasks, the last thing one desires is to be disturbed, correct? I'm not so peculiar as to multitask while engaging in such affairs. Dongfang Yuan responded with an air of resignation. System, is it that you do not wish to receive the prestige rewards from the Tianyan dynasty? Of course I do. Now that the Tianyan dynasty has unified the northern domain, the prestige points must be considerable. Very well, just run through the process once more. I am listening attentively. Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, somewhat bemused by the system's urgency after days of silence. System, ding. Congratulations, host. The Tianyan dynasty has successfully unified the northern domain. Prestige has increased by 15,000 points, bringing the total to 20,320. You have received an enormous prestige gift pack, along with a mixed achievement reward pack for prestige. Both have been sent to your storage. Please check. Dongfang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. 15,000 prestige points. The rewards for unifying the northern domain were indeed monumental. The Tianyan dynasty's prestige had surpassed 20,000. The ensuing rewards would be extraordinary. Excitement bubbled within him as he eagerly anticipated. Quickly, system, open all the gift packs. Ding. Opening gift pack. Please wait. Unveiling the prestige gift pack. Congratulations, host, for acquiring. Void Secret Realm X1. Time-Space Dao Body X1. Team Enhancement Tokens X10. Unlimited Cultivation Enhancement Cards X10. God-slaying guards x85, golden armored guards x85, shadow guards x85, 9th rank major cultivation pills x100, blood rain legion x1, and destruction legion x1, and 1 Jianshan x1. Upon opening the achievement gift pack, congratulations to the host for receiving T Bing Hun Dun Zhong x1, divine beast by Hu x1. Staring at the multitude of rewards that the system had unleashed, Dongfang Yuan was utterly astonished. In the next moment, the Zhanshan Wei, Ning Wei, and Jinjia Wei all materialized in the Grand Hall. The Jiuping Dashio Dan was contained within a storage ring, apart from the 2 legions. The remainder had been summoned to the scene. The divine beast by Hu appeared at Dongfang Yuan's feet. Upon looking down, he found it to be a young white tiger. However, the bloodline coursing through its veins was remarkably pure, marking it as a true divine beast. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. The Ning Wei and the system summoned Wan Jianshan, garbed in ancient robes, bowed towards Dongfang Yuan. The Hun Dun Zhong floated majestically in the air above. The entire main hall was filled with individuals paying homage to him. This external aid was truly astonishing. Dongfang Yuan mused internally. Please rise, he commanded, and only then did Wan Jianshan and the others stand. Meanwhile, the Bai who seemed unable to speak, instead nuzzling against Dongfang Yuan's feet, expressing its affection. This little creature, with its fluffy snow-white fur and diminutive size, resembled a kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness. Dongfang Yuan knelt to pet it, then instructed the system. Provide a complete introduction. Void Secret Realm, a legendary secret realm, akin to a miniature world. The host is now the master of the Void Secret Realm, capable of maneuvering it beyond the confines of space and traveling anywhere. Within the Void Secret Realm, the host can harness its power, rendering them nearly invincible, ideal for ambushes. Capable of summoning others for slaughter, or establishing a base of operations within the realm, or both. Time-Space Dao Body, one of the 3 supreme Dao bodies, on par with the Hongmeng Dao Body and Hun Dun Dao Body. Possessing it grants the host not only a substantial increase in combat power, but also the ability to easily comprehend the laws of time and space and touch their essence in the future. All personnel enhancement card. Each use enhances the cultivation of the host and the summoned individuals, excluding legions. The increase is random. However, it will never be less than 1 minor realm. Unlimited major enhancement card. The host can use this on anyone to elevate their cultivation, with the increase being random, but never less than 2 minor realms at a time. Jiuping Dashio Dan. Usable below the Saint Realm without the need for refinement. Consuming 1 guarantees a breakthrough of 1 minor realm, with no side effects. Shuiyu Legion. A legion comprising 500,000 members, led by a peak Great Saint and 10 commanders at the 9th level of Great Saint. Upon their arrival, the heavens will tear open, and blood rain shall fall. Conjuring figures wielding blood swords. They are immortal, capable of resurrection as long as the blood rain persists. Destruction Legion, also comprising 500,000 members, led by a peak Great Saint and 10 commanders at the 9th level of Great Saint. Due to their vast numbers, both legions are currently on standby within the Void Secret Realm. Name: Wan Jianshan. Treasure: Tianshan Jian, Holy Weapon. Cultivation: 9th level of Great Saint. Talent: Infinite. Body type: Sword, Heavenly Divine Body. Hun Dun Zhong, Supreme Divine Weapon with boundless power, requiring at least a peak Saint Emperor to wield, capable of annihilating galaxies and overturning realms. Bai Hu, one of the 4 divine beasts, born with a divine body, possessing infinite talent, currently in its juvenile stage with a cultivation of the 5th level of Great Saint. An adult purebred Bai who would possess strength comparable to a peak Saint Emperor. After absorbing the system's introductions, Dongfang Yuan remained rooted in place for several seconds. Should he utilize all these rewards, his Tianyan dynasty would undoubtedly metamorphose into a formidable force. Not only could he dominate a northern domain, but he now possessed the capital to venture into the seas. To remain low-key? I too wish for that. Yet the system does not permit it, does it? System: fuse the time-space Dao body. Dongfang Yuan decisively commanded. Subsequently, he relayed orders in his mind for Fei Peng and the others to converge here. He intended to activate the cultivation enhancement cards to elevate the prowess of the formidable individuals within the Tianyan dynasty. Integrating, as the time-space Dao body merged with Dongfang Yuan's being, he immediately felt a remarkable transformation within himself. His comprehension of the realms of space and time surged exponentially. Moreover, his combat capabilities experienced a tremendous enhancement, marking a complete rebirth. Before long, following the fusion of the time-space Tao body, Dongfang Yuan's power escalated significantly. Fei Peng, Jian Shun, Zhong Lu, Medusa, and the others received the summons and arrived, including the remaining Ning Wei and Zhan Shun Wei, all present now. Consume these elixirs. First, ascend to the Saint Realm. Dongfang Yuan distributed Jiupin Dashio Dan to them. He aimed to wield every resource judiciously, for the enhancement card's increases were random. Thus, he resolved to let everyone break through to the Saint Realm before proceeding with 10 rounds of random major upgrades. After all, he possessed an abundance of Jiupin Dashio Dan, leaving him untroubled. Understood, Your Majesty. The assembled individuals accepted the elixirs and began consuming them one by one. In Chapter 89, a major cultivation increase. The individuals, following Dongfang Yuan's instructions, ingested the elixirs, and even the weakest among the Ning Wei swiftly broke through to the Saint Realm. The only exceptions were Medusa, Dan Shun, Wan Jianshun, and Bai Hu. System, employ the all-personnel enhancement card, using all 10 times. Dongfang Yuan commanded directly, utilizing, as the enhancement card was activated. The energies of all present began to surge rapidly. With 10 consecutive enhancements, even those at the lowest cultivation could reach the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. System, 10 uses of the all-personnel enhancement card have been fully utilized. With the system's announcement, the enhancements culminated at their apex. The explosive surge in cultivation finally came to a halt. As for Wan Jianshun and Bai Hu, Wan Jianshun ascended to the second level of the Saint Emperor realm, his sword intent boundless. Even a mere wisp could pierce the heavens and overturn mountains and seas. Bai Hu, though still juvenile, had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. With his divine beast bloodline, engaging in battle with an ordinary Saint Emperor posed no challenge. Next came Medusa, Dan Shun, Fei Peng, and Zhong Lu. Medusa's cultivation surged to the 7th level of the Saint King realm, with fortuitous luck allowing her to rise 4 levels in one go. Her luck was indeed exceptional. With her cultivation at the 7th level of the Saint King realm, coupled with her physique and talent, her strength could rival that of a peak Saint King. Meanwhile, Dan Shun entered the 3rd level of the Saint King realm, while both Fei Peng and Zhong Lu reached the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. Among them, Dan Shun experienced the least fortune, perhaps due to excessive alchemy draining his luck. The Arrow God, too, has been somewhat unfortunate, only reaching the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm. As for the 300 members of Shadow Guards, God-Slaying Guards, and Golden Armor Guards, they have all ascended to the 1st level of the Great Sage realm. Their strength, quite remarkable, yet their luck has been woefully lacking. Essentially, they possess no fortune at all, merely achieving the baseline level of cultivation. Nevertheless, even with this, Dongfang Yuan remains quite satisfied. 300 powerful beings of the Great Sage realm, such a number, as Dongfang Yuan understands, is possessed only by the ancient clans of the oceanic realms. Even the superpowers at the sacred land level cannot muster such a formidable array. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuan himself has experienced significant enhancement in his cultivation. At this juncture, he is indeed due for some praise for the system. Rather than allocating him a fixed duration for cultivation enhancement, the system's random bestowals have allowed his strength to escalate at a quicker pace. This time, Dongfang Yuan has reached the zenith of the Sacred King realm. Moreover, with the acquisition of the time-space Tao body, his prowess has ascended even higher. He inquired of the system, and currently his full power rivals that of the 3rd level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Should he also wield the Qian Kuan spike, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the 4th level of the Sacred Emperor realm. In the oceanic realms, Sacred Emperor level experts are akin to clan leaders and ancestral figures of the ancient clans. Even within the sacred lands, the presence of such powerful beings remains uncertain. In any case, most are completely absent in the open. Quite impressive indeed. This level of cultivation is sufficient for now. Next, it is time to elevate the cultivation of Zhuoxuanqi and the others. Dongfang Yuan has reserved 10 unlimited cultivation enhancement cards for those not summoned by the system. However, he is not in a hurry. First, he bestows the title of worship of the 10,000 Swords God, then dismisses the others. Accompanied by Medusa, he He follows Dan Shun to the medicine pavilion. With Dan Shin's recent breakthrough in cultivation, he has attained the status of a 10th grade alchemist. Now, provided he has the materials and formulas, he can concoct all medicinal pills from the 1st to the 10th grade. To advance beyond the 10th grade requires attaining the status of a sacred level alchemist. Such an existence must possess at least the 9th level of the Sacred King realm and holds an extraordinarily high status even in the oceanic realms, where even sacred emperor-level experts must show him respect. On their way, Medusa reported, "Oh, you mean Su by Jia has taken on the appearance of Li Yun and infiltrated the Qian family's ranks?" Dongfang Yuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "Indeed, Your Majesty. This has been confirmed. Sister Xiao previously detected issues within the Qian family camp and instructed Xian Ro to investigate, with Li Yun being the prime suspect. Your Majesty, with our cultivation breakthroughs, she is merely a great sage in the palace, essentially walking into a trap. Should I arrange for the shadow guards to suppress her immediately?" Medusa inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yuan smiled and replied, "There is no need to rush. If we suppress her right away, it would lack excitement. Since she desires the treasures of the sun and moon, let her accompany us and toy with her. In my eyes, she poses no threat whatsoever." As they conversed, they arrived at the medicine pavilion. "Greetings, Your Majesty, greetings, Your Highness." The pavilion was bustling with dozens of young apprentices, some grinding herbs, others tending to the furnace. Upon seeing Dongfang Yuan's arrival, they immediately knelt in respect. Dongfang Yuan nodded. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The apprentices stood up, and, at this moment, Dan Shun calmly stated, "Your Majesty, Feng Jingyao is in the eastern room. Please follow me." Dongfang Yuan and Medusa followed Dan Shun as they approached the far eastern side. Arriving at a stone chamber, Dan Shun opened the door, and an overwhelming stench of swine excrement wafted out, causing discomfort in their stomachs. They suppressed their breaths and stepped inside. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Inside was a pig farm, with 18 massive wild boars confined within, their droppings scattered everywhere. Amidst the filthy ground lay a woman in tattered clothing, her hair matted with pig manure, despairingly sprawled on the cold floor. Feng Jingyao's meridians had been severed, her cultivation completely destroyed, and she had been tossed into the wild boar pen. Tears streaked her face, yet they would not cease, and her voice was hoarse from pleading in vain. However, Dan Shun showed no mercy. The 18 wild boars charged at her in succession, violently butting and trampling her. In just a few days, Feng Jingyao endured inhumane torment and suffering, entering the darkest period of her life. Bloodstains and dragged trails marred the ground, and her pitiful appearance, with her tattered clothing barely covering her, spoke volumes of the cruelty she had suffered. It was evident that her heart was now filled with despair and an all-consuming hatred for Dongfang Yuan. "Feng Jingyao, how do you fare these past few days? Do you appreciate my arrangements?" Dongfang Yuan inquired with a playful tone, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 90. Treasures of the Sun and Moon, the Ice and Snow Empress. Dongfang Yuan, you torment me so. My father will surely kill you. He will definitely kill you. Feng Jingyao's voice echoed with despair and anguish. Her cries, tinged with a sob, sounded pathetically hoarse. "It seems you haven't had enough enjoyment, have you? Your spirit remains unbroken," Dan Shun remarked. "Increase the dosage. Let each wild boar consume 3 of the special pills from the chew, allowing her to fully relish the experience." Dongfang Yuan spoke casually. "As you command, Your Majesty." Dan Shun produced the pills and prepared to act. "No, please, I beg you, do not feed them anymore. I was wrong. I will never be defiant again. Please, do not feed them anymore." Upon hearing the wild boars charging at her once more, Feng Jingyao's inner terror magnified instantly. She was truly frightened. Facing the wild boars in such a manner, she would prefer death. Dan Shun, feed them. Furthermore, inscribe a recording of this moment. When Feng Gu Tian arrives, let him witness his daughter's plight. Dongfang Yuan coldly chuckled. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Since they had become enemies, there was no need to adhere to trivial formalities. He not only desired to eliminate his foes, but also to strike at their hearts. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Dan Shun promptly began feeding the pills to the wild boars, while Dongfang Yuan turned and left with Medusa. The wild boars' eyes turned bloodshot, their energies surging, becoming increasingly agitated. "No, Dongfang Yuan, I beg you, Don't. Ah, Dongfang Yuan, you beast. I will not let you off even in death. The cacophony of her cries faded as Dongfang Yuan gathered Xuanqi, Taipei Yun, and Tianyan Empire. First, he used ninth-grade cultivation to elevate them to the realm of the saints, then employed the cultivation enhancement cards, allowing each to ascend 3 times in succession. Their fortunes fared reasonably well. Xuanqi reached the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm, while the other 2 attained the 6th level of the Great Sage Realm. Such monumental breakthroughs in cultivation left them immensely satisfied. In addition, Dongfang Yuan distributed 1,000 ninth-grade elixirs to enhance the strength of the officials and powerful warriors of the Tianyan Empire. Time flowed on, and 5 days later, today marked the full moon, the day to unveil the sun and moon treasure. Dongfang Yuan had long been prepared, yet on this day, he unexpectedly received news that Han Wanxiang and Xiao Qingli were both pregnant. While Xiao Qingli's condition was understandable, having consumed a soul-entering pill during her tasks, Han Wanxiang's pregnancy came as a delightful surprise. Now, 3 of his beloved consorts were with child, which meant that for nearly a year, he could only indulge in the company of Medusa. This further solidified his determination to swiftly win over Su Baijie, following in the footsteps of the late Prime Minister. A responsibility we cannot shirk. At this moment, in the main hall of the palace, Qian Jiuqiu entered with Li Yun and the elder of the Qian family. They greeted Dongfang Yuan with a respectful bow. Dongfang Yuan nodded and said, "Master Qian, today is the full moon night. You should remember our plan to open the sun and moon treasure." Qian Jiuqiu replied, "Your Majesty, I have kept it firmly in mind." "Good, then prepare yourself. Let us proceed to the Beixing mountain range together." Dongfang Yuan commanded directly. Once the Qian family was ready, Qian Jiuqiu, along with Li Yun, the elder, and several other elders from the Qian family, followed the people of the Tianyan Empire to the Beixing mountain range. Dongfang Yuan's entourage was small, consisting only of Medusa, Feipeng, and Chonglu. That night, they all arrived at the Beixing mountain range, where a bright full moon hung high in the sky. Su Baijie followed the group, occasionally glancing at Dongfang Yuan and his companions. It struck her as odd that their auras seemed to have subtly changed in recent days. What could be the reason for this? Su Baijie pondered inwardly. Feipeng and the others had concealed their auras, making it impossible for her to perceive their true strength. In contrast, from a moment they met, Dongfang Yuan and Medusa saw through Su Baijie's disguise, but chose not to expose her. As they ventured deeper into the Beixing mountain range, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan and Qian Jiuqiu combined the 2 sun and moon keys and placed them against a strangely shaped wall in the valley. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling ensued. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Before everyone's eyes, the valley slowly vanished, transforming into an ancient palace. This palace, adorned with a radiant sun and a luminous moon, was formed from condensed spiritual energy and was not of this world. This must be the entrance to the treasure. "Let's enter the palace," Dongfang Yuan declared fearlessly, leading everyone inside. As Dongfang Yuan was about to enter the underground palace, the system's voice suddenly rang out, announcing the birth of a new destined woman, Murong Shui, the young lady of the ancient Murong clan in the Oceanic realm, the reincarnation of the Ice and Snow Empress. Endowed with extraordinary talent, a divine body, and a fate score of 95, her memories had awakened, and it was suggested that she could be taken as a consort. Dongfang Yuan paused momentarily, astonished. Another empress reincarnated? What is happening in this world? Do modern empresses now prefer reincarnation? He was taken aback by the news of another empress's rebirth, this time as the daughter of the powerful Murong clan, one of the mightiest forces in the Oceanic realm. A transcendent existence that even the sacred lands would not dare offend. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" Medusa inquired, noticing Dongfang Yuan's sudden stillness. "It's nothing. Let us proceed," he replied, mentally noting the name Murong Shui. He then pushed open the grand doors, leading the group into the palace. Upon entering the palace, Dongfang Yuan immediately noticed numerous large chests arranged around the chamber. With a mere thought, he opened them all, revealing a trove of precious spiritual materials, spirit stones, and rare cultivation resources. "This is the sun and moon treasure. Ha ha ha, we have struck it rich." Qian Jiuqiu and the elders from the Qian family, witnessing the abundant resources before them, were filled with excitement, laughing joyfully. Meanwhile, Both Su Baijie and Dongfang Yuan's attention was drawn to a statue at the very center of the room. It was a statue of a middle-aged man, presumably the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor himself. In the palm of the statue rested a small box, likely containing the most precious treasures. Su Baijie stepped forward, eager to retrieve the box. "Lady Li, I see you have also noticed this intriguing box," Dongfang Yuan's voice carried from behind her. Upon hearing this, Su Baijie hesitated. Turning around with a smile, "Your Majesty," Liun found this box quite appealing and was drawn to it. "Oh, it is indeed captivating. I wonder what treasures lie within." As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan grasped the box, and Su Baijie did not attempt to snatch it, but instead stood watching as he opened it. The moment Dongfang Yuan lifted the lid, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the statue. Suddenly, the statue began to shift, and a wisp of consciousness emerged from it. "Your Majesty, be careful," Feiping and Chenglu warned, positioning themselves protectively in front of Dongfang Yuan. All eyes were drawn to this ethereal figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the statue. "Do not be alarmed," Dongfang Yuan reassured them, stepping forward with calm composure as he addressed the apparition. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, correct? Who are you? At such a young age, how have you achieved such power?" The Sun and Moon Saint Emperor exclaimed, astonished by Dongfang Yuan's presence. "You need not know who I am. I have come here in search of treasure. If you deem me worthy, I request that you grant me the Sun and Moon treasure," Dongfang Yuan stated with unwavering resolve. Even in the presence of the once mighty Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, he displayed no fear, adopting an air of undeniable authority. Qian Jiuqiu and Su Baijie were left in shock by Dongfang Yuan's audacity to speak so plainly to the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. Did he not fear provoking him? After all, this was the realm set by the Saint Emperor, and he could very well possess means of retaliation. However, the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, with discerning eyes, seemed to recognize Dongfang Yuan's exceptional nature and did not express anger at his words. From the perspective of the Saint Emperor, he held a considerable level of respect for him. "The Sun and Moon treasure and my legacy can be yours. However, there is one condition I need you to agree to. Once you do, I will immediately entrust you with the true Sun and Moon treasure," the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor declared. "Speak your terms," Dongfang Yuan replied calmly. "When your strength is sufficient, I want you to go to Zhongxingzhou and assist me in eliminating a certain individual known as Jiujian Xinghuang," declared the Riyue Xinghuang. "Jiujian Xinghuang? Very well, I shall comply," responded Dongfang Yuan after a moment of contemplation. "Excellent. I shall now bestow upon you the true Riyue treasure," the Riyue Xinghuang replied, exhibiting unwavering trust in Dongfang Yuan. "You trust me so readily? Isn't it unwise to fear my potential change of heart?" Dongfang Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Ha! In my lifetime, I have misjudged only one person. However, I believe I shall not err in my judgment of you. You possess a proud spirit and the aura of a sovereign. An individual of your caliber does not renege on promises, nor would you ever consider doing so," the Riyue Xinghuang asserted, placing all hope in Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan nodded. "If I am not mistaken, your downfall was indeed instigated by the Jiujian Xinghuang, correct?" "Indeed, I was ambushed by him in the past, my soul pierced by his 9 sacred swords, severely injuring my essence. Ultimately, I had no choice but to leave behind the Riyue treasure, awaiting a fated individual to claim it. The condition being, this person must vow to avenge me by slaying Jiujian," the Riyue Xinghuang replied with a hint of melancholy. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Fear not, Jiujian Xinghuang. I will ensure he suffers greatly before his demise. Once I speak, the heavens shall not alter my word," Dongfang Yuan declared with confidence. The Riyue Xinghuang nodded appreciatively, devoid of further words. Subsequently, his ethereal form coalesced into a radiant beam of inheritance, hovering within Dongfang Yuan's palm. This was the entirety of the Riyue Xinghuang's legacy. Boom! At that moment, the statue also began to crack. A flash of moonlight revealed a luminous orb suspended in the air, half of which was a blazing sun, while the other half was a moon. Additionally, 10 puppet warriors emerged on the scene. Could these be the legendary Riyue puppets under the command of the Riyue Xinghuang? Qian Jiuqiu speculated as he observed the puppets. "Indeed, they are the Riyue puppets. This orb must be the Riyue Zhu," Dongfang Yuan deduced. recalling what he had learned from Feng Ma Bai's memories about the Riyue Xinghuang. Aside from being a formidable Xinghuang, he commanded 10 puppets, all of which were the 6th tier of the Xinghuang realm. The sole item controlling them was the Riyue Zhu before him. Dongfang Yuan grasped the Riyue Zhu, his consciousness sinking into it. The 10 puppets suddenly responded, moving at his command, even from a distance of thousands of miles. Dongfang Yuan could manipulate them. Your Majesty, there are 10 puppets, yet only one Riyue Zhu. If it were to be divided, it would. At that moment, Mei Dusha interjected, glancing at Qian Jiuqiu and the others, but refrained from elaborating further. Dongfang Yuan fell into contemplation and did not respond, while Qian Jiuqiu understood the implication. Yuan Huang, these Riyue puppets are the inheritance specifically left for you by the Riyue Xinghuang and should not be considered in the division. My Qian family will only claim the cultivation resources, Qian Jiuqiu stated, displaying a keen sense of circumstance. He understood well that Mei Dusha's comments were likely a signal from Dongfang Yuan. Very well. I shall not take advantage of you. The cultivation resources shall be divided as follows. Your Qian family will receive 60%, while my Tianyan dynasty will take 40%. How's that sound? Dongfang Yuan replied calmly. After all, the value of those cultivation resources paled in comparison to the Riyue puppets. Thank you, Yuan Huang. Qian Jiuqiu and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Just then, Su Baijie seized the opportunity and launched a sudden attack. The aura of the great sage erupted, sending the Qian family members tumbling to the ground in disarray. Her target was the legacy of the Riyue Xinghuang, as well as the Riyue Zhu. She moved with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind, snatching both treasures from Dongfang Yuan's grasp. Fei Peng and Chong Lo intended to intervene, but Dongfang Yuan gestured for them to hold back for the moment. Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he turned his gaze towards Su Baijie. Mrs. Su, what is the meaning of this? No, you are not Li Yun. Who are you truly? The elders of the Qian family were still in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Qian Jiuqiu sensed the aura emanating from Su Baijie and immediately recognized that she was certainly not his concubine. Qian family patriarch, I must admit, I feel a bit guilty for keeping this from you for so long. Su Baijie laughed joyfully, now in possession of the Riyue Zhu, capable of commanding the 10 Riyue puppets, with the situation firmly in her hands. She displayed no urgency whatsoever. She shed her disguise, revealing her true form: slender waist, long legs, voluptuous bosom and hips, exquisite curves, and an enchanting presence. Particularly, the white fur scarf around her neck exuded a deadly allure for any man. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan felt a stir within his heart. The charm of a mature woman was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary maidens. Su Baijie was the pinnacle of such allure. Who are you? What have you done with my Li heir? Qian Jiuqiu demanded angrily, his eyes ablaze with fury and concern as he faced Su Baijie. Rest assured, your woman is peacefully sleeping in the Qian family's firewood room. I have not harmed her. You shall see her upon your return, Su Baijie replied calmly, a hint of mischief in her tone. She then turned her gaze to Dongfang Yuan, saying, Dongfang Yuan, your actions have truly astonished me these past few days. I originally intended to kill you. However, after observing you, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. Oh, what opportunity might that be? Dongfang Yuan inquired with intrigue. It is quite simple. From this day forth, you shall submit to me, and I will spare your life. In fact, with your exceptional talent, I will promote and cultivate you, Su Baijie declared earnestly. Her offer was indeed tempting. However, Dongfang Yuan replied, unfortunately, you seek my submission, and for that alone, no one in this world could achieve it. Why be so obstinate? Now that the Riyue puppets are under my control, I am aware of Mei Dusha's formidable strength. Even if you and she were to join forces, I might still not stand chance. However, the circumstances have changed. You must make a wise choice, or I shall regretfully be forced to end your life, Su Baijie said, her tone laced with allure and a playful demeanor, her expression embodying the essence of femme fatale. Madam Su, you exhibit considerable confidence. Nevertheless, I too have a proposition. You shall become my consort, and together with Tiantinga, you shall yield to my Tianyan dynasty. I assure you of eternal happiness, Dongfang Yuan replied with a serene smile. How do you know my identity? Su Baijie inquired, clearly startled. She could not fathom how Dongfang Yuan had discerned her true nature. Madame Su, I am not only aware of your esteemed position as the Lady of Tiandi Pavilion, but I am also cognizant of your remarkable background. Dongfang Yuan hesitated momentarily, then chuckled softly, for with Qian Jiuqiu and the others present, he refrained from revealing too much. At that moment, Su Baijia's countenance turned pale with shock, her heart tumultuous with waves of fear. Her true form belonged to the nine-tailed divine fox lineage, a secret she had never disclosed to anyone, not even to those within Tiandi Pavilion. How did Dongfang Yuan come to know this? As she pondered, a sense of dread enveloped her. Her true identity was her most guarded secret, one that pertained to her very life. Now that Dongfang Yuan was aware, she contemplated silencing him permanently. Dongfang Yuan, you have only yourself to blame for knowing too much. With unwavering resolve, Su Baijia commanded the sun and moon pearls to manipulate the sun and moon puppets, launching an assault upon Dongfang Yuan. Be careful, your majesty, Qianjiu and the others exclaimed in alarm. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly. In the next moment, he extended a finger, unleashing an unparalleled force that rendered all 10 sun and moon puppets immobile. Despite Su Baijia's attempts to exert her control, they were powerless. What? Your cultivation? Su Baijia gasped in horror, realizing the terrifying extent of Dongfang Yuan's power, her face paling in fear. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Dongfang Yuan appeared before her, embracing her tightly, reclaiming 2 items from her possession. The overwhelming aura of a peak sacred king emanated from him, preventing Su Baijia from harnessing her strength. Feeling his firm grasp, she protested, "Release me. Dongfang Yuan, you shameless wretch." Despite her furious struggles, they bore no fruit. The members of the Qian family stood by, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Su Baijia, you seek to seize what belongs to me and take my life. I have shown you mercy by not killing you. Reflect on the proposal I previously presented. Henceforth, I shall lead the Tianyan dynasty into the seas, and your Tiandi Pavilion, as a force in the outer ocean, will be the first to face the consequences, submit or be annihilated. Those are your only choices. Should you remain obstinate, I can arrange for you to join Feng Jingyao in the afterlife. A surge of power coursed through Su Baijia, sealing her cultivation. Enraged, she retorted, "Do you think I fear death? If you have the ability, then kill me outright. Should you wish to possess me, you are merely indulging in a fantasy." Su Baijia's bravado was unyielding. Dongfang Yuan, unfazed, replied with a serene smile, "If I wish to deal with you, I have countless means at my disposal. Medusa, I'll leave her to you. Escort her back to the palace. Qin clan leader, let us proceed to gather our belongings." "Understood, your majesty." "Yes, your highness." Medusa then led Su Baijia away. After Dongfang Yuan and the members of the Qian family allocated the resources from the sun and moon treasures, they returned to their respective forces. The 10 sun and moon puppets were temporarily placed within the Void Secret Realm. Within this realm, the Destruction Legion and Bloodline Legion collaborated to erect magnificent palaces, forming a dense complex of structures. It was gradually evolving into a true microcosm, as Dongfang Yuan contemplated transforming the Void Secret Realm into a major stronghold for the Tianyan dynasty. In the northern region, on the border, a figure raced from the distant sea, arriving at the frontier. Clad in the garments of the eastern ancient sacred ground, this individual stood imposing amidst the skies, exuding an air of formidable authority, his visage marked by an unmistakable ferocity. Observing the northern city below, home to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, he declared, "The Tianyan dynasty shall pay for their transgressions." The man radiated a potent aura of the great saint level, enveloping the entire sky. Many martial artists within the city trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. Feng Tian concentrated his power, a beam of sacred light descending upon the city. Today, he intended to obliterate the entire northern region, demonstrating the grave consequences for those who dare to offend the eastern ancient sacred ground. As Feng Tian's divine light descended, an arrow of flame suddenly shot from the distance, akin to a resplendent vermilion bird, extinguishing Feng Tian's sacred assault. "Who dares?" Feng Tian frowned, his gaze shifting towards the source of the arrow. He beheld the figures of Zui Xuanqi and the arrow god approaching from afar. Zui Xuanqi, disdainful in expression, proclaimed, "Feng Tian, We have awaited you here on the orders of His Majesty, Dongfang Yuan. Now, at the Great Saint's 7th level. Zhuo Xuanqi was accompanied by the peak of the Great Saint realm, the Arrow God, and felt no trepidation about confronting Feng Tian directly. Dongfang Yuan's minions. You seek death. Feng Tian, fixated on the two, gathering a formidable force in his palm, ready to strike. Wait, Feng Tian, do you not wish to see what has become of your daughter? Zhuo Xuanqi spoke leisurely. Feng Tian hesitated, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? Zhuo Xuanqi produced a crystal stone, projecting its image into the air with a smile. Take a look at this, and you shall understand. As Feng Tian's gaze fell upon the projection, witnessing the torment and degradation his daughter suffered at the hands of wild beasts, his heart felt as though it were being ripped apart, anguish flooding his being. His expression twisted with rage, consumed by hatred. Zhuo Xuanqi recognized the transformation in his demeanor. The psychological strike had been effective. Tianyan dynasty, you seek death. Feng Tian roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. A torrent of vengeful intent surged as he lunged towards Zhuo Xuanqi and the Arrow God, gathering sacred light into countless sword energies, intent on shredding them to pieces. Annihilate! However, the Arrow God showed no mercy. Drawing back his fiery bow, he released an arrow, its immense power akin to a blazing sun, instantly raising the temperature of the sky as if a solar inferno descended to incinerate all. Feng Tian's sword energies were entirely dissolved by the arrow's brilliance, which shot forth like a thunderbolt, leaving no trace as it pierced through Feng Tian's body. How is this possible? Feng Tian's face contorted in disbelief, a massive wound gaping in his chest as he was sent hurtling backward. Before he could react, Zhuo Xuanqi appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to the back of his head. The Great Saint-level force surged into Feng Tian's mind, making him feel as though his skull would explode. Feng Tian, struck twice in quick succession, suffered a grievous wound to his very soul. Great Saint's 7th level. Peak Great Saint. How could you possibly be at the level of the Great Sage? Feng Tian, severely wounded, was continuously spewing blood, his heart filled with trepidation and confusion. In such a brief moment, how could the cultivation of these two individuals have progressed so dramatically? This defies all logic. This is the consequence of provoking my Tianyan Empire. Zhuo Xuanqi wasted no words and struck decisively, completely obliterating Feng Tian's cultivation. He also shattered his limbs, creating a scene both bloody and brutal. Feng Tian fell like a rag doll to the ground, his complexion pale with fear, his spirit unsettled. He still wished to struggle, but alas, he was pinned down by Zhuo Xuanqi's foot on his chest. Who would have thought that a venerable elder from the sacred land would one day be under my foot? This sensation is exhilarating. Ha ha ha! As Zhuo Xuanqi laughed maniacally, he forcefully crushed Feng Tian's internal organs beneath his foot. I would rather be a ghost than endure this. Feng Tian screamed in agony, his eyes bursting from the pain. His final words remained unspoken, as his injuries proved too grievous, extinguishing any flicker of life. Arrow God stood aloft in the air, observing Zhuo Xuanqi with a semblance of disbelief, wondering if the old man had lost his mind. Was it merely a matter of killing a person to elicit such joy? Soon after disposing of Feng Tian's corpse, they returned to report back to the Tianyan Empire. Within the Tianyan Imperial Palace, in the chambers of Dongfang Yuan, Han Wanxiang, Qian Xianro, and Mei Dusha sat together, while Xiao Qingli was absent. Though she was already pregnant, she was determined to set up the Jiu Yunling array, to which Dongfang Yuan did not object. After all, her increased cultivation would only serve to benefit him. At present, both Qian Xianro and Han Wanxiang had reached the level of saint, thanks to Dongfang Yuan providing them, including Xiao Qingli, with 9th grade elixirs to enhance their cultivation, granting them at least some means of self-defense. Meanwhile, Su Baijie was bound to a chair, her expression sour. Despite Qian Xianro and Han Wanxiang's attempts to engage her in conversation, she remained silent. Your Majesty has arrived, Dongfang Yuan announced as he entered. Greetings, Your Majesty. The three women bowed in unison. Enough, enough, my dear consorts. You are both with child. Do not overexert yourselves. Please sit, he continued, then turned his gaze to Su Baijie. It appears you are still holding firm? Your Majesty, It seems Sister Su harbors quite the grievance against you. She is unwilling to heed anyone's words, Qian Xian Ro remarked helplessly. Very well, I understand. Xian Ro, you three may leave. I wish to speak with Madame Su. Dongfang Yuan gestured with a fruit platter. Understood. We take our leave. The three women departed the chambers, leaving only Dongfang Yuan and Su Baijie. Dongfang Yuan pulled up a chair and sat before Su Baijie, offering her a small cherry. She turned her face away, though her cultivation was restrained. She remained unyielding. Dongfang Yuan, unfazed, smiled and said, Madame Su, based on my investigations, the leader of the Tianyan Pavilion has likely been dead for some time. For years, you have used seclusion as a pretext while desperately concealing the truth of their demise. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Su Baijie's expression shifted slightly, but she suppressed it, remaining silent. Noticing her reaction, Dongfang Yuan began eating the cherry himself and continued, I know your desire for the sun and moon treasure, and I can assure you that within 2 months, the Tianyan Pavilion will undoubtedly perish, if you do not wish to witness its downfall firsthand. Cease presenting me with that sour expression. Otherwise, I can introduce you to the experience of psychological collapse brought on by cold violence. Dongfang Yuan's tone was calm yet firm, a subtle threat woven into his words. Chapter 94. Su Baijie's predicament indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Baijie couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Since you are aware I am of the Jiawei Shanhu lineage, you should also understand why I fled from Zhong Shengzhou to the sea. If you seek to possess me, once this matter comes to light, you and the Tianyan Empire will face dire consequences. If you choose to spare me this time, consider it a debt of gratitude from me, Su Baijie, which I shall repay with my life in the future. Dongfang Yuan was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated such a response. He was unaware of why she had fled from Zhong Shengzhou, but her tone suggested that there was more to the story. I do not require your debt of gratitude, Dongfang Yuan replied. What do you truly desire then? Su Baijie asked, some anger rising within her. Perplexed by Dongfang Yuan's intentions. I believe you have seen it for yourself. My consorts are not ordinary women. Su Baijie, I am quite fond of you and wish for you to become my woman, to bear my children. It is as simple as that. Dongfang Yuan answered serenely. Bear children? Ha! Dongfang Yuan, are you courting death? Do you not understand my current status? You still wish for me to bear your children? Su Baijie found the notion somewhat amusing. I am indeed unaware of your full circumstances. However, I do know that whether it be you or Xian Ro, once you become my woman, I shall protect you for life, and no one shall dare to bully you. Dongfang Yuan's expression grew serious, resolute, and unwavering, exuding an imperial aura that compelled Su Baijie to reassess her opinion of him. Do you truly not know who I am? Su Baijie questioned, bewildered. Dongfang Yuan shook his head. Su Baijie fell silent, deep in thought. After a moment, she finally spoke. Dongfang Yuan, I admit your character, combined with your prodigious talent and strength, is indeed quite alluring to women. Even I have felt a slight wavering. But please believe me, being with you will only bring you harm, possibly endangering your entire Tianyan Empire. Should that day arrive, your empire will face a genuine catastrophe. Su Baijie spoke earnestly, her expression sincere. Dongfang Yuan gazed into her eyes, holding her hand firmly, and said earnestly, the catastrophe you refer to is the Jiawei Shanhu lineage, correct? If so, you need not worry, for no matter the forces at play in Zhong Shengzhou, even the great emperors would not be able to touch you. Su Baijie was taken aback, finding Dongfang Yuan's confidence somewhat unfounded. Great emperor? Does he understand the weight of such a title? Where does he draw such confidence? It seems she truly believed he was unaware of her true identity. Very well, since we have reached this point, I shall disclose my true identity, so you may truly give up hope. Su Baijie began to narrate her real identity and the reasons for her escape to the sea. From her account, Dongfang Yuan learned that Su Baijie was the third princess of the Jiawei Shanhu lineage, born of a maidservant, and due to her mother's early death, she was not favored within her clan. 30 years ago, her father intended to marry her off to the Jinxiang clan, with the prospective groom being the young master of that very clan. This young master was notorious for his vile character, known for his flirtations and rumored to have even assaulted his own cousin, resulting in a highly complicated family dynamic. Naturally, Su Baijie was most unwilling. However, the union was a matter of two formidable factions, leaving her with no choice. Ultimately, Su Baijie managed to seize an opportunity and fled from the marriage, escaping from Zhongsheng to the sea, where she remained in hiding for 30 years. During her time in the sea, she encountered the leader of Tianyan Empire, who was, in fact, a woman disguised as a man. The two quickly bonded and became exceptionally close sisters. In the eyes of the outside world, Su Baijie was regarded as the wife of the leader of Tianyan Empire, yet unbeknownst to them, both were women. Moreover, Su Baijie had never revealed her true name. Outsiders refer to her simply as Madame Su, unaware of her actual identity. Upon hearing Su Baijie's words, Dongfang Yuan finally comprehended why she believed being with her would bring calamity. She was a runaway bride, and both the Jiawei Shunhu clan and the Jinxiang clan had not given up on finding her. Once they completed their search in Zhongsheng, it was likely they would turn their attention to the sea. Should these two powerful factions discover that Su Baijie had become Dongfang Yuan's woman, the Jinxiang clan would surely be enraged, and they would undoubtedly dispatch their mightiest warriors to obliterate the Tianyan Imperial Palace and annihilate the Tianyan dynasty. Now you understand, do you not? I am a source of disaster. You may find temporary comfort in me, but you will regret it for a lifetime. Su Baijie said, her expression tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan set aside the fruit platter. With a wave of his hand, he released Su Baijie from her confinement of power. As the restrictions on her cultivation were lifted, Su Baijie felt neither elated nor excited. Instead, a sense of desolation and helplessness washed over her. Indeed, I had been indulging in fantasies. After all, these two factions were so powerful that scarcely anyone in Xianzhou dared to provoke them, let alone a mere Tianyan dynasty. The turmoil within Su Baijie was profound, her emotions a complex tapestry difficult to articulate. Just as she intended to rise and depart, Dongfang Yuan appeared before her in an instant, having shed the upper half of his garments. Su Baijie opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Dongfang Yuan kissed her. Her eyes widened in surprise, her entire being momentarily stunned. Quick as a flash, Dongfang Yuan embraced her, gradually making his way to the bedside. He gently laid her down, grasping her arms and pulling them apart. His eyes, filled with genuine affection, locked onto hers. Su Baijie's heart raced, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through her veins, her skin heating up rapidly. I too wish to tell you, Su Baijie, that as long as you become my woman, neither the Jiawei Shunhu clan nor the Jinxiang clan shall have any power over you. Should anyone wish to harm you, I will ensure they meet their end. Trust in your man. Dongfang Yuan's voice was both commanding and sincere, deeply resonating within Su Baijie's heart. She gazed at him, her expression softened with emotion, her delicate hand caressing his face, before she finally asked, "Will you not regret this?" "I, Dongfang Yuan, never regret the decisions I make," he declared with unwavering resolve. At that moment, all of Su Baijie's apprehensions dissipated. She took the initiative to kiss him, their lips and tongues entwining in a fervent embrace. She felt the depth of Dongfang Yuan's affection and willingly surrendered herself to him. This night would forever remain etched in her memory. With this man as promise, she would have no regrets, even in death. Chapter 95, The Crisis of Tianyan Empire. 5 days later, the Tianyan dynasty had unified the entire northern region, and Dongfang Yuan's reputation spread far and wide, leaving no faction daring to defy the authority of the Tianyan dynasty. Inside Dongfang Yuan's chamber, he lay bare-chested upon a jade bed, while Su Baijie rested against his chest, finding a profound sense of security in his embrace. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Is the Tianyan dynasty to advance into the sea?" "Indeed, I have already made arrangements, and I have received reliable information that the Yin Tiangu is gathering its formidable members. At this rate, an assault on Tianyan should occur within a month." Dongfang Yuan replied with calm composure. Shortly after the unification of the northern region, he had dispatched Tianyu Wang into the sea as his vanguard to gather intelligence. The Yin Tiangu cannot be allowed to proceed. The current Tianyan cannot withstand their onslaught. Su Duo has already fallen to Yin Lai Ting's hands, and I cannot bear to witness Tianyan's destruction once more. Su Baijie's demeanor turned unusually serious. Dongfang Yuan had previously learned from her that Su Duo, the leader of Tianyan, succumbed to the fire poison inflicted by Yan Liting after Su Baijie rescued her, ultimately meeting a tragic end due to the lack of an antidote. Yan Liting, having been gravely injured by the leader of Tianyan, had only recently emerged from seclusion. As the leader of Yan Tianyan, his return naturally signified a desire for retribution against Tianyan. Moreover, the strength of Yan Tianyan surpassed that of Tianyan, which was why Su Baijie was so eager to acquire the Ryubout song. Observing Su Baijie's anxiety, Dongfang Yuan reassured her, "Do not worry. Jie, heir. With me by your side, Tianyan shall remain safe." That mere Yan Liting is but of the great sage level. A casual intervention from Fei Peng or Chong Lu would render him as easy to defeat as a chicken. Hearing this, Su Baijie finally felt a sense of relief. "Thank goodness you are here. However, your actions against Feng Gu Tian and the people of Donggu Holy Land will not go unpunished. The Donggu Holy Land is not to be underestimated. There is superpower in the sea, second only to a few ancient clans and the rulers of the demonic beasts," Su Baijie cautioned. "Rest assured, I am well aware of this. By the way, there is something I have been curious about. Logically speaking, you possess the extreme ice sacred body, a rarity in Xianzhou. How could your father bear to use you as a mere tool for marriage?" Dongfang Yuan asked, intrigued. The extreme ice sacred body is a constitution that even the Jiu Wei Shun Hu clan would treasure greatly. It is indeed puzzling that Su Baijie's father would willingly offer her for such a union. It seems fate has played its hand cruelly. My extreme ice sacred body awakened only after I fled from the marriage. Prior to that, I had no idea that I possessed such a sacred constitution. Su Baijie explained. So it is, Dongfang Yuan thought, suppressing a smile. If the Jiu Wei Shun Hu clan were to learn that they had nearly married off a sacred body, they would surely regret their decision. "Jie, heir. Now that you have become my woman, I will not treat you unjustly. Here, take this. I shall officially bestow upon you the title of Su Fei and instruct Zhou Xianqi to announce it to the world." Dongfang Yuan presented her with the legacy of the Ryu Shenghuang in his dealings with the women in his life. Dongfang Yuan has never hesitated to show generosity. "Thank you, your majesty, Haiyu." Amidst a cluster of islands floating in the air, shrouded in mist, lies the renowned Tianshan, one of the sacred places of Haiyu, known as Donggu Xingdi. At this moment, within the grand hall of Donggu Xingdi, three esteemed elders, Wan Shi, Li Yike, and Wang Chu, each bearing solemn expressions, sat in the hall, their demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. At the highest seat, an elderly man with a hooked nose and triangular eyes, exuding a sinister aura, presided over the assembly. This man, Ling Juya, the grand elder of Donggu Xingdi, held a position second only to that of the holy master of the sacred ground. "The life tablet of Elder Feng has shattered," he announced gravely. I inquired with his disciples, and it appears that the last place he visited before departing the sacred ground was the northern domain. This indicates that Elder Feng met his demise in the northern domain. At this moment, Ling Juya spoke with a heavy tone. The death of a guardian elder was certainly no trivial matter for the entire Donggu Xingdi. "Grand Elder, this is intelligence gathered by our secret agents from the northern domain. Please take a look." Wan Shi, as the head of the four guardian elders, presented a message to Ling Juya. Upon reading it, Ling Juya's brow furrowed slightly. "The Tianyan dynasty, Dongfang Yuan? Elder Feng perished at the hands of this force?" "Indeed, Grand Elder, this matter is nearly confirmed," Wan Shi replied earnestly. "Dongfang Yuan has employed some means to elevate the strength of the Tianyan dynasty to an astonishing level in a remarkably short time, successfully unifying the northern domain. The disciple and daughter of Elder Si returned to Fengyun's sect for a visit, only to be captured and killed by the Tianyan dynasty. Elder Si must have gone to the northern domain to seek vengeance. However, we never anticipated such formidable capabilities from the Tianyan dynasty that even he could not return unscathed." At this moment, Wan Shi presented his report with utmost seriousness. Among the four guardian elders, Feng Gu Tian was the weakest. Yet even he was an invincible presence in the northern domain. His death signified that within the Tianyan dynasty, there existed beings of the seventh heaven of the great saint realm. This force was indeed shrouded in mystery. Chapter 96. The eve of the expedition to Haiyu. The shock of the women. In merely a few months, Dongfang Yuan of the Tianyan dynasty unified the northern domain. Quite an accomplishment, indeed. Given this, I shall personally make a visit. Just as Ling Juya was about to make a decision, Wan Qi received another piece of news that changed his expression. Grand Elder, this message comes from the Yi family. The head of the Yi family invites you and the Holy Master to attend the engagement ceremony of the Yi family's eldest son and the young lady of the Murong family at Murong Coast. The Yi family and the Murong family, both of which are among the pinnacle forces throughout Haiyu, possess a foundation of over 1,000,000 years and are supported by unmatched holy emperors. Their status in Haiyu is unassailable. Very well, let Dongfang Yuan linger a while longer. The Holy Master is currently in a critical period of seclusion, so I shall go alone. During my absence, you three must keep watch over the sacred ground and ensure that no disturbances arise. If anything occurs, we shall address it upon my return. Ling Juya instructed after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Grand Elder. Wan Qi and the others responded in unison. In the Tianyan dynasty, after Dongfang Yuan entrusted the legacy of the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor to Su Baijie, her extraordinary comprehension enabled her to absorb the entirety of the legacy in less than a week, breaking through 3 realms to achieve the 4th heaven of the Great Saint Realm. Her power surged significantly. During this time, Qian Xianrou's pregnancy began to show signs. Her belly slightly rounder than before. Over these 7 days, Dongfang Yuan had arranged everything meticulously. The officials and generals within the Tianyan dynasty exceeded 100 in total, all at the Saint Realm. He stationed 300,000 elite troops to guard the northern domain, with 20 officials of the Saint Realm managing affairs to prevent unrest. On the 8th day, Dongfang Yuan's wait finally came to an end. Xiao Qingli emerged from her seclusion. Upon seeing her for the first time, Dongfang Yuan was utterly astonished. Thanks to the Jiuyo Yinling formation, Xiao Qingli had raised her cultivation to the 7th heaven of the Saint King realm, comparable to Medusa. Furthermore, in terms of combat power, she was not inferior to Medusa, having the experience of becoming an emperor in her past life and practicing the legendary imperial techniques. She was formidable. If compared, other than her physical constitution, Medusa currently lagged behind in other aspects. Now endowed with the Jiuyo heart, given time to accumulate, there was a significant chance for her Jiuyo divine body to evolve into the Jiuyo immortal body. At this moment, in the rear courtyard of the palace, Dongfang Yuan gathered the women together, coinciding with Xiao Qingli's arrival. Your Majesty, Sister Xiao, Qian Xianrou and Han Wanxiang, among others, offered slight bows in greeting, especially with Xiao Qingli's enhanced powers and her previous formidable presence. She exuded a palpable pressure. Come, allow me to introduce, Dongfang Yuan began. Su Fei Su Xinjia, the mastermind behind the current Tiandi Pavilion of Haiyu. This is my empress, Xiao Qingli. Su Baijie, aware of Xiao Qingli's extraordinary nature, had been sensed by her soul perception previously. I've met Sister Xiao, she acknowledged with a bow. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Your extreme ice sacred body is quite remarkable. In time, I shall guide your cultivation, and your prowess will soar. Xiao Qingli replied, visibly pleased. Thank you, Sister Xiao. Su Xinjie expressed her heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, Xiao Qingli turned her serious gaze towards Dongfang Yuan. Your Majesty, you summoned us here for a purpose? Dongfang Yuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Today, I have gathered my beloved consorts to take you to a special place. What place? Xiao Qingli inquired directly. Hee. You'll find out once we arrive. Do not resist, simply relax your minds. After speaking, Dongfang Yuan concentrated, and a force began to emanate from him, enveloping all the women. They complied, relaxing their minds as instructed. In the next instant, the figures of Dongfang Yuan and all the women vanished completely. When they reappeared, what lay before them was a vast floating island, adorned with magnificent palaces, towering peaks, streets, pavilions, and cities, resembling a small world. Surrounding them was an endless, starry sky, as if they had stepped beyond the confines of the northern domain. Their figures hovered in the air, while below was Xuanqi and Taipoyan, leading nearly 10 million troops of the Tianyan dynasty, were already arranging formations in the training grounds of this place. Additionally, the members of the Destruction Legion and Bloodline Legion were also engaged in activities on the other side. As the women gazed upon this stunning spectacle, their minds were profoundly shaken, and they were left in awe, including Xiao Qingli, who was equally astonished. Chapter 97. The whimsical white tiger, your majesty. What is this place? Qian Shinro gazed around in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder. This locale is known as Su Wumi Jing. It is a small world under my dominion, capable of drifting beyond the confines of space. Within this realm, I am an invincible entity. Even an emperor would be compelled to kneel. Dongfang Yuan replied with a serene smile. What? A small world? Su Baijia echoed, equally taken aback. Even during her time in Xianzhou, she had merely heard whispers of certain superlative beings possessing movable cave realms. Yet, none could compare in scale to the vastness of Su Wumi Jing. Xiao Qingli took a moment to steady her emotions before inquiring. What is the level of this secret realm? Su Wumi Jing is a legendary level secret realm, second only to the chaos level realm, Dongfang Yuan chuckled. Secret realms are classified into tiers: Dongtian, Shangtian, Legendary, and Chaos. Those titans of Xianzhou who can command a Dongtian-level realm are already exceptionally fortunate. As for the Shangtian and Legendary levels, they are realms far beyond their reach. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's explanation, Xiao Qingli's heart surged with shock. A legendary-level secret realm. Even in her past life as an empress, she had only heard tales of such wonders. Never had she laid eyes on one. To think that her partner possessed such a powerful card, she felt a profound sense of security regarding the safety of the Tianyan dynasty. With a legendary-level secret realm as their safeguard, even if they were to offend an emperor, they would have ample means of retreat. Your Majesty, shall we remain in Su Wumi Jing before proceeding to the sea? After grasping the might and purpose of Su Wumi Jing, Qian Shinro promptly asked. After all, the high-ranking officials and soldiers of the Tianyan dynasty had already entered this secret realm. Indeed, I have already made arrangements for everything in the northern region. Our next objective is the sea, Dongfang Yuan declared, pointing towards the ocean. In the palace of Su Wumi Jing, Dongfang Yuan sat leisurely, fishing in tranquility, while Qian Shinro and Su Baijia sat beside him, feeding him fruit. Han Wanxiang and Medusa stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. With the four women attending to him in turns, Dongfang Yuan felt utterly blissful. At that moment, Zhou Xuanqi hurried in, exclaiming, Not good, not good. Your Majesty, something has happened. Calm down and speak clearly. What could possibly go wrong in here? Dongfang Yuan, eyes closed, thoroughly enjoying the massages, dismissed Zhou Xuanqi's alarm. After all, within Su Wumi Jing, he was an omnipotent being akin to a deity. No matter the issue, it could hardly be deemed significant. Your Majesty, the Empress and your white tiger are fighting. The Empress even declared her intent to slay the white tiger and roast it for a feast. Zhou Xuanqi reported with a tense expression. What did you say? Dongfang Yuan's eyes shot open, and he sprang to his feet, nearly toppling his fishing rod. Absolutely true. Your Majesty, General Feiping and the revered Zhang Lu could not intervene, which is why I rushed to inform you. Zhou Xuanqi hurriedly explained. Goodness, my harem is not in disarray. Yet my pet causes chaos first, Dongfang Yuan muttered, immediately casting a spell to control the powers within Su Wumi Jing. With a wave of his hand, spatial energy surged, revealing the furious Xiao Qingli and the agitated white tiger appearing in the square. I'll kill you. Xiao Qingli's temper flared, unleashing a force rivaling the peak of the Saint King realm from her palm. The white tiger, undeterred, displayed its slender, white form, claws outstretched, sending forth waves of terrifying, beastly energy. Cease at once, Dongfang Yuan commanded, pressing down with his hand. Two powerful, unyielding forces from the secret realm descended, isolating the white tiger and Xiao Qingli, dissipating their powers entirely. Only after Dongfang Yuan intervened did the white tiger and Xiao Qingli cease their hostilities. Qian Shinro and Su Baijia approached, urging, Sister Qingli, please calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. Meanwhile, Han Wanxiang and Medusa moved to the white tiger's side, ready to prevent further conflict. The white tiger, adorably innocent, clawed playfully before leaping into Han Wanxiang's embrace, relishing the attention. Dongfang Yuan could not help but feel perplexed. My dear, what is the issue between you and Xiao Bai? Why has it escalated to this? Xiao Qingli glared at him, seething with anger. Isn't this all your fault? What nonsense have you been teaching it? Dongfang Yuan stood there, bewildered. He had taught it nothing. Xiao Bai, what is the matter? Speak, he implored, turning to the white tiger nestled in Han Wanxiang's arms. Ya. The white tiger chirped, pointing at Dongfang Yuan, and Xiao Qingli's clothing edges. Only Dongfang Yuan, as the owner, understood its words. At that moment, he felt nothing but embarrassment, his face twitching as dark lines appeared on his forehead. "What is Xiao Bai trying to say, Your Majesty?" Su Baijie inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although the white tiger was a divine beast, it was still in its juvenile phase, akin to a young child. Besides its master, Dongfang Yuan, it struggled to communicate effectively with others. Dongfang Yuan, feeling his face grow warm, found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly explain that the white tiger had been curious, climbing to the palace roof, where it witnessed him and Xiao Qingli engaging in playful antics. This led to the mischievous creature sneaking a pea on her clothing while she was training, and even swiping her garments while she was changing. Naturally, this infuriated Xiao Qingli, prompting her to threaten the creature, thus igniting the conflict. The crux of the matter was that the white tiger remained blissfully unaware of its mischief, akin to a child eager to mimic an experiment. It was truly a source of exasperation for Dongfang Yuan, who scratched his head in frustration. He excelled at teaching women, but when it came to instructing a child, he was utterly lost. Meanwhile, the white tiger lounged comfortably in Han Wanxiang's presence, nearly dozing off, while Xiao Qingli seethed with indignation. Regardless of her feelings towards Baihu or Dongfang Yuan, she was incensed. "My beloved consort, please calm your anger," Dongfang Yuan urged. Little Bai's intelligence has not yet fully developed. There are certain matters he does not comprehend. I will have Medusa properly educate him. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Yuan signaled for Medusa to take Baihu away for further instruction. Medusa complied and took Baihu with her. Xiao Qingli's anger had not yet dissipated, and she was reluctant to engage with Dongfang Yuan, turning to leave. "Wait a moment, beloved. Accompany me. I have something for you," Dongfang Yuan called out in a timely manner. Xiao Qingli halted, adopting a dismissive demeanor, and coolly inquired, "What is it?" "Come with me," Dongfang Yuan insisted. "Xin Ro. Baijie, please have someone retrieve my fishing rod," he instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty," they replied, and Xiao Qingli followed Dongfang Yuan into the palace. Upon entering, she stated, "Just tell me what it is." "Stand still and relax," Dongfang Yuan said earnestly. Despite still feeling a bit upset, Xiao Qingli complied, calming her mind. "System. Use the last unlimited cultivation enhancement card on Xiao Qingli," Dongfang Yuan commanded within his mind. The unlimited cultivation enhancement cards had originally number 10. Left Xuanqi, Tai Poyan, and Tianyan Yuan had each used 3, leaving only 1. Dongfang Yuan had intended to reserve this card for Xiao Qingli, believing that enhancing her cultivation would benefit their future offspring. System. Usage in progress. System. Usage complete. As the system's voice echoed, Xiao Qingli's cultivation soared dramatically. Saint King Realm, 8th level Saint King Realm, 9th level Saint King Realm, Pinnacle Saint Emperor Realm, 1st level. Xiao Qingli's cultivation abruptly stabilized at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor Realm. The astonishing speed of her enhancement left even Xiao Qingli in shock, feeling utterly incredulous. Dongfang Yuan was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Qingli's fortunate outcome. One random enhancement card had elevated her by 4 levels, propelling her into the Saint Emperor Realm, a result beyond his expectations. "What method did you employ? How did my cultivation leap so significantly?" Xiao Qingli asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her tone. "Ah, that is a secret of your man, one I cannot disclose," Dongfang Yuan replied, feigning mystery. "Humph." Xiao Qingli scoffed playfully, though it was clear her spirits had lifted. With her cultivation at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor Realm, her combat prowess could easily dominate those in the 4th level of the Saint Emperor Realm from Xianzhou. It could be said that she was now the individual closest in strength to Dongfang Yuan within the Tianyan Empire. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan beckoned her closer, drawing her into his embrace, allowing her to sit upon his lap. Xiao Qingli did not resist, feeling comfortable in his arms. "Does it hurt?" Dongfang Yuan whispered gently in her ear. Xiao Qingli felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed as she slightly shook her head. "Little Bai is still naive and does not understand. I will ensure Medusa properly educates him, so he won't repeat his mistakes," Dongfang Yuan reassured her. "Yes, I understand. I was just too angry at the time and acted impulsively," Xiao Qingli admitted, her ire finally subsiding. Dongfang Yuan smiled, turning her to face him, and leaned in to kiss her. Their lips met, and as they entwined, Xiao Qingli gradually succumbed to the moment. After a long while, they parted. My beloved consort, no matter where, your essence is always sweet, Dongfang Yuan remarked with a gentle smile, then lifted Xiao Qingli onto the bed, speaking softly. Let me listen to the heartbeat of her child. In the sea, within the outer sea, on the islands of Tiandi Pavilion, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Dongfang Yuan, Su Baijie, Medusa, and Zhuixiang, along with Fei Peng and Chong Lu, emerged from the rift, standing atop the mountain peak. They gazed out at the surrounding islands, surrounded by an endless expanse of azure ocean. Your Majesty, those palatial structures over there are Tiandi Pavilion, Su Baijie pointed out, introducing it to Dongfang Yuan. Their party was small, numbering only 8, including the slumbering Baihu on Dongfang Yuan's shoulder. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingli and Qian Xianro remained either resting in the Void Secret Realm's palace or nurturing their pregnancies. Given the impending conflicts, Dongfang Yuan preferred to keep them from excessive involvement to avoid any complications that could affect the unborn child. Since that is the case, let us first assist Su Fei in resolving Tiandi Pavilion's troubles before we commence our plans for the Tianyan Empire, Dongfang Yuan instructed. Zhuixiang, seek out Tian Yuan and obtain all the intelligence he has gathered thus far. Arrow God, venture into the inner sea to check on Su Bai and inquire about the matter I requested him to investigate, he commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Arrow God and Zhui Xuanqi replied in unison, then departed in different directions. Dongfang Yuan led the others into the territory of Tiandi Pavilion, where the vast palatial complex housed over 1 million disciples. As the pavilion master's wife, Su Baijie personally guided them, ensuring that no one dared to show disrespect towards Dongfang Yuan. Upon reaching the hall, Dongfang Yuan took the main seat, while Su Baijie and the others sat beside him. Baihu lay on Dongfang Yuan's lap, idly daydreaming. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly beautiful woman entered, her figure voluptuous and her attire a purple gown, exuding an alluring charm. She was accompanied by several female elders from Tiandi Pavilion. Sume, who are these individuals? The woman in the purple gown asked, slightly taken aback as she recognized Dongfang Yuan seated in the main position. Fang Jie, this is His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tianyan Empire, and also my beloved Su Baijie introduced them. Your Majesty, this is Fang Qian, the Vice Master of Tiandi Pavilion, whom I mentioned earlier. The others are also elders of Tiandi Pavilion. Since the fall of Pavilion Master Su, we have been holding the pavilion together. The group was astonished to learn that Su Baijie had become Dongfang Yuan's woman. After all, they perceived the northern region as a remote area and wondered how powerful the ruler of a local empire could truly be. However, when Fang Qian attempted to gauge the cultivation levels of Dongfang Yuan and his companions, she was horrified to discover their unfathomable strength. With her own first level of the Great Saint Realm, she could not even sense the slightest hint of energy from Baihu, who dozed on Dongfang Yuan's lap. May I inquire about your cultivation levels? She asked. At this moment, Fang Qian inquired with great caution. Dongfang Yuan responded with a calm smile, at which point Su Baijie interjected. Sister Fang, the cultivation levels of His Majesty and his companions are all at the Saint King realm. Do not underestimate them simply because they hail from the northern region. What? Saint King realm? Your Majesty, we were disrespectful earlier. Please do not hold it against us. Upon hearing that Dongfang Yuan and his companions were formidable cultivators of the Saint King realm, Fang Qian and the others were instantly taken aback. They prudently bowed to Dongfang Yuan in respect. Dongfang Yuan replied nonchalantly, You are all too courteous. Baijie is my beloved Su Fei, and I have heard that when she first arrived at Tiandi Pavilion, you all, along with the late master of Tiandi Pavilion, took great care of her. This bond one shall remember. This time, I will intervene and help you resolve the troubles with Yin Tian Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, Fang Qian and the others were filled with immense excitement and gratitude. Your Majesty's willingness to assist us is greatly appreciated. Fang Qian expressed her sincere thanks. Subsequently, they all took their seats. Sister Fang, what has been happening with Yin Tian Pavilion in recent days? Su Baijie inquired at that moment. Fang Qian, with a serious expression, replied, Yin Liting has summoned all the strong cultivators of Yin Tian Pavilion. It is rumored that he has even invited a prince from the Bingyun sacred dynasty to assist them. They seem determined to eliminate our Tiandi Pavilion in one fell swoop. They are now poised to attack, and I believe they will arrive within the next 3 days. Bingyun sacred dynasty? What kind of force is that? Fei Peng, sitting nearby, asked curiously upon hearing this name. Bingyun's sacred dynasty is a powerful force in the Inner Sea, and its sovereign is a formidable cultivator at the second level of the Saint King realm. Additionally, there are several reclusive ancestors who are also at the Saint King level. In the Inner Sea, Bingyun's sacred dynasty is considered a powerful force, second only to the sacred grounds. Su Baiji explained. I see. After hearing Su Baiji's introduction, Faping nodded, though he appeared unperturbed by the information. By the way, Pavilion Master Fong, your Tiandi Pavilion is also considered a strong force in the Outer Sea. Have you heard of Murong Shui from the Murong family? Dongfang Yuan suddenly asked. His next target was Murong Shui, who, like Xiao Qingli, was the reincarnation of a female emperor and had already awakened her memories. Dongfang Yuan's expedition into the ocean with the Tianyan dynasty was not only to assert dominance there, but also to bring Murong Shui into his palace. Murong Shui? Your Majesty, we certainly have heard of her. She is the eldest daughter of the Murong family, which is one of the ancient clans. She is the cherished jewel of the Murong family head, holding an exceptionally noble status. Furthermore, during this time, the Murong family is set to hold a marriage ceremony with another ancient clan, the Yi family, and the bridegroom is none other than Yichun. Fang Qian elaborated. Oh, Murong Shui is to marry Yichun? Dongfang Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Indeed, Your Majesty. This union of the two ancient clans is a significant event that has stirred the entire ocean. Many prominent figures from various regions have been invited, including several sovereigns from the major sacred grounds. Fang Qian continued. Do you know the exact date of the marriage ceremony? Dongfang Yuan pressed. It was unthinkable that he would allow another to snatch away his prey. Su Baijia sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's inquiries. She understood that the Murong family was making grand preparations, and a specific date of the marriage ceremony was set for half a month later. Although Fang Qian was unsure why Dongfang Yuan was asking, this was common knowledge, and she did not hesitate to inform him. After hearing this, Dongfang Yuan nodded, already formulating his plans. With the two ancient clans preparing for a marriage ceremony, many powerful figures from the ocean would inevitably gather there. At that time, he could stage a wedding heist, not only disrupting the union, but also elevating the reputation of the Tianyan dynasty. Yin Tian Pavilion, as one of the more powerful forces in the Outer Sea, had cultivators whose strength surpassed that of Tiandi Pavilion. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of Yin Tian Pavilion, the Pavilion Master Yin Lai Ting and the Grand Elder Yin Ziming were seated. Additionally, there was a middle-aged man clad in splendid garments, exuding an extraordinary air of nobility. This man was none other than the seventh prince of Bingyun Sacred Dynasty, Luo Xianliang. Brother Xian, I sincerely appreciate your personal attendance this time. I will remember this favor. Yin Lai Ting expressed his heartfelt gratitude. It is no trouble. Merely eliminating a Tiandi Pavilion is a trivial matter. However, I must make it clear, Brother Yin, you know my preferences. I have heard that both Fang Qian and Madame Su are exceptionally beautiful and possess their own unique charm. Therefore, I must take both of them with me. Luo Xianliang chuckled. He had already taken in over 700 beautiful women at his royal residence, acquired through various means. In the Bingyun Sacred Dynasty, he was infamous as the Cougar Slayer. To him, no young maiden could compare to the comfort and enjoyment of a mature and experienced woman. Haha, rest assured, Brother Xian. Do not worry about those two. Even if you wish to take more of Tiandi Pavilion's women, it shall be permitted, Yin Lai Ting laughed. At that moment, Yin Ziming received a message and immediately reported, Pavilion Master, the 9th Elder and 13th Elder have led the last batch of disciples back. They are now fully assembled and awaiting orders on the warships. Excellent. In that case, Brother Xian, let us set sail. Yin Lai Ting rose, his expression filled with joy. Let us go. Luo Xianliang stood as well, joining them to head towards the warships. The numerous massive warships of Yin Tian Pavilion then set forth towards Tiandi Pavilion. As one of the foremost forces in the Outer Sea, the entire Yin Tian Pavilion was mobilized, with over 1 million disciples and numerous experts personally leading the charge, creating a tremendous commotion. Many martial artists from the ocean were closely watching this impending conflict. The warships of Yin Tian Pavilion were en route. Good heavens, what a grand display! It seems that Yin Tian Pavilion is resolutely determined to annihilate Tiandi Pavilion, leaving them no respite. I believe I just saw a man in splendid attire, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pavilion Master Yin on the central warship. Could it be the 7th Prince of Bingyun Sacred Dynasty? I had heard that Pavilion Master Yin had invited a royal family member from the Bingyun sacred dynasty to assist. I did not expect it to be the cougar slayer, Luo Xianliang. This truly spells trouble for Tiandi Pavilion. Luo Xianliang, a cultivator at the 6th level of the Saint King realm, could only be rivaled by the leaders of the two most powerful forces in the Outer Sea, Bihai Pavilion and Tianshui Pavilion. Tiandi Pavilion was now facing an unavoidable calamity. It was a pity for the many beautiful elder women within. The mere thought of them falling into Luo Xuanliang's grasp, while his little pet suffers torment, pierces my heart with anguish. Can you not see? That expression of yours is not one of sorrow, but rather envy and jealousy, is it not? The assault from Yin Tiangu has sparked much discussion among the warriors of the Outer Seas, with most lamenting the impending demise of Tiandigu. Yet, numerous individuals hastened to Tiandigu, eager to witness this clash of powers. In less than 2 days, beyond the island cluster of Tiandigu, the vast expanse of clouds and seas, and even the nearby solitary islands, were filled with the figures of martial artists from various coastal regions, all gathered to observe this battle. At this moment, on a fractured solitary island to the east of Tiandigu, a middle-aged man stood with several disciples and elders from Baihaigu. Other scattered practitioners dared not approach him, for his aura was formidable, emanating the pressure of a 5th-level Saint Realm cultivator. This man was Dongfang Yuan, the Grand Elder of Baihaigu. Brother Dong, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly, a voice rang out from a distance. It was Lin Baitian, the Grand Offering of Tianshui Gu, accompanied by some of his disciples, who had also come to the solitary island. This was indeed the prime location to observe the impending battle, allowing one to grasp the entirety of the situation. Dong Yuan turned his gaze towards Lin Baitian and remarked, Brother Lin, you two have come to join in the excitement? Alas, what can be done? You know well of Yin Liating's ambitious nature. He has invited Luo Xianyang, not out of goodwill, but from fear that our two factions might conspire against him. Lin Baitian replied with a calm smile. I too have come to seek opportunities for profit. I trust Brother Dong shares my sentiments. The two factions, Baihaigu and Tianshui Gu, were the most powerful in the Outer Seas. For many years, Yin Tiangu had been suppressed by them, and naturally, Yin Lighting was unwilling to remain in a subordinate position. Thus, he sought to swallow Tiandigu, seizing its resources to bolster Yin Tiangu. The intricate web of interests among the various factions was indeed complex. Truthfully, neither Lin Baitian nor Dong Yuan approached this with noble intentions. However, it may prove difficult. With Luo Xianliang present, even if we act covertly, success seems unlikely. Dong Yuan shook his head, sensing the dim prospects. Let us observe whether Tiandigu can offer us a surprise. If they can thwart Yin Lighting, that would be ideal. Should Tiandigu ultimately falter, we must endeavor to inflict greater damage upon them, breaking their treasury in one fell swoop to deny Yin Lighting any resources. Lin Baitian's demeanor was dark and resolute, embodying the notion of, if I cannot have it, neither shall you. Yet, amidst the anticipation of many, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant ocean, akin to the roar of thunder. Dozens of massive warships approached from all directions, adorned with the battle flags of Yin Tiangu. The elders of Yin Tiangu led their disciples in an orderly fashion, ready for battle, as the ships anchored on the sea. The members of Yin Tiangu ascended into the air in unison. Gazing out, the sky was awash in red, densely populated with disciples of Yin Tiangu clad in crimson. Only the flagship remained in motion, drawing closer to the island cluster of Tiandigu. Upon the deck, Yin Lighting bore a proud smile, his gaze fixated on the islands of Tiandigu, as the disciples of Yin Tiangu surrounded them completely. Over 20 elders of the Saint Realm, each leading thousands of disciples, hovered in the air, their imposing presence overwhelming. Within Tiandigu, the Vice Master, Your Majesty Yuan Huang, the lady, Yin Tiangu has arrived. A female elder rushed in to report. Inform the disciples to prepare for battle. Fang Qian's expression turned serious. Yes, the elder promptly descended to relay the orders. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan and the Radiant Su by Jie rose together. Your Majesty Yuan Huang, let us depart, Fang Qian instructed. Let us go, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, having also notified Medusa and Fei Pengzhonglu. The disciples of Tiandigu, under the guidance of the elders, swiftly flew from the tower to the seaside, standing firm against the forces of Yin Tiange. Fang Qian, Su Baijie, and Dongfang Yuan positioned themselves in midair, directly facing the flagship of Yin Tiange, a mere few hundred meters away. On the deck, Luo Xianliang raised his gaze and immediately spotted Su Baijie and Fang Qian. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and his heart raced. Exquisite, beautiful, truly enchanting. The purple-clad Fang Qian and the white-clad Su Fu each possessed their own allure and temptation. Luo Xianliang did not conceal his gaze or desires. His eyes filled with possessiveness as he stared at them, even licking his lips as if saliva were about to drip from his mouth. At that moment, Medusa, Fei Peng, Zhong Lu, and others arrived. Medusa, clutching a fluffy little white tiger, stood beside Dongfang Yuan. Another one, another exquisite beauty, she exclaimed. I did not expect today to be so rewarding. It seems tonight shall be a delightful experience. Upon seeing Medusa, Luo Xianliang was instantly exhilarated, his mind already lost in fantasies. Yin Lighting, it appears that the injuries you sustained from the sect master years ago have finally healed after all this time. Yet, it seems you remain unwise, daring to target my Tianyan. Today, I shall ensure that none of you return. Fang Qian's expression was solemn, her sacred aura radiating as she declared fiercely. Ha ha ha! Fang Qian, cease your grandstanding. Your sect master grievously wounded me at the cost of his life. And though my injuries have healed, he shall never return. Today, Tianyan shall not escape this calamity. Yin Lighting boasted from the deck, his confidence swelling. His proclamation echoed across the surrounding ocean, and many spectators finally dared to affirm the truth. The sect master of Tianyan was indeed dead. Who would have thought that Su Du had truly perished? It appears Tianyan is in dire straits now. With merely a Fang Qian and that woman named Su, it is nearly impossible to confront Yin Lighting and Luo Xianliang. On the solitary island, Lin Baitian sighed, his expression tinged with regret. The sect master of Tianyan, originally named Su Duo, harbored a secret of her identity as a woman, unknown to the world. Her name in the outside realm was Su Du, with Su Du deceased. Tianyan today could hardly escape. Brother Lin, prepare yourself, Dong Yuan remarked beside him. The two fifth-level Saint Realm powerhouses were now poised for action. As soon as the battle commenced, they would seize the opportunity, ensuring that Yin Lighting did not easily acquire the resources of Tianyan. At that moment, in the heavens, Dongfang Yuan's gaze coincidentally met Luo Xianliang's, who was watching Medusa intently. His cultivation is rather low, yet his heart is filled with insatiable greed. How audacious it is for him to seek out the women near this emperor. Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but smile instead of getting angry. He understood the intentions of Luo Xianliang as he gazed at the women around Medusa. At that moment, Medusa also took notice. Their eyes met, and a holy light flashed in her gaze. Suddenly, a cry of despair erupted. Ah, my eyes! This sudden change left all the spectators in the sea battlefield momentarily stunned. It became evident that Luo Xianliang's eyes had been petrified, leaving him in excruciating pain and blind. Luo, brother, what has happened to you? Yin Lighting exclaimed, his face shifting in alarm as he hurriedly inquired. Is that Demoness? The one holding a small tiger. Her eyes possess an uncanny power. Luo Xianliang, blinded, frantically pointed towards the heavens, his expression one of agony and madness. The bystanders, hearing his words, turned their gazes towards Medusa. She stood calmly beside Dongfang Yuan, cradling the white tiger, exuding an air of beauty and aloofness, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding her. Who is this woman? How could she injure Luo Xianliang from such a distance? With Luo Xianliang's vision lost, a deadly enmity was surely forged. It appeared that these individuals were likely external reinforcements summoned by Tianyan Pavilion. Many spectators, captivated by Medusa's stunning presence and her composed demeanor, began to speculate. This woman is extraordinary. Her cultivation is entirely inscrutable. Where did Tianyan Pavilion find such a formidable warrior? Lin Baitian and Dong Yuan also recognized Medusa's exceptional prowess, momentarily taken aback. Yin Lighting's gaze was fixed on Medusa. He realized he could not fathom her strength. Who are you? Are you from Tianyan Pavilion? He asked cautiously. However, Medusa chose to ignore him, her gaze cold and proud. dismissing everyone present. Your Majesty, shall I eliminate them all? Medusa, bowing her noble head before Dongfang Yuan, inquired openly. Chapter 103. The Reckless Luo Xianliang. This immediately shifted the attention of all present to Dongfang Yuan. Who is this man? He appears quite young, yet he commands such respect from her. Furthermore, she referred to him as Your Majesty. Could he possibly be the sovereign of some powerful dynasty? In an instant, the elders of Yin Tian Pavilion, lacking explicit orders, hesitated to act with their disciples. The presence of Dongfang Yuan and Medusa had subtly instilled a sense of fear among them. Moreover, many noticed Medusa's final words. Eliminate them all. Does she possess such overwhelming power? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Yin Liating's heart, especially since Medusa disregarded him entirely, leaving him bewildered regarding her intentions. The atmosphere among them inevitably grew somber. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan chuckled lightly. These matters need not trouble my beloved. General Feipeng, at your service. Feipeng responded promptly. Bring that Luo Xianliang to me. He dares to covet what belongs to me. He must face the consequences, Dongfang Yuan stated casually. Yes. Feipeng immediately turned, locking his gaze onto Luo Xianliang. You underestimate me, Yin. My brother Luo is the 7th prince of the Bingyun sacred dynasty, a formidable force in the Inner Sea. If you wish to intervene, you are declaring war against the Bingyun sacred dynasty. Yin Liating warned vehemently. Dare to make me pay the price. You seek death. All of you. Kneel and bow your heads. Let that woman strip and publicly lick my toes. Otherwise, should the Bingyun sacred dynasty become enraged, not even you, a mere Tiandi pavilion, nor 10 of you, would suffice to withstand our wrath. At this moment, Luo Xianliang had completely lost his mind. Blinded, he was oblivious to the current situation. He only heard Dongfang Yuan ordering Feipeng to seize him and hastily invoke the power of his backing to threaten them. It must be noted that with the Bingyun sacred dynasty as his support, even the Bihai Pavilion and the Tianshui Pavilion would think twice before confronting Luo Xianliang. After all, the influence of the Bingyun sacred dynasty was immense, with a formidable reputation in the Inner Sea. Yet, he was up against Dongfang Yuan. The foundation of the Tianyan dynasty was such that even the Holy Lands held no fear of it. How could they possibly fear a mere Bingyun sacred dynasty? Feipeng advanced a few steps forward when suddenly, his figure vanished. Watch out, Luo brother. Yin Liating's countenance shifted as he warned in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The force of Feipeng sent Yin Liating and the others flying off the deck. Though Luo Xianliang stood his ground, his vision obscured, he was still a formidable figure at the 6th level of the Great Saint Realm. Sensing Feipeng's presence, he concentrated his energy and struck out with a radiant force, akin to a dragon and tiger, aimed directly at Feipeng. Luo Xianliang's face twisted in rage as his attack collided directly with Feipeng's. However, in the next moment, Feipeng merely smiled indifferently. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot forth, effortlessly shattering Luo Xianliang's strike. What? A blood-curdling scream erupted as Luo Xianliang's left arm was crushed by Feipeng's palm, vanishing entirely. Feipeng acted decisively and ruthlessly, without a trace of hesitation. After shattering Luo Xianliang's arm, he unleashed a surge of holy energy into Luo Xianliang's body, sealing his meridians and completely suppressing him. The onlookers were left dumbfounded at this scene. In less than 3 seconds, a 6th-level Great Saint had been subdued so easily by someone named Feipeng. What level of terrifying strength must this individual possess? Even Lin Baitian and Dong Yuan's expressions shifted dramatically. Today's events had indeed taken an unexpected turn. However, this unforeseen development was overwhelmingly significant. It had spiraled beyond their control. To be able to so effortlessly subdue Luo Xianliang, Feipeng's cultivation must be at least at the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm. Before the spectators could dwell on this shocking revelation, Feipeng seized Luo Xianliang and returned to the celestial domain of Tiandi Pavilion. Your Majesty, how shall we proceed? Feipeng inquired with utmost respect. Nonsense. Do you not fear the Bingyun sacred dynasty seeking revenge for this treatment? If anything were to happen to me, my royal brother would surely slay you all. In agony, with his left arm severed and his vision lost, Luo Xianliang's thoughts became chaotic, filled with rage. Before Dongfang Yuan could respond, He erupted in anger. He never anticipated suffering such a significant loss in this outer sea. He could hardly believe it. In a vast ocean, apart from the ancient tribes of the sacred lands, he remained unconvinced that any forces would dare to provoke the majesty of the Bingyun sacred dynasty. Observing Luo Xuanliang's unseemly demeanor, Dongfang Yuan smirked disdainfully. Since he was so eager for others to undress, he would indulge this peculiar inclination. With a flick of his hand, he rendered Luo Xuanliang suspended in midair. A surge of palm energy shattered all that adorned his body, leaving him completely exposed for all to behold. How absurd! I can scarcely contain my laughter. Is this the consequence of excessive indulgence? How diminutive! Indeed, the adage "a iron pestle can be ground into a needle" held true. This experience was truly enlightening. Above the sea, many onlookers erupted into laughter, whispering amongst themselves as they beheld Luo Xuanliang's physique. Even the disciples of Yintian Pavilion regarded him with a hint of disdain. Who would have thought that a formidable figure of the Grand Sage realm would be reduced to this? He was even less robust than they. No wonder he kept so many wives of others. Perhaps it was a feeble attempt to compensate for his fragile self-esteem. I will kill you. I will kill you. Humiliated and exposed for all to see, Luo Xuanliang succumbed to madness, losing all semblance of reason. He thrashed wildly, but his struggles were futile. The power binding him was far beyond his capacity to resist. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan's smile faded as he unleashed a palm strike towards Luo Xuanliang. With a resounding crash, Luo Xuanliang was caught off guard, unable even to utter a cry of despair. His body, along with his soul, disintegrated into a brilliant burst of crimson light, blooming against the heavens. The remnants of blood and shattered flesh cascaded into the sea below. Instantly, the laughter that had filled the air ceased, replaced by a lingering scent of blood. Chapter 104. Shock among the sea's inhabitants. Above the ocean, Dongfang Yuan unexpectedly struck down Luo Xuanliang with a single blow, a turn of events that took everyone by surprise. Just a moment prior, they had been mocking him, and in the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The smiles on their faces morphed into sinister grins, sending shivers through the onlookers. His temperament was indeed capricious. Even Fang Qian and several elder women from Tianyan Pavilion felt a chill run down their spines. Dongfang Yuan's decisiveness in slaying was unmistakable. He acted without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, the atmosphere became tense, with the most awkward demeanor belonging to the disciples of Yintian Pavilion. Here stood Luo Xuanliang, a grand sage of the sixth heaven, vanquished without a second thought. Their highest-ranking member, the pavilion master Yen Liting, was merely a grand sage of the third heaven. Not to mention the unfathomable power of Dongfang Yuan himself. Even his subordinate Faping alone could sweep them aside effortlessly. The elders of Yintian Pavilion found themselves in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat, caught in sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yen Liting hovered above on his warship, his expression grave. From the moment Luo Xuanliang perished, unease gripped his heart. The audacity of these individuals to kill Luo Mingliang in plain sight demonstrated their blatant disregard for the Bingyun sacred dynasty. Most critically, he was entirely ignorant of the origins of Dongfang Yuan and his companions, and the disparity in strength posed a daunting challenge. At that moment, Yen Liting's thoughts were not of annihilating Tianyan Pavilion, but rather of how to preserve his own life. As he pondered, Dongfang Yuan's gaze fell upon Su Baijia, and he spoke slowly. "My beloved, I leave the handling of these Yintian Pavilion individuals to you. Do as you see fit." The revelation left Lin Baitian and Yen Liting utterly astonished. Did he refer to Su as his beloved? Could it be that he, like Luo Xuanliang, harbored a preference for the wives of others? Yen Liting's mind raced with possibilities. In that moment, Su Baijia cast a cold, piercing glance at the Yintian Pavilion members and, with an emotionless tone, declared, "Their existence disturbs my peace. Eliminate them all." "Very well. Did you hear the words of the empress?" Dongfang Yuan embraced Su Baijia, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Not a single one shall remain." Suddenly, from amidst the shadows of the Yintian Pavilion disciples, dozens of shadowy figures wielding shadow blades emerged. The aura of their grand sage realm power surged forth without restraint, their blades resembling the scythes of death. They swung their weapons, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Yintian Pavilion disciples, with the elder sages marked as their primary targets. Caught in the onslaught, the elders of Tianyan Pavilion found themselves decimated in an instant, their bodies cleaved asunder. "Help! Save me! Monsters!" The cries of despair echoed across the ocean, a cacophony of terror. They were thrust into the most harrowing battle of their lives, one in which they stood no chance of retaliation. Dongfang Yuan had previously summoned 50 shadow guards from the Void Secret Realm, all of whom were at the first level of the Grand Sage Realm. To contend with the Tianyan Pavilion members, they were more than sufficient. Each shadow guard could easily vanquish thousands of Tianyan disciples. The warships were cleaved apart as the scene transformed into a veritable hellscape. The number of Tianyan disciples plummeted at an astonishing rate, the ocean littered with lifeless, bloodied bodies, some severed at the waist, others dismembered, creating a terrifying tableau soaked in the stench of blood. Fang Xian and the elders of Tianyan Pavilion could only swallow hard as they witnessed the carnage unfold, rendered speechless by the sheer horror. It was unfathomable. With a mere flick of his wrist, 50 Grand Sage-level warriors had been unleashed. Just how formidable was the power and influence of this Yuan emperor? The spectators, too, were left in awe, particularly Lin Baitian and Dong Yuan. As prominent figures of the outer seas, they prided themselves on their worldly experiences. Yet they had never encountered a scene such as this. The effortless dispatch of 50 Grand Sage-level warriors to wreak havoc was a sight they would not soon forget. Consequently, they began to regard Dongfang Yuan with a newfound apprehension. Such a display of strength was not something just any faction could muster. Though these warriors were only at the first level of the Grand Sage realm, their sheer numbers made them a force to be reckoned with. Even the Tianshui Pavilion and Bihai Pavilion could not boast such resources. Within the inner seas, perhaps the Sacred Lands and Bingyun's Sacred Dynasty could field similar strength. But even that would push their limits. Lin Baitian and Dong Yuan found themselves increasingly concerned, mentally documenting the scene before them, resolved to investigate the origins and intentions of these individuals upon returning to their respective pavilions. Meanwhile, Yin Liting and the elder Yin Ziming recognized that the survival of the Tianyan Pavilion disciples was no longer an option. Their only course of action was to secure their own lives. Upon witnessing the two figures each repel a shadow sentinel, they immediately abandoned the disciples of Tianyan Pavilion, fleeing in different directions. A sense of urgency washed over Fang Qian as she exclaimed, "Not good. Yuan Huang, Yin Lieting is making his escape." Observing the scene, Chong Lu prepared to intervene, eager to showcase his skills. "No need," replied Dongfang Yuan with a calm smile. "They're merely two rats. It's fortunate they returned. Let us leave them to our allies." In a frantic bid for survival, Yin Lieting and Yin Ziming unleashed their full speed. Suddenly, a fiery arrow streaked through the air, resembling a blazing vermilion bird. Upon turning back, Yin Lieting found the flaming bird bearing down upon him. "Ah!" He screamed in terror, his heart quaking in fear. In the next instant, his voice was abruptly silenced as the flames consumed him wholly, leaving nothing but a charred storage ring floating in the air. A figure, the arrow god, retrieved the ring after sheathing his flaming bow, then turned to depart the celestial expanse. Meanwhile, Yin Ziming was not spared from a similar fate, bound by a chain of holy radiance against the heavens. He gazed in dread at the figure before him, Zuoshuan Qi, who approached with a mischievous grin. "Speak," he said, "where are your treasures hidden? Do not dare claim you possess none. Our ranks are comparable, and I cannot believe you have not taken a single resource from Tianyan Pavilion." Yin Ziming's heart raced with panic as he confronted Zuoshuan Qi, bewildered at how this individual knew of his embezzlement. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, he confessed, "I will tell you. Beneath a dry well at the back of Tianyan Pavilion, all my belongings are stored there." Zuoshuan Qi chuckled at his disclosure. "Excellent. Then you may die." "What? You betray our agreement. I have revealed the location. You must let me go." Yin Ziming's expression shifted to one of rage and fear. "Have you indulged in fantasies? When did I ever promise to spare you? Reflect on that." Zuoshuan Qi scoffed, slowly advancing towards him. Yin Ziming fell silent, realizing that while Zuoshuan Qi had demanded the return of his ill-gotten gains, he had never promised clemency. "No, that cannot be. This is the rule. Life for treasure. You must adhere to the code." He struggled against the chains, but Zuoshuan Qi dismissed him with disdain. "What are you, to lecture me on rules?" With a swift motion, he pierced Yin Ziming's throat, extinguishing his life force. With a resounding thud, Yan Ziming's lifeless body plunged into the sea, the storage ring claimed by Zhuo Xuanqi as he soared towards Tiandi Pavilion. Upon returning to the vicinity of Tiandi Pavilion, he found the battle had concluded. All disciples of Yantian Pavilion lay slain at the hands of Shadow Sentinels, with none of the invaders surviving. Fang Qian, accompanied by elders and disciples of Tiandi Pavilion, busied herself with the grim task of collecting resources and tending to the battlefield. Upon Zhuo Xuanqi's arrival, the once cerulean sea bore the stark hue of blood, transformed into a vast crimson expanse. Your Majesty, Yan Ziming is deceased, and this is his storage ring for your examination. Zhuo Xuanqi presented it before Dongfang Yuan. No need, Dongfang Yuan replied. You may keep the storage ring. Zhuo Xiang, you have arrived a tad late. The arrow god outpaced you by a significant margin. What transpired? Dongfang Yuan's keen observation detected an anomaly. Zhuo Xuanqi recounted the details of his interrogation of Yan Ziming and the location of the hidden treasures without deceit. Oh, it appears, Zhuo Xiang, you are quite knowledgeable in this domain. Could it be that you have indulged in similar practices as Yan Ziming? Dongfang Yuan's tone dripped with meaning. The white tiger, cradled by Medusa, blinked its large, glistening eyes at Zhuo Xiang. Unfazed, Zhuo Xuanqi confessed, Your Majesty, I did partake in such actions in the past. Yet since aligning myself with you, I have refrained from any dishonest dealings. Oh, and why is that? Dongfang Yuan inquired with interest, somewhat surprised by the admission. Since your ascension, Your Majesty has led the Tianyan dynasty to achieve unprecedented feats, breaking through historical barriers time and again. It is my fortune to fight alongside you, and even a single reward from you surpasses centuries of my previous gains. Thus, I find no need to engage in perilous endeavors. Dongfang Yuan nodded slowly, apparently satisfied. Zhuo Xiang, do you realize that your prior admission of guilt alone would warrant your execution? However, I am not like other sovereigns. Since time immemorial, only prophet has secured loyalty. Your honesty pleases me, which merits a reward. The treasures buried beneath that dry well, since you learned of them from Yan Ziming, shall be granted to you. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhuo Xuanqi immediately bowed. I humbly thank your Majesty. Rise, Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Then turned his gaze to Su Baijia, his beloved consort. Send someone from Tiandi Pavilion to investigate. I shall dispatch 10 Shadow Sentinels to accompany them. As for the spoils, let the two factions split them evenly. Su Baijia promptly agreed. I will make the arrangements at once. Within a day, news of the confrontation between Yantian Pavilion and Tiandi Pavilion spread throughout the outer seas, swiftly reaching the inner seas. Due to the involvement of the 7th prince of the Bingyun sacred dynasty, the news traveled remarkably fast, with numerous witnesses present. Many were awed by the sudden appearance of 50 powerful Shadow Sentinels. In less than 2 days, the news had permeated the inner seas, prompting many prominent factions to learn of the enigmatic figures emerging from the outer seas, seemingly linked to a mysterious force. Names like Yuan Huang and Fei Peng resonated throughout the maritime realm, as countless factions sought to uncover the identities of Dongfang Yuan and his associates. The outer and inner seas buzzed with excitement, with most discussions revolving around the union of the two ancient clans and the battle between Tiandi Pavilion and Yantian Pavilion. At the Baihai Pavilion, in the main hall, Dong Yuan sat in a side seat, flanked by 2 elderly men. One occupied the principal position, while the other faced Dong Yuan. The elder in the primary seat was none other than Yishang Yuan, the head of Baihai Pavilion. One individual present is the second elder of the Baihai Pavilion, Nanan. At this moment, Elder Nanan spoke. Just now, our scouts delivered news that the disciples of Tiandi Pavilion, along with 10 formidable beings clad in black, have incinerated the stronghold of Yantian Pavilion and seized all its resources. Tianshui Pavilion, much like us, has opted to observe the situation. Currently, they too are hesitant to take action. Hearing these words, Yishang Yuan and his companion were not surprised. With the enigmatic power backing Tiandi Pavilion, who would dare to obstruct them, unless they were courting death? The choice of Tianshui Pavilion to remain passive can indeed be deemed a sagacious decision, or the one referred to as the Yuan Huang. Is there any news regarding the Bingyun sacred dynasty? Yishang Yuan inquired. The Yuan Huang has remained within Tiandi Pavilion since the conclusion of the Great Battle, not emerging at all. As for the Bingyun sacred dynasty, due to the matrimonial alliance of the two ancient clans, Their sovereign and several renowned powerhouses have journeyed to the Murong clan, rendering them absent from the sacred dynasty. Although they have received news, it is likely that they will refrain from action until their sovereign returns, Nanan replied earnestly. The stance of the Bingyun sacred dynasty is quite rational. With their sovereign absent, the officials and ministers would hesitate to make any reckless decisions. However, the Yuan Huang's prolonged presence within Tiandi Pavilion without revealing himself raises questions about his intentions, Yixiang Yuan remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Chapter 106. Inconvenient? Slap. Is it still inconvenient? Second Elder, after our extensive investigation, have we yet to uncover the true identities of those individuals? At this moment, Dong Yuan interjected. The latter shook his head. It is not so simple. The forces within the sea region are numerous, and this is a completely unfamiliar face. We can only investigate each force one by one. It is not solely us who are probing. Tianshui Pavilion and even certain forces from the inner sea are conducting inquiries as well. However, as of now, no force has uncovered any leads, Nan responded. Do you think they might not be forces from the sea region? Their utter disregard for any retaliation from the Bingyun sacred dynasty suggests they possess unwavering confidence. Could they possibly be from the central Saint continent? Dong Yuan boldly speculated. Impossible. If they were from the central Saint continent, the ancient clans and sacred lands would have been alerted long ago. Moreover, with the current matrimonial alliance of the two ancient clans, were they to arrive, they would likely venture to the deep sea region rather than our outer seas. Let's wait and see. News should arrive shortly. Yixiang Yuan replied calmly after regaining his composure. At this moment, within the depths of the sea region, in an extraordinarily resplendent chamber, the decor was lavish, with numerous articles of women's clothing strewn across the floor. The chamber doors swung open, revealing a young man dressed in splendid attire, his handsome visage radiating charm as he entered with a smile. Upon his arrival, a stunning woman reclining on the bed stirred awake. "Chen Xiao, you've returned," she exclaimed, immediately rising. Though her complexion bore signs of fatigue, she greeted him with a smile. Yi Chen nodded, responding cheerfully. "I've been busy all day with the details of the family alliance. My father insisted I be present to familiarize myself. It was exhausting. Since you are tired, I shall not disturb you. Chen Xiao, please rest well. I will take my leave," the woman said hastily, turning to exit. "Ling Er, why are you in such a rush to leave?" Yi Chen suddenly grasped her hand, turning her towards him. "Ling Er," her expression tense, replied. "Chen Xiao, you said you were tired. I do not wish to disturb your rest." Despite her desire to leave, she found herself firmly held in place by Yi Chen. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he said, "What's the rush? I may be tired, but you could help me rejuvenate, and I would be invigorated." With that, Yi Chen lifted Ling Er and carried her to the bed. After placing her down, Ling Er's face reflected distress as she hesitated. "Chen Xiao, today truly isn't suitable. My condition is not convenient, and you are already betrothed to Miss Morone. If she were to find out, it would be inappropriate." Upon hearing Ling Er's words, Yi Chen's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming colder. "Inappropriate? Do you feel that serving me is a burden?" "No, that is not Ling Er's intention," she replied anxiously, attempting to clarify. "Slap, slap." As Ling Er spoke, Yi Chen struck her face sharply with both hands. Pain surged through her cheek, and tears streamed down her face as she clutched her wounded visage. "Inconvenient? Slap. Still inconvenient?" Yi Chen continued to strike her, his actions relentless, leaving her cheeks reddened. Ling Er, trembling in too frightened scream, wept silently, feeling utterly wronged. Yi Chen, unfazed, maintained a smile. "I ask you, is it convenient now?" Under his threat, Ling Er, amidst her tears, began to shed her garments. As her attire diminished, Yi Chen laughed heartily. "Women like you are merely tools for my desires. Once I marry Morong Shui, I shall have her accompany you, and you too will kneel before me, pleading for my attention daily." Yi Chen, akin to a frenzied lion, lunged at Ling Er with a roar of laughter, pinning her beneath him. Within the Morong family, the entire palace was adorned with celebratory decorations, evidently preparing for the impending matrimonial ceremony. This union between the two ancient clans symbolized more than just a mere alliance of young prodigies. It represented a life and death bond between the Murong clan and the Yi clan, a pledge of mutual support and solidarity. However, at this moment, within a chamber of the Murong family, A striking woman clad in a blue dress, with long, lustrous black hair and an aura of cold elegance, sat in her quarters. This individual was none other than Murong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Murong family. Yet, unlike her kin, her countenance bore no trace of joy regarding the upcoming union. This reaction is not difficult to comprehend. Murong Shui has awakened her memories and her divine body. As an unparalleled female emperor, how could she possibly demean herself by marrying Yichun, a mere junior? Regrettably, her father vehemently opposed her wishes regarding this union, and her pleas were dismissed, as this decision was collectively made by the elder council and the family head. Furthermore, Yichun's reputation outside the family was impeccable. He was regarded as a refined gentleman, courteous to others, and his talents were commendable. At such a young age, he had reached the pinnacle of the Tianzuan realm, and his physique was that of a sacred body, marking him as one of the most outstanding young talents in the Sea region. The Murong family believed that the union between Murong Shui and Yichun would provide her with an excellent destiny. Such a fine man is indeed rare to find, even in the central Saint continent. What a farce! A mere Tianyang holy body aspires to be the consort of this emperor. Perhaps he is still lost in a dream. I apologize, father. Since you insist on this course, I shall resort to my own methods to terminate this union. At this moment, Murong Shui murmured to herself, her gaze resolutely unwavering. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door.